Acid rain erodes bones, blizzards seal cities, extreme cold and scorching heat take turns wreaking havoc, swarms of insects devour fields, and all things mutate. In her previous life, Xia Sisi struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse, only to be handbound by her fiancé to a bloodletting table, reduced to a human blood bag, and met a tragic end consumed by others. Now, reborn with a full 90 days remaining before the onset of the apocalypse, she is determined to dismantle the facade of her deceitful ex, reclaim her millions in assets, and embark on a frenzied stockpiling spree. Snail noodles, fried chicken, cola, chips, purchase. Rice, flour, cold weapons, dried vegetables, and professional texts. Cleaned out. Chapter 1. Rebirth Xia Sisi awoke with a start, struggling fiercely as she grabbed something nearby and hurled it. Her mind was flooded with the terror of being suspended and drained of blood. Yet, the scene before her rendered her momentarily dazed. Incredibly, this was the bathroom of her home, just before the apocalypse. The end had come a decade ago. She had long since left H-City. How could she find herself back in her own bathroom? Turn and leave, words unspoken. Following the melody, she spotted her phone resting by the sink, its pink case adorned with a couple's photo of her and Lin Yi. Hadn't the phone ceased functioning long ago? Wasn't she being drained of blood? The fear of the knife slicing her skin, the blood trickling down her fingertips, and the despair of life ebbing away still lingered in her heart. And that scoundrel Lin Yi. Just the sight of his face made her feel nauseous. Unbelievably, she picked up the phone, her hands trembling. The time displayed was January 26th, 2023, with a full 3 months remaining until the apocalypse. She was reborn. After fumbling for a moment, she recalled how to use her phone. Xia Sisi silenced the music, stood before the mirror, and gazed at her reflection. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, a prominent nose, and a delicate face. Aside from a scar on her thigh from a bicycle accident at 10, her skin bore no blemishes. In the post-apocalyptic world, to avoid the unwanted attention of men, she had shaved her head. Yet in a lawless realm, men were like rabid dogs. Ultimately, she had no choice but to mar her own face, 3 jagged scars slashing from her chin to her brow, a pain that pierced to the bone. Suddenly, she recalled something, donned her clothes, and began searching. Soon, she found the ring she had placed on her vanity. It was an ancient ring, crafted from aged silver and set with exquisite jade, its vibrant green hue resembling that of a pigeon's egg. It had been a gift from Lin Yi, but prior to that, it was a token of friendship from her grandfather to the Lin family. This was originally from the Xia family. Hastily, Xia Sisi used a nearby fruit knife to cut her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. The originally green jade absorbed the blood, transforming into a brilliant red. In her mind, an expansive space manifested, approximately the size of 3 football fields, with dense white mist at the edges. She attempted to use her thoughts to retrieve a cup from the table, and indeed, it vanished, appearing in a corner of her mind's space as a small, smiling cup. A smirk danced on her lips. In her previous life, she had discovered the ring contained a space. Yet, after Lin Yi claimed it, he never bestowed any favor upon her, ultimately sending her to be drained. Just then, her phone rang again and frowning, she saw Lin Yi on the screen, her brow furrowing deeper. The mere sight of his name revolted her in this second chance at life. But she recalled, the Lin family owed her millions in stock investments. Now that the space was in her possession, she had limited funds, insufficient for stockpiling. The stocks must be reclaimed. With a slight smirk, Xia Sisi texted to break up and blocked him in one swift motion. Understanding Lin Yi's temperament, she knew that given their current engagement, her actions would surely incite his panic. Thus, she would seize the opportunity to reclaim the stocks worth millions owed to her. With thoughts of impending crises swirling in her mind, Xia Sisi promptly contacted a food wholesaler she knew. She secured a substantial order of rice, flour, coarse grains, and peanut oil. This wholesaler, whom she had previously assisted in closing a deal, had kept her contact information saved. Though the selection and quantity of goods were limited, the prices were about 30% lower than market value, which pleased her immensely. Since she had introduced him to a lucrative business previously, the owner even gifted her 2 crates of assorted spices, pepper, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper powder. With only a modest sum in her bank account, around several $100,000, and some savings requiring processing, Xia Sisi proceeded to purchase grains and oils from the wholesaler. Then she went online to acquire a large array of daily necessities: sanitary napkins, toilet paper, ointment, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, and more. These items were purchased at wholesale prices, and after selecting quantities, she engaged in haggling with the merchants. Serendipitously, a promotional event on a certain platform offered discounts, making her purchases quite economical. With her funds nearly depleted, she still retained a decent sum, allowing her to feel somewhat at ease. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to focus on generating more funds and stockpiling supplies in the time ahead. The priority now was clear. Glancing at the space ring on her hand, she dressed and hurried to a jewelry processing shop near the antique market. In her previous life, she had crafted a necklace from jade here. "I wish to commission a piece from Master Chen, urgently." Regardless of cost, she stated directly upon entering the shop. The ring was impractical to keep. This space would serve as her vital safeguard in the impending apocalypse. Master Chen was renowned for his craftsmanship, producing jewelry that was sturdy, durable, and aesthetically pleasing. After examining the ring for some time, Master Chen incredulously remarked, "This jade ring is quite an antique, and the red jade is immensely valuable. Are you certain you wish to dismantle it for a necklace?" Xia Cici nodded. She envisioned a unique piece that, once the apocalypse struck, would remain securely fastened and concealed from prying eyes. Seeing her firm resolve, Master Chen promptly removed the jade from the ring and fashioned a durable platinum shell that could be opened, affixing several chains according to her specifications. These chains would ensure that the pendant remained tightly against her skin, impervious to being dislodged by running or jumping, and resistant to being yanked off or broken. Xia Cici paid extra, and Master Chen estimated it would take about 5 hours. Given Master Chen's excellent reputation and her prior acquaintance, she felt confident leaving the ring in his care. Next, Xia Cici visited the bank to withdraw a previous fixed deposit, replenishing her funds. She then strolled through the nearby antique market, heading straight for a shop displaying antique calligraphy and paintings. The shop was manned by a young man with bright orange hair, a stark contrast to the shop's classic decor. "Beautiful lady, what can I assist you with?" he inquired. Xia Cici remained silent as she approached a magnificent landscape painting that occupied half a wall. She tapped on the wall, and it resonated with a hollow thud, revealing its emptiness. "I desire what lies within," she declared. The young man paused, his lips twitching slightly. "Girl, I have no idea what you're talking about." Without further ado, Xia Cici scanned their payment code and transferred 20,000 yuan. "A friend recommended this place, claiming you possess valuable items. Do not fret, I can show you my ID. If I were to divulge any secrets, your brother could take my life." She handed her identification to the young man, leaving him bewildered by her assertive demeanor. Nonetheless, he accepted her ID. 22? "I thought you were underage," he exclaimed in surprise. Xia Cici rolled her eyes, contemplating that although she stood at over 1.60 meters, her youthful visage often misled others. After scrutinizing her for some time, the young man gritted his teeth. "All right." He locked the shop, drew the curtains, and pressed an unseen mechanism. Suddenly, the wall transformed, revealing a small chamber filled with an array of cold weapons. "Wow, this is even more impressive than my friend described." That friend was someone Xia Cici had met after the apocalypse. It was said that during their search for supplies, they stumbled upon this treasure trove, creating quite a stir when they brought it back to the base. "How much for all these?" Xia Cici inquired, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. An hour later, she watched contentedly as the young man loaded 4 large crates of weapons into her trunk and back seat. Once he departed, she retrieved a dagger adorned with rubies from one of the crates. The blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness, and upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate green patterns upon its surface. This dagger was the very one she had frequently wielded in her previous life, purchased at a high price from a friend. Her primary purpose for visiting this place today was to locate this knife. Previously, a Tibetan youth had informed her of its exceptional quality. She had already inquired about its origin, and the young man explained that it had belonged to his father, with an unclear provenance. Possessing this dagger, along with the array of cold weapons, significantly bolster her chances of survival in the impending apocalypse. Chapter 2. Space Upgrade. Upon discovering a large agricultural wholesale market next to the marketplace, Xia Cici made her way inside, intent on purchasing a multitude of items. Cotton jackets, sportswear, loungewear. She selected dozens of outfits made from comfortable, durable materials, instructing the vendors to deliver them to her address. Naturally, she informed them that she was buying for resale, and her average height and build allowed her to opt for universal sizes. She also acquired various dried goods, wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu, shiitake mushrooms, kelp, and more, available at wholesale prices. Following that, she ordered a selection of condiments, soy sauce, white vinegar, sesame paste, sesame oil, oyster sauce, and the like, paying on the spot. To her delight, she encountered a vendor selling seasonal wild vegetables. These were typically found in the mountains and were challenging to gather. They made for delicious dumplings and buns. Usually, only local farmers in the nearby mountainous areas sold them, so it was a pleasant surprise to find them here. Xia Sisi promptly purchased all the wild vegetables from the farmer and haggled for some seasonal produce, arranging for timely delivery to her building. After exploring the agricultural market, she turned to see a cultural and antique market across the street, dedicated to books. Since she was already there, Xia Sisi headed straight for the book market. Anticipating future power outages and water shortages, she decided to scour various bookstores for her favorite reads: comics, novels, culinary guides, tool manuals, maps, and even those obscure repair and farming manuals she rarely considered. Anything she deemed useful was added to her collection. When she finally loaded everything into her car, she realized it was utterly packed. No additional items could fit. Checking the time, she noted that nearly 5 hours had passed and drove back to the jewelry store. The jeweler had already set the chain as per her specifications. After settling the bill and returning to her car, Xia Sisi discreetly stowed away her books and weapons, eager to continue her shopping spree. Unexpectedly, as she passed a stall, the gem at her chest quivered. The heightened alertness cultivated during the apocalypse kicked in, prompting her to step back a meter. The gem trembled again. Before her stood a stall selling antiques by the roadside. A cursory glance revealed that the items were mere fakes, designed to deceive the unsuspecting. Intrigued, Xia Sisi crouched in front of the stall. "Young lady, what are you looking for?" The stall owner, seemingly delighted by her presence, asked eagerly. Scanning the items on display, she noted that most were merely aged trinkets and agate bracelets, except for a raw stone tucked away in the corner that piqued her interest. As she reached out to touch the gold ore, the gem at her chest vibrated more intensely. She realized she had found what she was looking for. "How much for this?" she inquired. The stall owner's eyes darted around, recognizing her youth and likely hoping to take advantage of her. Without waiting for him to respond, she boldly declared, "This is gold ore, though its gold content appears low, and its shape is unremarkable. It's rather small, so many might dismiss it as a mere decorative piece, but I value it at 1,000 yuan. Will you sell it?" 2 minutes later, Xia Sisi pocketed the ore and departed. In solitude, she placed it into her space. Upon entering her space, Xia Sisi watched in awe as the ore exploded, releasing flecks of blue from the golden rock that vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the space underwent a remarkable transformation. White mist enveloped her, and a fierce wind howled. Startled, she observed the phenomenon, concerned that the blue substance might be harmful. However, as the mist dissipated and the wind subsided, she found a large patch of black soil, approximately 100 square meters, emerging within the space. The richness of the soil was palpable. Had her space leveled up? Elated, Xia Sisi clenched her fists. After wandering the market for a couple more rounds without encountering anything that made the gem tremble again, she pondered whether this was indeed the method for upgrading her space, though the reasons and materials remained unclear. With her supplies still incomplete, it seemed prudent to set this matter aside for the time being. Once she had gathered enough resources, she would delve deeper into her space. While passing a small shop selling seeds, Xia Sisi ventured inside and purchased an assortment of seeds, including vegetable, flower, and fruit seeds, envisioning a future of cultivation in her fertile black soil. By the time she returned home after a long day, her legs felt weary and cramped. It was undeniable that this body was not accustomed to such exertion. In her previous life, she had honed her skills during the apocalypse, but now her current physique struggled to keep up. However, with several months until the apocalypse arrived, she was confident that with consistent training, her physical abilities would improve, allowing her to return to the resilient Xia Sisi forged through 10 years of hardship. Yet she did not let her guard down. She pulled out her notebook and recorded her upcoming tasks, drawing a large circle around improved physical fitness. Xia Sisi conducted an experiment and discovered that this space possessed the remarkable ability to preserve items. Not only could it maintain freshness, but when she placed a cup of hot water at 85 degrees Celsius inside, it retained that exact temperature upon retrieval. It was truly extraordinary. At the same time, Xia Sisi contemplated a matter of great importance. She intended to acquire a dog. Not just any dog, but an extraordinary one. In the early days of the apocalypse, the onset of slightly corrosive acid rain had already prompted people to remain indoors. Meteorologists attributed this phenomenon to global environmental pollution compounded by unexplained changes in the Earth's atmosphere. Initially, the acid rain was not considered severe, leading to a lack of concern among the populace. However, as the rain intensified, it inundated areas, submerging buildings 2 stories high. People found themselves unable to venture out for shopping or to live their lives normally, prompting widespread panic. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following the acid rain, a blizzard struck, plummeting temperatures to a frigid 60 degrees below zero. Those who had already lost access to power and water faced dire survival challenges as snow fell relentlessly for 3 months, burying 10-story buildings. During this bleak period, it became apparent that certain animals had undergone mutations. These creatures grew larger, became stronger, and exhibited heightened intelligence, proving invaluable for many in their struggle for survival in the apocalypse. Now, Xia Sisi resolved to purchase a carefully selected military dog. She recalled that in the coming days, the local military would auction off a batch of substandard military dogs. In the training of military and police dogs, some are deemed unfit for service due to reasons such as hyperactivity, timidity, or lack of agility. Although these dogs may not meet the criteria for working canines, they are still considerably more robust than the average dog. In her previous life, Xia Sisi had pondered this for a long time but ultimately lacked the resolve. However, in this life, she was determined to select a strong and obedient substandard military dog. With this thought in mind, Xia Sisi took out her phone to gather information. Indeed, she found details about the auction of substandard military dogs. This discovery filled her with excitement. She attempted to contact the individual who posted the information and was pleasantly surprised to receive a reply, arranging to visit the military base the following morning. Overjoyed, Xia Sisi struggled to sleep, opting instead to explore the newly upgraded space. Holding a packet of flower seeds, she concentrated and scattered them within the space before retiring for the night. Considering that ordinary seeds typically take several days to germinate, she wondered if the dark soil in this space possessed the ability to accelerate plant growth or had other extraordinary properties. She felt an instinctive sense that this soil was anything but ordinary. The following morning, Xia Sisi arrived at the military base. A tall officer in uniform, exuding confidence and wearing a friendly smile, approached her, greeting, "Miss Xia, hello." Yesterday, Xia Sisi had utilized her memories from her past life to track down the auction information for military dogs and subsequently connected with the person in charge here. To her surprise, the officer informed her that there were 2 retired military dogs available that were not suitable for auction, inquiring if she might be interested. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi readily agreed. She recalled that in her past life, some substandard military dogs had sold for as much as 1 million. That was beyond her means. As they conversed, the officer, surnamed Ren, a second lieutenant responsible for military dog training, was the very person who had contacted Xia Sisi online. Throughout their walk, Lieutenant Ren asked Xia Sisi about her knowledge of military dogs and dog ownership. Having owned dogs in her childhood when her parents were alive, and having interacted with military dogs before, Xia Sisi found it easy to respond. Upon reaching the dog training facility, amidst the cacophony of barking, Xia Sisi spotted 12 dogs poised for photographs to be uploaded online. There were 8 German Shepherds, 3 Labradors, and 1 Doberman. In an instant, Xia Sisi was captivated by the Doberman. Its sleek black coat and muscular physique were impressive. Even sitting, it was nearly at Xia Sisi's chest level. Even before any mutations, this dog would be capable of deterring any would-be intruders. Coincidentally, this Doberman was one of the retired military dogs deemed unsuitable for the auction route. What led to this Doberman's retirement? Xia Sisi inquired, suppressing her excitement as she turned to Lieutenant Ren. Lieutenant Ren took a couple of steps forward with Xia Sisi. As they approached within 3 meters of the Doberman, it turned its head toward them. Its large head lowered slightly, and its almond-shaped eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, instilling a sense of trepidation with just a glance. Chapter 3. The military dog Dahe. Do not be afraid. Though it appears fierce, it is remarkably gentle, albeit a tad stubborn. Second Lieutenant Ren led Xia Sisi a few steps forward and directly took the leash from the soldier beside him. The Doberman remained unperturbed, sitting quietly. Its name is Dahe, and it is merely 6 months old. 6 months? Has it really grown this large already? Xia Sisi exclaimed in astonishment. Second Lieutenant Ren nodded and affectionately patted Dahe's large head. It was the sole pup in its litter, born larger than its peers. One might say it is a dog chosen by destiny. He quipped humorously. Dahe, lie down. Obediently, Dahe lay on the ground, revealing a scar over a foot long on its back. The fur around the scar had yet to regrow, exposing raw, pink flesh encased in grotesque scabs. A somewhat terrifying sight. Intelligent and well-suited for military duty, it started undertaking missions at just over 5 months old. However, it sustained severe injuries while confronting criminals, leading to its retirement. This injury necessitates finding a suitable home to ensure proper care. As a distinguished retired service dog, it deserves a loving family to enjoy its subsequent life, so it will not be put up for auction. Second Lieutenant Ren sighed, stroking Dahe's head. This fellow saved our entire team. After some discussion, Xia Sisi decided to adopt Dahe. At just 6 months, it would continue to grow. Smart and obedient, it would also enhance Xia Sisi's presence. Despite its injury, as per Second Lieutenant Ren's words, it might affect Dahe's right front leg in the future, particularly on overcast or rainy days when it could potentially worsen. Careful nurturing and attention would be required, possibly involving lifelong medication and high veterinary costs. Yet, considering its future resilience, this seemed trivial. The old injury would likely heal completely due to its remarkable self-healing abilities. It was evident that Second Lieutenant Ren had a genuine fondness for dogs. After Xia Sisi decided to adopt Dahe, he took her to a nearby reception room where they talked for an hour about Dahe's diet, areas requiring special attention due to its injury, and scheduled follow-up visits. He even inquired about Xia Sisi's family situation. Upon learning that she was still a student, he expressed some concern. I'm in my 4th year, with no classes, and I am currently interning. I can certainly take care of Dahe. After asking a few more questions, Second Lieutenant Ren stated he needed to see how Dahe felt about the situation. He led Xia Sisi to Dahe's side. The dog lay quietly in its cage, merely lifting its eyelids as Xia Sisi approached, showing little reaction. It seemed to possess a deeper awareness than other dogs. At times, one could almost perceive it as human. Second Lieutenant Ren opened the cage door, and upon hearing the noise, Dahe stood up, its black eyes intently fixed on Xia Sisi. Holding a treat that was supposedly Dahe's favorite, a donut wrapped in beef skin, she slowly approached. Although she adored dogs, the intimidating size of Dahe made her somewhat anxious. Dahe, however, offered no concessions. It merely stared at her, then glanced at Second Lieutenant Ren, refusing to take the treat from her hand. Just as Xia Sisi began to think Dahe did not like her, it finally lowered its head and gently took the donut from her hand. At that moment, Xia Sisi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Second Lieutenant Ren sighed in relief, stating, "If it hadn't accepted the treat from you today, I would have hesitated to let you take it home. This dog is quite discerning. It only shows favor to those it deems worthy." Consequently, Second Lieutenant Ren ceased further inquiries, tacitly agreeing to Xia Sisi's adoption. He mentioned that Dahe had rejected 4 previous applicants, and seeing it accept Xia Sisi brought relief to them all. Xia Sisi looked at the dog before her, suddenly amused. Who would have thought a small creature could possess such depth of thought? After completing the necessary procedures, she brought Dahe home, accompanied by a box of toys, a box of treats, 2 bags of dog food, and various pet supplies, a gesture of gratitude from the soldiers for its life-saving contributions. Xia Sisi then visited a pet store to purchase a dog bed. Interestingly, she took Dahe along when selecting the bed. She pointed to several options laid out before her, suggesting Dahe choose one. Xia Sisi did not expect Dahe to comprehend her intent. To her surprise, Dahe glanced at her and walked over to a deep blue dog bed, placing its paw on it and looking back at her, as if to say, "This one." At that moment, Xia Sisi felt a surge of admiration. This dog was remarkable. She had 3 months to build a bond with Dahe. Uncertain of her success, she understood one fundamental truth. Dogs are profoundly simple beings, far more so than humans. If treated well, they reciprocate that kindness. To her astonishment, when she returned home, an unexpected guest awaited her at the door. Tall legs clad in fitted jeans, a white trendy shirt unbuttoned at the top, revealing a well-built chest, and a face of youthful charm expressed urgency. "Sisi, why did you block my number?" The visitor was Lin Yi. If Xia Sisi recalled correctly, he was supposed to discuss their engagement at this time. The union between the Lin family and the Xia family was a pact made by her grandfather during his lifetime, having exchanged tokens of their commitment. The Lin family had returned an antique ring once gifted by Xia Cixi's grandfather, claiming it was a cherished item of her grandmother. However, they had discovered that the ring, which appeared to be of imperial green jade, was merely a dyed-old trinket of little value. Little did they know, this seemingly worthless object concealed a space within, a priceless treasure for survival in the impending apocalypse. Once blood was drawn on it, it transformed from a mere dyed artifact into a genuine high-quality red jade. In contrast, the token given by the Xia family was genuine gold and silver shares and funds, a request initiated by the Lin family. Xia Cixi realized how foolish she had been in her past life, giving away half of her inheritance left by her parents. She had believed Lin Yi's assurance that once they married, they would be a family, and the assets would still belong to the Xia family, with them managing it while she pursued her studies. In retrospect, her past self had been utterly naive. Moreover, after the apocalypse, Xia Cixi learned that Lin Yi had been involved with her childhood friend and confidant, Hao Rou. Now, seeing Lin Yi before her, the combination of old grievances and new animosities made her wish to unleash Dahe upon him. Yet, she knew she must restrain herself. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. When it did, she would ensure they faced their own struggle for survival. Chapter 4. The scoundrel must perish. Xia Cixi composed herself, shedding a couple of tears. I just need some time alone. I've been missing my parents lately. Lin Yi attempted to approach, but Dahe suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and positioning itself protectively between them. Lin Yi stumbled back, startled. Cixi, when did you get such a large dog?
Internally, Xia Cixi prized Dahe.
It was indeed a good dog, clearly sensing her disdain for Lin Yi. I just adopted it. Living alone, it provides me with companionship and safety. She gently stroked Dahe's neck, marveling at the softness of its fur. If you feel uncomfortable living alone, you can move in with me, Lin Yi suggested. Upon hearing his words, Xia Cixi wanted to spit at him.
Puffed.
In her previous life, as the apocalypse loomed, Lin Yi sought out Xia Cixi, bringing her a plethora of supplies, claiming he wanted to weather the storm together. However, that very night, he revealed his true intentions. He merely wished to take advantage of her. Although Xia Cixi was often a bit naive, she did not acquiesce to Lin Yi's demands right away, expressing a desire to develop their relationship gradually. That evening, however, Lin Yi grew impatient and even attempted to force himself upon her. In a panic, Xia Cixi struck him with an object, causing a gash on his head. Enraged, Lin Yi unleashed a torrent of insults, belittling her as a worthless woman and accusing her of being hypocritical, suggesting that if she did not acquiesce to him, she would end up with some beggar instead. Furious, Xia Cixi ordered him to leave, but as he departed, he kicked her to the ground, severing all ties and taking with him not only the supplies but also a ring that had caught his fancy due to a casual remark made by Hao Rou about her fondness for antiquities. Later, just before her demise, Lin Yi leaned close to her ear, proclaiming that Hao Rou was 1,000 times better than Xia Cixi. Clenching her fists and biting her lip, Xia Cixi refrained from retaliating. Lin Yi, this house was left to me by my parents. It is my sanctuary. Lin Yi attempted to speak again, but Xia Cixi raised her voice, cutting him off. Lin Yi, weren't we supposed to get engaged? Can you return the shares and funds my parents left me? I've been having dreams where they scold me, which has affected my mood, leading me to remove you from my contacts. I don't wish to see you for now. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically.
Cixi?
Don't overthink it. If uncle and aunt knew about your engagement, they would be overjoyed. As for the shares and funds, once you marry, they will be our joint assets. I would never let you down. I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. Please remove me from your blacklist, as we'll be engaged in a few months. Xia Cixi scoffed internally, realizing the engagement was unlikely to materialize. As Lin Yi walked away, she watched his receding figure, silently branding him a scoundrel, and vowed to wait and see. After ensuring her pet, Dahe, was settled, she noted it was already 2 in the afternoon, and her stomach began to grumble. Retrieving her phone, she prepared to indulge in a feast. Braised ribs, steamed buns, spicy hot pot, and northeastern cuisine, she ordered an extravagant spread. Throughout the afternoon, the incessant knocking at her door kept Dahe alert, ears perked. Xia Cixi stored all the takeout in her space, keeping only a serving of braised ribs with rice for herself. Dahe sat beside her, silently fixated on the ribs in her bowl. With no other option, Xia Cixi picked the largest piece and offered it to him. Do you want some? Dahe tilted his head, looking adorably puzzled. as if to say, "Isn't that obvious?" As he devoured the sizable rib in one gulp, it was evident he had quite the appetite. While waiting for her takeout, Xia Sisi sat in the air-conditioned room, jotting down plans in a notebook. Following the sequence of the impending apocalypse, she noted the onset of acid rain, followed by floods. Subsequently, temperatures would plummet to minus 60 degrees, leading to a significant loss of life. After the snow and cold, a scorching heat would follow, with temperatures soaring to 50 degrees. At that point, cities would be in disarray, with power and water supplies failing, leaving people to suffer in the sweltering heat. Additionally, intermittent earthquakes would relentlessly shatter human resolve. She recalled a particularly terrifying quake that caused skyscrapers to collapse and the earth to crack, swallowing many into its depths. This aberration in temperature would persist for about 2 years, as if Earth was enacting retribution for humanity's reckless deforestation and environmental degradation. Yet this was merely the beginning. Following the natural disasters, many animals and insects would mutate, some growing immensely strong, others increasing in size, and some exhibiting a heightened reproductive capacity. A plague of insects would emerge post-disaster, exacerbating the already dwindling human population. Faced with the onslaught of these mutated creatures, humanity would find itself ill-equipped to cope, leading to an even more arduous existence. These creatures would infiltrate every nook and cranny. It was then that the true nature of the apocalypse would reveal itself. As many animals attained extraordinary intelligence, forming hierarchies and leading their mutated brethren. Contemplating all this solidified Xia Sisi's determination to live her life meaningfully in this new existence. She recalled the seeds she had placed in the space's black soil and decided to check on them. To her astonishment, where she had sown the seeds, a plush pillow shaped like a flower had emerged. Using her mind, she retrieved it, squeezing it in her hand. It was indeed a delightful plush pillow. But how did it end up in her space? Pondering this, she considered the possibility that the black soil might yield all sorts of peculiar items. With that thought, she plucked a weed from a pot and tossed it into the space. Meanwhile, feeling aggrieved, Lenny dialed Hao after leaving Xia Sisi's residence. "What's wrong?"
"이게?"
Hao inquired, sensing his displeasure. "Do you think that Xia Sisi has discovered something? She mentioned her parents' funds and stocks today. She used to obey me without question, and now she has blocked me." Startled by this revelation, Hao accidentally smudged her eyebrow pencil while preparing for their dinner date, leaving her with an uneven brow. Irritated, she wiped away the mistake but maintained a gentle tone with Lenny. "Ego, you're overthinking it. Xia Sisi has always been dim-witted. Just a few days ago, when I probed her about money management after your wedding, she naively suggested she would let you manage her other half of the funds and shares." In Hao's view, Xia Sisi was a foolish woman. For years, she had been clandestinely involved with Lenny, while Xia Sisi remained oblivious. Moreover, Hao had been brainwashing Xia Sisi, instilling the notion that a man should handle finances and that being engaged to the Lin family was a stroke of luck for an orphan like her. Under such manipulation, Xia Sisi was undoubtedly loyal to Lenny, even going so far as to hand over her earnings from summer jobs, always eager to please him. Unbeknownst to her, Lenny's affections were disingenuous. Had it not been for her share of funds and stocks, the Lin family would have cast her aside long ago. Although the Lin family appeared prosperous, they were secretly grappling with debt, desperately needing Xia Sisi's stocks and funds to survive. Thus, they were eager to secure an engagement, hoping to lay claim to her assets afterward. Yet, Xia Sisi remained blissfully unaware of this reality. After all, how could a person change so drastically? Surely, she was overthinking it. "How is your makeup coming along? I'll be at your place shortly. Don't go home tonight," he teased. "You're such a nuisance."
"이게?"
Chapter 5. Moving into a luxurious apartment after her exploration of the space, Xia Sisi returned to her notes, continuing her planning. She had been writing for quite some time. Physical fitness was of utmost importance. Though under the protection of Dahe, Xia Sisi must not form a dependence on him. In her previous life, Xia Sisi wielded a knife with considerable skill, honed through the trials of the apocalypse. Her agility and practical techniques, developed in dire circumstances, were commendable. However, her current physique was frail, with insufficient muscle mass. Thus, she needed to enhance her physical condition. Essential preparations included stockpiling food, supplies for adverse weather conditions, medicines, clothing, daily necessities, as well as dog food, treats, and attire for Dahe. Moreover, she needed to acquire transportation suitable for severe weather such as snow, floods, and earthquakes, vehicles like recreational vans, sleds, which Dahe could pull, off-road vehicles and boats, tents, camping lamps, shovels, solar chargers, generators, and water purification equipment were also indispensable. Subsequently, renovations on the house would be necessary. Xia Sisi gazed at her current residence, a spacious 150-square-meter abode left to her by her parents, situated in a prime urban area. Yet, the building's low elevation troubled her. Acidic rain, floods, and heavy snow could inundate structures of 10 to 20 stories. For safety, it would be prudent to select a building above 20 stories, preferably the top floor. Residing on the top floor would provide a swift escape to the rooftop in case of emergencies, adding an extra layer of security. This train of thought led Xia Sisi to recall a minor incident from her previous life. About a month post-apocalypse, persistent acidic rain had submerged most streets, necessitating travel by boat. With societal order in shambles and food supplies dwindling, everyone frantically sought sustenance, uncertain of what lay ahead. Xia Sisi and a few companions formed an ad hoc team to scavenge for resources. By sheer chance, they arrived at a 12-story building, 2 floors of which were already submerged. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they discovered that the lower levels served as a package distribution center, while the upper levels housed various live-streaming sales companies. The building was replete with goods, yet due to the incessant rain, many items had been damaged and rendered inedible. Reflecting on this, Xia Sisi retrieved her phone and opened the map, searching for the name of that building. After several unsuccessful attempts, she quickly recognized the new Thai building from the satellite imagery. Elated, she leaped with joy, dropping the pen she held. Nearby, Dahe, who had been gnawing on a plush toy, startled at her sudden movement, turning to her with a bemused expression, his mouth still poised mid-bite. Dahe, let us go out together, Xia Sisi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Dahe, taken aback by her sudden affection, sat upright, regarding her with a look of confusion. Undeterred, Xia Sisi clipped on his leash, grabbed the car keys, and joyfully headed toward the new Thai building. She intended to find a tall building nearby to rent. Once the apocalypse arrived, and the water submerged 1 level, she and Dahe would infiltrate that building and seize all the provisions within. It would be a waste to leave them behind. After driving around the vicinity, Xia Sisi soon discovered a satisfactory high-rise. This building stood 66 stories tall and functioned as a mixed-use residential and commercial apartment complex divided into 2 sections, A and B, with expansive rooms on the top floor. The ample space was necessary for Dahe. In the event of an apocalypse, a cramped room would hinder his movement. After parking, Xia Sisi contacted the real estate agent listed on the rental app, inquiring about top-floor availability, ideally a larger unit. The agent, excited upon hearing her request, exclaimed, "You are indeed fortunate. We just had a 200-square-meter penthouse become available. Are you looking for a long-term or a short-term lease?" Dahe, observing Xia Sisi and her phone, appeared unimpressed, his head drooping slightly. "I'm downstairs. Let us discuss in person," Xia Sisi replied. The agent, thrilled, promptly provided her with a room number. Glancing back at Dahe, she retrieved 2 pet toys and a bowl of fresh water from beneath the car seat, leaving a window slightly ajar. "Dahe, I'm going to view the apartment. Please wait for me here, all right?" Dahe tilted his head slightly, grasping a bunny-shaped toy, and settled on the back seat to nibble contentedly. Sighing, Xia Sisi realized that her bond with Dahe still needed nurturing. He exhibited no reliance on her whatsoever. She particularly longed to witness Dahe exhibit separation anxiety, turning him into a true mama's boy. Upon reaching the upper floor, she found the agent waiting, eager to showcase the apartment as splendid decor and spaciousness. "Look at this view of the street. It's simply perfect," the agent said, directing her to the living room, pointing at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing before the window, Xia Sisi gazed down to find the very high rise she had been yearning for. Not only that, but this building was the tallest in the vicinity, offering a comprehensive view of the surrounding area from the top floor, which would prove advantageous for her situational awareness. "I wish to rent for 5 years, and I will handle the renovations myself. Payment every 3 months, with a deposit equivalent to 2 months' rent. Is that acceptable?" 5 years? The agent appeared taken aback. Given the higher rental prices in this area, long-term leases were uncommon. "Indeed, I wish to renovate. If you agree, we can sign the contract this afternoon," The agent nodded eagerly, a gleam of excitement in his eyes, and promptly made a call to the landlord. Given that it was the peak tourist season in the city, this price for a 5-year lease was quite favorable. The landlord stipulated that no load-bearing walls could be demolished, the structure must remain intact, and upon vacating, Xia Cixi must restore the apartment to its original condition. She readily consented, signing a hefty compensation agreement and promptly paying 3 months' rent. After 3 months, when the apocalypse struck, the landlord would likely not return for further payments. Under Xia Cixi's transformation, this apartment should provide her with a safe haven through the first 6 months of the impending calamity. Chapter 6. The Heroic Hound Post-Contract Signing. After a period of interaction, Xia Cixi found the agent to be quite agreeable, prompting her to consider enlisting his assistance in selling her family home. She proposed a price 20,000 less than market value, with one stipulation: expediency. Listen, your property is bound to be a hot commodity. Typically, once listed online, there's a swarm of buyers inquiring. If you lower the price this much, the agent rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with desire. Hold on. Let me discuss this with my boss. While the agent was on the phone, Xia Cixi quickly descended the stairs. Dahe had been in the car for nearly 2 hours. She worried about how he was faring. To her dismay, upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a crowd gathered around her vehicle, snapping photos through the windows. Panic surged through her as she rushed over, noticing a young man live streaming and directing his camera at Dahe, trying to capture his attention. From her vantage point, she could see Dahe, muscles taut, baring his teeth at the window, clearly agitated yet restrained. Xia Cixi's popularity surged unexpectedly. What are you doing? She rushed over and snatched his phone away. The young man, sporting dyed blonde hair, raised his eyebrows as he witnessed Xia Cixi's actions. Do you know that you are keeping a prohibited breed of dog? He exclaimed. Are you scared now? Not allowing photos? He seized the phone back and raised his voice, incessantly informing those around him that the large black dog was an illegal breed and that he would call the authorities to have it captured. A crowd began to gather, peering into Xia Cixi's car window, where they saw the imposing figure of the black dog, nearly filling the entire back seat. Oh my, that dog is enormous. How can one keep such a creature in the city? What if it bites someone? The blonde man's face gleamed with triumph, his words laced with disdain. My dog is none of your business. Live streaming for attention? Distorting the truth? When Xia Cixi attempted to reason with him, he shockingly reached out to push her. Fortunately, her quick reflexes from her previous life allowed her to evade him, though his hand still grazed her collar. Anger surged within her. She had intended to keep the peace with the dog safely in the car, but who could have predicted this man would be so audacious? Fuming, she glared at him, ready to confront, when suddenly there was a click. Xia Cixi's car had an automatic unlock feature. As she approached with the key, it unlocked. Bewildered, she barely registered it when a shadow leaped from the back seat, tackling the blonde man to the ground. His cries for help fell on deaf ears. The shadow pinned him down, leaping from side to side to prevent him from rising. In an instant, the onlookers stepped back, startled. Xia Cixi stood up, observing the black dog, now baring its teeth at the blonde man, feeling an indescribable emotion swell within her. Was it protecting her? What is going on here? A commanding voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. A young officer in uniform approached. The blonde lay on the ground, pale and trembling, a puddle forming beneath him. A foul odor lingering in the air. He had urinated in fear. Officer, please save me. This dog is going to eat me. She owns a prohibited breed, help me. Xia Cixi was equally astonished by the dog's actions, especially its ability to open the car door. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stepped forward and tugged at the dog's leash. Dahe, come here. Obediently, Dahe moved beside her, sitting closely while still glaring at the tattooed man, showing its formidable teeth as if to threaten. Is this a police dog? Retired, perhaps? The officer inquired, eyeing Xia Cixi. She quickly nodded, retrieving the relevant documents from the car. Aware that bringing Dahe out would attract attention, she always carried its identification. I saw it tackle the man and jump around. These tactics are used by military dogs to subdue criminals, preventing them from getting up until law enforcement arrives. The officer accepted her documents, smiling. We have a police dog in our department, very intelligent. After inspecting Dahe's papers, he returned them and fixed his hawk-like gaze on the blonde man. What did you do to provoke such a vigilant police dog? At that moment, the crowd began to rally behind Xia Cixi, voicing their support. The blonde man had indiscriminately accused her dog of being illegal and had even pushed her. Dahe had merely acted in defense of its owner. The blonde, taken aback by this turn of events, continued to argue that even a retired dog of such size should not be in a crowded area. Many military dogs suffer from stress-related disorders. If it bites someone, can saying it's a retired dog excuse it? I was merely trying to enlighten you, he insisted stubbornly. The officer's brow furrowed deeper. Dahe remained vigilant, fixated on the blonde, ready to act at Xia Cici's command. Is this military dog called Dahe? A timid voice emerged from the crowd. Xia Cici turned to see a young girl in her 20s. Do you know Dahe? The girl's eyes sparkled with recognition as she stepped forward, slowly approaching Dahe. The dog sensed her goodwill and remained still, watching her intently. Gradually, the girl's hand reached for Dahe's head. Although reluctant, Dahe did not shy away, allowing her a brief touch before retreating behind Xia Cici, resembling a shy child hesitant to engage. Even that fleeting moment made the girl ecstatic. I actually petted a hero dog. Dahe fought against criminals in S City and saved an entire team. Didn't you see it in the news? She announced to the crowd. The young officer, now connecting the dots, exclaimed, That's why the name Dahe sounded so familiar. It was featured in the news recently. I can't believe it has retired. Xia Cici knelt, gently stroking Dahe's head, pointing at a long scar on its back. It was injured too severely. It can no longer engage in strenuous activities and had to retire. As she noticed the crowd's emotional reactions, she stood tall and raised her voice. If such a heroic dog, after serving, cannot seamlessly integrate into ordinary life and enjoy a peaceful existence in a loving home, then where is our conscience? Are these military dogs' destinies merely to serve and then be discarded? They too are lives, having saved more people than many of us ever will. When I adopted Dahe, my commanding officer insisted I treat it well. Dahe is their comrade, having undergone rigorous training to stand on the front lines of danger. Dahe deserves respect and a good life, not to be slandered by petty individuals. The blonde, who had been live-streaming, wished to escalate the situation. But upon witnessing the crowd's unanimous support for Xia Cici and her impassioned speech, he hurriedly shut off the live stream. After Xia Cici finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause, with the loudest cheers coming from the young girl and the officer. Eventually, the blonde retreated in disgrace, while many continued to berate him. The girl and the officer gave Xia Cici, or rather Dahe, a thumbs up. Dahe, sitting quietly beside Xia Cici, panting without a hint of pride or arrogance, appeared even more endearing. Once the crowd dispersed, Xia Cici knelt and embraced Dahe. Dahe, were you protecting me just now? You were incredible. Dahe, slightly disdainful, pushed her away with a paw, its large eyes reflecting mild annoyance. However, after all the commotion, Dahe refused to return to the car. Reluctantly, Xia Cici led it upstairs. At that moment, the agent had finished discussing with his boss and called Xia Cici over. She thought of taking Dahe upstairs to see if it liked the spacious flat, for in the future it would also be one of the owners of that space. Due to the significantly lower selling price of Xia Cici's house compared to the market value, the owner of the agency decided to purchase it himself and resell it at a more opportune time. That very afternoon, the contract was signed. The house, located in a prime area and boasting a generous size, had consistently been a hot commodity in the city, with a market value of around 4.6 million yuan. Xia Cici benefited from a discount of 200,000 yuan, ultimately receiving 4 million yuan. After signing the contract, the agency owner promptly paid Xia Cici the deposit, stating that the transfer would be completed the following day. With the 50,000 yuan deposit in hand, Xia Cici, feeling that time was on her side, decided to indulge Big Black in a little adventure. She first visited the nearest pet shop, allowing Big Black to choose from an array of snacks and toys. Big Black, unreserved, eagerly began to sweep through the selections as Xia Cici waved her hand slightly. From various freeze-dried treats to canned food and dehydrated chicken, Big Black picked out an impressive haul. For each item that caught its fancy, Xia Cici inquired about the quantity available, insisting on taking them all. Big Black also took it upon itself to select its preferred dog food, standing before the assortment of bulk food containers, sniffing left and right to find its favorites. Xia Cici similarly asked the pet shop staff about the quantities, ensuring she would take them all. However, typical pet shops have limited stock, and after visiting 2 or 3, they managed to fill only the trunk with dog supplies. Then, Xia Cici discovered that Big Black was rather picky. It favored chicken and beef flavors, showing no interest in cod or salmon. It only reluctantly chose a couple of cans containing salmon. Looking at the trunk full of items, Xia Cici gently tapped Big Black's head, saying, "Big Black, being picky is not good. At the next shop, let us select a variety of flavors, shall we?" Big Black, seemingly oblivious, turned its head away. It was clear that when it came to food, it was quite stubborn. Thus, upon entering the next shop, Xia Cici helped it choose several cans and treats with fish flavors, thinking that a bit of variety might spice up the monotonous days ahead. After all, what if it grew tired of just chicken, beef, and venison? Human tastes evolve, and surely dogs' tastes do too. Big Black appeared somewhat displeased, sulking with its face drooping and eyes slightly rolling, conveying its disdain. Xia Cici felt quite helpless, but understood the importance of a balanced diet. Picky eaters aren't good kids. You know, let us just buy a little bit, okay? After much persuasion from Xia Cici, Big Black relented a bit. As for toys, Xia Cici noticed that Big Black had a penchant for plush toys. It seemed to adore all kinds of plush designs, even a gaudy, garishly colored little dog that Xia Cici found utterly unattractive was treated like a treasure as Big Black proudly carried it off the shelf. Some plush toys were barely the size of her palm, fitting neatly in Big Black's mouth, but if it liked them, they were worth buying. Xia Cici also purchased over 20 dog beds from several pet shops, hoping to ensure Big Black's comfort. Due to the quantity, each shop graciously included some chew sticks as a bonus. Suddenly, Xia Cici remembered that dogs also required dental care. Furthermore, with the impending apocalypse, bathing Big Black would become a challenge, as trips to the pet shop would be impossible. She then procured enough pet shampoo and toothpaste to last Big Black a lifetime. Additionally, she acquired 5 or 6 large drying machines for future grooming, knowing that post-apocalypse, Big Black would likely grow larger due to mutations. In extreme cold, a wet coat could easily lead to illness. After gathering various other supplies, Xia Cici felt thoroughly satisfied after visiting numerous pet shops. With the trunk filled to capacity, she stored the items in her space. After several back-and-forth trips, she had secured all the necessities and food for Big Black in the impending apocalypse. At that moment, Xia Cici suddenly remembered the matter of Big Black needing to relieve itself. Not only Big Black, but she herself would also need to go. Once the apocalypse struck, going outside would be untenable, as water and electricity would likely be compromised, rendering flush toilets useless. A viable solution for this predicament needed to be found. It was then that Xia Cici noticed cat litter and pet pads in the pet shop. In an instant, a plan formed in her mind. After inquiring about the prices at the pet shop and comparing them with the myriad options available online, Xia Cici opted to purchase from the internet. She ordered thousands of bags, averaging around 8 yuan each. The sheer volume of cat litter would surely leave her arms weary from handling it. As time passed, Xia Cici realized her stomach was growling with hunger. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a warmth radiating from her chest. A wave of alarm washed over her. The last time she experienced such a sensation was when she encountered the stone that could upgrade her spatial abilities. She quickly glanced around. At the service counter of the pet shop lay a stone inscribed with Taishan Stone Gondan. The stone, about the size of her palm, was grayish-black and unremarkable in appearance. Yet, Xia Cici instinctively sensed that it held something significant. Feigning interest, she circled around the stone a few times and then asked the shop owner, "Is this stone from Taishan?" The owner casually glanced at it and chuckled. "Oh, this? I bought it at the foot of Taishan while touring. There are many vendors selling them there. I just thought it looked interesting." Xia Cici smiled at the owner. "Would you be willing to sell it to me? I'm currently renovating my home and have always wanted to place a stone from Taishan for good luck, but I've never found the time." The owner chuckled and said, "This thing might not be of much use. I didn't spend much on it. If you really like it, given all the things you've bought, I'll just give it to you. But I must warn you, if it turns out to be useless, you can't blame me." Amused by the owner's humor, Xia Cici quickly denied that notion, explaining that she simply wanted it for good luck in her renovation. No matter what she said, the owner insisted on not taking her money, leaving her no choice but to buy more items from his shop. Since she had already cleared out the chicken, beef, and various other meat-flavored treats, Xia Cici had to settle for purchasing sardines, cod, and salmon to stock up more. This made Big Black somewhat unhappy, casting reproachful glances at Xia Cici, as if scolding her for being wasteful. Once they exited the pet shop, Xia Cici hurried to reassure Big Black, "Think of it as stockpiling for your future wife. What if you fall for a girl who loves these flavors? Uncertain if Big Black understood, Xia Sisi noticed it still seemed displeased. Ignoring Big Black's mood, she quickly returned to the car and retrieved the stone. Ensuring no one was around, she concentrated, and the stone entered her space. Just like the previous gold mine, the stone disintegrated into powder upon entering the space. Blue substances began to swirl out, appearing even more abundant than those in the gold mine. As these materials dispersed within the space, a tremor shook the area.
CSCC.
Startled, looked around and witnessed the sudden emergence of a small house within the space. To her astonishment, she found herself standing inside this upgraded space, which now offered a refuge. Xia Sisi curiously examined everything in her new surroundings, reaching out to touch various elements, eager to explore her transformed domain. The entire space felt devoid of a single breeze, yet the climate exuded a refreshing and comfortable essence. Upon opening the little cabin, one found it stark and empty, approximately 40 square meters in size. Outside the cabin lay a modest expanse of farmland, its soil a rich, dark hue, indicative of its fertility. At that moment, a 2-meter-long hemp rope rested upon the fertile ground, presumably where Xia Sisi had deposited weeds the previous day. Thus, could it be said that planting a weed resulted in the emergence of a hemp rope? It seemed plausible enough. Yet this lent an air of enchantment and uncertainty to the dark soil. An idea sparked in Xia Sisi's mind. She retrieved a loaf of bread from the space and buried it, eager to see what might sprout. Not far from this little cabin, scattered haphazardly, were Xia Sisi's belongings. Observing the disarray, she contemplated purchasing some shelves, for the current arrangement rendered the space inefficient. After a couple of curious turns around the area, excitement surged within her as countless ideas began to take form, envisioning how to gradually organize this space. In times of danger, it could serve as a temporary refuge. Yet, she pondered whether Dahe could enter. With this thought, Xia Sisi hurriedly exited the space. Upon her return, she found Dahe anxiously pacing in the car, emitting soft whimpers of concern. However, the moment it laid eyes on Xia Sisi, it fell silent, momentarily taken aback, but quickly resuming its usual aloof demeanor. Its face slightly drooping. Xia Sisi, biting her lip, thought, "You pretend all you want. Clearly, you are worried about me, yet you feign indifference. Let us see how long you can keep that up." Her mind wandered, considering whether Dahe would be startled if it suddenly entered the space. Gripping Dahe's paw, she willed herself into the space, only to discover that she alone had crossed the threshold. Dahe remained outside. It appeared that the space permitted only one living entity at a time, a person or another creature, but not two simultaneously. Whether this was a temporary restriction or a permanent one remained uncertain. She resolved to explore further. Perhaps she might uncover something to elevate the space's capabilities. Dahe's calm demeanor during Xia Sisi's disappearance surprised her. It merely lay on the seat, lifting its eyelids only slightly in response to her sudden appearances and disappearances. This commotion had only intensified Xia Sisi's hunger. At this moment, she longed for a restaurant nearby known for its exquisite dim sum, Mingjia dim sum, famous for its delectable offerings such as crab roe buns, molten lava buns, black truffle rice rolls, and crystal shrimp dumplings. Each dish was a tantalizing delight. Yet, Dahe was unable to accompany her to the restaurant, and Xia Sisi felt uneasy leaving it alone in the car. She thus decided to return home. Nevertheless, she had already resolved that the following day she would visit that establishment and indulge in a feast of dim sum. In the event of an apocalypse, when spirits were low or stress overwhelming, she could savor a platter of these delightful morsels. The sweet and tender texture, combined with the fragrant filling, would undoubtedly evoke a profound sense of happiness. Upon returning home, she suddenly realized the brilliance of a delivery service. She hurriedly placed an order for a copious amount of dim sum, enlisting the help of a courier to bring it to her. Additionally, she ordered all her favorite foods from nearby, opting for delivery whenever possible. Thus, from the moment Xia Sisi returned home until she retired for the night, the doorbell rang incessantly. "Hello, your 60 buns have arrived. Hello, your 30 servings of fried chicken have arrived. Hello, your 20 servings of spicy stew have arrived." In Chapter 9, Playing with Scoundrels, Xia Sisi noticed Dahe beside her, clearly disturbed by the noise. Yet, there was little she could do but gently stroke its small head, urging it to remain calm. Alongside this, she took a fried chicken leg, tearing the meat and skin into pieces to feed it slowly. "You mustn't indulge too much. It's better for you to have boiled meat and your pet food. Too much salt will make you lose your fur, and then you'll be a bald dog. And the other female dogs will avoid you. Dahe consumed its meal without lifting its head, only raising it afterward to look at Xia Sisi with a pleading expression, as if to say it wanted more. Xia Sisi sighed. It seemed her previous admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. Before retiring for the night, Xia Sisi retrieved a concealed knife, practicing a series of martial arts moves she had learned before the apocalypse, feeling the strain in her arms and legs. Her current physical condition was undeniably poor. Tomorrow morning, she vowed to start running, to exercise, to practice martial arts, and to regain the strength she had possessed in her previous life before the end of the world. That night, before going to bed, Xia Sisi received a text from Lin Yi, affectionate and sentimental, reminiscing about their shared experiences over the years and expressing excitement about their impending engagement. To avoid raising Lin Yi's suspicions, she reluctantly removed him from her blacklist. However, upon reading the message, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Still unaware of the unsavory activities he was engaged in with Hao Rou. In her past life, Xia Sisi had come to realize how she had been manipulated. Hao Rou was indeed the schemer behind Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi lacked integrity, he was not particularly astute. It was Hao Rou who orchestrated their deceptions from the shadows. Thus, while she harbored resentment toward Lin Yi, her true ire was directed at the treacherous and duplicitous Hao Rou. Xia Sisi wished to avoid entanglements and simply replied that she understood, suggesting they discuss matters in detail another day, as she was feeling exhausted. Lin Yi responded with a gentle goodnight. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. He certainly knew how to act. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, nestled in Hao Rou's embrace, frowned at Xia Sisi's text. Xia Rou, what do you think Xia Sisi means by this? I feel like she has grown distant. Hao Rou, glancing at the message, was similarly perplexed. She reassured Lin Yi, suggesting he not worry, then rose to call Xia Sisi. Upon seeing Hao Rou's call, Xia Sisi was initially engulfed in fury, soon doused by a cascade of cold realization. Since her return, apart from stockpiling supplies and caring for her dog, her only sentiments toward the pair of deceitful lovers were resentment, tinged with the bitterness of her past life. She longed to see them brought low. Thus, her impatience was evident. Reflecting on this, she recognized it was entirely irrational. Taking a deep breath and steadying herself, she finally answered the call from Hao Rou.
Sisi.
I heard from Lin Yi that you two had a quarrel. What happened? The concerned words from the other end of the line reached her ears. Xia Sisi felt a cold smile curling her lips but maintained her composure, feigning a touch of grievance. Hao Rou, you are my best friend, and you know Lin Yi. Tell me, does Lin Yi not like me? She sensed a pause on the other end, as if Hao Rou had not anticipated such a question. Then, a reprimanding tone emerged. Sisi, what are you saying? As an orphan, receiving the affection of the Lin family is already a blessing. If Lin Yi didn't like you, why would he agree to the engagement? Do you think the Lin family is just any family? Here we go again. Another round of manipulation aimed at Xia Sisi. She pretended to sniffle, but I heard that if someone likes you, they can't help but want to be physically close. Why does Lin Yi always avoid physical contact with me? Naturally, Lin Yi desired to be close to Xia Sisi. However, Hao Rou was not keen on that. Xia Sisi spoke with deliberate intent, aiming to stab at Hao Rou's heart. Indeed, Hao Rou fell silent for a moment. When she finally spoke again, her voice trembled slightly. Sisi, Lin Yi respects you. He wishes for a perfect marital haven after your wedding. Where can one find such a good man nowadays? How could you become so promiscuous as to entertain such thoughts? She lamented. Look, you're engaging in PUA again. Yes, it's my fault. I overthink things. I sometimes just wish to hold Lin Yi's hand or share a kiss. After all, that's how couples around me behave. Yet, Lin Yi seems to avoid me at all costs.
In truth, Xia Sisi lied.
Lin Yi had indeed kissed her, and not just once. The memory now repulsed her. However, in Hao Rou's eyes, kissing was absolutely impermissible. Xia Sisi's words were crafted to make Hao Rou believe that Lin Yi was in control, just as she was. As expected, Hao Rou's tone brightened considerably. After a few more words of persuasion from Hao Rou, Xia Sisi feigned a sobbing farewell and ended the call. Once the line went dead, Xia Sisi let out a cold snort, thinking, you all mistakenly believe me to be a fool, still thinking I am that naive girl. This way, when I exact my revenge, it will be swift and clean. Once finished with the call, Xia Sisi noticed that Dahe, her large dog, had been watching her with a tilted head, looking utterly astonished. Perhaps her earlier act of fake crying had bewildered him. Xia Sisi found it amusing. Such human emotions were beyond the comprehension of this innocent little dog. She reached out and gently patted Da Hei's head. Overall, the day had been quite fulfilling. That evening, after giving Da Hei a thorough rubdown, she invited him to join her in bed. Initially, Da Hei seemed uncomfortable, unaccustomed to the softness of the bed and the sensation of being held by Xia Sisi. After a while she fell asleep, he suddenly jumped off the bed and retreated to his doghouse. Xia Sisi, not wanting to force him, thought that emotions must be nurtured gradually and drifted off to sleep. However, to her surprise, when she awoke the next morning, she found Da Hei sleeping soundly beside her. The moment she opened her eyes, he too alertly opened his large eyes fixed on her. "Good morning, Da Hei." Xia Sisi embraced his furry head and planted a hearty kiss on it. Da Hei's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression fell, resembling a cold-hearted rogue. Nevertheless, Xia Sisi maintained a positive attitude, choosing to overlook his indifferent demeanor. The first thing Xia Sisi did upon waking was to enter her space, eager to see what had become of the bread she had planted earlier. To her dismay, nothing had sprouted. It remained just bread. This revelation indicated that the black soil was not suitable for every seed, and she would need to conduct further research. At least for now, the bread seemed unwelcome in this soil, and she wondered if a future upgrade of her space would yield different results. After returning the bread, she exited the space, resolving to manage her stockpiling and Lin Yi's affairs in the coming days. Once the apocalypse arrived, she would have ample time to delve into her space. After freshening up, she took Da Hei for a morning run and a leisurely stroll. Once that was completed, she led him to a nearby breakfast shop to place an order. Xia Sisi indulged in various treats: soup dumplings, tofu pudding, soy milk, delicious fried cakes, soft rice balls, meat buns with thin skins and generous fillings, tender boiled corn, sweet millet porridge, and a savory, fragrant congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Chapter 10. Shopping spree. As long as it caught Xia Sisi's eye, she would buy it all. She ordered over 50 portions, claiming it was for a company catering event. Xia Sisi visited several shops and sampled various food stalls. Naturally, her youthful appearance led to questions about her age, but she dismissed them, opting to pay directly via QR code. The shop owners, seeing her decisiveness, were more than happy to prepare her orders. Xia Sisi assured them that for the next fortnight, she would be back for 50 breakfasts daily, which brightened their expressions. Her car was parked nearby. After collecting her orders, she would place the food in her car before storing it in her space. There was a particular vendor selling large buns whose sweet, thin skin and generous fillings delighted her immensely. Calculating that she could eat 3 in one sitting, she decided to order 200 assorted buns each morning, placing an order for an entire month. Da Hei also relished the large buns. Xia Sisi planned to explore the night market that evening and, during the day, intended to handle matters concerning her property and purchase several large shelves along with essential household items: laundry detergent, towels, cups, kitchenware, and disposable containers. Most importantly, she aimed to stockpile food. Having already made an online purchase, she now had the funds to acquire supplies by the ton. She rented a warehouse and arranged for delivery to a designated location, planning to transfer the goods into her space once the delivery personnel left. Watching her space gradually fill up brought a smile to Xia Sisi's face. She had a fondness for tropical fruits such as jackfruit, durian, and custard apple, but these delicacies were rather expensive in the northern region where she lived. One evening, she contacted customer service through a live streaming platform, expressing her desire for a batch of tropical fruits. These fruits were sold by the truckload, and she arranged for delivery. Initially, the vendor thought it was a joke, but Xia Sisi insisted on speaking directly with them. After an hour of negotiation and a deposit payment, the deal was sealed. About a week later, the vendor's truck arrived, unloading at a site near the warehouse. After settling the final payment and sending the vendor on their way, Xia Sisi eagerly tore open a custard apple and savored its sweet, delectable taste. After indulging in shopping for nearly half a month, one morning, having just returned home with various breakfast items and a hay in tow, Xia Sisi received a phone call. On the other end was Zhao Ying, a university classmate with whom Xia Sisi had a strained relationship. As soon as Xia Sisi answered, Zhao Ying began with biting sarcasm, accusing her of boasting about her boyfriend and their impending engagement while claiming he was unfaithful. Xia Sisi suddenly recalled a similar incident from her past life. Her relationship with Zhao had never been amicable, and she had been so infatuated with Lin Yi at the time that she had lashed out at Zhao, later complaining to Lin Yi about her jealousy. Reflecting on it now, she felt quite foolish. Zhao, do you have time to meet today? She asked. With the summer holidays upon them, Zhao was surprised by Xia Cixi's calm demeanor. I'll treat you to your favorite Sichuan cuisine. Don't worry. I hold no malice. Although we haven't been close at school, if I recall correctly, you two have been wronged by your ex-boyfriend. Consider this a chance for us to bond over revenge against unfaithful men. Perhaps Xia Cixi's words swayed Zhao, as she agreed to meet. Xia Cixi then inquired how she knew about Lin Yi's infidelity. Zhao explained that her family owned a hotel, and while working the front desk that morning, she had seen Lin Yi checking out with another woman. Of course, she wasn't entirely sure it was Lin Yi, having only seen a photo. But she relished the chance to provoke Xia Cixi. In her previous life, Xia Cixi had never clarified matters with Zhao, but she never anticipated such undeniable proof would come to light. Moreover, Zhao could undoubtedly be Xia Cixi's invaluable ally. Just as Xia Cixi was contemplating how to rid herself of the scoundrel Lin Yi, Zhao appeared. She implored Zhao to keep this matter private, and after a prolonged silence, Zhao, perhaps taken aback by Xia Cixi's humility, finally agreed. During the day, Xia Cixi efficiently handled the arrangements for the property through the agency. The agency, seemingly fearful of her changing her mind, operated with remarkable speed. The bank would release the funds in about half a month. Coincidentally, Xia Cixi found herself with dwindling resources. Her parents had left her a substantial inheritance before their passing. But over the years, as she focused on her studies and daily expenses, coupled with her recent fervent accumulation of goods, she had already spent half of it. In another 2 weeks, she was confident that her remaining funds would be entirely depleted. Though she had not yet touched the other half of her stocks and funds, she devised a plan to leverage these assets to extract further advantages from the Lin family. Regarding the funds and stocks given to Lin Yi's family, Xia Cixi knew it would be challenging to reclaim them entirely, but she hoped to retrieve at least a portion depending on the circumstances. However, by combining her remaining stocks and funds with what she planned to relinquish to the Lin family, she was certain of a profitable outcome. The loan from the house sale would enable her to stockpile even more supplies. In summary, her mantra was simple. Buy. Before the appointed time with Zhao, Xia Cixi visited a nearby market and ordered over 80 shelves, each 5 meters high, 3 meters long, and over a meter wide. The varying gaps between the shelves were perfectly suited for her storage needs. After paying a deposit, the owner instructed her to return in half a month to collect her goods. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the factory had plastic water storage barrels, each capable of holding 50 tons of water, intended for factories to store liquid food prior to canning. Without hesitation, she ordered 100 of these barrels, recognizing the impending scarcity of water resources in the apocalypse. She planned to fill them completely, ensuring she wouldn't have to rush for water later, especially for tasks like washing clothes or bathing her dog, which would be wasteful if done with bottled water. These barrels would also be ready for pickup in half a month. After a flurry of activity, Xia Cixi realized it was nearly time to meet Zhao, so she hurriedly drove to the shopping mall. Zhao, hailing from Sichuan, was known for her fiery temperament and love for Sichuan cuisine. They had settled on a Sichuan restaurant within the mall for their meeting. Upon arrival, Zhao rolled her eyes at Xia Cixi and presented the information she had uncovered from an internal system, revealing that Lin Yi was indeed registered as a guest. Shockingly, his companion was none other than Xia Cixi's childhood friend and confidant, Hao Rou. Chapter 11. Renovating the house in this life. It seemed these two had truly become entangled once more. After confirming with Zhao, Xia Cixi learned that Lin Yi and Hao Rou had booked a room for 4 days, with tonight marking only the second night. A plethora of betrayal scenes from novels flooded Xia Cixi's mind, along with various strategies, live streaming, storming in with a group, exposing them, or publicly humiliating them by stripping the mistress of her clothes. However, these ideas felt implausible to Xia Cixi, given the Lin family's reputation. If she made this situation public, it was likely that not only would the Lin family refuse to annul their engagement, but they might also withhold her inheritance of her parents' fund shares and even turn against her, potentially tarnishing her reputation in the process. For the sake of preserving their family's honor, the Lin family could resort to desperate measures. The time for confronting Hao Rou and exposing her would have to wait until societal order collapsed during the apocalypse. At that point, Xia Cici could deal with the duo as she wished. I can only assist you so much. I originally couldn't stand you, but thought we'd commiserate together over dinner. Zhaoing remarked, rolling her eyes again. Xia Cici reflected on her cold demeanor, which often led her to refrain from venting her frustrations and had occasionally resulted in her not giving Zhaoing the respect she deserved. In that moment, an idea sparked in Xia Cici's mind, one that would require Zhao Ying's help. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Zhaoing and said, Zhaoing, I need your assistance. I acknowledge my stubbornness in the past, and I promise not to oppose you in the future. Zhaoing appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised by Xia Cici's words. However, after a brief pause, she nodded in agreement. A quiet smile crept onto Xia Cici's lips. This was a significant breakthrough.
Lin Yi.
This time, she would sever all ties with you and the Lin family. After parting ways with Zhaoing, Xia Cici contacted the matriarch of the Lin family, who was over 80 years old and in good health. In her youth, she had been a formidable figure, and even now, she wielded considerable influence within the household. Xia Cici suspected that while the matriarch might not be entirely unaware of Lin Yi's actions, she could not possibly know every detail, especially regarding his liaison with Hao Rou. The matriarch harbored a deep disdain for infidelity, a sentiment stemming from her own past experiences. Years ago, Lin Yi's father had been involved with another woman, nearly suffering a severe consequence at the hands of the matriarch. Moreover, in her youth, she had harbored a fondness for Xia Cici's grandfather, which she had pursued with great fervor. Xia Cici intended to leverage this connection to completely disentangle herself from the Lin family. She informed the matriarch that she would take her out for a drive, promising to pick her up the following evening. The matriarch expressed delight and mentioned donning her favorite silk scarf. Taking a deep breath, Xia Cici ended the call, hoping fervently that the matriarch wouldn't be so agitated that she tore her scarf in frustration. After a long day of running errands, Xia Cici returned home feeling somewhat fatigued. Upon opening the door, she found Da He sitting at the entrance, had bowed, his eyes rolling upward, gazing at her with an expression of discontent, as if to say, "Where have you been?" His forlorn demeanor elicited a chuckle from Xia Cici. Quickly, she retrieved the roast chicken she had purchased earlier and tore off 2 pieces to feed Da He. "Look what I brought you, Da He. Come here. Let me feed you." Da He's mood lifted slightly at the sight of food, and he eagerly took the chicken from her hand and scampered off to enjoy his treat. Later that evening, after taking Da He for a walk, Xia Cici visited a nearby convenience store to buy a plethora of fresh vegetables. She planned to prepare some meals after her physical training that night, confident in her culinary skills. Additionally, the 5,000 disposable food containers she had ordered online had finally arrived. In the upcoming months, whenever she had the time, she intended to cook a variety of delectable dishes, striving to fill all 5,000 containers. As she strolled with Da He, they passed a bubble tea shop. The enticing, beautifully packaged drinks, wafting with sweet aromas, caught Xia Cici's attention, and she slapped her thigh in realization. With all the provisions I've hoarded these past few days, how could I forget the bubble tea? She exclaimed. Bubble. Such a delightful source of happiness. Just 1 cup would invigorate me for the entire day. Without delay, she began searching for nearby bubble tea shops, her dog in tow. As long as one finds it appealing, let each establishment serve 30 cups. Varieties such as lemon green tea, pineapple fresh milk, berry cheese, rose taro, and jade ice, among others. The bubble tea shop before Xia Cici must not be overlooked. She directly selected a diverse assortment of 40 cups and, after settling the payment, carried a plethora of bubble tea away. Upon reaching a secluded spot, she promptly stored them in her space. With thoughts of incorporating these delightful beverages into her shopping list starting tomorrow, Xia Cici felt her spirits lift considerably. Da He showed little interest in such sugary treats, and Xia Cici was cautious not to let him indulge indiscriminately. Thus, after walking the dog home, she held a colossal cup of bubble tea in one hand while leading Da He with the other, her mood immensely joyous. That evening, she resumed her training with a sword and practiced her martial arts to bolster her physical strength. Simultaneously, Xia Cici began to organize her belongings, preparing to pack everything as the house had been sold. The agreement with the agency allowed her 5 days to vacate. Today, she took the opportunity to find a reputable renovation company for her new home, intending to reinforce the glass and flooring based on her specifications, apply insulation materials to the walls, and install 2 stoves, those that require coal and wood for fuel. Once lit, these stoves would warm the entire house, with Xia Cici's bed positioned right beside one. Initially, She contemplated constructing a traditional heated Kong, but she dismissed the idea, realizing it would confine her movements to a limited space, proving impractical. If time permits later, she might consider it. Moreover, the security of windows and doors was paramount. In anticipation of the impending apocalypse, fortifying against extreme weather was one aspect, but protecting against those with ulterior motives was even more critical. Hence, the sturdiness of the doors and windows was of utmost importance. For the glass, Xia Sisi opted for bulletproof versions, reinforcing all windows with 2-inch wide railings. The door was chosen to be the most robust, featuring a 2-layer structure, with the outer layer being a 4-centimeter thick stainless steel gate. Chapter 12. Playfulness. She had yet to finalize the inner door, planning to inspect options in the coming days. That evening, she minimally packed her scant belongings. Sitting amidst a pile of clutter, Xia Sisi gazed nostalgically at the old house she was about to leave, feeling a pang of reluctance. This space had been a cherished gift from her parents. Had it not been unsuitable for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, she would never have considered leaving. Among the items she was sorting were many trivial mementos that would be burdensome in the apocalypse, such as her diary from elementary school, a wide butterfly hairpin, the photo album left by her parents, and the yearbook signed by classmates at graduation. These items held no practical value, yet they embodied her life and memories. In her previous life, she had no time to carry these small treasures, ultimately having to abandon this very home. The only keepsake she managed to pocket was a family portrait. Now, having the time to organize these belongings filled her with profound happiness. Taking a deep breath, she placed the neatly packed items into the small space she had created. Although it was a modest area, Xia Sisi endeavored to arrange everything in an orderly manner, even intentionally matching the layout of the room. If ever given the chance in the future, she aspired to restore the memory of this house. While Xia Sisi was lost in thought, gazing at the family portrait that had accompanied her for years, Dehe suddenly nudged his large head against her, startling her. His dark eyes fixated on her, reflecting a hint of concern. At that moment, Xia Sisi realized that tears were streaming down her cheeks. "Are you worried about me?" "I'm fine," she rasped, gently stroking Dehe's head. This large dog was undeniably adorable, and this was the first time in days he had sought her embrace. Did this signify that Dehe was gradually growing fond of her? The thought brought her immense joy, prompting her to reach out for a tighter hold. However, Dehe, sensing her tranquility, swiftly darted away, leaving behind a shadowy rear. With a resigned sigh, Xia Sisi acknowledged the dog's slightly aloof demeanor. Before bedtime, she unexpectedly received a message from Lin Yi. This time, he was equally repulsive, inundating her with nauseating sentiments of nostalgia and future aspirations. Imagining Lin Yi entwined with Hao Ro at that moment made her stomach churn. What kind of twisted humor would compel someone to incessantly disturb her at such times? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, convinced that she could not let this pair of scoundrels off so easily. With that in mind, she glanced at the flood of nostalgic and hopeful messages on her phone and allowed a slight smile to escape her lips. Lin Yi, dear brother, upon reflection, I realize my words that day may have been a bit harsh. I've been struggling to eat and sleep these past few days. Would you come and keep me company? We should have a heart-to-heart. After sending this message, she waited a considerable time without a reply. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she mused. Who can't play the role of a green tea BTCH? Perhaps Lin Yi and Hao Ro are embroiled in a fierce argument right now. Or maybe Hao Ro is feigning generosity, playing the victim while manipulating Lin Yi. But Xia Sisi knew Lin Yi's character well. Even if he liked Hao Ro, even if he harbored no feelings for her, he would never let go of such a tempting opportunity. Now that Xia Sisi had extended this olive branch, he would undoubtedly seize it. Yet, it appeared that Hao Ro's charm was truly formidable. 10 minutes later, there was still no response.
Xia Sisi end.
Feeling drowsy and ready for bed, she sent another text. Lin Yi, dear brother, I know this may seem sudden, but after dating for so long, we should take that next step. Tonight, I'm pushing myself. I'll be waiting for you at the XX Hotel on XX Road. Just tell the front desk you're going to room 1203. After sending this, she turned off her phone and went to sleep. That night was filled with sweet dreams. The reference to room 1203 at the XX Hotel was not arbitrary. In her previous life, Xia Sisi had encountered a wealthy heir who was known for his reckless behavior. It was rumored that he frequently occupied room 1203 at that hotel. Tonight, she intended for Lin Yi to take a chance. If he were to face rejection, She would surely wake up laughing in her dreams. The following morning, when Xia Cixi checked her phone, she was surprised to find dozens of missed calls and numerous messages. Among them were texts from both Lin Yi and Hao Rou. Intrigued, she opened Lin Yi's messages first. They began with a flurry of inquiries. Where are you? I'm at the hotel. Why can't I reach you? Followed by several more along the same vein, expressing his frustration at being unable to access room 1203. The timestamp indicated that the next message came 20 minutes later. Xia Cixi, what is going on? Why is there a man inside? Where are you?
Speak.
Then came a stream of insults. It was evident that Lin Yi was genuinely agitated and had likely gotten into a scuffle. Xia Cixi raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. Upon exiting Lin Yi's chat history, Xia Cixi opened Hao Rou's messages. The tone here was altogether different. Hao Rou feigned deep concern, stating that Lin Yi had messaged her about Xia Cixi contemplating giving him her first time, imploring Cixi to reconsider. Cixi, a woman's first time is of utmost importance. You must think this through. I heard Lin Yi mention you sought him out at a hotel. You're not that kind of girl, are you? What has happened? Xia Cixi felt nauseated reading this. How hypocritical. Following this, Hao Rou continued to masquerade her intentions as concern, all while subtly attempting to dissuade Xia Cixi from pursuing anything with Lin Yi. Eventually, it became apparent through Hao Rou's text that she had even visited the hotel, only to join Lin Yi in disparaging Xia Cixi and questioning her intentions, defending Lin Yi in the process. It was a pity not to witness this drama unfold firsthand.
Xia Cixi siged.
Assuming the two had merely been startled the previous night and wouldn't rise early today, she decided to focus on her own affairs. Chapter 13. Who can't pretend to be a green tea bitch? She resumed her routine of walking the dog, jogging, and purchasing breakfast, while casually exploring the supermarket for any items she may have missed. Xia Cixi discovered that Dahe had an astonishing appetite and possessed an insatiable love for meat. Previously, Rin Xiaowei had informed her that this breed was quite costly to maintain due to its muscular physique requiring significant protein intake. Thus, each morning, in addition to dog food, Xia Cixi boiled beef or chicken breast for Dahe. Yet, it devoured the food ravenously, as if starved. After a couple of days of feeding, she noticed it had actually lost a bit of weight. With no alternative, she reached out to Rin Xiaowei, only to find out she had been underfeeding it. Consequently, upon returning from her morning walk and witnessing Dahe burying its entire head in the pot, voraciously consuming, she realized she would need to purchase more meat than anticipated. In this post-apocalyptic world, meat had become a scarce resource, with many willing to fight over a mere slice or sausage, especially in the early days when the consumption of mutated creatures had yet to be studied. After resolving matters with Lin Yi today, she planned to arrange for workers to commence renovations tomorrow and intended to take Dahe to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs. Xia Cixi recalled a few large slaughterhouses in the area, accommodating cattle, sheep, and pigs. Today was laden with tasks. During the day, she supervised the workers' progress. The doors and windows were relatively easy to install, but the walls required modifications and the application of anti-corrosion materials. This included the interior and exterior walls, as well as the rooftop of Xia Cixi's penthouse, which required meticulous treatment. In the morning, she had reported to the property management, who did not inquire too deeply, merely advising her to maintain the overall aesthetics of the building. Around 10, Xia Cixi received a frantic call from Lin Yi. After a few exchanged words, she promptly adjusted her demeanor and, feigning a sob, said, "Brother Lin Yi, I mistakenly sent the wrong room number yesterday. I panicked and turned off my phone, fearing your rejection. When I saw you hadn't come, I assumed you disagreed, and fell asleep. I only just saw your and Rou's messages this morning." Lin Yi fell silent, taken aback by her rare display of vulnerability. Xia Cixi smirked internally, knowing she had caught him off guard, and continued, "Moreover, I saw Rou's message, and realized my prior thoughts were somewhat hasty. Since fate led me to send the wrong room number, it must mean I shouldn't rush into decisions. I believe it is best to wait until after our engagement to discuss this further." Hearing this, Lin Yi grew anxious. Yet no matter how he pressed, Xia Cixi clung to Rou's counsel and the notion that it was destiny, resolutely refusing to entertain the idea of their physical entanglement. Ultimately, Lin Yi had no choice but to hang up in resignation. Once the call ended, Xia Cixi could hardly contain her laughter. Beside her, Dahe tilted its head, observing the curled-up figure of Xia Cixi, who was stifling laughter until her stomach hurt. After a while, she regained her composure and, upon lifting her head, was met with Da-Hei's canine face. Oh Da-Hei, you cannot fathom the joy I feel at this moment. Although Lin Yi would not confront Hao Rou, he would undoubtedly harbor some resentment toward her. Conversely, Hao Rou, eager to placate Lin Yi, would likely pamper him tonight, creating an opportune moment for Xia Sisi to execute her plans. Additionally, the satisfaction derived from troubling these disloyal individuals brought her immense pleasure. After regaining her composure, she busied herself once more. By the afternoon, Xia Sisi selected a sturdy steel security door from the building materials market. The door was robust and designed to resist typical tools, and she requested the vendor to reinforce the lock before she was satisfied. This way, her home would be secured with 2 doors, a large stainless steel gate and the newly acquired security door. Should anyone knock, she could open the inner door and converse with them through the security door. Having labored throughout the day, she ensured the doors and windows were adequately prepared, planning to oversee the anti-corrosion treatment the following day. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, Xia Sisi decided it was time to pick up Grandma Lin. Initially, Grandma Lin intended to invite Xia Sisi for dinner, but Sisi suggested they try a delightful new restaurant she had discovered, promising to take Grandma Lin for a joyride. The family's bodyguards and Lin Yi's sister, Lin Xinran, would accompany them, and Xia Sisi did not object. Xia Sisi genuinely knew of an excellent restaurant specializing in Cantonese cuisine, helmed by a chef with a legacy spanning generations. Upon entering the restaurant, Grandma Lin's expression revealed her excitement. Xia Sisi couldn't help but smile. Her grandfather had been a master chef, particularly renowned for his Cantonese dishes. Legend had it that Grandma Lin was once captivated by her grandfather's culinary prowess. The restaurant's decor evoked nostalgia, reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s. Observing Grandma Lin's demeanor, Xia Sisi could tell she was reminiscing about her grandfather. The meal they shared was delightful, filled with laughter as Xia Sisi recounted amusing anecdotes from her grandfather's later years, eliciting hearty laughs from Grandma Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Xinran sulked in displeasure, clearly disapproving of Xia Sisi. When Xia Sisi excused herself to the restroom, Lin Xinran followed closely, demanding, "Xia Sisi, what are you up to? I can't shake the feeling that you have an ulterior motive for buttering up my grandmother today, even invoking your grandfather." Lin Xinran was no fool. But Xia Sisi had no desire to engage further, merely responding with a smile, inciting Lin Xinran's frustration. As Lin Xinran stepped outside to take a call, Grandma Lin seized the opportunity to delicately place a tender shrimp dumpling in her mouth, her sharp gaze fixated on Xia Sisi.
Sisi?
If there is something you wish to discuss, let us address it openly. I'm quite weary, and I must be heading home shortly. Xia Sisi gazed at Grandma Lin and sighed. Grandma Lin, have you found happiness throughout your life? Grandma Lin was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, she replied, I have a house full of children and grandchildren. What is there to be unhappy about? But what if you had been with my late husband all those years ago? Or, if Grandpa Lin had not strayed? The latter part of Xia Sisi's thought remained unspoken. It was well known that Grandpa Lin had been unfaithful with a girl 2 decades his junior. In her youth, Grandma Lin had decisively sent the mistress abroad, but it was rumored that the mistress had become pregnant, a lingering threat. In recent years, it had come to light that the child had grown and was now in their 20s, likely poised to return home to claim a share of the family fortune. Chapter 14. A wild game. Grandpa Lin's health had deteriorated significantly, and Grandma Lin had grown increasingly concerned about this matter.
Xia Sisi?
I have known your grandfather and our Lin family for ages. You and Lin Yi are even betrothed in a sense. That is why I share so much with you. What is your intention in bringing up these matters? Why did you summon me here today? Grandma Lin's expression darkened instantly. Yet for Xia Sisi, it mattered little. Her anger only indicated how much she cared. Grandma Lin, I do not wish to marry Lin Yi, and I believe he does not desire to marry me either, Xia Sisi declared. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lin's expression darkened further. Do not speak nonsense. Lin Yi has long awaited our engagement, and we have already sent out the invitations. Now you wish to call off the engagement? Where do you think that leaves our family's reputation? Xia Sisi gritted her teeth and looked at Grandma Lin. I have evidence. Let me show it to you now. Although Grandma Lin initially intended to refuse, Xia Sisi quickly added, Grandma Lin, you know my parents passed away early, and my grandfather raised me alone. His last wish was for my happiness, and he told me that if I had any troubles, I could seek your counsel. I do not wish to lead a life like yours. It would surely sadden my grandfather. Grandma Lin stared at the shrimp dumpling in her hand, silent for a long while. Eventually, she placed the dumpling in her mouth and said, "Show me the evidence you mentioned." Half an hour later, Xia Sisi, Lin Xinran, and Grandma Lin arrived at Zhao Ying's hotel. Upon seeing the hotel, Lin Xinran immediately took out her phone. Throughout the journey, she had repeatedly attempted to alert Lin Yi via text, only to be thwarted by Xia Sisi and Grandma Lin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she made a move to flee with her phone. However, Xia Sisi, having trained diligently in recent days, seized the opportunity and swiftly broke her phone. "What are you doing?"
Xia Sisi?
Lin Xinran exclaimed in frustration. Xia Sisi pointed to the shattered pieces on the ground. "I will replace it tomorrow, but for now, do not ruin this for us. Otherwise, I will expose your brother's other misdeeds, and the whole city will mock him. We can resolve this discreetly and still preserve some dignity for your Lin family." Grandma Lin's expression also turned stern. "Xinran, if you are here, you must adhere to the rules." Lin Xinran fell silent, glaring at Xia Sisi. Zhao Ying, who had been informed beforehand, sighed and handed Lin Yi's room card to Xia Sisi. "Do not let this information slip. I will bear the responsibility." The room card was not something to be given lightly, and Zhao Ying's compliance indicated her willingness to shoulder the risk. Xia Sisi nodded in gratitude, refraining from further comments as she led Grandma Lin and Lin Xinran upstairs. Upon reaching the door of the room, they were greeted by peals of laughter. "Brother Lin, do I look beautiful like this?" It was the voice of Hao Ro. "Little Ro from our family is beautiful no matter what." Lin Yi's voice was laced with a hint of lewdness. "Compared to your fiancé, how do I measure up? You abandoned me last night to seek her out." Hao Ro's tone turned more playful. What does she have to offer? Were it not for her dowry, I would never associate with such a dull woman. I sought her out merely to placate her, given her recent mood." Lin Yi's tone was no longer his usual refined self, but rather insidiously suggestive. "So, Brother Lin, who do you think is better, me or her?" Hao Ro's voice dripped with seduction. "Of course, it's you. Come here for a kiss." Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xia Sisi glanced at Grandma Lin, whose expression had darkened. Meanwhile, Lin Xinran, who had remained quiet, suddenly cried out, "Brother, we're outside the door." This troublesome woman. Xia Sisi hastily swiped the room card and pushed open the door. The room erupted into chaos, with objects being knocked over and sounds of fabric rustling. Yet, Xia Sisi acted swiftly. Lin Yi and Hao Ro had no time to dress and were forced to hide beneath the covers. Scattered on the floor were several unsightly items. This pair was indeed engaged in reckless behavior. Grandma Lin strode in with a darkened demeanor, trembling as she pointed at Lin Yi. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi's face turned pale as he glanced between Xia Sisi and his grandmother, finally stammering, We were rehearsing for a play. We've been participating in an event recently." Xia Sisi couldn't help but laugh at such a pathetic excuse. Lin Yi truly lacked wit. Lin Xinran hurried to defend Grandma. "It doesn't seem like a big deal. They're just friends having a conversation at a hotel. Let's not disturb them." Xia Sisi shot Lin Xinran a glare and stepped forward, yanking the covers off Lin Yi and Hao Ro. Beneath the covers, Lin Yi was completely naked, while Hao Ro wore a tight leather skirt and a bell around her neck. Upon seeing the covers lifted, she leapt onto Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Brother Lin." Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, such affectionate calling. At that moment, Grandma Lin seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and exchanged glances with Lin Xinran, who promptly turned to close the door. With a smile, Grandma Lin turned to Xia Sisi. "My dear, this situation can be viewed in many ways." Although she claimed to be there for Xia Sisi, it was evident that she sought to protect Lin Yi. After all, he was the grandson of the Lin family. It appeared that Grandma Lin had been assessing how much evidence Xia Sisi possessed all along. Xia Sisi confronted Grandma Lin. "What do you mean? I thought we had an agreement." Grandma Lin sighed. "Lin Yi has not yet married you. After marriage, I assure you, he will not engage in such behavior again." Xia Sisi finally understood. The Lin family believed that without marriage, there were no legal constraints, and thus both parties remained single and free to indulge. It seemed that fidelity before and after marriage could be so easily exchanged in their eyes. Grandma Lin attempted to play the peacemaker, but Xia Sisi regarded her coldly, recognizing the betrayal. However, it was understandable. She was Lin Yi's grandmother, not Xia Sisi's. Yet, Xia Sisi was no easy target and had long anticipated the Lin family's schemes. Chapter 15. Do not cross me. She retrieved a concealed camera from her chest, fiddled with it, and played back the recorded audio. This time, even Grandma Lin's complexion paled. Xia Cici, what are you doing? Have you been recording us in secret? Lin Xinran turned around, ready to charge in. However, Xia Cici swiftly kicked her leg, causing her to fall awkwardly inside the room. With such a petite frame, don't flaunt your bravado in front of me. Just stand quietly aside. Lin Xinran glared at Xia Cici venomously, gritting her teeth tightly. Xia Cici, uninterested in her outburst, directed her attention to Grandma Lin. I demand the shares of the fund that my parents left for me. I wish to annul the engagement and sever all ties with that scoundrel Lin Yi, the deceitful man who has betrayed me. Otherwise, this device in my hand could bring ruin upon your Lin family. Grandma Lin was merely a pawn in this scheme. For Xia Cici believed in the art of diplomacy before aggression. You still want the fund shares? Those belong to our Lin family.
Lin Yi soutane shouted.
Disregarding the embarrassing situation and rushed to snatch the camera from Xia Cici. Yet, Xia Cici was no novice. Lin Yi, the feeble pretty boy, posed no challenge. She swiftly sidestepped and delivered a kick to his knee, causing him to kneel before Grandma Lin. The sight of him, bare and awkwardly facing both Grandma Lin and Lin Xinran, was quite comical. Lin Xinran let out a scream and covered her face as she fled. Watching this farce, Xia Cici could only think how foolish and ineffectual Lin Yi truly was. It was utterly humiliating. Grandma Lin, trembling with fury, pointed at Xia Cici. What exactly do you want, Xia Cici? Xia Cici scoffed, pondering the lack of intelligence exhibited by the old woman who had just heard her demands. She reiterated her request, and although Grandma Lin's face was a mask of rage, Xia Cici could sense she was contemplating the situation. Grandma Lin, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. It's clear your grandson's heart is not with me. A forcibly arranged relationship yields no sweetness. Furthermore, I possess evidence that could tarnish your family's reputation. Shall we truly escalate matters to a point of no return? This device is connected to the internet. And during this time, I have uploaded the footage to my cloud space. If you snatch or destroy it, it would serve no purpose and would only antagonize me. Xia Cici, having laid her cards on the table, opted for brevity. Lin Yi scrambled to his feet and hurriedly donned his clothes, the inelegance of the situation evident. Grandma Lin regarded Xia Cici. It seems we cannot grant you full control of the fund shares. Our family has invested significant effort in managing them over the years. Xia Cici interjected. I understand, but if you provide me with 20 million, we can consider this matter settled. The stocks and funds were worth at least 30 million, but Xia Cici's offer was still advantageous for the Lin family. It would be wiser to secure that 20 million rather than jeopardize their assets.
Indeed.
Joy flickered across the faces of both Grandma Lin and Lin Yi. Transfer the money immediately. Do not give me cause for regret. I would be surprised if your family cannot produce 20 million, Xia Cici asserted, enunciating each word with clarity. Grandma Lin's gaze hardened. What if I pay you, yet you still release the video? We can draft a written agreement, or I can record a video as evidence for you. Should I release it? You could hold me accountable, even imprison me, she replied. Thus, Xia Cici's engagement with the Lin family was entirely dissolved. After a few phone calls, Grandma Lin swiftly arranged for the 20 million to be transferred to Xia Cici's account. They signed the necessary documents, and in front of Lin Yi and Lin Xinran, Xia Cici destroyed the recording device and deleted the footage from the cloud. Everyone left the encounter with satisfaction, bidding farewell to one another.
Xia Cici,
casting a cold glance at the assembled company, declared, Do not disturb me again. Before departing, she noted their expressions of triumph, believing they had secured a great bargain, unaware that in a few months, their money would become worthless. As for the keepsake they had given her, no one sought its return since it rightfully belonged to the Xia family, and they undervalued its worth. With that, Xia Cici felt liberated from her ties to the Lin family. Upon leaving, she spotted Zhaoing peeking outside and approached her, reassuring her that everything had been resolved. Zhaoing rolled her eyes. You owe me a favor. Xia Cici nodded, thinking she would remind Zhaoing of this debt when the apocalypse loomed. After settling these affairs and receiving the funds, Xia Cici felt a surge of joy and promptly called a pharmaceutical representative she knew. Medications are costly, and with 20 million at her disposal, she no longer hesitated, ordering over 200,000 worth of various medicines, including common cold and fever reducers, vitamins, burn ointments, Summer relief medications, intestinal and anti-inflammatory drugs, blood pressure and blood sugar medications, as well as bandages and plasters, essentially covering all basic ailments she could think of. She also ordered medications for elderly and infant illnesses, which would be particularly valuable in the post-apocalyptic world. Additionally, she requested a batch of pet medicines, including dewormers and probiotics. She informed the pharmaceutical representative that she intended to open a chain of pharmacies. Naturally, some medications required certification. The representative, aware of Xia Cici's financial means and her urgency, volunteered to expedite the necessary paperwork, working swiftly. He was thrilled to take on such a large order and agreed to deliver the products to a designated location in a few days. Xia Cici paid a deposit and, having completed these tasks, was eager to return home, as Dahe awaited her. Upon arriving home, Xia Cici discovered the air conditioning was running, sending a chill down her spine after returning from the sweltering heat outside. She distinctly remembered turning it off before leaving. Moreover, why was Dahe not there to greet her? As she walked inside, she found Dahe sprawled beneath the air conditioning, blissfully enjoying the cool breeze. Upon noticing Xia Cici's return, he shot her a reproachful glance, as if to say, "Where have you been?" So, he had figured out how to operate the air conditioning? In that moment, Xia Cici felt an overwhelming admiration for this clever creature. That night, her sleep was deeper than she had anticipated. Perhaps due to resolving her issues with Lin Yi, severing ties with that pair of despicable individuals before the impending apocalypse. Yet, she knew that opportunities for revenge would arise in the future. The next morning, she found the air conditioning on again. It was evident who had activated it. Approaching Dahe, she sighed in resignation. He merely glanced up at her, seemingly indifferent. "Dahe, it's fine to run the air conditioning. But could we not set the temperature so low?" Xia Cici sneezed, earning a disdainful look from Dahe, as if to say she was weak.
Fine.
I have a busy day ahead. This morning, I need to inspect the renovation materials for preservation and find someone to install the heating stove. Tomorrow, we will likely move out, as the agent is coming to collect the house. She planned to exercise with Dahe, buy breakfast, and then inspect the house. However, upon arriving upstairs and nearing the entrance, she overheard several workers chatting around the corner. The content of the conversation revolves around the apartment of Xia Cici. Chapter 16. Under surveillance, however, she is merely a young girl. How could they possibly discern that we had altered her renovation materials? Indeed, it is perplexing that they would choose such expensive anti-corrosion materials for the walls, a sheer waste. Xia Cici took out her phone and recorded their conversation, refraining from proceeding towards the house. Instead, she called the renovation company directly. "You have 2 days to restore the house using the materials I purchased. Otherwise, I will publish this conversation online, and you shall face the consequences." The owner of the renovation company immediately assured Xia Cici that the matter was unrelated to their company, attributing it solely to the workers acting independently. He promised her a satisfactory resolution. Xia Cici rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in further disputes. Seizing this opportunity, she negotiated with the renovation company, agreeing on a compensation amount that bolstered her stockpiling endeavors. Additionally, she requested that they procure a batch of rare advanced anti-corrosion materials. These materials were superior to those she had previously selected, albeit costly and hard to source. Xia Cici utilized this batch of anti-corrosion materials on the rooftop of the top floor, thereby enhancing her safety. The renovation company guaranteed that they would send reliable workers to apply the anti-corrosion treatment on the top floor. After concluding these discussions, Xia Cici took her dog, Dahe, to select a stove. Dahe was exceptionally obedient outside, closely following Xia Cici's movements. Wherever she went, he went, and whenever she paused, he halted as well. Thus, their visits to several construction material markets went unnoticed. Xia Cici also purchased practical folding chairs, tables, and camping equipment. Although these items would not be immediately useful, they might come in handy once the inclement weather subsided and she was ready to vacate the apartment. Later that afternoon, upon visiting the renovation site, she was relieved to see that the walls were indeed being repainted. The workers' demeanor had changed. They no longer regarded Xia Cici with contempt and were working with increased diligence. In the afternoon, Xia Cici took Dahe to the outskirts, where the slaughterhouse was located. As she remembered, it housed various facilities for slaughtering pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry. To her delight, she discovered an egg production factory there, offering not only chicken eggs but also quail, goose, and duck eggs. Xia Cici spoke with the factory manager, expressing her intention to open a chain supermarket requiring 300 pounds of chicken eggs, 300 pounds of quail eggs, and 300 pounds of duck eggs daily. She also ordered some salted and marinated eggs, reserving a month's supply. These eggs could be used for soups, custards, scrambled eggs, and puddings, all delectable options. Xia Cici readily paid the deposit with her card, providing them with a vague address near her newly rented apartment. After all, that area was the largest commercial district in the city, bustling with businesses, thus arousing no suspicion. She planned to push a small cart to pick up the goods daily and later find opportunities to store them in her space. Next, she placed orders for 500 pounds each of pork, beef, lamb, and chicken from the slaughterhouse, again under the guise of her supermarket venture, for a month. With ample funds at her disposal, she felt free to stockpile as she pleased. Before returning home that evening, Xia Cici visited a nearby coal factory to purchase a batch of coal and charcoal. Negotiating for a lower price on the hard currency items took considerable effort, but she managed to secure a 10% discount. Adjacent to the coal factory was a salt factory, where she ordered several thousand pounds of salt. The salt factory owner introduced her to a sugar merchant from the south, enabling her to place an order for various types of sugar, totaling several thousand pounds. With these provisions, she calculated that her essentials for food and warmth were sufficiently covered. Xia Cici had also ordered a generator and solar panels online, which were en route, along with clothing for cold and sun protection. That night, Xia Cici brought out her computer to download various online novels, movies, and television series.
Dahi etmesiydi her.
Occasionally becoming animated whenever animals appeared on the screen, his ears perked up and his nose twitching as if seeking the scent of these creatures. Amused, Xia Cici downloaded numerous animal documentaries, envisioning the enjoyment of watching them together with Dahe during their leisure time. Moreover, she discovered that Dahe had a penchant for cartoons. Whenever the characters performed exaggerated actions, he would widen his eyes in excitement, seemingly baffled by such antics. Thus, she began to download cartoons in earnest. By the following day, the anti-corrosion renovations were complete. Xia Cici inspected the work and tested it with a prepared acidic substance, finding no issues before settling the final payment. Among the renovation workers, one burly man shot her a menacing glance before departing. Xia Cici recognized him as one of those who had disparaged her earlier, and a sense of unease washed over her. In a post-apocalyptic world, encounters with such individuals were far too common, compelling Xia Cici to remain vigilant. Reflecting on the days of renovations, she realized she had entrusted the keys to these workers. As she planned to move in today, she promptly purchased a high-quality lock and replaced the door keys. During the day, the stove was installed. Initially, she had planned on just one stove, but ultimately, she bought three for the expansive living room and one for the bedroom. She intended to place her bed beside the floor-to-ceiling window for better visibility of the outside. The additional stove in the bedroom was meant for Dahe, ensuring he had ample space to roam beyond the living room. With these 4 stoves, she felt confident in her ability to withstand the harsh winter weather. She moved a few essential items from her previous residence, effectively settling into her new home. All the renovation materials were of the highest quality, labeled as zero formaldehyde, thus permitting immediate occupancy. After a long day, Xia Cici quickly fell into a deep slumber. At an indeterminate hour, she was roused by a moist nose nudging her awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Dahe illuminated by the moonlight outside the window, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Under his watchful gaze, Xia Cici fully awakened. At that moment, she also heard faint sounds emanating from the direction of the door. Someone was tampering with her lock. Xia Cici donned a piece of clothing and stealthily approached the door, with Dahe silently trailing behind her, raising his paws cautiously without making a sound. The person outside fumbled with the lock for a while, cursing under their breath, expressing frustration at the door's sturdiness and their inability to open it. Suddenly, Xia Cici recalled the malevolent visage of the renovation worker from earlier, realizing that she had become a target. After failing to unlock the door with the key, the intruder began attempting to pry it open. Fortunately, the door she had purchased was of the highest quality and had been reinforced. The worker could not budge it at all. Dahe stood beside her, baring its teeth and assuming an aggressive posture, as if the intruder would be immediately knocked to the ground upon forcing the door open. Xia Cici gestured for Dahe to be quiet and quietly moved to the next room to call the police. To her surprise, after realizing they could not force their way in, the intruder fell silent for a time. Just as Xia Cici thought the threat had departed, The person seemed to have changed tools and resumed prying at the lock. This time, she heard several crisp sounds, and the first lock was swiftly opened. In Chapter 17, did you come here to perform or to be scolded? Xia Cixi's heart raced as she pondered the origins of this skilled renovation worker. After the first door was breached, the second followed suit almost immediately. The intruder moved with remarkable agility, clearly a seasoned expert. However, the moment he stepped inside, Da He leapt forward and knocked him to the ground. Xia Cixi promptly switched on the light, revealing that the intruder was indeed the same menacing worker from earlier that day. Da He showcased its prowess once more, keeping the man pinned to the floor. When the police arrived, they apprehended the intruder and, upon verification, discovered he was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 200,000. Little girl, I'm not sure whether to call you lucky or unfortunate, one of the officers chuckled, shaking his head at Xia Cixi. The man glared at her, saying, I didn't expect your dog to be so formidable. I'll concede today, but you better hope I don't get out. Xia Cixi furrowed her brow, puzzled by the intense animosity directed at her. Later, she learned from the police that he had been on the run for years for murder, and being captured could mean a life sentence. Hearing this made her break into a sweat, but she scoffed inwardly, thinking that it was unfortunate for him to fall into the hands of someone like her, a reborn individual. Nonetheless, she gently patted Da He's head, acknowledging its heroism. After the police left, Xia Cixi found it hard to sleep. She left a message for the security door company, requesting them to come the next day to reinforce her door. To her surprise, the shop responded promptly with a series of proposals. Satisfied with their suggestions, she finished her tasks, embraced Da He, and stroked its fur, saying, I owe you one today. Da He, seemingly indifferent, shifted its head away. But Xia Cixi could clearly see its tail wagging vigorously, betraying its enjoyment. Under the cover of night, with the door lock compromised, Xia Cixi felt restless. She headed to the kitchen to hone her culinary skills, first making spicy scrambled eggs with 15 eggs and several chili peppers, adding a dash of soy sauce. Filling a large pot, she prepared meal boxes, portioning out small servings in each, ensuring that when the apocalypse came, she could enjoy a hearty meal without resorting to unappetizing rations. She then proceeded to cook braised pork, blanching the meat before sautéing it with rock sugar, spices, and cooking wine, simmering until the pork absorbed the flavors. Once the braised pork was ready, she noticed Da He peering eagerly from behind, eyes filled with longing. Reluctantly, she gave it 2 pieces before stir-frying some greens, preparing a generous portion before assembling her meal boxes. By the time she finished cooking, Xia Cixi had prepared over 30 meal boxes filled with hearty, comforting dishes. In the pressure cooker, a pot of chestnut chicken simmered, and she decided to let it cook a little longer for tenderness, planning to take a short nap. She imagined the delight of enjoying chestnut chicken rice when she woke up, feeling content. Da He appeared lively, having enjoyed its share of treats throughout the night. Xia Cixi approached and gently stroked its large head, saying, I'm going to take a nap. If anything happens, wake me up. She also turned on the air conditioning, setting it to a comfortable 26 degrees to avoid freezing Da He with the temperature set too low. When Xia Cixi eventually awoke, 3 hours had passed. Da He lay beside her, drooling slightly, devoid of its usual commanding demeanor. As Xia Cixi reached out to pinch its ears, it abruptly woke, watching her warily. Disappointed, she rolled her eyes and stretched, beginning her delayed morning exercise. Upon returning from her walk, she discovered 3 missed calls from the renovation company. Likely, they were calling to apologize and request discretion regarding the incident, fearing their reputation would be ruined if it became known they employed a murderer. Taking a deep breath, Xia Cixi replied, You better ensure your workers' backgrounds are thoroughly checked to prevent this from happening again. If it weren't for my dog, I might not be here today. The renovation company repeatedly apologized. Xia Cixi, unwilling to engage in a lengthy argument, swiftly stated, Let us settle this with compensation. The mention of compensation seemed to relieve the company. That afternoon, she received 25,000, an amount agreed upon by both parties. Preferring not to pursue legal proceedings, which would be time-consuming, and the company wishing to avoid further damage to their reputation, they paid her without hesitation. Coupled with the 200,000 reward for reporting the criminal, Xia Cixi emerged from this ordeal with a total of 450,000. Perhaps it was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. This incident made Xia Cixi acutely aware of the latent security risks in her home. She went out to purchase 2 high-quality locks, along with a palm-sized padlock for added security. She reasoned that as long as the lock couldn't be entirely cut through, it would be impossible to pry open. Additionally, realizing that bulletproof glass alone might not suffice, she arranged for reinforcements to be added to the window's protective bars and screens. After ensuring everything was secure, she surveyed her home, concluding that it would take a superhuman to break in. On that day, Xia Cixi also visited the warehouse to collect goods as per her arrangement with the pharmaceutical representative. Once the items were secured, the representative mysteriously pulled her aside, saying, "Sister, you're too young to know that the most profitable items for pharmacy are contraceptives and wellness products. Look at you, buying so many standard medicines while overlooking these high-margin items." Xia Cixi gazed at the appearance of the pharmaceutical representative and could not help but chuckle. However, he did remind her that it would be wise to stock up on contraceptives, particularly abortion pills. Though it is a grim reality, such items are exceedingly sought after in the apocalyptic world. Xia Cixi then finalized an order for a batch of contraceptive supplies, opting for delivery this time to avoid face-to-face transactions. Given the smaller quantity, merely a dozen large boxes, she planned to retrieve them herself and store them in her space. Later, she grew weary of the representative's incessant recommendations for health supplements, and it took considerable effort to send him on his way. After attending to these matters, Xia Cixi returned home, seeking a moment of respite. To her surprise, Hao Rou had the audacity to contact her. Approximately 10 days after her fallout with Lin Yi, Hao Rou unexpectedly called Xia Cixi from an unfamiliar number. This was because Xia Cixi had long since blocked both Hao Rou and Lin Yi from her contacts. Moreover, having moved, they were unable to locate her. "Cixi, it's Hao Rou. Please don't hang up," she began, her voice drenched in a pitiable tone that sent shivers down Xia Cixi's spine, prompting her to curse her past self for having been deceived by such a duplicitous character. "Speak, I am busy," Xia Cixi replied coldly, as she was merely grooming her dog, Dahe. Over time, Dahe had come to trust Xia Cixi completely and relished the grooming sessions. Each time she brushed him, he would blissfully expose his belly, lying sprawled with closed eyes. When the phone rang, Dahe perked up, but Xia Cixi gently repositioned him before resuming her task. "I owe you an apology, Cixi. I truly considered you a good friend. I just couldn't resist Lin Yi's charms. I hope you can forgive me," Hao Rou said, her voice quavering. And she even began to cry. However, Xia Cixi was not swayed by her theatrics and scoffed, "If you have something to say it properly. Otherwise I will hang up." It was evident that Hao Rou was relishing her performance, seeking to provoke Xia Cixi. "All right, I genuinely have something important to discuss. I know you disapprove of me, but please don't hang up. I sincerely apologize and wish to make amends." Xia Cixi nearly retched but managed to suppress her disgust. She continued to caress Dahe's soft fur, finding solace in his warmth and affection. "Do you remember He Peng from the National Exchange Academy? The one who played basketball?" Hao Rou inquired. Xia Cixi certainly remembered him. They had crossed paths since the onset of the apocalypse. "I heard he has returned to the country. I recall you had a bit of a crush on him, and he felt the same about you. How about I play matchmaker as a form of compensation?" As Hao Rou's words grew increasingly earnest, Xia Cixi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hao Rou's logic was indeed peculiar. It was no surprise, considering He Peng, Hao Rou, and Lin Yi were all cut from the same cloth. During one of her missions in the apocalypse, Xia Cixi had encountered He Peng and felt a flicker of excitement, only to soon realize he had betrayed her. She eventually discovered that He Peng and Hao Rou were childhood friends, and that they had even shared an intimate past. That encounter nearly cost her life. Nevertheless, Xia Cixi was intrigued to learn what Hao Rou intended by bringing up He Peng now. "All right, to be honest, I have a rather strong impression of He Peng. Given my recent woes with Lin Yi, I could use a familiar face to reminisce with." Xia Cixi quickly arranged a meeting with Hao Rou, stipulating that Hao Rou would not attend. She had no desire to see her again in this lifetime. In truth, Hao Rou could have orchestrated their reunion through other means. But Xia Cixi understood her motives well. Hao Rou had always looked down on her, considering her foolish and inept. Her intention in approaching Xia Cixi was to provoke her, perhaps out of fear that Xia Cixi would resent her and spread rumors of her being a mistress. By mending their relationship, she could control Xia Cixi and prevent her from speaking ill of her. Furthermore, even if Xia Cixi declined, there were always other ways for Hao Rou to achieve her goals. Soon, Xia Cixi met with He Peng again. Upon encountering the man who concealed daggers behind his smile, she fought to restrain her fists from launching at him. The dinner went relatively well. Hee-pung certainly knew how to charm women. Any ordinary girl might have fallen for his allure during the meal. However, Xia Sisi was acutely aware that his handsome exterior masked a treacherous heart. In her past life, he had thrown her into a pit of grotesque mutated centipedes, mocking her for her scars and appearance, even ridiculing her by suggesting she strip to assess her physique before deciding whether to save her. Thankfully, she had been rescued by others, managing to survive against the odds. Sisi, back in school, everyone claimed you were a rich girl. Haoro even said you had stocks and funds, along with quite a bit of money. Honestly, I'm hesitant to pursue someone like you. I fear I may not be worthy. Hee-pung lamented as they walked back after dinner. Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. She finally grasped Haoro's true intentions. It became clear that her aim in bringing Hee-pung was to swindle her out of her half of the fund shares. Moreover, with the Lin family's 2 million at stake, Lin Yi would likely feel the pinch as well. Now that she understood their motives, the path ahead became clearer. Xia Sisi silently resolved that since they had provoked her, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Following their initial date, Xia Sisi chose to meet in crowded, open spaces for subsequent outings, bringing Dahe along. She had come to realize that Hee-pung had unscrupulous intentions. During their first meal, he had attempted to wrap his arm around her waist, and later, during phone calls, he suggested they book a hotel room. Furious, Xia Sisi wished to slap him, but she had to endure for the sake of her greater plan. Thus, she feigned that Dahe was overly clingy and suffered from separation anxiety, bringing him along each time. Dahe was astute enough to sense the tension. Whenever Hee-pung drew near, he would bare his teeth, forcing Hee-pung to maintain a respectful distance. After several encounters, as Hee-pung's patience began to wane, Xia Sisi finally remarked, "Actually, I do have some fund shares that I'm considering selling at a low price, but I'm unsure how to proceed." Upon hearing this, Hee-pung's eyes lit up. "I spent 2 years abroad and learned quite a bit. Perhaps I could assist you." Xia Sisi suppressed a smile, feigning gratitude. "That would be wonderful. I'm eager to sell quickly, ideally for 2/3 of the market price, as I seek a reliable buyer." Thus, Xia Sisi sold her half of the shares to the Lin family for 20 million. As for whether the Lin family kept it for themselves or if Hee-pung also had a stake, she couldn't be bothered to investigate further. Ultimately, she knew that it wouldn't be long before that money turned to worthless paper. If she wishes to liquidate these stocks and funds, accomplishing this within the next few months will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. She may encounter individuals intent on maliciously driving down the price. Ultimately, not only will time be wasted, but she may not secure a better deal than what she could have received from the Lin family. Should the price be set higher, the Lin family would likely remain unmoved, engaging in protracted negotiations with Xia Sisi. All of this would consume her precious time. Presently, she has successfully acquired funds, thereby gaining time. The Lin family, under the illusion of benefiting, hastily offered their money, believing they had struck an advantageous deal. In reality, this would compel them to swiftly divest their enterprises and supply chains to obtain the funds. Xia Sisi surmised that many of these assets pertained to food and restaurant supply chains. Thus, the Lin family would find themselves with diminished options in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Let them revel in their fleeting joy. As for Hee-pung, he had inquired why Xia Sisi was so eager to sell.
Xia Sisi fabbricate da tale.
Claiming she wished to buy a house and travel abroad, spinning an elaborate story akin to that of an impulsive, carefree girl with no plans for the future. After selling this portion of her fund shares, Xia Sisi received her money and completed her task, ready to procure more supplies. To her surprise, Hee-pung, undeterred, summoned her to a secluded grove in the park under the pretense of being friends with Xia Sisi. Initially perplexed, Xia Sisi, recalling the connection between this classmate and Hee-pung, regarded him as a prime target for her schemes. Upon arrival, she discovered it was indeed Hee-pung. With a mischievous grin, he scanned the surroundings and, upon noticing Xia Sisi's absence of a dog, his smile widened. "Hey, Sisi, considering our long acquaintance, why not consider dating?" He attempted to approach her inappropriately. Unfazed, Xia Sisi calmly inquired, "Are there surveillance cameras nearby?" Hee-pung reached out to caress her face, dismissing her concerns. "No need to be shy. Rest assured, there are no cameras in the vicinity. Besides, no one knows I'm here but us." Xia Sisi smiled brightly. "That is splendid." Before Hee-pung could comprehend the situation, she swiftly transported him into her space. Exiting the park, she journeyed to a remote mountainous area. A location so secluded that it was scarcely frequented, even by hikers. She intentionally chose a perilously steep cliff, marked with warnings against proceeding. Once there, she released Hepung from her space. As he regained consciousness at the cliff's edge, his face turned pale. Where was I? What just happened? Xia Sisi regarded him with a radiant smile. Hepung, do you recall what you have done to me? His eyes widened in panic. Memories of Hepeng's past transgressions against her surged in her mind. As he attempted to flee, Xia Sisi firmly grasped his arm and plunged a knife into his chest. He struggled, but she continued to stab him repeatedly. Watching as his vitality waned, she unceremoniously pushed him off the cliff. Observing his diminishing figure, Xia Sisi scoffed. In your previous life, you were no saint, colluding with Lin, Yi, and Hao Rou. In this life, who urged you to provoke me, providing me with the opportunity to end you? With Hepung dealt with, thoughts of Hao Rou and Lin Yi elicited a cold smirk from her. These two would receive a warm welcome in the impending apocalypse. They deserved more than a mere knife and a cliff. Hepung vanished, but as Xia Sisi anticipated, no one could locate his body. Given Hepeng's carefree demeanor, even his parents initially assumed he was off gallivanting, paying little heed to his absence. It wasn't until several days later that they sensed something amiss and opted to report his disappearance. The police initiated an investigation but found themselves at a loss for leads due to Hepeng's chaotic social connections. During the days when he was pursuing Xia Sisi, he had simultaneously courted 4 or 5 other girls, maintaining more frequent contact with them than with Xia Sisi. The authorities approached Xia Sisi. Yet without any evidence linking her to his disappearance, they merely took a statement. After all, her space was a marvelous tool. Thus, the days passed with morning exercises, shopping, cooking, and stockpiling supplies, and the entire summer slipped away. As the school year approached, Xia Sisi noted the burgeoning muscles on her arms, reminiscent of her past agility returning. Meanwhile, Dehe had also grown significantly, his wounds healing and his coat shining, radiating vitality, and even displaying a hint of mischief. Most of the items Xia Sisi ordered online had arrived: clothing, generators, solar panels, daily necessities, food, snacks, and dog food. She was well prepared. Chapter 19. To my surprise, only the batch of grain she had ordered remained, expected to arrive within a few days. Yet her funds were still substantial, totaling over 10 million. Although she had stockpiled ample food, clothing, and daily necessities, she believed there was no such thing as too much. Xia Sisi contemplated how to utilize the remaining funds more effectively, as she did not wish to hoard everything in preparation for the apocalypse. She anticipated needing to gather more supplies for a second wave. Perhaps she could acquire even more than she had now. However, she was taken aback when the apocalypse seemed to arrive ahead of schedule. Xia Sisi vividly recalled that the apocalypse began with approximately 10 days of rain across the globe. This initial rain was neither acidic nor heavy, allowing people to venture outside without concern. However, following these 10 days, the rain intensified, becoming acidic. Those who ventured out without umbrellas returned home with red splotches on their skin, and some suffered severe skin lesions. News reports warned of environmental pollution, advising citizens to use umbrellas or raincoats and avoid exposing their skin. Unexpectedly, after about 5 days of acidic rain, the acidity level surged. Even umbrellas began to corrode, developing holes after just 10 minutes of exposure. Subsequently, vehicles and buildings outside began to deteriorate under the relentless acidic rain. Society's order began to unravel as people found themselves unable to venture outdoors. The apocalypse had truly descended. Xia Sisi requested a leave of absence from school, citing illness. Concurrently, she meticulously organized her finances and supplies. After over a month, she had accumulated sufficient food and living essentials. It could be said that the items in Xia Sisi's space would last her a lifetime. With 100 ahe, she could sustain them all. However, the shelves and water storage barrels she had ordered were delayed, with delivery not expected until the following day. Once the water barrels arrived, Xia Sisi would need to store a significant amount of clean water. Otherwise, when the acidic rain fell, most water sources would become contaminated, making clean water a highly sought-after commodity. Next on her agenda were transportation options. Xia Sisi had her eye on 2 RVs and 2 rugged off-road vehicles. However, she could only pick them up this Friday, which was 3 days away. Time was of the essence, and the impending apocalypse loomed large. Xia Sisi felt she could hardly wait a day longer. Xia Sisi hurriedly called the 4S dealership, and to her surprise, they informed her that her car had just arrived and was ready for pickup. She and Dahe rushed to collect the vehicle and then headed straight to a gas station to fill it up. Naturally, she did the refueling herself and took the opportunity to store the fuel in her personal space. This endeavor had begun over a month ago, as Xia Sisi visited several gas stations daily, accumulating not only fuel but also multiple containers. Now, her space was stocked with enough fuel to last her several years, alongside a substantial supply of firewood and coal, piled high like a small mountain, ensuring she would weather the harshest of winters. The following day, Xia Sisi anxiously retrieved the water buckets and shelving she had ordered. The owner expressed his embarrassment for the delay, especially since she had braved the rain to collect them. As she was leaving, he gifted her several small buckets made of anti-corrosive materials, suggesting they might be useful for her factory. Upon seeing these buckets, Xia Sisi's eyes sparkled with inspiration. The owner provided her with around 20 buckets, and she purchased an additional 50. Uncertain if these buckets could withstand acid rain, Xia Sisi recalled a secret about the impending apocalypse. In its early days, most people sought to avoid acid rain. However, after the calamity subsided, many who had been exposed to it developed mutations and supernatural abilities. Those untouched by the rain exhibited no such changes. Although the reasons remained a mystery until her death in her previous life, Xia Sisi pondered whether preserving some acid rain might allow individuals who would otherwise never acquire abilities to gain them. After obtaining the buckets, Xia Sisi immediately sought a nearby reservoir. As dusk approached and seeing no one around, she leaped into the water. While swimming, she resolved to fill all the buckets in her space with water. To her astonishment, a whirlpool formed around her, its center being Xia Sisi herself, as water flowed continuously into the pendant around her neck. However, after more than half an hour, the whirlpool showed no signs of abating, and she grew weary. Ultimately, she waded into shallower water and continued her task, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. When she awoke, it was already deep into the night. To her bewilderment, she noticed that the water level in the reservoir had dropped significantly. In a state of confusion, she quickly returned to shore, changed into dry clothes, and drove home. Once in her car, Xia Sisi realized she had spent over 5 hours in the reservoir. With a slight pout of frustration, she wondered why her space collected water so slowly. While waiting at a traffic light, she glanced into her space to check if the buckets were full, only to find them completely empty. Upon returning home, Dahe, her loyal companion, looked at her with a disgruntled expression. Xia Sisi hurriedly took him out for a bathroom break. While watching him frolic on the lawn, she swiftly entered her space to investigate where her water had vanished, as water resources were incredibly precious. To her astonishment, she discovered a river had formed within her space, stretching from beside her small house across the fields into the distance, disappearing into a thick black mist. Xia Sisi was utterly astounded. Once Dahe finished, he returned to her side, tilting his head as if to inquire what she was thinking. Not in the mood for a leisurely stroll, Xia Sisi quickly returned home. After dropping the dog leash, she immediately entered her space once more. Inside, as she had observed, a river now flowed, perhaps more accurately described as a stream. It was about 1 meter wide and half a meter deep, with crystal-clear water glimmering under the ambient light, revealing shimmering blue specks reminiscent of the stones that had previously upgraded her space. Xia Sisi scooped some water into her hands and marveled at its icy coolness and enchanting blue glow. Uncontrollably drawn to it, she took a sip, sweet and refreshing. It was utterly delightful. She couldn't resist and drank again, losing track of how much she consumed as the water seemed to possess an irresistible magic compelling her to drink more. When she finally came to her senses, Xia Sisi realized her stomach had rounded significantly. Just as she was about to laugh at herself, a sudden pain gripped her abdomen, radiating throughout her body. Yet, rather than panic, she felt exhilarated, sensing a surge of power coursing through her limbs, spreading gradually. As she writhed on the ground in pain, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, dark and foul, making her wince. The same repugnant sweat began to ooze from her arms, chest, and cheeks, overwhelming her with nausea. The searing pain intensified until she ultimately lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in a small puddle of dark water, utterly drained. Lifting her hand to wipe the murky liquid away, she was astonished to discover her skin was now translucent, smooth, and radiant. Gazing into the stream, Xia Sisi couldn't help but marvel at her reflection. She had transformed into a stunning young woman. Although her features remained unchanged, her complexion was now more luminous. exuding an ethereal charm. She realized she had stumbled upon yet another treasure, or perhaps her space had undergone another upgrade. Though she was uncertain about the nature of this transformation, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Moreover, Xia Sisi felt a significant enhancement in her physical abilities. She tested her strength by executing a series of punches and breaking several wooden boards with a single kick. Her former prowess had returned, along with heightened agility and power. She ventured toward the stream source, moving behind her house, where she discovered a clear spring, its water even more vivid with blue specks than the stream. Quickly, she filled 2 buckets at the spring's source and brought them back into her space. Outside, Dahe lay quietly where she had vanished, only rising to leave upon seeing her return. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes internally, recognizing his concern despite his feigned indifference. How endearing, this Dahe. Xia Sisi stepped forward and placed the water bucket beside Dahe. Dahe, shall we take a bath? Dahe appeared somewhat perplexed, but upon glancing at the nearby bucket, it jumped back in surprise. To Xia Sisi's astonishment, Dahe did not seem fond of baths. However, this was no longer up for debate. In preparation for the impending apocalypse, Xia Sisi had previously purchased an extraordinarily large water bucket, envisioning its use for Dahe's baths. And now it was time to utilize it. She made several trips back and forth in her space, retrieving more spring water and pouring it into the bathing bucket, adding a generous amount of hot water. After checking the temperature, she deemed it satisfactory, although Dahe could potentially drink it. Recalling her own recent suffering made her hesitant to let Dahe endure the same. Thus, she resolved to let Dahe bathe instead. Reluctantly, Dahe was nearly dragged into the bathroom by Xia Sisi. As Xia Sisi exerted great effort to lift him into the bathing bucket, she felt completely drenched.
Dahe.
It's just a bath. What else there to be afraid of? Dahe turned his head away, presenting his rear to her, wearing a sulky and aggrieved expression. Xia Sisi could only retrieve a pet scrubber, splashing water while rubbing Dahe's coat. Upon touching the scars on Dahe's body, he shuddered and emitted a soft whimper. Previously, when water had touched his wounds, Xia Sisi had gently caressed them, and they had long since healed without issue. Why then did the water now induce pain? A thought stirred within Xia Sisi. She gently turned Dahe's large head towards her, speaking earnestly, "Dahe, this water is not ordinary. It will be beneficial for your body. You need to immerse yourself entirely in the bucket, though it may cause some discomfort. Can you do that for me?" Dahe stood still, gazing quietly at Xia Sisi. She reached out and firmly pressed down on his rear. "Dahe, lie down in the bucket." Dahe struggled for a moment, but ultimately complied with Xia Sisi's command and lay down in the bucket. Water splashed over the sides, soaking Xia Sisi's clothes. Yet she remained unfazed, smiling as she scrubbed the unhappy Dahe. He trembled slightly, likely due to the spring water touching his scars, causing discomfort. Xia Sisi gently stroked his large head, carefully comforting him, and retrieved some previously prepared treats to help soothe his emotions. Sure enough, after consuming half a pack of treats, Dahe seemed much improved, his attention diverted. In that brief moment, Xia Sisi noticed that the scars on Dahe's body had begun to sprout black fur. Previously, the scarred areas had been completely bare, as if the wounds were too severe to heal fully. Yet now, a fine layer of soft fur was slowly emerging from the scars. "Dahe, your wounds are healing. You must persevere." At this moment, Dahe appeared to have adapted to the spring water, quietly munching on treats and showing less resistance. Xia Sisi then produced a toy ball to engage Dahe. After about an hour of soaking, Dahe suddenly became still. At this point, the scars on his body were nearly unrecognizable, and a foul, dark liquid had begun to seep from him, resembling the substance Xia Sisi had expelled earlier from her space. Dahe stared into the bucket of water, seemingly lost in thought, before finally lifting his head. Although he was still the same Dahe, Xia Sisi felt an undeniable change in his gaze, one that seemed more human, as if his intelligence had evolved. Seeing that it was time, Xia Sisi joyfully lifted Dahe from the bucket, rinsed him off with clean water to wash away the foul liquid, and dried his fur with a blow dryer. Once dry, she meticulously inspected the areas where scars had once been, discovering no trace remained. He was as good as new. Chapter 21. Gift of Water. Xia Sisi attempted to lift his legs, encouraging him to jump and roll. He no longer exhibited the sluggishness associated with his previous injuries. Dahe had transformed into a completely healthy and lively dog. It was noteworthy that Lieutenant Ren had mentioned the severity of Dahei's wounds, which were deemed irreparable, leading to his retirement. Xia Sisi had initially thought that Dahei might only heal after mutating in the apocalypse. However, she had observed that although his scars had healed, Dahei still occasionally licked the area, suggesting discomfort. While he seemed capable of running and jumping, he was slower compared to other dogs, and his movements appeared somewhat stiff. In this moment, Xia Sisi embraced Dahei's neck. "Wonderful, Dahei, you are completely healed." Remarkably, Dahei extended his tongue and gently licked Xia Sisi's ear, causing her to erupt into delighted laughter. That night, Dahei slept beside Xia Sisi, not leaving her side throughout the night. When she awoke in the middle of the night, she found herself gently holding Dahei, who did not resist as he had before. Xia Sisi felt a warm glow in her heart, knowing that Dahei had grown closer to her, and it filled her with joy. The following morning, the rain had yet to cease. Upon checking the weather, Xia Sisi discovered that rain was forecasted for the next 7 days. Not only that, but the entire country was experiencing rainfall, even abroad where the skies remained overcast. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. After purchasing a vehicle, Xia Sisi still had over 6 million in her possession. She intended to spend it all in the coming days. Today, the previously ordered food supplies arrived. Xia Sisi announced her intention to open a supermarket, and in addition to the previously arranged supplies, she procured a variety of coarse grains, including mung beans, adzuki beans, black rice, and brown rice, totaling 200 tons. These grains were nutritious, filling, and offered a change in flavor. Xia Sisi arranged for the food to be delivered to a factory she had rented in a remote suburb. Together with Dahei, she took advantage of the absence of onlookers to store all the food in her space. Simultaneously, she ordered a batch of vegetables and fruit tree seeds, as the seeds she had previously purchased for experimentation were insufficient. Xia Sisi envisioned a vast farmland in her space, although the seeds might yield strange results. They should not go to waste. Once the apocalypse struck, she would have ample time to cultivate the land and explore her space. After a day spent storing these items, Xia Sisi visited various markets to stock up on fresh vegetables and fruits. She also purchased several thousand food containers, preparing to cook and store meals before the apocalypse. After all, during the onset of the apocalypse, power and water outages would be common, and with families hoarding supplies, cooking could incite jealousy. Xia Sisi also bought 2 large pots to cook corn in while she slept at night, ensuring she could enjoy sweet, sticky corn when the apocalypse arrived. The entire day passed in a flurry of activity. Who could have anticipated that she would receive a sudden phone call from Lieutenant Ren that evening, stating he would bring his comrades to see Dahei the following day? Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. How could she explain the scars that had vanished from Dahei's body? Yet, what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. The next morning, Lieutenant Ren arrived bright and early, accompanied by another soldier from his unit. Xia Sisi recognized him as the soldier who had watched her adopt Dahei, clearly harboring special feelings for the dog. The two brought along some of Dahei's favorite treats. Upon seeing Lieutenant Ren and the soldier, Dahei wagged his tail vigorously, displaying an unusual friendliness. Lieutenant Ren was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh!" To one's astonishment, Dahei has become remarkably affectionate during this period and has grown a bit more. Indeed, Dahei has matured. Upon realizing that Dahei required a larger portion of nourishment, Xia Sisi decided to enhance his diet. In just a few days, Dahei has experienced rapid growth, now sitting in a position that nearly reaches Xia Sisi's chin. Moreover, Xia Sisi has an inkling that following Dahei's bath yesterday, he shall continue to grow even more swiftly in the days to come. All of this will serve as a robust assurance for Dahei when he undergoes his transformation. In the future, Dahei will undoubtedly be among the most formidable of mutated canines. Oh, what became of the scar on Dahei's back? After an introduction, Xia Sisi learned that the soldier accompanying them was surnamed Zhao, and Lieutenant Ren suggested that Xia Sisi could address him simply as Zhao Zhao. A voice filled with surprise emanated from Zhao Zhao, who pointed at Dahei's back. In a delightful display, Dahei sat up straight, presenting his back to Lieutenant Ren and Zhao Zhao. The lieutenant's eyes sparkled with excitement as he crouched down to stroke Dahei's spine, seemingly searching for the previous wounds. Gone? Truly vanished? Xia Sisi touched her nose and recounted the explanation she had prepared. Since I took Dahei in, I have been eager to heal this scar. I've tried numerous remedies, and it seems one of them worked. Perhaps it's also due to the dog's superior healing abilities. I never expected it to actually heal. Lieutenant Ren looked at her as if she were a rare treasure. Madam Xia, do you recall the remedies you used? I have many soldier friends here, all bearing injuries. Xia Cc's eyes widened in surprise. She had merely intended to use this as a ruse to evade scrutiny. She and T truly researched any remedies. However, upon hearing about those soldier friends, knowing they had been injured while protecting their homeland, an idea sparked in her mind. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, Xia Cici returned to her bedroom and closed the door. After securing it, she entered her space. Within the confines of her space, she filled 2 large bottles with water. However, it soon dawned on her that the potency of this spring water was extraordinarily powerful. What if it caused a sudden and alarming transformation? She rummaged through her space for a larger container of purified water and transferred the 2 bottles into it. Subsequently, she added several bottles of mineral water to dilute the concentration of the spring water to approximately 10%. Observing the colorless and tasteless water, Xia Cici felt it lacked the essence of a remedy, so she searched for some medicinal herbs to steepen it, resulting in a faint yellow hue. As the apocalypse had not yet arrived, presenting a remedy should not arouse suspicion. Cradling the oversized container, Xia Cici exited her bedroom, causing Lieutenant Ren to look on in astonishment. Is this the remedy you spoke of? Xia Cici nodded, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features. Well, it's a remedy. You know, it has a bit of everything. I stumbled upon it by chance. You can take some and divide it as I have no other containers. Lieutenant Ren remarked that such a large quantity was unnecessary. Nevertheless, Xia Cici insisted on gifting it to him, stating earnestly, this remedy is said to be quite effective for new injuries. You can experiment with it. If it proves useful, you might carry a bit with you on future missions. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Ren expressed his gratitude profusely, while Xiao Zhao appeared quite intrigued as he exhibited the scar on his arm, exclaiming his eagerness to try it out. Lieutenant Ren chuckled as he patted Xiao Zhao on the head. As for that arm of yours, don't waste this remedy. We have several scars on our faces that impede our search for wives. Chapter 22, Journey to City D. After discussing Dahe for a while longer, Lieutenant Ren and Xiao Zhao announced their departure. Just before leaving, Xiao Zhao embraced Dahe's neck and revealed his true identity. It turned out that Dahe had saved his life. Xiao Zhao had been on a mission with Dahe, and due to his inexperience, he had nearly lost his life, only to be saved by Dahe's timely intervention. Madam Xia, seeing how close you are with Dahe and knowing that you have healed his injury brings me immense comfort and reassurance. I hope you will take good care of Dahe. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. With that, Xiao Zhao saluted both Xia Cici and Dahe. Feeling somewhat shy, Xia Cici could only send the 2 away with some homemade snacks. In recent days, she had been experimenting with food at home, anticipating the time when she might be confined indoors during the apocalypse. Lieutenant Ren took a bite of the snack and praised Xia Cici for her culinary skills, leaving her feeling a bit bashful. As Lieutenant Ren prepared to leave, he raised the container of purified water in gratitude to Xia Cici. She smiled and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Xia Cici contemplated her reasons for bestowing so much spring water upon him. After all, it truly possesses healing properties. It had even healed Dahe's wounds, indicating its extraordinary nature. The impending apocalypse was not something she could disclose to Lieutenant Ren, otherwise 100 explanations would not suffice. However, it was these brave soldiers who would be on the front line, inevitably facing injuries. This spring water could very well be a lifesaver. To her surprise, just as they were saying their goodbyes, Lieutenant Ren hesitated for a moment and said to Xia Cici, Xiao Xia, in the coming days, there may be severe weather. Please take care and stock up on supplies. Upon hearing this, Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, pondering that the authorities might indeed possess some capable individuals who had detected the recent meteorological anomalies. However, they likely had not predicted the apocalypse. They merely assumed that adverse weather would persist for a time, or else there would not have been such significant losses in her previous life. She expressed her gratitude to Lieutenant Ren and thus bid farewell to him and Xiao Zhao. As Xia Cici gazed out the window at the still falling rain, which appeared to be intensifying, she felt a sense of difficulty brewing within her. She called a few acquaintances, informing them that she had learned from a friend about the potential for severe weather and advised them to stock up on supplies. In truth, many had already been discussing this online. Living in the north, Xia Cici had not experienced significant changes. But she had heard that the southern regions were experiencing even more bizarre climatic patterns. Consequently, many were advising others to stock up on food. And today's trending topic online was precisely that. Thus, Xiaocc's warnings did not seem out of place. After completing her calls, Xiaocc made another trip to the reservoir, once again utilizing large containers to gather some water resources to serve as essential water supply during the apocalypse. This time, her space did not consume the water. After accomplishing this task, Xiaocc began to contemplate how best to utilize the remaining millions in a manner that would yield optimal results. While there were still numerous items she had yet to purchase, she had additional plans for when the apocalypse arrived, so she did not need to spend it all on supplies just yet. When others were too fearful to venture outside due to acid rain, that would be Xiaocc's moment to shine. Moreover, Dahe should be ready to undergo his transformation by then. In comparison, upgrading her space was of paramount importance. Xiaocc had observed that there remained a vast area beyond the mist to her space, the secrets of which were still unknown. With a spiritual spring already present, what other miraculous functions could possibly lie in wait? The apocalypse was surely only days away. She must spend this money wisely. After contemplating for some time, Xiaocc devised an exceptional plan to stockpile stones and continue upgrading her space. She had already learned that her space could be enhanced with certain special stones. The previous upgrades had involved peculiar jade and a stone from Mount Tai. Thus, she resolved to visit the largest jade market in the country, specifically the jade trading market located in City D. In a vicinity relatively close to Myanmar, abundant raw jade stones could be found. Contemplating this, Xiaocc cast a glance at her companion, Dahe. What to do? The quickest way would undoubtedly be by plane. Yet traveling by air meant that she could not take Dahe along. As Xiaocc scrutinized him, Dahe returned her gaze. His large canine had tilted, exuding a hint of human-like curiosity. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, though she was uncertain of its feasibility. She pondered that with the recent emergence of spring water in her space, it could be considered a form of enhancement. Perhaps the energetic stones at the riverbed of the reservoir, or the water itself, contained the energy required for her space. During the previous upgrade, the space had already accommodated a living being. Therefore, with this upgrade, could it possibly hold two beings? Could Dahe join her? With this thought, Xiaocc raised her eyebrows at Dahe. He looked back at her, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Then, in an instant, Dahe vanished from their home. Xiaocc quickly checked her space, and indeed, there was Dahe, appearing bewildered in the unfamiliar surroundings, alert and cautious. Xiaocc wished to enter the space herself, but discovered it was impossible. This indicated that although the space had upgraded, it still could only accommodate a single living entity at a time. The current level of the space did not allow for two beings to enter simultaneously. Nevertheless, Xiaocc did not feel disheartened. She believed that what had not been accomplished this time could certainly be achieved in the future. After all, the space had provided her with countless surprises. Her expectations were modest. At the very least, she wished to be able to enter the space with Dahe. Putting those thoughts aside for the moment, Xiaocc hurriedly released the now restless Dahe. Upon realizing he had returned home in the blink of an eye and that the woman before him was grinning mischievously, Dahe quickly understood that he had been played by her. He sulked, turning his back towards Xiaocc in a huff.
Observing Dahe's demeanor,
Xiaocc couldn't help but laugh, finding his newfound personality after the spring water experience utterly delightful. With Dahe's predicament resolved, Xiaocc promptly booked a flight to City D for the earliest available time. After securing her tickets, she quickly packed her belongings, preparing to head to the airport. Her home was approximately an hour's drive from the airport, and her flight was set to depart in 2 hours, with an estimated flight duration of 3.5 hours. This meant she would arrive in City D by 3 o'clock that afternoon. Following her arrival, she planned to visit the Jade Market for some shopping. Later that evening, she intended to indulge in the local cuisine, which boasted many of her favorites: various dumplings, desserts, rice rolls, clay pot rice, and more. She aimed to buy as much as she could. The next morning, she would return to the Jade Market to continue her shopping spree, and by evening, she would fly back home. In just 2 days, she would spend her remaining millions extravagantly. After organizing her belongings and finalizing her plans, she entered her space once more. She placed Dahe's favorite dog food, treats, and meat inside, alongside enough water for the next couple of days. Additionally, she included Dahe's toys, dog bed, and cat litter. During this period, she had been teaching Dahe to use the cat litter, and he had finally mastered it. Chapter 23. The Stone King. Over the next 2 days, Xiaoxici was uncertain if she would have the opportunity to take Dahe out for a walk, so she had to make do with keeping him in. After completing her preparations, she exited her space and knelt before Dahe, saying, "Dahe, I need to put you in the space for a couple of days. Is that all right? Don't worry, I won't leave you. I'll stay close and let you out to play whenever I can. How does that sound?" Dahe regarded her for a long moment before, surprisingly, he nodded in agreement. Xiaoxici was so overjoyed, she nearly jumped for joy. Indeed, after experiencing the spring water, Dahe had become even more intelligent. After ensuring Dahe was settled, Xiaoxici observed that he appeared far less anxious than during his previous entry into the space. He sniffed around, ultimately picking up his favorite toy and laying in his dog bed to play. Witnessing this, Xiaoxici let out a sigh of relief. She shouldered a backpack and pulled along a suitcase as she made her way to the airport. Upon landing in City D, she was greeted by rain, which was more intense than that in her home city. As she stepped off the plane, the wind nearly swept her umbrella away. A sense of unease gripped her heart, and she fervently hoped for a smooth journey. Should an apocalypse strike unexpectedly and flights were cancelled, returning home would become quite inconvenient. Despite these thoughts, based on her past experiences, she knew the rain would likely persist for several days, so she managed to maintain her composure. After hailing a taxi to the Jade Market, she found the atmosphere much livelier than she had anticipated. The market was filled with the sounds of bargaining, with numerous individuals live-streaming their transactions. Dressed in a raincoat, Xiaoxici entered the market, gently pressing her hand against the jade in her chest pocket, attentively monitoring its reaction. To her delight, not long after venturing out, she felt a strong vibration from the jade space. The intensity of this tremor surpassed any previous encounters. From this vibration, she sensed the excitement of the jade within her space. After a few tests, she quickly identified one stall amidst the closely packed vendors. The stall owner was broadcasting live, while several accomplices praised the quality of the jade. Xiaoxici, having some knowledge of jade, immediately recognized that there was nothing of value at this stall. She crouched down and sifted through the items, soon discovering a purple pendant shaped like a teardrop, adorned with 14K gold and embellished with dozens of small diamonds. It appeared quite exquisite. Xiaoxici toyed with it in her hands for a moment, feeling that it possessed an extraordinary quality. Before she could inquire about the price, the stall owner dashed over, grinning widely as he seized the pendant from her grasp. "Young lady, you have a keen eye. This pendant is our shop's prized possession." Xiaoxici's lips twitched, recalling how just moments ago she had overheard him telling his viewers that same line, indicating he was merely putting on a show. She decided not to engage further, as this was merely the beginning, and the jade market held much more to explore. "How much is it?" The stall owner began to showcase the pendant on the live stream, discussing its quality and color, completely disregarding Xiaoxici's inquiry.
Oh.
"Looks like our sister Wang has her eye on this pendant too. Well, it's only fair that we prioritize her."
Xiaoxici frowned.
Realizing the stall owner was attempting to inflate the price, observing the group of accomplices nearby, each with shifty eyes, she knew that acquiring this jade pendant would not be straightforward. However, having navigated through apocalyptic challenges, she was unperturbed by the stall owner's little tricks. Without a word, she turned and walked away. One of the accomplices, an older woman, tugged at Xiaoxici's sleeve. "Are you really leaving? I think the pendant looks great. Should I buy it now?" Xiaoxici let out a cold laugh. "Feel free to buy it. The market is vast and I've just arrived. There's still plenty to browse." Seeing that Xiaoxici was not backing down, the stall owner finally turned serious, putting his phone down. "Miss, let's negotiate." In the end, Xiaoxici acquired the jade pendant for 5,000 yuan. The pendant was about the size of her thumb, with a decent color but lacking in quality. The vendor initially intended to deceive Xiaoxici into paying 20,000 for a 14K gold setting adorned with small diamonds. However, Xiaoxici firmly stated her desire for a raw stone, insisting that all embellishments could be removed, which ultimately dissuaded the vendor from a scheme. Upon acquiring the pendant, Xiaoxici did not immediately place it into her space. Instead, she devised a plan. Finding a secluded corner, she used a brooch from her bag to pierce her finger, allowing her blood to flow onto the purple pendant. To her astonishment, the blood was instantaneously absorbed. Overwhelmed with joy, Cece felt as if she had entered the space of her gem, quickly envisioning a vast area of several square meters. This was indeed a spatial pendant. Realizing the excitement emanating from the gem at her chest, Cece concluded that this item was far from an ordinary stone. Yet, she hesitated. If she allowed her spatial gem to absorb it, it would undoubtedly enhance her gem's capabilities. However, the spatial potential within this stone might hold other benefits. In her previous life, she had witnessed others wielding spatial treasures that incited fierce competition, often exchanging for unimaginable resources and connections. Contemplating this, Cece resolved to temporarily store the stone, deliberating later on whether to upgrade her space. After traversing the marketplace for quite some time, Cece encountered no further objects that stirred the gem at her chest. Circumventing the entire trading area yielded no reaction from the gem, inducing a sense of urgency and self-doubt in her. Was it possible that her gem was upset because she had not placed the stone into her space? Just as she pondered her existence, the spatial gem vibrated once more. To her surprise, she found herself in the stone gambling zone, with the source of the vibration being a massive stone beside her, nearly half her height. Cece's lips twitched in contemplation. How could she possibly transport this stone? Observing her fixated gaze, a middle-aged man approached, only to be mocked by a nearby young man. "What stone are you referring to? It may look impressive, but it holds no jade within. Don't deceive the young lady." The middle-aged man, agitated, threatened the young man, exclaiming, "Don't hinder my business. This stone has been here for 3 years, with countless passers-by declaring it worthless." Unfazed, the young man turned to Cece. "If you wish to purchase raw stone,
Come to my stall.
his stone may look grand, but it's just a dud." With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Cece feigned innocence, wandering to the young man's side. "Brother, I'm just here for fun. That stone looks fascinating. Do you genuinely have any that can reveal jade? I wish to uncover a bracelet myself." The two men, clearly rivals, exchanged insults until the middle-aged man, after berating the young man, turned to Cece with a smile, proclaiming, "This stone you admire is our store's prized possession." At the mention of a prized possession, Cece felt her eyes roll. Did every shop employ this tactic? Did they truly believe people were so gullible? Ignoring the shopkeeper, she noted that the stone had sat unsold for so long without concern. Although she genuinely desired the stone, she was unwilling to be fleeced. After perusing the shop with the young man, she declined his overtures and returned to the shopkeeper. "Boss, I find this stone quite appealing. There seems to be a connection. Will you sell it to me?" Ultimately, Cece acquired the enormous jade raw stone for 120,000. The stone had multiple areas devoid of green, with only a small section of cloudy white jade. Thus, its price was not exorbitant. Many believed it to be merely ornamental, presuming it contained no jade. Rejecting the immediate proposal to open the stone, Cece requested assistance in moving it to a small warehouse she had previously scouted. She returned home alongside the transport vehicle, and by the time she settled in, it was already past 7 in the evening. Gazing at the purple jade pendant, then at the colossal jade raw stone before her, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Today had been fruitful. Eagerly, she released Dahe. The cat seemed bewildered in its new surroundings but soon calmed, observing Cece and the peculiar stone. Cece gently stroked Dahe's head. "Once you return to the space, you'll understand how remarkable this stone is." Although Dahe had become aware of its entry into the so-called space, its enhanced intelligence did not clarify the relationship between the massive stone and the space itself. Feeling restless, it wandered around the hotel, needing to relieve itself. Despite the presence of cat litter in the space, it anticipated being taken out for a walk, refraining from using the litter box.
Recognizing Dahe's restlessness,
Cece quickly placed the stone into the space. This time, she entered the space alongside it. Before her eyes, the massive stone transformed into smaller fragments, and those fragments morphed into powder. Subsequently, blue starlight particles erupted from the stone, soaring into the space. The space, as though absorbing nourishment, devoured all the starlight particles. Simultaneously, Cece observed the shimmering spring water becoming even more radiant. The structures within the space doubled in size, and the farmland expanded significantly, now encompassing 5 acres. Once again, she placed a bag of bread within, eager to witness the ensuing transformations. To her astonishment, the bread was absorbed by the fertile soil. While uncertain of what would emerge, This indicated that the soil could now accommodate processed foods like bread. This remarkable change filled Xia Sisi with excitement, affirming that her visit had been worthwhile. As she contemplated the purple pendant in her palm, curiosity piqued her interest regarding the potential transformations it could invoke within the space. However, she soon dismissed the thought. In the wake of an impending apocalypse, countless unimaginable risks loomed, making it prudent to retain the pendant for now. After all, the space's current upgrades were already astonishing. Once the upgrade stabilized, she would attempt to invite Dahe into the space as well. To her delight, she succeeded. This meant that the space could now accommodate both her and Dahe simultaneously, providing an additional layer of security against future threats. That evening, Xia Sisi walked Dahe around the vicinity, purchasing a plethora of local specialties. The locals had a fondness for cured sausages, with nearly every supermarket stocks them. Besides sausages, there were cured ribs, cured fish, and other preserved goods. Xia Sisi cleared the shelves of several nearby supermarkets. Afterward, she sought out the largest local tea and snack wholesaler. Although they had closed for the day, she managed to persuade them to return with a phone call. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time and used the rented vehicle to transport 2 large loads of various frozen semi-finished snacks. She then visited a street market to purchase an array of local delicacies, satisfying both herself and Dahe before returning to the hotel contentedly to sleep. Regardless of the circumstances, this journey was far from futile. However, just before falling asleep, Xia Sisi checked her account and was astonished to discover that she possessed over 2 million in funds. She resolved to spend it all at dawn. Dahe nestled beside her, on the verge of slumber, when Xia Sisi's surprised exclamation startled him awake. After confirming there was no danger nearby and seeing Xia Sisi comfortably tucked under the covers, he sighed in relief. Even with an enhanced intellect, he could not comprehend Xia Sisi's emotional fluctuations. At that moment, after her initial astonishment, she began to grind her teeth and steeled herself for what lay ahead. Perplexed by her behavior, Dahe turned away, presenting his rear to her, muttering that he found her rather difficult to understand and chose to sleep instead. The next day, the rain continued to pour, even more heavily than before. Xia Sisi rose before dawn at around 5 o'clock. With little to pack, she took Dahe out for a brief stroll and then placed him in her space, preparing her backpack to venture towards another jade market. Her objective was to exhaust her entire savings, leaving not a single cent behind. With this thought in mind, Xia Sisi stepped through the gates of the jade market, often referred to as the new market. In this market, the offerings consisted mostly of pre-made ornaments and some high-end items, perfectly aligning with Xia Sisi's intention to spend lavishly. Unlike the previous market, the vendors here were not in a rush to sell their wares. Live streaming was scarce. Most of them sat at their stalls, engrossed in their phones or sipping tea. The booths were more upscale, with jade displayed on elegant shelves rather than scattered on the ground, arranged neatly on counters. As Xia Sisi wandered from stall to stall, she felt no reaction from the jade space until she was on the verge of giving up, when suddenly, she experienced that familiar tremor. It was even more intense than the first encounter with the purple pendant. Her heart raced with excitement. However, the plethora of dazzling goods surrounding her was overwhelming. She found herself standing before a shelf brimming with bangles. Striving to maintain a natural demeanor, she gently moved her hand among the bangles. Finally, in the innermost section, she discovered the bangle. It was a beautiful piece, the jade of at least icy quality, and in a vibrant green that Xia Sisi adored. Just as she reached out to touch it, the vendor, a charming woman in her 50s, swiftly pushed her hand away, saying, "I'm sorry, but we do not allow casual handling of this bangle, dear. Perhaps you would like to look at something else?"
Xia Sisi smiled.
Aware that the vendor assumed she couldn't afford it. After further contemplation, Xia Sisi was convinced that this was indeed the bangle she desired. She lifted her gaze to the vendor and inquired, "Andy, how much for this bangle? I wish to purchase it." To her astonishment, the bangle was priced 40,000 more than all her available funds combined. After much negotiation, they were still 10,000 apart. With no other options, Xia Sisi had to resort to every online loan and credit card she could muster. After all, with the impending apocalypse, money would soon become worthless paper. The loans would become untraceable once the power and internet systems collapsed, ushering in an era of barter. According to Xia Sisi's recollections, it would be many years before currency reemerged, forming a new economic system detached from previous assets. Once she had exhausted her finances, Xia Sisi felt a sense of fulfillment as she splurged on a variety of local snacks before boarding her flight home. She prudently withdrew 10,000 in cash using her credit card, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon arriving at the airport, the rain intensified. Due to the weather, her flight was delayed, leading Xia Sisi to spend over an hour in the airport. As she checked the weather forecast, an uneasy feeling crept in, prompting her to consider hiring a vehicle if her flight remained grounded the following day. Fortunately, after another hour, the airport announced that her flight could finally take off, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. During her time at the airport, many were discussing the recent inclement weather, with some lamenting that their homes in low-lying areas were already flooded. Others mentioned issues like leaking roofs in their old family houses. Listening intently, Xia Sisi furrowed her brow, recalling the timeline from her previous life. If the earlier heavy rain had hinted at the impending apocalypse, the news she received that day served as a stark reminder that it might arrive the very next day. Upon the flight's return to her city, the aircraft circled for an extended period before finally landing due to the adverse weather. After disembarking, Xia Sisi quickly hailed a taxi to her apartment, only to suddenly remember that the solar charger she had ordered for her phone was still at the delivery station. Observing the dismal weather outside, she steeled herself and decided to retrieve the solar charger. Just as she was about to step out, Dahe, tugging at his leash with his dark, shiny eyes fixed on her, caught her attention. After nudging Dahe's head, she realized he needed to relieve himself. Though cat litter could suffice, Dahe preferred the grassy outdoors, circling as he did his business. Understanding that it may be a while before he could frolic outside again, Xia Sisi resolved to take Dahe out to the lawn while the acid rain had yet to fall. Given the relentless downpour, she dressed Dahe in a raincoat. Though he appeared reluctant, he begrudgingly wore it. However, upon stepping outside, they were nearly swept away by the wind. Just moments before, the wind had not been so fierce, nor had the rain been so torrential. In a matter of minutes, the weather had transformed dramatically. Xia Sisi watched in horror as a small tree at the entrance was uprooted, nearly striking a passerby. As autumn had already set in, many leaves had turned yellow, and amidst the tempest, they fell like blades, sharp and perilous. A stray leaf could easily leave a cut upon contact. Glancing at Dahe, Xia Sisi contemplated returning him home first before fetching her charger. Just as she began to lead him back, a massive object hurtled towards them. Xia Sisi barely had time to react as it soared directly for her face. Just as she raised her arm to shield herself, a figure dashed past her, colliding with the object. A muffled grunt echoed beside her. Looking down, Xia Sisi realized it had been the advertising sign from a nearby shop. The bold letters spelling graceful yoga stood out. The sign was fabric-covered, yet housed a solid iron frame within. Had it struck her, she could scarcely fathom the consequences. The brave soul who intervened to save her was none other than Dahe. Though he remained upright after the collision, Xia Sisi could clearly see him lifting one of his legs in distress. The claws hung limply, clearly indicating an injury. Big Black. Big Black. Xia Sisi felt her eyes welling up. After enduring so many years in the apocalypse, she had witnessed countless betrayals, especially the time when Hao Ro and Lin Yi ultimately lost their lives. Yet, never had anyone protected her in such a manner. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable strength surged within her, prompting her to scoop up Big Black. The weight of Big Black had exceeded 100 pounds, all muscle. Big Black appeared somewhat bewildered, unaccustomed to being embraced like this. However, Xia Sisi insisted, "Stay still, Mommy will carry you home." Although she felt slightly awkward using the term mommy in that moment, she found herself reveling in the notion of being addressed in such a way. It seemed Big Black understood her intentions and remained motionless. Thus, in the midst of the raging storm, she held Big Black tightly and returned to the entrance of her apartment building. As she crossed the threshold, the tempest was halted at the door, and she gently set Big Black down. A profound sense of having survived a disaster washed over her. Turning back to gaze through the glass door, she observed that the world outside had transformed. The fierce wind had thrown trees askew, and numerous branches had been torn off. An electric bike lay crushed beneath the fallen debris. Fortunately, from her vantage point, she noticed the rider had managed to rise, seemingly unscathed. The advertising boards positioned at the entrance were now flailing wildly in the air, posing a significant danger. Some cyclists had dismounted, opting to push their bikes or seek shelter from the storm. Yet, it seemed inevitable that they would face the downpour. Chapter 26. The apocalypse arrives consequently. The storm intensified, heralding the arrival of acid rain. The apocalypse was truly upon them. Once inside her home, Xia Cece examined Big Black's paw. Having encountered numerous injuries during the apocalypse, she had become somewhat of an amateur medic in this regard. A simple touch could reveal misalignments or fractures. Luckily, Big Black had neither. Only a slight twist in its paw, likely from colliding with the advertising board at an awkward angle. Relieved, she found solace in this outcome. After an hour, noticing the weather had improved slightly, she donned protective gear and ventured out to retrieve her phone's solar charger. Glancing at the small package, she grumbled, "This is all your fault and my inept brain that caused Big Black's injury." She then turned on the radio, eager to catch the local news. As she listened, she administered medication to Big Black, who was remarkably obedient, allowing her to tend to its needs. The broadcast informed listeners of the recent severe weather conditions and reported that many companies had transitioned to remote work. Some factories even decided to close for a few days. Experts mentioned that the storm would soon subside. However, a youthful segment of the broadcast brought up the trending Doomsday theory circulating online. One host remarked that a user named Lu Dan had accurately predicted the storm's trajectory, claiming it would bring nationwide rainfall lasting about a week, followed by fierce winds. Initially skeptical, the host admitted to being silenced by the current tempest sweeping across the nation. Another host chimed in, expressing concern over Lu Dan's prediction of acid rain following the winds, urging listeners to stockpile supplies. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussions online, with the post garnering over 20,000 likes and continuing to grow. "Regardless, I've decided to stock up on food. Who knows when this dreadful weather will relent?" she thought. Upon hearing this, Xia Cece opened her phone and searched for the keywords related to Lu Dan's doomsday predictions, quickly locating a Weibo page. As she prepared to view the post, she discovered it had been deleted. Xia Cece recalled Lu Dan from her previous life, where he had amplified the doomsday narrative online, prompting many to hoard supplies, herself included. After the apocalypse arrived, rumor circulated about Lu Dan being a wealthy amateur meteorologist equipped with sophisticated weather observation instruments. However, she remained oblivious to his fate. That night, the wind howled relentlessly. Xia Cece cradled Big Black as she drifted into a restless sleep. It seemed Big Black sensed her unease, remaining steadfastly by her side. The following morning, the world outside remained shrouded in gloom. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already past 7 o'clock. Ordinarily, daylight would have broken by now. Even on overcast days, it should not have been this dark. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, she peered outside. The wind had subsided, and the rain had lessened significantly, yet ominous clouds hung heavily in the sky, reminiscent of an early dawn. Xia Cece attempted to test the rain's acidity by releasing a piece of paper from the window. After breakfast, she returned to find the paper exhibiting signs of slight corrosion. As she suspected, acid rain had fallen. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. On this day, Xia Cece encountered numerous posts online. Some users expressed their unease about the rain, while others reported that their garden plants had withered overnight. There were even claims that outdoor pets appeared ill. The terms acid rain and apocalypse were incessantly searched. Despite ongoing efforts to censor these keywords online, individuals continued to discuss and share them across various social media platforms. Soon, official statements emerged, warning citizens that due to urban pollution, the rainwater now contained a small amount of acidity and advising everyone to minimize outdoor activities while authorities sought solutions. The ambiguous phrasing stirred considerable debate regarding the true dangers of the acid rain. Consequently, numerous dissenting voices emerged online, asserting that while the acid rain had corrosive properties, they were negligible and there was no cause for alarm. They advised simply carrying an umbrella when venturing outside. A few so-called experts also claimed that while the rain was mildly acidic, it posed no significant threat to human health, urging the public to remain calm and continue their normal routines. After all, the heavy rains had persisted for over a week, and the reduction in rainfall was a positive sign. Others speculated that the rain might cease in a few days. Xia Cece could only shake her head and sigh. Acid rain would not cease, and as time progressed, its corrosive nature would only intensify. While this acid rain might eventually facilitate the awakening of supernatural abilities in some, the ensuing hardships, food scarcity, lack of clothing, disrupted water and electricity supplies, and absence of medicine, would undoubtedly claim many lives. In the morning, Big Black gazed at Xia Cece, its eyes urging her to take it for a walk. After inspecting Big Black's paw from the previous night, she found it had completely healed. Perhaps it was the effect of the spiritual spring water that had expedited its recovery. Relieved, she affectionately patted its head, grabbed the leash, and, forsaking an umbrella, ventured outside with it. Upon stepping out, she noticed that everyone was bundled up tightly, as if fearing even the slightest exposure of skin to the elements. It appears that the notion of acid rain has spread widely. Xia Sisi and Dahe, without any protective measures, now seem like anomalies. However, throughout the city, there are many individuals like Xia Sisi who remain unconvinced by the apocalyptic rhetoric surrounding acid rain. Some even intentionally expose themselves to the rain to test its acidity. They are hesitant to linger too long, as they do not wish to suffer the early onset of skin lesions. They can only afford to indulge in brief excursions, accumulating the power of the acid rain. In time, there will be ample opportunities to be caught in the rain, and by then, evasion will be futile. Many will bear the marks of corrosion upon their skin. Thus, it would come as no surprise if Xia Sisi and Dahe were to acquire wounds as well. Upon returning from walking Dahe, Xia Sisi glanced at the school group chat. She noticed someone had posted a video from the school, showing a throng of students flocking to the campus supermarket, hoarding various snacks. Others mentioned that the buns and steamed bread in the school cafeteria were selling like hotcakes, with many purchasing them for future emergencies. The school's delivery point was inundated with a mountain of food items, indicating that students familiar with end-of-the-world narratives possess a sense of crisis. When she checked her social media, Xia Sisi was surprised to see Zhaoying, who usually refrains from posting, had shared a 9-grid post. The images displayed an array of food and winter clothing, stacked high. Zhaoying accompanied the photos with a caption, "Who bought these for me? Come out and say hi." Chapter 27. The Power of Acid Rain. Xia Sisi chuckled softly, relieved to see that Zhaoying had received supplies. Previously, when Zhaoying had assisted her, Xia Sisi had sent a batch of provisions to her at school to repay the favor. However, after seeing Zhaoying's post, she quickly messaged her, "You should delete that post and hide your supplies. Do not let anyone know you possess these items. The apocalypse narrative is gaining traction, and no one can predict what will happen next." Zhaoying replied immediately, "Did you buy these?" Xia Sisi chose not to respond. Yet, she observed that Zhaoying had indeed deleted the post. A few minutes later, Zhaoying called her.
Xia Sisi unsweat it.
And Zhaoying got straight to the point. "I returned everything today. I can't accept so much from you." Sighing, Xia Sisi reflected on the innocence of the students at school. In her previous life, having traversed through the apocalypse for years, she had witnessed countless schemes and deceit, and such simplicity was rare. Xia Sisi feigned surprise. "Oh? I never said those items were for me. I simply saw your post, and thought of the recent apocalyptic discussions." She jokingly added, "Perhaps it was a boy who likes you who bought them?" After a lengthy exchange, Zhaoying could not extract any information from Xia Sisi and hung up in frustration. Yet after a while, Zhaoying sent another message. "I've hidden everything in different places. Regardless of whether the apocalypse is real, you should be cautious. And thank you." Reading this, Xia Sisi felt a sense of relief. Truly, she admired Zhaoying's straightforward nature, devoid of unnecessary chatter. She hoped Zhaoying would survive the impending turmoil. On that day, Xia Sisi busied herself in the kitchen, preparing meals. She began by making 1,000 dumplings, each filled with various ingredients: tomato and egg, shepherd's purse and pork, shrimp and 3 delicacies, cabbage and pork. After boiling them, she portioned 26 dumplings into plastic containers, tailored to her appetite. Following that, she cooked an array of stir-fried dishes. She prepared heavily flavored dishes first, such as sweet and sour pork, 3-vegetable stir-fry, boiled meat slices, and spicy hot pot. Many of these ingredients were already stored in her space, yet she decided to cook them anyway, meticulously following recipes and storing the results in containers. The fluffy white rice was directly placed atop these dishes, ensuring a balanced meal in each container. Aside from cooking, Xia Sisi spent the remaining time playing and exercising with Dahe. She discovered that after bathing in the spring water from her space, Dahe could now spar with her. Armed with a wooden sword, she simulated a battle. After several rounds, she found herself on the ground, gasping for breath, rolling her eyes at Dahe, who wagged his tail in front of her. "Could you not go easy on me?" Dahe seemed to understand, yet pretended not to, maintaining a fixed gaze on Xia Sisi, while wearing an expression that suggested she was simply too weak. which exasperated her to the point of tugging at his large dog face in frustration. By the following evening, Xiaoxici saw reports online stating that acid rain is indeed hazardous. It turned out that some skeptics who had ventured out without protective gear developed red spots on their faces after 2 consecutive days of exposure. Those who visited dermatologists reported clear signs of skin erosion. As images and text circulated online, a wave of panic ensued, silencing experts who had previously dismissed the dangers of acid rain.
Apocalypse discussion proliferated.
Peering through the glass in her living room, Xiaoxici noticed a nearby shopping mall filled with cars and people pushing shopping carts laden with goods. The sales of raincoats surged, resulting in shortages in numerous stores. Many online criticized those bloggers who had previously claimed that the acid rain would soon cease and posed no threat. With a sigh, Xiaoxici took Dahe for another hour-long stroll. Upon returning, she noticed red spots had appeared on her face as well. This revelation caused her brow to furrow. Could it be that the acidity of the rain had intensified so rapidly? Indeed, not all events unfold identically to her past life. In her previous experience, the acidity of the rain had initially been ambiguous, only increasing after 2 weeks of rainfall, once certain areas had been inundated. Yet now, within just 2 days, the rain's acidity had reached a level capable of causing skin irritation in merely 1 hour. At that moment, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Upon checking, she discovered that various groups were sharing a video. Someone had lingered in the acid rain for too long, resulting in severe facial lesions. The individual was a vegetable farmer, who, witnessing his crops ravaged by the rain, attempted to construct a shelter with his wife. However, during that brief endeavor, his face became severely damaged. In the video, the farmer, tears streaming down his face, pointed to his wilting crops. These vegetables are ruined. We used to have a shelter, but after 2 days of rain, it has been eroded. I neglected it for just 1 night, and now the shelter is riddled with holes. We thought we could take advantage of the brief lull in the rain to build a sturdier shelter. But the wind blew off my raincoat hood, and I didn't pay attention. As he spoke, he leaned closer to the camera, revealing his decaying skin, blood and flesh exposed, with some areas seeping dark fluid. This was indeed the aftermath of acid rain erosion. Xiaoxici gazed at the light rainfall outside, a gentle sigh escaping her lips as she contemplated the impending chaos in the world. By the afternoon, reports of food shortages began to emerge from various regions. In some remote areas, there were even reports of looting in closed supermarkets. Those involved were apprehended and publicly criticized online. The authorities began to urge the public not to panic, to minimize outdoor activities, and reassured everyone that they were working on solutions while advising against believing in rumors. Having lost her family, Xiaoxici had no group chat to turn to. However, the homeowners group was bustling with activity as members shared their latest stockpile achievements, displaying their hoarded goods for all to see. On the screen, a mountain of delectable food piled high, tempting the eye. Below, numerous individuals voiced their envy, some exclaiming 666. This flattery prompted others to showcase their own stockpiles. The property management group was filled with laughter and joy as people encouraged one another and engaged in friendly comparisons. Xiaoxici, observing the names of those residing in Building XX, Unit XX, felt a pang of apprehension for them. When the apocalypse arrives and order collapses, these individuals would become the first targets, easy prey. Chapter 28. The space is locked 5 days later. The acid rain showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, its intensity had increased to the point where even an umbrella proved ineffective. Those venturing outside to shop had begun to rely on their wits. Some donned pot lids, while others improvised with tables. Yet, the majority opted to remain indoors. Most supermarkets had closed, and many companies were on temporary leave. Factories ceased operations. The entire city had fallen into a state of stagnation. However, it was not just the city that had come to a standstill, the entire world had. As of today, the water and electricity in Xiaoxici's apartment remained normal, and the internet was still operational. Yet, reports from numerous areas indicated that their communities were gradually losing access to water, electricity, and internet services. After all, the acid rain had corroded electrical wires, pipes, and gas lines. The city's halt was merely a matter of time. The authorities had initiated a series of repairs, but these efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. Xiaoxici even witnessed an electrical repairman, his hands corroded by the acid rain, working at heights. Ultimately, he lost his grip on the ladder and fell. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived promptly to take him away. However, Rumors online suggested that hospital beds were becoming scarce. As Xia Cixi perused the school group chat, she discovered that classes had been suspended, plunging everyone into panic. For safety reasons, the school had not closed but instead isolated students in their dormitories. Zhaoing informed her that the school had prepared a substantial supply of provisions, and the cafeteria still served meals daily. Hearing this, Xia Cixi felt somewhat reassured, as these were her classmates and teachers with whom she spent her days. Unexpectedly, that day in the property management group, she spotted a familiar name, Hao Ro. Hao Ro greeted everyone, announcing her recent move and sharing a photo of herself in a bikini during her vacation in the Maldives. Immediately, several young men in the group began to chime in. Wan Wei from the 6th floor of Building A. What a beautiful lady. Which floor do you live on? We can't go out much lately. Perhaps we could chat. Huang Chun from the 15th floor of Building B. Do you have a boyfriend? I'm single and wealthy. We could get to know each other. Hao Ro did not respond to these advances. However, Xia Cixi could easily envision a number of men, drawn by the scent of opportunity, already adding Hao Ro on WeChat. Just 2 minutes later, the group notified that Lin Yi had been invited by Hao Ro to join the property management group. Xia Cixi raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi had also moved in? Hao Ro soon introduced Lin Yi, declaring, "Hello everyone, this is my fiancé Lin Yi. We just moved in on the 5th floor of Building A. We look forward to your support." Before long, both Hao Ro and Lin Yi changed their group nicknames to reflect their new residence, Hao Ro of Building A, 5th floor, and Lin Yi of Building A, 5th floor. Observing the number 5, Xia Cixi couldn't help but smile. This would be entertaining. How long would it take for the 5th floor to be completely submerged? She couldn't recall precisely, but it shouldn't be long. Moreover, this apocalypse was evidently more ferocious than the last. There was much to witness. The afternoon following Hao Ro's move, their apartment lost internet connectivity. Soon after, Xia Cixi heard many people exiting their homes, knocking on neighbors' doors in search of information. Having grown accustomed to a world connected by the internet, the sudden isolation amidst the acid rain, which loomed like a fierce beast, left them in a state of alarm. At that moment, someone knocked on her door. Before the person reached the door, her dog, Dehei, had already perked up, running to the door with a tense posture, ready to spring forward. Remarkably, Dehei traversed the 5 or 6 meters to the door in mere seconds, hardly making a sound. Its ears stood erect, betraying its heightened vigilance. Xia Cixi approached the door, gently patting Dehei's head as a reward and a means of soothing. The knocking continued, now tinged with urgency. She cautiously opened the door, but left the security door closed. Standing outside was a young man with shifty eyes. "Hello, is your internet still working? I just ran up here. Everyone says the internet is down." His tone was polite, yet his gaze roamed inside. Perhaps sensing his ulterior motives, Dehei emitted a low growl, a subtle warning. The man's attention shifted to the dog. "Wow, you have such a big dog. How come I've never seen it before?" Xia Cixi thought to herself that though she had lived here for a while, not everyone in the building was familiar with each other. She simply smiled, not wishing to engage further. "We don't have internet either. It seems everyone is affected."
Oh.
There are many rumors online about the impending apocalypse. Have you stockpiled supplies? If not, it would be wise to venture out and gather some. As he spoke, his eyes continued to wander inside. Luckily, Xia Cixi had placed a large screen at the entrance, obscuring everything within her home from his view. She had purchased this screen to conceal the stove in her living room, as most of her supplies were stored away in her space. "Do you have any other business?" Perhaps sensing her cold demeanor, Dehei began to growl threateningly. The man, under Dehei's fierce gaze, took his leave. Frowning slightly, Xia Cixi contemplated that this man might cause trouble once the apocalypse struck, and she would need to remain vigilant. After he departed, she lowered her gaze to Dehei,
Murmuring, "Well done."
with such a large dog in her home, even if the man had nefarious intentions, he would likely hesitate to approach her initially due to the presence of Dehei. That day, Xia Cixi chose to ignore the chaos outside. While gas was still available, she cooked for another day. After days of effort, she had nearly filled all her disposable plastic containers in her space. The shelves were brimming with supplies. By evening, she resolved to experiment with the black soil in her space, hoping to discover more uses for it. Additionally, she had yet to store the jade bracelet she had collected from outside. Previously, she had hesitated to place it in her space, fearing issues could arise if the space upgraded too rapidly. Now, however, she felt it was safe to proceed. Xia Cixi took out the jade bracelet. admiring it in her hands. To be honest, she truly adored this bracelet. It was simply exquisite. The space seemed to resonate with energy, as if urging her to place it inside. Rolling her eyes, she did not hesitate and tossed the jade bracelet into the space, simultaneously stepping into it. Within the space, the jade bracelet quickly transformed into shimmering blue starlight, extraordinarily beautiful. This time, the starlight shone more beautifully than ever before. Amidst the blue luminescence, there were even hints of silvery brightness. Xia Sisi cradled Dahei in her arms, enchanted by the magnificent spectacle unfolding before her. Dahei, lifting his head, gazed wide-eyed, his mouth slightly agape, as if astonished by the scene. When some starlight flickered down near him, he playfully attempted to snap at it, though he merely caught air. This cascade of starlight lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it came to an end. Xia Sisi scrutinized her surroundings, eager to see what changes the space might undergo, but suddenly felt an immense force propelling her and Dahei outward. For a moment, she was bewildered. What was happening? She attempted to re-enter, but after several futile attempts, it seemed the space had deliberately sealed itself off from her. Anxiety began to creep in. All her supplies were within that space. Chapter 29. Power Outage. Xia Sisi anxiously paced around the room. Dahei, observing her circular movements, began to mimic her, looking rather comical. This amused Xia Sisi, prompting her to tease. What do you know? Mimicking me. Dahei tilted his head, his expression blank, as if to say, who is imitating whom? That night, Xia Sisi struggled to find restful sleep. However, her resilience, shaped by the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic life, saw her through. She mustered her spirits and prepared some storable food, placing it in the refrigerator, and completed her daily exercise routine with Dahei. In the dead of night, she was awakened by a vibration emanating from her chest. Startled, she sat up in bed and glanced at the space within her chest. To her astonishment, it had transformed into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. In addition to the previous crimson hue, a striking green had emerged, enhancing the jade's allure. Xia Sisi inhaled deeply, sensing that this spatial gem was markedly different from before. Dahei, roused by the commotion, sat up on the bed, gazing at her with a droopy face. Xia Sisi gently stroked his neck, calming him before attempting to enter the space once more. This time, she succeeded. Upon entering, she discovered that the space had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, the black earth had expanded, distinctly divided into two regions. One area maintained its prior position, the soil appearing even darker, flecked with sparkling blue, as if imbued with extraordinary power. The other area spanned several acres, presenting a more normal soil texture, yet remarkably soft and fertile to the touch. In addition to the black earth, the modest dwelling had been upgraded to a two-story villa. Stepping inside, Xia Sisi noted that aside from the original small room, the villa had approximately 300 more square meters of space. The villa featured a spacious living room and around 7 or 8 additional rooms, all appearing quite practical, albeit sparsely furnished. As she contemplated the villa, she sensed it possessed an extraordinary quality, though its utility remained unclear. After a thorough inspection, she exited the villa, only to find that the spring's source had transformed into a small mountain, cascading water gracefully down its slopes, evoking a sense of ethereality. The soil atop the mountain was equally fertile, indicating its potential for cultivation. In the villa's backyard, she spotted a large black machine with an expansive opening, suggesting it could be used for depositing items. However, it bore no labels, leaving its purpose a mystery. The storage areas had morphed into neatly arranged rows of tiled houses, with supplies meticulously categorized. The previously obscured expanse had also grown larger. Xia Sisi noticed a fenced grassy area resembling a grand pasture, which filled her with both delight and exasperation. The emergence of a pasture indicated opportunities for livestock, ensuring a future supply of meat. However, she lamented her lack of live poultry, as she pondered whether to venture out to procure some livestock while the rain was still light. A rustling sound behind her startled her. The space had been profoundly quiet, save for her footsteps, as she was the only living being present, apart from Dahei. When had other creatures entered this realm? With a flick of her mind, a concealed knife materialized in her hand. She crouched, moving cautiously, ever vigilant. The creature, seemingly not very clever, had hidden behind the villa, exposing only its furry rear while trembling. Xia Sisi approached and lifted it, revealing an exceedingly plump rabbit. The rabbit's fur was a creamy beige, distinct from ordinary rabbits. Its mouth was a striking blueberry blue, enticing yet peculiar. This rabbit was significantly larger and heavier than the average, its girth quite substantial. Upon examination, Xia Sisi realized it was a female rabbit. How did a rabbit end up in this space? She mused aloud. Suddenly, she noticed a moisture-absorbing packet stuck to its rear. Curious, she picked it up, reading the "Do Not Eat" label, which sparked a faint sense of familiarity. The rabbit continued to tremble, appearing utterly inexperienced. After locking eyes with it for several moments, she finally recognized the resemblance. This rabbit bore an uncanny likeness to the bread she had buried in the black earth. Its creamy hue mirrored that of the bread, and the blue-purple nose and paws resembled blueberry filling. Xia Sisi felt her worldview shattering. The day's spatial upgrade had bestowed upon her an abundance of surprises. Overwhelmed, she temporarily placed the rabbit in the pasture, where it joyfully grazed, quickly adapting to its new environment. After much deliberation, she retrieved a loaf of bread and planted it in the previous black earth, naming the shimmering black soil black-blue earth and the more ordinary soil simply black earth for clarity. Within the black-blue earth, she sowed the bread, along with a packet of seeds, a box of cookies, and a package of chocolates. Additionally, she attempted to insert a piece of clothing, planning to observe the results in a couple of days. For the ordinary black earth, she scattered spinach seeds, eager to see the outcome. Standing before the peculiar machine at the rear of the house, Xia Sisi pondered for a moment before tossing a cushion into it. The machine sprang to life upon sensing the object, swiftly consuming the cushion. However, after that, nothing transpired. Frustrated, Xia Sisi circled the machine twice, only to confirm that indeed nothing was happening. Useless machine, return my cushion. Though the cushion was of little immediate utility, it was nonetheless a valuable resource in this spatial realm. Rolling her eyes, Xia Sisi exited the space. Outside, the large black dog, accustomed to Xia Sisi's frequent disappearances and reappearances, merely raised an eyelid before dozing off once more. Upon realizing that the space was still operational and had even upgraded, Xia Sisi's lips curled into a smile as she succumbed to slumber. This sleep enveloped both her and her canine companion until the sun climbed high in the sky. The following morning, they were roused by the commotion outside, which turned out to be due to a power outage. Chapter 30. The chaos begins. Hastily donning some clothing, Xia Sisi tethered the alert large black dog and descended the stairs together. The hallway was abuzz with a heated argument between none other than the triangular-eyed man who had previously knocked on her door and a petite girl. The girl, residing just one floor below, was currently blocking the entrance, tears streaming down her face. A group of onlookers nearby included a strikingly attractive young woman clad in a denim jacket, standing at around 170 centimeters tall, exuding an air of confidence. She pointed accusingly at the triangular-eyed man, Huang Chun, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? Do you think no one is watching? Do you believe I won't call the police right now?" Xia Sisi, unable to approach with the large black dog in tow, could only observe from a distance. It dawned on her that this triangular-eyed man was indeed Huang Chun, the one who had previously commented on how beautiful Hao Ro was, residing on the 15th floor. Huang Chun, sensing the threat of police involvement, forced a smile and replied, "I'm only doing this for everyone's good. Today we lost power. Likely because the external wires were corroded by acid rain. We don't know when the electricity will return. So, I thought to bring in a generator to benefit our entire building." The apartment complex where Xia Sisi resided was a mixed-use building, housing various yoga studios, restaurants, and even a cat cafe supermarket. Thus, it was plausible that some tenants might possess a generator. What do you mean by benefiting the whole building? You just want to seize Xiao Fei's generator. Don't think we don't know how you've been conducting business. We are all old neighbors. Who doesn't know who? As the young woman in denim spoke, Huang Chen's demeanor shifted to one of agitation. Ding Lei, what do you mean by that? Don't think just because you're a woman, I won't dare to strike you. Remember, we are in the apocalypse. If you have the guts to call the police, check if your phone has any signal. This remark jolted Xia Sisi into recollection. The internet had been down yesterday, and now the power was out. Her phone appeared to have no signal either. The crowd began to intervene and calm the situation. Seeing the growing number of onlookers, Huang Chen, with a piercing glare directed at the girl named Xiao Fei, left in a huff. The crowd dispersed, and seizing the moment, Xia Sisi hurried back home with her dog for a walk, mulling over Huang Chen's unsettling gaze. realizing he might soon stir trouble, potentially being the source of chaos for their building. Xia Sisi preferred to stay out of unnecessary disputes, knowing this was merely the beginning, and things would only grow more brutal. Based on her experiences from the previous apocalypse, she understood that remaining clear-headed and not overly compassionate was vital for survival. The two girls, Xiao Fei and Ding Lei, appeared to be neighbors and shared a close bond. She hoped they would remain vigilant. The property management was commendable, temporarily providing a generator to power the building's elevators. However, once the elevator shaft became inundated by acid rain, the only means of descent would be by foot. Yet, this served as a signal to Xia Sisi that opportunities to leave the building would dwindle. After walking around with her dog, she decided to check the nearby shops, hoping to find additional supplies since one could never have too many. To her dismay, she discovered that the street at the entrance of the community was already knee-deep in water. Observing the rain, she noted it had intensified compared to before. Despite the continuous downpour, this area, being relatively elevated, had remained unscathed, while lower regions were likely flooded up to the first floor. The large black dog, displaying an unusual wisdom in its gaze, stood obediently. Xia Sisi reached out to pat its head, feeling as if its intellect had grown since they last encountered such dire circumstances. The streets were deserted, yet many residents peered from their windows, gazing down at the unfolding scene. Perhaps due to the prolonged confinement within their homes and the absence of electricity and internet, boredom had set in. Xia Sisi wondered if this would be her last glimpse of a normal street, as a sense of desolation washed over her in the eerie silence. After wandering a bit more, she resolved on the delivery point across the street. Arriving there, she found it deserted, the rainwater having reached the steps. Knowing it was time to take action, she returned home. The concentration of acid rain had indeed increased significantly. After an hour-long stroll with her dog, they returned, only for her skin to show signs of deterioration. The large black dog, shedding fur, cast a forlorn look at her. Upon noticing her gaze, it scratched at the spots where its fur had fallen out, its expression filled with palpable resentment, as if to say, "Look, human, I'm losing my fur." Xia Sisi chuckled, applying some ointment to the dog's exposed skin. "Don't worry, you'll be fine in a few days." Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps the spring water from her spatial realm would be more effective than these ointments. With that thought, she poured some of the spring water onto her arm, marveling as the wounds healed at a visible pace, which delighted her. After consuming a light meal, she engaged in some boxing and playful antics with her dog before embarking on her task for the day, brewing ginger-infused brown sugar water. Utilizing 2 large pots, she filled them with brown sugar and ginger, simmering for over an hour. By evening, the shelves in her space brimmed with hundreds of bowls of this precious concoction, vital sustenance for the frigid times ahead. In the subsequent days, she resolved to continue brewing these nourishing liquids to prepare for the impending challenges of the apocalypse. However, around 7 o'clock, she noticed the rain intensifying further. The droplets fell like large beans, hammering down from the sky. Xia Sisi observed that the awnings of nearby shops had begun to corrode. What was once mere puddles at the steps had now escalated to the first floor of the opposite delivery building. Her eyelids flickered. She recognized that tonight was the night to initiate her plan. That evening, while attending to her dog's needs indoors, the large black dog appeared somewhat discontent. Nevertheless, Xia Sisi explained that they could not venture outside, as countless pairs of eyes were watching them. Although the dog remained sullen, it complied without further protest. Once the dog had finished, Xia Sisi led it back to bed, setting an alarm for 12:30. Tonight, she had grand plans to execute. Chapter 31. Someone upstairs. Dahe was perplexed by Xia Sisi's intentions. He could not fathom why she chose to retire early that day. However, being a dog of few words, he simply followed her lead and settled down to sleep alongside her. At precisely midnight, Xia Sisi's alarm clock roused her from slumber. She rose, donned the black night gear she had meticulously prepared, and led Dahe downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, darkness enveloped them. The property security had long since vacated their posts, and water had infiltrated the lobby, temporarily barricaded by waterproof sandbags. However, this measure was merely a stopgap. It was likely that by the morrow, the entire area would be submerged. Braving the storm, Xia Sisi and Dahe swam across to the opposite side of the road. The water was littered with debris, and the acidic rain had fully immersed them, stinging against their skin. Xia Sisi recognized this sensation as the corrosive effect of the acid rain, but she remained undeterred, fully aware of its utility. From Xia Cici's perspective, Dahei's swimming was quite commendable. The dog executed a serious dog paddle, adding a touch of humor to the dire situation. The streetlights had long ceased to function, and the water was teeming with floating refuse, yet the distance was short, and they soon reached the other side. There. It was evident that the water had inundated a small building on this side as well. Without hesitation, Xia Cici retrieved her tools and began to pry open the door lock of the building. Though it was already 1 a.m, in the stillness of the city, she refrained from illuminating her surroundings with a bright light. Instead, she wielded a dim yellow flashlight, ensuring that the illumination emanating from the building would go unnoticed by distant residents. Wading into the interior, she found a spacious storage area. At the entrance sat a table cluttered with documents, calculators, and a computer, likely used for calculating delivery fees and tracking packages at a shipping point. The room was brimming with delivery boxes, some encased in plastic bags, others neatly arranged on shelves. Evidently, prior to the evacuation of the shipping point, precautions had been taken against potential flooding, as evidenced by the elevated moisture-proof mats. At this moment, the packages remained dry, much to Xia Cici's relief. Aware of the urgency, she did not take the time to inspect each parcel. Instead, she collected whatever she could find. Desks, chairs, electronic scales, moisture-proof mats, and the computer were all taken. When the cold season arrived, the desks and chairs could serve as firewood. As Xia Cici amassed more supplies, the space within her storage area began to feel cramped. The seemingly useless items, like computers, might prove invaluable in the future. It was better to salvage them than let them succumb to the rain. Having filled her space with parcels, she ascended the stairs to gather more supplies. If her memory served her correctly, the second floor was also a shipping point. She continued her collection, stowing everything within her space for later examination once she returned home. To her delight, upon reaching the second floor, she discovered a small room filled with delivery personnel's winter coats, military jackets, shoes, and vests. While not aesthetically pleasing, these garments were indeed warm, durable, and wind-resistant, ideal for surviving an apocalyptic scenario. It appeared that the shipping point had ordered these uniforms for its employees, but they had not yet been distributed.
Xia Cici,
Pressed for time, quickly gathered them all, noting that most were men's sizes in various dimensions. After thoroughly surveying the first and second floors, she knew the third floor housed a live streaming company, a marketing firm, and a food company. Aware of the ticking clock, she and Dahei hurriedly ascended to the third floor. Dahei remained obedient at her side, following her every command without barking or straying. Xia Cici was familiar with this floor, knowing it was primarily occupied by several live streaming companies, each occupying a small office filled with various merchandise. However, to her astonishment, as she ascended the staircase, Dahei suddenly seized her pant leg. Startled, she turned to see Dahei's wide eyes fixated forward, his body poised in an aggressive stance. In an instant, Xia Cici comprehended that someone was indeed upstairs. She swiftly extinguished her flashlight and gently retreated with Dahei, squeezing into a small cleaning closet. The cramped space contained little of value, suggesting it would likely escape the notice of others. Pressing closer to the shadows, Xia Cici strained to listen for any external sounds. Sure enough, within half a minute, she discerned footsteps accompanied by the dragging of objects and the flicker of a flashlight. Could it be that someone like her had sensed the impending apocalypse and begun gathering supplies? With a swift thought, a concealed knife materialized in her hand. Her body tensed, prepared to defend herself should the intruder pose a threat. Fortunately, the individual seemed to have finished collecting supplies and descended the stairs without incident. As the footsteps faded, Xia Cici exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the now relaxed Dahei. Yet, she was acutely aware that the intruder would soon discover the first and second floors had been thoroughly stripped bare, likely leaving him astounded. She could only hope that upon seeing the empty rooms, he would surmise that a group had come through, prompting him to retreat in haste. After a brief wait, Xia Cici stealthily approached the window of the adjacent room, observing a figure exit the building with a large bag slung over his shoulder. She breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by his stature, he was tall, at least 185 centimeters, possibly even 190 centimeters. His robust physique could not be concealed by the oversized black coat he wore, which did little to mask his broad shoulders and chest. He maneuvered through the water with ease, suggesting he was quite capable. Though his face remained obscured, his imposing figure was unmistakable. If they were to meet again, Xia Cici would certainly recognize him. A frown creased her brow, This man appeared formidable, and she would need to exercise caution in future encounters. Firstly, his towering stature indicated considerable strength. Even with Dahe by her side, he would be a formidable opponent. Secondly, his ability to navigate the acidic rain and swim through it demonstrated his audacity. Lastly, his presence at this hour, scavenging for supplies, signified his foresight. He had recognized the onset of the apocalypse and the impending collapse of order. What Xia Cixi had not anticipated, however, was that he would traverse the street and enter the very building she occupied. Upon witnessing this development, her eyelids involuntarily fluttered. It appeared he was her neighbor after all. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. She would confront whatever challenges arose. So long as he did not provoke her, she would maintain her composure. Yet, she knew she must remain vigilant. Chapter 32. It was all worth it. Only after the man had fully entered the building did Xia Cixi allow herself to relax. After waiting a short while, she noted that he had not re-emerged, yet her anxiety persisted. Approaching Dahe, she pointed toward the window. Dahe, how about you keep watch here? If you see him come back out, come find me. With her space at her disposal, the worst-case scenario would be that they could both retreat into it, remaining undiscovered. Her greatest concern was the possibility of him unexpectedly appearing behind her, catching her off guard. Dahe sat down with a sullen expression, silence enveloping him, while his round, glistening eyes fixated on the window, resembling a diligent sentry on watch. It seemed that in recent days, Dahe had grown taller. Now, even while seated, he could reach the shoulders of Xia Cixi. Observing Dahe in this state, Xia Cixi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly 2:30. She intended to return by 6:30 at the latest, leaving her with 4 hours, yet she still had 10 entire floors to cover. She needed to quicken her pace. To her surprise, in a small room on the 3rd floor, Xia Cixi discovered a plethora of gas canisters, around a dozen in total. This building lacked a natural gas supply, relying instead on gas canisters for cooking. On the 3rd floor, there existed a modest kitchen that provided lunch for the entire building. Xia Cixi swiftly stored the canisters in her space. When the apocalypse struck and natural gas became unavailable, these canisters would become a vital resource. She also didn't overlook the large refrigerator in the kitchen, which contained meat, boxes of potatoes stacked in the corner, and storable foods like sweet potatoes, pumpkins, steamed buns, and rice, all of which she collected into her space. Before leaving, she made sure to gather the large iron tables, chairs, and kitchen tools, including knives, placing them all into her storage. In her previous life, when she had arrived here, these vegetables had already rotted, and the rice and flour had been snatched away, depriving her of these benefits. The gas canisters had seemingly been swept away by nearby waters. Fortunately, she had arrived early this time. Continuing her exploration of nearby live-streaming studios, Xia Cixi noticed that many items had already been removed, particularly foodstuffs like biscuits, instant noodles, and spicy snail noodles, likely taken by a man who had come before her. From the remnants of his scavenging, it was clear that he had been quite selective, perhaps because, unlike Xia Cixi, he lacked a space to take whatever he desired and had to choose carefully. He had a particular affinity for spicy foods, leaving behind items such as seafood-flavored instant noodles and black pepper beef pasta, while taking all the spicy options. Xia Cixi, however, was not picky. Like before, she spared no shelves or chairs, collecting everything. Upon entering a studio selling hoodies and down jackets, Xia Cixi noticed that the largest sizes had already been taken. The entire row labeled 4XL was missing. This further confirmed her earlier estimation of the man's height, over 185 centimeters, indeed. She then came across several studios selling skincare and cosmetics, filled with high-end products she had previously hesitated to purchase, such as luxurious skincare sets and expensive beauty devices. Without hesitation, she collected them all. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, she believed in maintaining a sense of ritual and self-care. In the studio at the very top of the 3rd floor, Xia Cixi astonishingly discovered a sheep. When she entered, the sheep appeared weak from hunger, its feed and water long exhausted. It weakly bleated at her. The sheep looked familiar, with a round black face obscuring its eyes, its large frame covered in soft, curly wool. She recalled it was a popular breed, known as the Valet Blacknose. Gently stroking its head, she found it to be quite docile. Seizing the opportunity, she used her thoughts to transport the sheep into her space as pasture, hoping the rabbits within would be kind to it. The pasture's grass should suffice to revive the sheep. This studio clearly catered to pets. Xia Sisi also discovered the lifeless body of a cat in a cage, prompting a sigh of sorrow. In the apocalypse, humans struggled to survive, let alone the animals trapped in cages and neglected. Opposite the cage, she found a cabinet filled with pet supplies, sheep feed, cat food, and canned cat food. Unfortunately, the caged animals could not access these provisions. With no time to mourn the deceased animal, she collected the pet food along with the cabinet itself. Having completed her scavenging on the 3rd floor, Xia Sisi ascended to the 4th. This floor, too, was occupied by a merchandise company, but it bore a distinct northeastern decor. With white-painted walls resembling snowdrifts, adorned with corn cobs and red chilies, and the floor designed to mimic the tracks left by tires on snow. However, the most intriguing aspect was the signage above the offices, indicating the month's best and worst performers, with amusing titles like "This Month's Loser" and "This Month's Champion." Inside the offices, she found a variety of snacks: potato chips, spicy strips, canned fruits, near-expired beverages, and low-calorie chocolates, along with some decorative items, which were of little practical use, but still worth collecting. In one room, she encountered an array of ornamental fish. With a flick of her mind, she gathered all the fish into her space, planning to eventually create a small fish pond to observe any changes in the spirit spring water. As she pondered this, Xia Sisi was taken aback to find a seafood company on the upper floor, also labeled as "This Month's Loser." It was evident that sales had not been favorable, leaving plenty for her to claim. Beyond the small live-streaming rooms, this floor contained large merchandise displays with over 20 freezers filled to the brim with seafood, squid, large shrimp, sea cucumbers, abalone, and ready-to-eat grilled shrimp, alongside spicy squid and fragrant dried fish. With a sweeping gesture, she stored all the freezers in her space. Recalling her previous visit to this floor, she remembered the power had been out for quite some time, resulting in the seafood in the unpowered freezers having spoiled, leaving a foul odor that suggested a multitude of corpses. Thus, they had not ventured onto the 4th floor during her last visit, but moved straight to the 5th. Today, she felt fortunate. Power had only been cut off that morning, and the freezers still contained a chill, preserving the contents. Adjacent to this, she discovered a company selling ice cream, which was labeled as "This Month's Champion." Given the recent warm weather, it made sense that ice cream sales had been brisk. With numerous freezers filled with both imported and domestic premium ice creams, she collected them all, recognizing their potential to provide comfort during the sweltering season. In the far corner of this floor, she came across what appeared to be the office of the floor's manager. As she entered, she noted that the entire floor belonged to the same enterprise, albeit divided into several different companies. What amused Xia Sisi the most was the sign in the boss's office that read "Old Brother." This term was quite straightforward. The office of this old brother boasted a top-secret lock, appearing far more opulent than any other office in the company. After much effort, Xia Sisi finally managed to unlock it. There were moments when she contemplated giving up, considering the numerous floors above and the time she could not afford to waste. However, upon prying open the door, she felt her efforts were entirely worthwhile. Chapter 33. The Pursuer. Upon entering the boss's office, Xia Sisi was enveloped by an ambience reminiscent of middle-aged health preservation. At the entrance stood 2 large blue and white jars, once home to lotus flowers, now wilted due to the lack of care and ventilation. The furniture was entirely made of solid wood, featuring a hodgepodge of redwood display racks, rosewood tables, and mahogany chairs, an eclectic yet luxurious assortment. The shelves held jade artifacts and decorative pieces, crafted from precious yellow pear and redwood. The wall decorations were impressive, adorned with calligraphy and paintings filled with eloquent strokes. A cursory glance revealed phrases about tranquility and composure, indicating that this old brother was indeed quite contemplative. The shelves also housed medicinal wines infused with red dates, goji berries, and ginseng, alongside an array of health supplements and even the Huangdi Neijing. Collecting such items clearly indicated the considerable effort this old brother invested in managing his substantial company. As she circled around the desk, Xia Sisi discovered a portrait of a young, bald man holding a large flower, proudly displaying a red ribbon signifying him as one of H City's top 10 entrepreneurs. His bald head gleamed, perhaps a testament to his relentless labor. Among other items, she felt a tremor in her spatial realm as she approached a stone jar, hastily storing everything within her space, without pausing to examine the changes. Continuing her exploration, she uncovered a wealth of luxury items on the desk: watches, necklaces, handbags, and even 3 safes. Unable to open the safes, she stored them in her space for later. Additionally, there was a cabinet filled with high-end cigarettes, gift boxes of bird's nest, and assorted teas. The variety of teas was astounding. Pu'er, green, black, white, and even English breakfast tea, all meticulously arranged. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. She was aware that many Chinese had a penchant for tea. In the impending apocalypse, such teas would become coveted commodities among influential figures. The cigarettes and gift boxes of bird's nest were equally rare. These items were likely intended for building connections and relationships, a clear indication of the old brother's extensive networking. Previously, with limited funds, Xia Sisi had hesitated to acquire such luxuries, but now, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Within the boss's quarters, she also discovered a lounge, presumably for the old brother's frequent rest. The sign read plainly, napping. Kicking the door open, she was greeted by a massive, exquisitely comfortable bed. Without a second thought, she stored it in her space, along with high-end suits and unopened down comforters and wool blankets from the wardrobe. She did not overlook the elegant desk and chair, both of which she promptly placed in her spacious villa. Even more unexpectedly, she encountered a large water tank in the bedroom, containing a lump of white material, partially transparent. This tank was far more ornate than the cheap jars outside, gleaming with opulence. Xia Sisi speculated that whatever was inside was extraordinary, considering its lavish containment. Without hesitation, she swept it into her space. After a thorough search of the lounge, Xia Sisi felt something was amiss. The layout was distinctly different from other areas she had traversed. Eventually, she discovered a hidden door behind the curtains, only visible when the drapes were completely drawn back. Upon opening it, she found a dimly lit room, its red hue illuminated by faint lighting. In the center lay a massive hexagram ritual circle, surrounded by burnt candles, evoking scenes from films she had previously watched. It was apparent that this old brother held some religious beliefs, an area Xia Sisi was not well versed in. As she scoured the small space, she uncovered several pure gold artifacts, all of which she collected into her spatial realm. Most astonishingly, she stumbled upon a replica handgun. Though merely a replica, it was crafted with such skill that it could easily be mistaken for a real firearm, feeling weighty in her hand, but it lacked ammunition. This handgun seemed to serve ritualistic purposes rather than practical ones, yet it could still intimidate anyone with nefarious intentions. Xia Sisi had long sought firearms. Yet domestic laws forbade such pursuits, and she had no connections abroad. Although she possessed a spatial realm and ample funds, she had always been a law-abiding citizen, a mere student without access to arms dealers. Thus, she would have to await the chaos of the apocalypse to seek such means. Moreover, in this room, she discovered 2 additional safes, far more sophisticated than the previous ones. Not having the time to crack them open, she stored them as well. After completely ransacking the old brother's office, she ascended to the next floor, which housed a research department filled with seeds, hydroponic plants, and equipment. Without a second thought, she collected everything into her space, clearing an entire level. This would allow her to cultivate hydroponic vegetables when time permitted. The 7th floor featured a store selling various export garments and bedding. Here, Xia Sisi not only gathered numerous articles of clothing but also stockpiled a vast amount of fabric. After the acid rain, many people's clothes had become tattered, making it difficult to present oneself decently. These fabrics would prove invaluable in due time. On the 8th floor, she encountered a small pet paradise. As she ascended, the cacophony of animal sounds filled the air. Unfortunately, many animals had perished from starvation. Among the survivors were 3 rabbits, 2 alpacas, a sheep, a miniature horse, a small cow, several chickens, 2 guinea fowl, and a gray parrot. The parrot, remarkably intelligent, greeted Xia Sisi with a human-like voice. "Hey, ghost. You finally decided to return." The uncanny phrase startled her, prompting her to draw her knife. Only upon realizing it was merely a parrot did she break into a cold sweat, pondering what the bird had endured to speak such oddities. She collected all the animals into her space, recognizing that she now had a farm in need of livestock. The rabbits could reproduce, providing a source of meat, while guinea pigs were considered delicacies abroad. Though Xia Sisi had reservations about consuming them due to her childhood experiences, she decided to store them for potential future use. In the realm of space farms, sustenance is abundant. Dairy cows yield milk, while sheep provide both meat and milk. Xia Sisi has observed that the sheep is female and belongs to the same breed as the previous black-faced goat, thus forming a perfect pair. The miniature horse may currently seem of little use, yet it may serve as a means of transportation in the future. As for the alpaca, its primary contribution lies in its wool, which is exceptionally warm and may prove invaluable in frigid conditions. The silky chickens and guinea fowls are treasures as they offer both eggs and meat. Contemplating these bounties brings her immense joy. The parrot remains as a source of amusement, for the African grey is renowned as the most intelligent of its kind. Naturally, Xia Sisi also took all the feed stored in the small animal zoo. She assessed that the variety of fodder and provisions should suffice for the small creatures for at least 6 months. She continued her expedition to the 9th floor. This level featured various small private restaurants, Western dining establishments, and yoga studios. Xia Sisi meticulously collected everything, leaving no stone unturned. Upon reaching the 10th floor, she stumbled upon a jewelry store brimming with gold ornaments weighing hundreds of pounds, along with dozens of gold bars, all of which she swiftly gathered into her space. As the apocalypse approached, currency had become worthless paper, while gold and silver transformed into the new medium of exchange. At that time, this gold would hold immense value. The 11th floor housed a large gymnasium. Xia Sisi stored all the equipment in her space, also retrieving the 2 large mirrors within. By the time she reached the 12th floor, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. The treasures she amassed tonight eclipsed all her previous stockpiles. After all, her finances were limited, whereas the resources of the dozens of companies across these 12 floors felt like an endless well of surprises. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps caught her attention. It was the sound of Big Black rushing toward her. Instantly alert, Xia Sisi spotted Big Black sprinting up the stairs to the 12th floor, its expression serious. Their eyes met, and she understood immediately someone was coming. Indeed. She soon heard a rapid, steady stride approaching. This individual had a purpose, not pausing on any other floor, but heading directly upward. It was evident that this person sought only Xia Sisi, or perhaps the entirety of the building's contents. With the footsteps drawing nearer, Xia Sisi wasted no time and, accompanied by Big Black, entered her space. Chapter 34. Emptying the 12th floor. Within her space, the outside world was shrouded from view, yet sounds reached her ears. Mere moments after Xia Sisi entered, the footsteps echoed close by. The individual moved with remarkable speed, their gait steady and assured, likely a skilled practitioner. The voice was deep, suggesting someone in their 20s. Big Black remained vigilant beside Xia Sisi, muscles taut and poised to strike. She gently stroked its back, encouraging it to relax. With a glint of determination, she whispered into Big Black's ear, reminding it to remember this person's voice and alert her should they encounter him again. Big Black blinked its large eyes, uncertain if it comprehended. The intruder lingered at the stairwell, seemingly discerning sounds. However, he would be disappointed. He would not locate Xia Sisi. Perhaps sensing no trace of her, he proceeded down the right corridor. Holding her breath, Xia Sisi listened intently. The individual traversed the 12th floor multiple times, kicking open doors as if searching for any signs of life. Xia Sisi wiped the cold sweat from her brow, grateful for her quick thinking in retreating to her space. Otherwise, a confrontation with this person could have spelled disaster. After a prolonged period, the search ceased, transforming into the sounds of scavenging. Hiding in her space, Xia Sisi and Big Black found themselves with little to occupy their time, remaining cautious. They settled for a meal of rib rice and a cup of hot soy milk, savoring their feast while remaining attuned to the commotion outside. Big Black enjoyed a portion of unsalted rib rice and a bowl of pork bone soup, prepared by Xia Sisi beforehand. They relished their meal together. After finishing, Xia Sisi felt a return to her senses. Realizing her previous focus on gathering supplies had left her ravenous. After eating, Big Black appeared to understand their safety, lying down for a brief rest. Listening to the sounds outside, Xia Sisi noted the intruder had made 3 trips within an hour, moving with astonishing speed. Each trip seemed laden with numerous items. As the clock neared 7, the skies brightened, and the intruder no longer appeared. However, with daylight fully upon her, Xia Sisi dared not return home. When that individual arrived, the building had been filled with goods, but now it lay nearly empty, the intruder having ascended following Big Black's footsteps. Should Xia Sisi's identity be exposed, it would be perilously dangerous. Thus, She resolved to seize the remaining items on this floor while the crowd was sparse, planning to retreat to her space for a day to thoroughly examine the upgrades available. By nightfall, she would find a covert route to return home. With this plan in mind, Xia Sisi and Big Black emerged from the space. The intruder had efficiently taken everything spicy from the floor, especially from a room meant for employee welfare, where a list of various daily necessities and spicy gift boxes had been entirely cleared away. Considering the number of employees, Xia Sisi estimated that the intruder had taken at least dozens of boxes. Moreover, all items related to hunger and staple foods had vanished, with cupboards left ajar. A private kitchenette had been completely looted, and even the general manager's office had been pried open. Inside, the high-end liquor and cigarettes remained untouched, yet the cabinets on either side of the manager's desk stood empty. Witnessing this, Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, thinking that this tall man certainly knew how to survive, and his avoidance of alcohol and tobacco suggested commendable habits. After surveying the premises, she discovered a safe tucked away in a corner. Without hesitation, she stored it in her space. The 12th floor was primarily an administrative area, and aside from the kitchenette, provisions were limited. Xia Sisi gathered from a few rooms, finding only some imported snacks, beverages, and meal replacement powders intended for weight loss. Nevertheless, the wooden desks and chairs would serve well as firewood in the future. She also collected a complete set of projection equipment from the conference room, noting its new model and considerable value. This equipment could be utilized in her villa as a home theater. Regardless of future utility, she planned to store it for now. Most astonishingly, at the end of the floor, she discovered a feng shui stone towering over her. As she approached, the space vibrated slightly, igniting her excitement. After completing her collection, Xia Sisi ran around the upper levels twice, confirming that she had indeed emptied the entire building, leaving her utterly satisfied. Xia Sisi had indeed contemplated the predicament of nearby residents attempting to gather supplies thereafter. Firstly, in this apocalyptic era, the principle of survival of the fittest dictates that those who arrive first have the advantage, showing even a hint of compassion or leniency may render one as mere prey. Secondly, with acid rain looming, the items here would soon succumb to corrosion, rendering them better off in her possession. After emptying an entire floor, Xia Sisi re-entered her space with Dahe. Although she had been bustling about all night, fatigue was a foreign concept to her. The bountiful harvest of the evening invigorated her. She had effectively cleared an entire 12-story building. Particularly, upon entering the space and witnessing its unexpected upgrade, her spirit soared. The most significant transformation was the appearance of a small screen floating before her, inscribed with Spirit Space Level 40. Xia Sisi was overjoyed. Had she finally received the user manual? Tears of joy welled in her eyes. She hastily tapped the screen. The display shifted, revealing several options: Happy Farm, Heartfelt Breeding Ground, and Waste Disposal Machine. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow and decided to explore the waste disposal machine first, as it was the option she understood the least. Waste Disposal Machine Level 1 function. Any unwanted items placed within the machine can yield useful resources the following day. Limitations: 1 use per day. Note: this machine relies on luck. Xia Sisi was astonished. It turned out that the machine located at the back of the house, which had consumed one of her cushions, was so remarkably useful. This was akin to a magical tool that transformed waste into treasure. Eagerly, she longed to see what the cushion she had discarded yesterday had transformed into. Chapter 35. The infuriating space. Hastily, Xia Sisi ran to the back of the house, discovering that the waste disposal machine appeared unchanged. She approached, scrutinizing the device once more, mentally chastising this space for its lack of clarity in the user manual. Upon spotting the red and green buttons, she instinctively pressed the green one. Suddenly, the machine began to vibrate. Xia Sisi stumbled back in alarm. Meanwhile, Dahe, her loyal companion, remained remarkably calm, even circling the machine curiously. After approximately 10 seconds, the vibration ceased, and a lid at the front of the machine swung open abruptly. Xia Sisi stepped forward to witness a box of mineral water being ejected. Her eyes sparkled with joy. This random resource was indeed splendid. At that moment, her heart finally felt at ease. Although the space had claimed it would yield random resources from waste, seeing it with her own eyes provided a sense of security. Water is an invaluable resource, and the cushion, rendered useless in this apocalypse, had proven to be a wise trade. Just as Xia Sisi was about to lift the box of mineral water, Dahe, who had been wandering about, spotted the flashing red button. Curiously, he tilted his large head toward it, as if observing something intriguing. Then, mimicking Xia Sisi's earlier action, he extended his paw and pressed down. The machine trembled once more. Xia Sisi had already extended her hand inside the machine, but her 10 years of survival instincts kicked in, prompting her to withdraw immediately. At that precise moment, the lid that had lifted above the machine snapped shut. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have found herself partially trapped inside. Meanwhile, Dahe, oblivious to his mischief, sat solemnly nearby, staring at the sky without a hint of awareness. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth and approached, seizing Dahe's ear. "Was it you who caused this?" Upon being questioned, Dahe's expression shifted to one of innocent ignorance, rolling his eyes at her in denial. Frustrated, Xia Sisi found herself at a loss with this colossal creature. She could only contemplate reducing his dog food rations for the night. As Xia Sisi playfully scolded Dahe, the machine came to a halt. The end where the discarded cushion had been deposited emitted a soft poof, and the cushion she had thrown in yesterday emerged unscathed. It landed squarely on Xia Sisi's face, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, realization dawned. This green button activated the machine. She glared at Dahe, her voice laced with irritation. "Did you press that red button?" Dahe turned his head, ignoring her. Xia Sisi intensified her tone. "Did you?" Dahe ambled over, placing his paw next to the red button and mimicking a pressing motion. Xia Sisi connected the dots. The red button was for returning items. With newfound understanding, she placed the cushion back into the machine and pressed the green button again. However, this time, the machine remained unresponsive. Xia Sisi recalled the user manual mentioning that it could only be used once per day and that items placed inside would transform into resources the following day. Although Dahe's blunder had consumed her opportunity for today, Xia Sisi remained cheerful. With this device, her days in the apocalypse would now hold an added element of surprise. More importantly, it provided an extra layer of security. Though she had hoarded numerous supplies, what if she overlooked something? If the machine happened to yield what she had missed? It would be nothing short of perfect. After thoroughly examining the machine, Xia Sisi wandered to the front of the house. The floating display screen still hovered mysteriously in the air. She extended her hand and selected the Happy Farm option. In no time, the system presented an overview of the Happy Farm. Happy Farm Level 2 Function. Farm 1 can cultivate any item except for living beings. Plants will randomly produce resources based on their attributes. During the space upgrade phase, cultivated items may mutate. Farm 2 is limited to planting only plants, with functions to shorten growth time and increase yield. Limitations. Excessive use may lead to dormancy. Note: Happy Farm, guaranteed to bring you joy. Reading the final note, Xia Sisi couldn't help but chuckle at the system's cheekiness. Yet, she felt a surge of excitement, even exhilaration. Farm 1 must refer to the area she previously named the Black Blue Land. With the system's explanation, Xia Sisi finally understood the peculiar occurrences of obtaining hemp rope from grass and bread from rabbits. Farm 1 was indeed extraordinary. The hemp rope produced from grass was a random output based on the grass's attributes. While the rope seemed trivial, neither edible nor drinkable, it could serve as a weapon or a means to secure belongings in the apocalypse, making it quite useful. The strange rabbit from the bread incident had emerged due to the space's upgrade, resulting in its unusual appearance. Having pieced everything together, Xia Sisi let out a sigh of relief and decided to plant extensively, taking advantage of these 2 plots of farmland. However, the warning about excessive use leading to dormancy gnawed at her. The ambiguity of excessive use was infuriating. The lack of specific guidelines forced Xia Sisi to navigate it on her own. This space system was indeed far more vexing than Dahe. After reviewing the farm's overview, Xia Sisi switched pages to open the final option, the Heartfelt Breeding Ground. Heartwarming Breeding Farm Level 1 Function. In the heartwarming farm, all animals coexist harmoniously, receiving nourishment from spatial energy automatically, managed entirely through automation. Of course, the space owner may also choose to feed them actively. Limitations. When spatial energy is insufficient, it will draw from the spirit spring energy, so do remember to feed them. Remarks. After all, they are living beings, so let's show some care. Upon reading the introduction to the Heartwarming Breeding Farm, Xia Sisi felt an overwhelming urge to strike the display screen with her fist. What kind of so-called automation is this? Merely a facade. Reflecting on the fact that the number of animals in her space was quite manageable, she sighed in relief. Previously, while foraging for supplies, she had also gathered provisions for these small creatures, so their sustenance was the least of her worries. However, this still served as a wake-up call for Xia. While the space was indeed functional and diverse, it was also fraught with challenges. Continually upgrading the space and replenishing its energy was the ultimate truth. Chapter 36. The flooded level Xia ventured to inspect the farm and discovered an invisible barrier that completely isolated the animals within, preventing those with wings from escaping. This referred specifically to the agitated gray parrot. Standing before the farm, Xia observed the irritable gray parrot repeatedly attempting to collide with the barrier in a bid to break free. Once, twice, thrice, the parrot flapped its wings, its dark eyes intently fixed on Xia, as if perplexed by the obstacle preventing it from pecking at this bipedal creature. Xia mirrored the parrot's gaze, equally perplexed. She had heard that gray parrots were the most intelligent of all, yet this particular one seemed rather dim-witted. "Where on earth have you been, you rascal?" The barrier could thwart physical entities, but not the transmission of sound. The gray parrot's exclamation was astonishing. Xia shuddered. Goodness, who taught this little creature such words? Unbeknownst to her, this gray parrot, named Gray Machine, was a social media sensation. Previously, it had participated in live streams twice a week, where viewers often teased it, leading to its acquisition of an array of peculiar vocabulary. Moreover, this parrot had quite the temperament and was very affectionate. Its owner had ventured out of town before the apocalypse, leaving it in the care of friends at an indoor zoo, only for the world to descend into chaos. Gray Machine had never experienced such an extended absence from human company and found itself thrust into an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by rather foolish creatures, which exacerbated its agitation. Observing this parrot, Xia glanced at the other animals in the farm that seemed incompatible with the parrot's nature, pondering whether it could accompany her. At the very least, it might serve as a formidable presence when cursing, with a voice as deep as a man's, certainly a useful asset. With that thought, Xia released the parrot. To her surprise, the parrot showed no fear. It promptly perched atop the head of Big Black, fluffing its feathers and proudly gazing at Xia. Squawking once more. "Where on earth have you been, you rascal?" Big Black's expression drooped again. Xia fed all the animals in the farm. She discovered that the farm was quite user-friendly, featuring various small barriers that separated the animals, preventing conflicts or trampling. The first rabbit she had introduced into the space had already engaged in a scuffle with other rabbits. When they saw Xia, the little rabbits recoiled in fear. Not concerned with this, she brought them feed and water, sufficient for 3 to 4 days. Next, she checked on the areas of the alpacas, dairy cows, and miniature horses, ensuring their feed was well supplied. Among them, a black-faced goat showed a particular affection for her, nuzzling against her as she patted its small head, rewarding it with an extra carrot. She then tended to the guinea fowl, silkies, and guinea pigs, ensuring they were all well cared for. However, upon reflecting on the guinea pigs, Xia felt a twinge of regret. These creatures were not particularly popular in her homeland, especially in the north, where they were primarily kept as pets. She was not adept at cooking, yet in the south, they were considered a delicacy, far more prized than rabbit meat. She decided to set those concerns aside for now. As long as she could afford to keep them, she would. Just as Xia finished organizing everything and calculated that the farm's animals would be self-sufficient for 3 to 4 days, a liquid crystal screen suddenly appeared, displaying the words, "Would you like to collect the farm's byproducts now?" Xia raised an eyebrow and selected yes. Immediately, she was forcefully propelled towards the silkies, inexplicably holding a basket. Upon seeing several eggs in the silky's nest, Xia's mouth twitched as she gathered them. After collecting the eggs, she was again pushed towards the dairy cows, and a bucket appeared in her hands. Was she expected to milk the cow? But she had no idea how. What a frustrating system. Couldn't it be a tad more intelligent? Realizing that perhaps the current system level was inadequate, Xia grumbled but accepted her fate. Mimicking what she had seen on television, she struggled for quite a while, nearly suffocating the little cow before managing to extract a modest half-bucket of milk. After completing the collection of these byproducts, Xia exited the farm with a frown, clutching the eggs and milk, determined to transform these hard-earned fresh ingredients into a delightful meal. In the villa of her space, Xia retrieved the stored gas canister, stove, and cookware. and simply prepared an egg pancake. She whisked the eggs, mixing them with a small amount of flour, carefully frying them in a greased pan until both sides were golden brown, then sprinkling a bit of green onion and adding a pinch of salt. Considering that Big Black should eat as well, she made a smaller pancake for him, without salt. Simultaneously, she found a small milk pot and heated the milk. The aroma of the milk and eggs soon wafted through the space, infusing it with a homely warmth. Once everything was prepared, Xia Sisi carried the food into her small room, arranged meticulously to reflect her parents' presence, smiling as she petted her dog while dining. The only discordant element was the gray parrot. Where is this place? Where has that rascal gone? Stinky. It dares to call warm milk stinky. Xia Sisi resolved to ignore it for now, planning to find an opportunity to educate the creature later. However, the parrot circled above her, attempting to grab her hair. Having just taken a bite of her egg pancake, Xia Sisi could no longer tolerate it and yanked the parrot down, warning, "If you don't behave, I'll throw you back into the farm." Big Black also stood up, casting a threatening glance at the gray parrot. At that moment, the parrot's intelligence shone through. It immediately shrank its neck and fell silent. After satiating her hunger and thirst, Xia Sisi glanced at the time. It was already noon. She spent some more time in the space, primarily planting a small amount of crops in both fields. She opted for a minimal quantity, fearing the spatial energy might not suffice. She needed to continue upgrading the space and gradually familiarize herself before daring to embark on large-scale planting and breeding. She also dug a small fish pond in the space, channeling some spirit spring water into it and releasing several decorative fish she had collected, eager to observe the changes that would follow. After a day filled with activities, it was already 6 in the evening, and dusk had begun to settle in. At this point, Xia Sisi finally felt the weight of fatigue. She pulled Big Black and the gray parrot, which had been sulking after receiving a scolding, onto her small bed and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, Xia Sisi checked the time. It was precisely 2 in the morning, perfect timing for her to return home. Sensing the tranquility outside the space, she led Big Black out. As for the gray parrot, it was excessively noisy, yet no training had been achieved. For the time being, it was cast back to the farm, to be addressed at home later. The surrounding community had succumbed to a power outage, plunging the world back into tranquility and darkness. When Xia Sisi descended the stairs, she discovered that the first floor had been completely inundated. The water had even reached the second floor. A chill ran through her as she realized that, given the height of the water, her own community's first floor must also be submerged. This was troublesome. Something significant was likely to transpire within the neighborhood. Chapter 37. The neighbors awakening. Xia Sisi hastily swam across the road with Dahe and then scaled the back entrance of the community. Before entering the building, she sought a concealed spot to first stow Dahe into her space, to avoid drawing undue attention due to his eyes. Should anyone be awake and peering outside, the presence of such a large dog would be glaringly obvious. To be prudent, she circled around other floors for a while and waited before she approached her unit from below with her diving gear. As expected, the rainwater had indeed submerged the first floor, and even the second was precariously close to being affected. However, the acid rain continued to pour, even more ferociously than before. Xia Sisi leaped through the window of the stairwell on the second floor. The elevator was undoubtedly out of service, and the generator was likely broken as well. Even if it were functional, she wouldn't dare to use it. The inundation of the first floor served as a stark signal to most that the situation had escalated. She changed into a fresh set of clothes within her space, donned a pair of lightweight, soft-soled shoes, and took a deep breath before ascending floor by floor. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of her own breathing. Yet, she tread cautiously, fearful of attracting attention. In the face of the apocalypse, once gentle and morally upright residents could transform into ferocious beasts with sharp fangs. After climbing 7 or 8 floors, Xia Sisi felt her stamina holding up, a testament to her recent commitment to exercise. However, her home was over 60 stories high, and the journey ahead was still daunting. Taking this opportunity, she observed the situation of her neighbors below. After the first floor was submerged, she found no sign of residents in the hallways of the upper floors. It seemed that those affected had either managed to escape or, more likely, had found vacant units on higher floors to pry open and move into. With that thought in mind, she lightened her footsteps and hurried up the stairs. As she passed a certain floor, she overheard 2 men conversing in the hallway. "Man, it seems the apocalypse has truly arrived. The first floor is completely flooded. Did you not see the family on that floor? The man was merciless, slapping his wife into submission to help him move their belongings. Man B. Humph, I see that man as a coward. What skill does he have in beating a woman? In the end, it was mostly her doing the moving while he simply stood by smoking. Yet, if this is indeed the end of days, he ought to be cautious. We should take turns keeping watch on our floor going forward. Man A. agreed. We brothers have been friends for many years. There aren't many of us on this floor, so we must look out for each other. Man B. Do you still have a good supply of food? I didn't stockpile adequately and now sigh. Man A. Well, in my household, with children and a dog, I'm uncertain about our future. Who knows, we might have to slaughter the dog soon. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi scoffed internally, unwilling to listen further. She noted the floor number, 23, and resolved to be cautious if she ever encountered these two again. From their dialogue, she discerned that both men were alert to the impending crisis, yet they seemed to lack provisions, already panicking at this early stage. This suggested they might resort to desperate measures to seize food later on. Continuing her ascent, the atmosphere remained tranquil. She observed that some floors had barricaded their hallways with various items, indicating an awareness of the impending turmoil. After taking a brief respite, she reflected on the arduousness of climbing stairs. Upon reaching the 58th floor, she suddenly heard a woman softly sobbing in the corridor. Xia Sisi lightened her steps, fearful of being detected. Fortunately, the woman was engrossed in her own grief, oblivious to the presence of another person navigating the stairs. Xia Sisi discreetly peered into the stairwell and saw the woman surrounded by a pile of various belongings, tidying them up while weeping. Noticing that many of the items were water-damaged, Xia Sisi inferred that this must be a resident from the aforementioned first floor. The woman was petite, barely 5 feet tall, and though she had an appealing appearance, she appeared disheveled and unkempt. Xia Sisi frowned slightly, looking at the multitude of items the woman was sorting alone, further disparaging the man of that household. Just then, a man's angry shout reverberated from the 58th floor. All you do is cry. It's infuriating. Do you want a beating? The woman quickly covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. Yet the man, seemingly unappeased, stormed out of the room, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon her. The woman fell to the ground, cradling her head, weeping softly amidst her wails. The man, inebriated, struck without restraint, and it was several minutes before he ceased. Before re-entering the room, he delivered a final kick to the woman, exclaiming, "Useless creature." The woman lay on the ground, motionless, only writhing slightly. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth, seething at the man's despicable behavior. Yet, in the apocalypse, she had witnessed far graver tragedies, such as public dismemberments, parents selling their own children, and women coerced into prostitution. Violence was merely the basest of tactics. Xia Sisi shook her head. She could not meddle in the affairs of others, nor did she wish to. Moreover, she could not risk exposing her identity as a resource transporter. Thus, she hastened her ascent. Nonetheless, she committed the couple on the 58th floor to memory. They too would require vigilance. The man exhibited violent tendencies, while the woman was weak. However, a timid woman under pressure might become a willing accomplice. Conversely, she could rise to retaliate. Only time would reveal the outcome. Taking advantage of the woman's moment of vulnerability, Xia Sisi continued her climb. As she passed her own floor, she noticed that a dilapidated security door had been installed, effectively blocking the exit. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the two sisters possessed a modicum of intelligence. However, upon reaching her own floor, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, someone was residing next door. The once empty hallway was now cluttered with various items that had yet to be organized. Xia Sisi glanced over and noted an assortment of fitness equipment and boxes of indeterminate contents strewn about, left unguarded, seemingly unafraid of theft. Affixed to her door was a conspicuous note announcing the arrival of a neighbor. The flamboyant handwriting suggested it was penned by a man. Chapter 38. Can I trust him? Xia Sisi scrutinized her surroundings once more, confirming that the new neighbor was not observing her before she cautiously entered her home. Upon returning indoors, Xia Sisi unfolded a note that simply read, "Visit tomorrow." Intrigued by her new neighbor, she found them surprisingly courteous. Yet an unsettling feeling crept in. Something about the visitor seemed ominous. With a resident across the way, she proceeded with caution, double-checking the door lock before releasing her pets, Dahe and the gray parrot. Unbeknownst to Xia Sisi, The gray parrot and Dahe appeared to have experienced some commotion. The once boisterous parrot now hung its head low, casting timid glances at Dahe. After flying out, it perched on Xia Cici's shoulder, its silence a stark contrast to its usual chatter. What could have transpired? Were they embroiled in a dispute? Xia Cici playfully teased the parrot, but it merely shrank its neck, retaining its sullen demeanor. Dahe, with a gloomy expression, turned to reveal a sizable rear, upon which Xia Cici discovered a pile of bird droppings. Bursting into laughter, she exclaimed, "Ha! Dahe, you've been hit by bird poop." Birds, including parrots, are notorious for their indiscriminate nature, relieving themselves wherever they please. This realization struck Xia Cici. Managing the gray parrot's droppings would be a significant challenge. She recalled having collected a box labeled for bird diapers during her recent acquisition of pet supplies. With a flick of her consciousness, a small box materialized before her. As she opened it, an array of vibrant parrot diapers greeted her, waterproof garments designed to catch droppings. Without hesitation, she extracted a blue diaper and fitted it onto the gray parrot. Surprisingly, it offered no resistance, appearing accustomed to the garment, albeit still somewhat discontent. Reaching out, Xia Cici gently stroked the parrot's head and inquired, "What is your name?" The parrot lifted its head, its glossy black eyes spinning around in a delightful manner. Just as Xia Cici assumed it would remain silent, the parrot chirped, "Feiji, Feiji." Initially perplexed, Xia Cici repeated, "Feiji?" The parrot responded with enthusiasm, flapping its wings and bobbing its head, "Feiji, Feiji." Amused by the whimsical choice of name from its owner, she recognized the appropriateness of the moniker. A gray parrot, like an airplane, could soar through the skies. "Well then, Feiji, this shall be your home from now on. I am Xia Cici, and this is Dahe." She indicated herself and her dog. Feiji remained animated during the introduction, but the moment Xia Cici pointed to Dahe, it wilted, wings tucked and head lowered in fear. Xia Cici found this transformation particularly amusing. She patted Dahe, who seemed displeased after being sullied, and declared, "Come, let's take a bath." Both she and Dahe bore the marks of the recent rain, their skin showing signs of irritation. In her spatial realm, she summoned a blend of spiritual spring water and warm water, effective for both cleansing and healing. After their bath, Xia Cici marveled at her previously inflamed skin. Now smooth and rejuvenated, her complexion appeared more vibrant than ever, prompting her to appreciate the wonders of her spatial resources. After a refreshing wash, they settled down, and when Xia Cici awoke, dawn had just broken. She retrieved Feiji's cage but left it unlatched, hanging it in the living room before snuggling comfortably with Dahe. Later, a commotion stirred her from slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted Dahe standing at the bedroom door, tense and peering outside. A crisp voice resonated from beyond, declaring, "No one is home," followed by a deeper male voice tinged with impatience. "I am not a bad person. I am your neighbor. No one is home. I left a note yesterday. I wish to discuss something." As Xia Cici approached the door, realization dawned. It was noon, and the neighbor who had written the note was now at her doorstep. Engaged in dialogue with the man outside was none other than Feiji, who, upon seeing Xia Cici awake, excitedly flapped its wings, repeating, "No one is home." Overcome with laughter at the ruckus, Xia Cici temporarily returned the mischievous parrot to the bedroom before answering the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw a tall man outside. With tousled short hair and clad in black, he possessed broad shoulders and striking elongated eyes set against a sun-kissed complexion, exuding an attractive aura. Observing his impressive stature, she raised an eyebrow. Could it be that fate had aligned her with the very man who had almost blocked her on the 12th floor while moving supplies? Unless, of course, this building housed another individual of such exceptional physique. As her hand hovered over the doorknob, she hesitated. Perhaps sensing her presence, the man spoke. "Hello, I am Lin Yuan. I wish to discuss defense strategies for the 66th floor against impending external crises." Xia Cici arched an eyebrow at the directness of his approach. "Crisis? What sort of crisis does Mr. Lin perceive?" Through the door, their conversation unfolded. The man, unperturbed by Xia Cici's guarded demeanor, calmly articulated, "It is the apocalypse." A straightforward proclamation that lingered in the air. After a brief silence, Xia Cici pressed on, "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by collaborating on defense?" The man appeared patient, undeterred by her reluctance to open the door. "Currently, only our two households occupy the 66th floor, both situated on the eastern side. We could dismantle the doors of the unoccupied units to barricade all access points to our floor. Would you agree? Intrigued, Xia Sisi considered the merits of sealing the corridor with security doors. Indeed, it was an optimal defensive measure. The true peril of the apocalypse lay not in natural disasters, but in the hearts of men. As a solitary young woman accompanied by a robust dog, she could easily become a target for predatory individuals, especially those like Huang Chun who might see her as an easy mark. As resources dwindled, Dahe would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. She had contemplated fortifying the entire floor but lacked the necessary doors to do so alone, which would only broadcast her possession of supplies. However, with a neighbor now present, a partnership could provide justification for such defenses. Yet, a lingering question remained. Could she truly trust this unfamiliar man? Chapter 39. Such audacity. Xia Sisi remained silent for a considerable time, meticulously observing the man outside. It was then that she noticed a large area of festering on his neck, with parts swollen and some areas already rotting away. Yet, the man seemed utterly unconcerned, showing no signs of having applied any medication. This decay was the result of acid rain, a byproduct of the current calamity. In this apocalyptic era, everyone was aware of the dangers posed by acid rain, and few dared to venture outside. Such severe decay could not have arisen from a brief exposure. It required prolonged exposure, akin to what Xia Sisi and Dahe had endured, even submerging themselves in the acid rain. This realization solidified her belief that the man before her was indeed the one who had been moving supplies across from her last night. A frown creased her brow as she pondered his intentions. Why had he moved next to her? Was it mere coincidence? Or had he seen Dahe yesterday and confirmed her identity? During her contemplations, the man outside remained patient, waiting for her response. After a moment, Xia Sisi resolved that regardless of his motives, she could not afford to fear him now that he was here. Please wait. I'll change my clothes and come out to discuss further, she stated before retreating indoors to change. She donned a pair of jeans, a sweatshirt, and sneakers, all conducive to movement. From her space, she retrieved a small knife, discreetly stowing it at her lower back, and tucked a palm-sized electric baton into her sleeve. She took one last glance at the man through the peephole, prepared to incapacitate him with a jolt before delivering a lethal strike, thus eliminating any future threats. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, visiting his new neighbor for the first time, remained unaware that he had inadvertently chosen a floor inhabited by a fierce individual. Previously residing on the 6th floor, the relentless downpour had instilled a sense of urgency in him. At 28 years old, having grown up in the country but spent recent years abroad, he had returned for business, only to find himself trapped by the acid rain and torrential storms. Having undertaken perilous missions in the past, he had developed an extraordinary instinct for danger. While others awaited rescue, proclaiming that everything would soon return to normal, he began stockpiling supplies and relocating. When Xia Sisi opened the door, she scrutinized the man outside more closely. Tall and robust, with a resolute appearance, as he approached, she could discern the muscular contours of his physique. He appeared to be a formidable figure, undoubtedly dangerous, and Xia Sisi reached a firm conclusion in her mind. What she did not realize was that, at that moment, Lin Yuan was also appraising Xia Sisi. Her simple attire could not conceal her beauty, flowing long hair, flawless fair skin, and a rosy complexion, complemented by striking features. Lin Yuan had encountered many beautiful women, but Xia Sisi's allure was unique, especially in this world of despair. While those around them were gripped by panic, hoarding whatever food they had, their faces gaunt and spirits low, Xia Sisi stood apart, vibrant, clear-headed, and composed, exuding a calmness beyond her years. You just mentioned wanting to remove the doors of the other residents on this floor to fortify our defenses? Xia Sisi interrupted Lin Yuan's appraisal. He nodded and articulated his thoughts. I previously lived on the 6th floor and witnessed the 1st floor being submerged yesterday. The residents are restless, some already contemplating breaking into the unoccupied units. The implication is clear. While things remain relatively stable, we can take this opportunity to strengthen our level. Xia Sisi let out a cold laugh, addressing him directly. But how can I trust you? Externally, it could be framed as a protective measure, but internally, it could easily become a trap. Lin Yuan regarded her with admiration. You may call me Miss Xia. Miss Xia, I admire your candor and bravery. To earn your trust, allow me to introduce myself. He rummaged through his pocket and swiftly produced a document. Xia Sisi accepted the document, noting it was a military green booklet entitled Certificate of Discharge from Active Duty. She raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover he was a veteran. I, Lin Yuan, swear that I will not make a move against you unless absolutely necessary. Xia Cici chuckled lightly. Absolutely necessary? He nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Should you attempt to harm me, I will certainly retaliate. Gazing into Lin Yuan's deep brown eyes, Xia Cici recognized the sincerity in his words. She returned the document to him. Mr. Lin, I currently have no interest in killing you, so we can cooperate for the time being. Lin Yuan echoed her emphasis on for the time being, mirroring her posture with crossed arms and a subtle smile. Yes, for the time being, as we are still strangers. They exchanged smiles and refrained from further discussion. At that moment, Dahe pushed the door open and emerged from the room. Lin Yuan's eyes twitched slightly at the sight, though it was a minor reaction that Xia Cici did not notice. She patted Dahe's head. Do you have any tools for prying doors open or installing new ones? I have nothing at home.
Ido, Lin Yuan replied succinctly.
Xia Cici nodded. All right, let us see which house we should start with. I know of one that sells imported snacks and has installed an exceptionally wide security door. We can try that one first. Thus, they reached an agreement. They approached the door of the resident who sold imported snacks, and Lin Yuan adeptly dismantled it. Xia Cici assisted while Dahe stood guard at the stairwell. In this chaotic world, every noise aroused suspicion, and residents from other floors were eager to investigate. Dahe stood firm at the stairwell, baring his teeth at anyone who approached. Within hours, he had already frightened away 7 or 8 curious onlookers. Among them was a man named Huang Chen, who certainly would not miss such excitement. Upon hearing commotion from the top floor, he hurriedly rushed up. Having never seen the residents of the top floor before, he could tell from the voices that a young girl was present, her tone cool, yet tinged with arrogance, igniting a sense of intrigue within him. Yesterday, he had heard rumors of lower-floor residents moving up, and he contemplated whether he should also relocate to the top floor. However, before he could act, the top floor erupted with activity. As he arrived, he was met by Dahe, who stood guard at the stairwell. Lowering his body and baring his teeth upon seeing Huang Chen. Startled, Huang Chen took a step back. Dahe now stood at nearly 1.5 meters tall, having grown significantly over the past few days, blocking the entrance like a small horse. What does this mean? We are neighbors, Huang Chen protested, his frustration evident as he called out to the residents within. Xia Cici and Lin Yuan continued their work, ignoring him entirely. After all, with Dahe on watch, no one dared to approach. Frustrated at being disregarded, Huang Chen was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of Xia Cici's figure darting past nearby. The captivating contours of her form, accentuated by her jeans, left him momentarily spellbound. Perhaps his gaze was too overt, as Xia Cici instinctively turned back. In that instant, Huang Chen felt a stir of attraction. What an enticing young lady, he murmured to himself. As the imposing figure of Dahe loomed before Huang Chen, its cold gaze struck fear into the latter's heart. Taking a menacing step forward, it seemed poised to launch an attack. In a fit of terror, Huang Chen stumbled and fled down the stairs, reaching the ground floor before defiantly spitting towards Dahe's direction. You wretched dog. One day I shall turn you into a hot pot.
He seethed.
Though he departed, dark intentions brewed within him. All the while, Xia Cici observed this exchange with keen interest. Approaching Dahe, she gently caressed its neck, murmuring, "Good dog, truly my mother's good dog." Her brow furrowed as she watched Huang Chen vanish, for she suspected, as she had anticipated, that he was no good. The storm clouds were gathering. Having labored throughout the afternoon, Xia Cici found herself increasingly impressed by Lin Yuan. His movements were deft, his tools plentiful. He could single-handedly lift the massive iron doors, each weighing dozens of pounds. She mused that if he could not be a friend, he must be eliminated, for he posed a potential threat. Calculating his combat prowess, Xia Cici concluded with certainty that even combined, she and Dahe would stand no chance against him. After a day of toil, they had installed 2 heavy iron doors at the stairway and secured the largest and sturdiest one at the eastern entrance, reinforced with 2 layers of heavy locks. These chains had been discovered in other rooms, and the setup now appeared significantly safer. Standing at the entrance, Xia Cici stroked her chin, satisfied with the fruits of their labor. At that moment, her stomach let out a mournful growl, soon echoed by an even louder sound from behind. Dahe, its face drooping and eyes wide with despair, looked at her with a pitiful expression. Realizing she had neglected to feed both herself and Dahe, She chastised herself for the oversight. Miss Xia, if it is convenient, please join me for a meal at my home, Lin Yuan offered from his doorway. Xia Cici raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lin, you're aware that we are in the apocalypse, correct? Inviting someone to your home is quite perilous. To her surprise, Lin Yuan smiled confidently, stating, I have observed everyone in this building and am certain that none could harm me. Such audacious bravado. Chapter 40. Lin Yi's uncle? Reflecting on her afternoon with Lin Yuan, Xia Cici felt he was no ordinary individual. He exhibited remarkable strength and explosive power, completing strenuous tasks without a hint of fatigue. His proficiency with various tools was impressive. In an abandoned room, she had witnessed him effortlessly operate a chainsaw after merely glancing at its brand. Yet, the discharge papers he possessed labeled him as a conscripted soldier. Given his apparent age of over 25, Xia Cici pondered the discrepancies, the enlistment age being between 18 and 22, with a 2-year service commitment. Thus, it was implausible for him to be a discharged conscript. Even more perplexingly, his discharge date was recorded as June of this year, when due soldiers typically retire in June. These thoughts lingered in her mind, and she resolved to learn more about Lin Yuan in due course, her apprehension deepening. She declined his invitation, stating, I apologize, but I do not have the habit of dining with strangers. Perhaps in the future, when we are better acquainted. Lin Yuan admired her forthrightness and simply nodded. Very well. We shall meet after dinner. With the door secured, it was time to organize the supplies from the former residence behind the dismantled doors. Upon returning home, Xia Cici locked the door and retrieved a portion of sweet and sour pork, a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, and a serving of rice, alongside a meal for Dahe, complete with dog food and a can. Thanks to the preservation function of her space, the food remained warm, the aroma of toasted sesame wafting enticingly from the pork. Taking a deep breath, Xia Cici felt revitalized. There was no comparison between home-cooked meals and dining elsewhere. Lin Yuan seemed the rugged type, and she doubted he could serve freshly steamed rice, succulent sweet and sour pork, or a perfectly seasoned egg drop soup. Moreover, she recalled his penchant for spicy food during their scavenging excursions. While she too enjoyed spice, she was not so daring as to challenge her stomach. The acid rain continued to fall. Xia Cici and Dahe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window as she savored her meal. Dahe lay on the ground, enjoying its can. Meanwhile, the bird, Huiji, was released, flitting around before eventually settling down to nibble on a pine cone that Xia Cici had provided. In that moment, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, Xia Cici experienced an unexpected sense of tranquility, as though nestled in a cozy cottage on a deserted island, enveloped in safety. Seated on the ground, she embraced Dahe, who looked up at her with a hint of disdain, as if to say, What else with you, human? Xia Cici tossed a piece of sweet and sour pork into Dahe's bowl, prompting the dog to wag its tail joyfully. She playfully tapped Dahe on the head. You're quite the snob, aren't you? Unfazed, Dahe finished its morsel and gazed up at her, tail wagging, eyes sparkling. Thus, they continued to share their meal. And once Huiji finished its pine cone, it swooped down to assert its presence before them. The acid rain intensified, prompting Xia Cici to fetch her binoculars. Peering at the opposite building, she saw that the waters had risen to the second floor. From her vantage point, the entire city lay submerged in a vast ocean, with only a few tall trees peeking through the surface. Many buildings had begun to succumb to the corrosive rain, their walls deteriorating. But, as she reminded herself, this was merely the beginning. After finishing her meal, Xia Cici contentedly patted her stomach and noted that half an hour had passed. She secured Huiji once more and set out with Dahe. Upon exiting, she found Lin Yuan already hard at work outside, likely having finished his meal swiftly to resume his tasks. To her surprise, he was quite industrious. This is the supply from Unit 6612. Lin Yuan gestured to the items before him. Xia Cici approached to inspect the meager offerings, mostly snacks, noodles, and a few blankets. She had never encountered the occupants of Unit 6612, suggesting they were either away on business or simply using the place sporadically. May I take these few items? You can have the rest. Lin Yuan pointed to 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma and 3 packets of spicy strips. Xia Cici stifled a laugh. Aside from the condiments and snacks, the haul included 3 packets of noodles, a bag of rice, 2 bags of chips, and a packet of candy. In truth, this distribution favored her quite well. However, Xia Sisi did not wish to bask in such grandiosity and tossed 2 packets of noodles to Lin Yuan, stating, "Since we are in a cooperative relationship, the distribution should be fair. I have little interest in excessively spicy food." Lin Yuan appeared quite pleased, nodding gently, and his expression brightened considerably. Following Xia Sisi's gesture, it seemed that Lin Yuan felt a deeper sense of closeness toward her. Several times, he assisted her in moving items. If his previous help was merely a gentlemanly habit, it now transformed into a more attentive care for Xia Sisi. This unexpected attentiveness left her somewhat unsettled. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan, though inherently reserved, possessed a keen sense of discernment. In this context, Xia Sisi's equitable distribution of resources and her agreement to his requests endeared her to him even further. They continued their scavenging, with the most fruitful discovery being an imported snack shop, which boasted an array of treats, many of which were packed in boxes ready for shipment. Perhaps due to the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, the deliveries had not been sent out. The owner of the shop, once an adorable young lady, was now unaccounted for. One could only wonder if she was faring well. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan divided the spoils of the store, each taking home 5 or 6 boxes of snacks. Lin Yuan, however, seemed disinterested in the treats, his brow furrowed in disdain as he selected items haphazardly. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes internally, thinking he couldn't possibly understand how precious these items would be in the apocalypse, particularly the gourmet candies and chocolates, which could swiftly replenish energy and were easy to carry, would become highly sought-after commodities. She transported the goods to her doorstep, refusing Lin Yuan's assistance, and carried them inside herself. Once he was out of sight, she stored everything in her space. After emptying 3 locations, Xia Sisi glanced at the time. Noting it was already past 8 in the evening, she suggested, "Let us continue tomorrow. We've secured this floor for now, and there's no one else coming up." Admittedly, she was somewhat fatigued. With ample supplies in her space, it was unnecessary to exert herself so tirelessly. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement without further comment.
Unexpectedly, Dai,
who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, arching his back and adopting a defensive posture, emitting muffled growls. This behavior indicated a warning of danger. His stance was directed towards the stairwell leading to the sealed 66th floor. "Uncle, are you up there?" A familiar voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Xia Sisi stepped forward, only to find Lin Yi behind the iron gate. No wonder Da He had reacted so strongly. He recognized Lin Yi as a nefarious individual. However, Lin Yi had just called someone uncle? "What brings you here?" Lin Yuan replied coldly. At that moment, Xia Sisi instinctively took a step back from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was actually Lin Yi's uncle? Chapter 41. Startled to the point of wetting one's pants before Xia Sisi could respond, a particularly affected and sharp voice echoed from the stairwell. "Ah, I was wondering why Sisi suddenly wanted to break up with brother E. It turns out she's already cohabiting with another man." Xia Sisi shot a glare in the direction of the voice, causing Hao Ro to retreat a couple of steps in fright. This obnoxiously dramatic voice belonged to none other than Hao Ro, the woman who aspired to be both a promiscuous vixen and a saint. "Sisi, how could you be involved with my uncle?"
Lin Yi climate in disbelief.
Looking at Lin Yi, Xia Sisi felt an overwhelming urge to return to her past life and slap him for being such a foolish man. "You are the child of the Lin family abroad?" Suddenly, it dawned on her that Lin Yi was connected to the scandalous affairs of the Lin family's patriarch. The grandfather had taken a mistress, which led to a scandal involving the grandmother tearing the mistress apart, and ultimately the mistress leaving the country with an illegitimate child. "You are from the Xia family, aren't you?" Lin Yuan did not answer, but instead posed a question to Xia Sisi. A moment of silence fell between them as they both realized they were somewhat aware of each other's pasts, albeit through hearsay rather than direct knowledge. Moreover, the narratives they had heard were far from flattering. In the Lin family's eyes, Xia Sisi was an orphan, a pitiful creature, while Xia Sisi's impression of Lin Yuan was that of an illegitimate child with a tarnished reputation. However, both believed in their own judgment, and their recent interactions had revealed to them the admirable qualities in one another. Yet, Hao Ro was relentless. She looked at Xia Sisi and noted that she appeared even more beautiful than before. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had been captivated by her. Having moved into this building in haste, they had brought minimal belongings, thinking that the Lin family's wealth would ensure their security, even in the apocalypse. However, they had not anticipated the power outage, nor their inability to contact the Lin family, and now, with dwindling supplies, they were desperate. They had come to seek Lin Yuan's assistance, hoping he might have food or a way to reach the Lin family. Instead, they stumbled upon Xia Sisi, who looked refreshed and unaffected by the apocalypse. Watching the escalating conflict, the neighbors were drawn in, and how Rose seized the moment, letting tears spill down her cheeks.
Sisi?
You've abandoned Brother E and manipulated Grandma Lin into believing there was something between us, all because you've already entangled yourself with Brother Yi's uncle. At that moment, Xia Sisi felt an overwhelming wave of revulsion wash over her, the audacity of this green tea vixen. Many neighbors had gathered near the door, having previously been blocked by Da He when they attempted to investigate the commotion on the 66th floor. Now, witnessing the unfolding drama, they chimed in, eager to gossip. An elderly woman scoffed, "Oh, look at this spirited young lady, yet she engages in such shameless behavior." Outside, Hao Rou believed that Xia Sisi was not one to argue. Thinking she had effectively silenced her and thus intensified her performance, Sisi, this engagement was arranged by your grandfather before his passing. How can you disregard your own family's wishes for your selfish desires? Hearing this, the onlookers joined in, echoing their disdain. Truly disgraceful. Just yesterday, they installed a security door and let a dog attack. I knew that girl was trouble, and now it's clear she lacks any decorum. The cacophony of voices stirred the anxiety that had been brewing among the residents, transforming them from respectable individuals into gossiping busybodies. Hao Rou lowered her head, concealing a smirk, thinking to herself that she would ensure Xia Sisi could never hold her head high again, forcing her into the mire. Xia Sisi surveyed her surroundings, noting the eager faces of the onlookers, and let out a cold laugh. She gathered her disheveled hair, meticulously redoing her braid with calm precision, and addressed the smug woman before her. "Hao Rou, did you eat something foul for breakfast this morning? Your words are nothing but nonsense." Laughter erupted from those nearby. Due to the fact that Hao Rou was clad in a shade of fecal yellow today, she resembled someone who had just emerged from a cesspool. Those surrounding her were mere fence-sitters, drawn by the spectacle, utterly indifferent to right or wrong. Hao Rou's complexion turned ashen as she gazed at Xia Sisi. Yet she continued to feign fragility. "Sisi, we have both received higher education. How can you resort to such base language?" Xia Sisi let out a cold laugh. "My vulgarity pales in comparison to your pretentious morality, especially when you, in private, have betrayed your friend by sleeping with her fiancé and were caught in the act by his parents." Onlookers began to scrutinize Hao Rou, whispering amongst themselves, "Such a pretty girl, yet she behaves so disgracefully. She and that dog owner are clearly cut from the same cloth. Truly, it's a case of dogs biting dogs, all of them unworthy." Hao Rou's face flushed crimson. "Xia Sisi, do not slander me."
Xia Sisi chuklet likatli.
Raising her phone, "Hao Rou, I still possess the video of your indiscretion. Shall I share it with everyone?" It seems they have ample time on their hands. Hao Rou's face went pale. "Xia Sisi, didn't you delete it?" Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had remained silent out of embarrassment, finally spoke up. "Xia Sisi, you received your payment. Didn't we agree you would delete it?" As the two spoke anxiously, they realized something was amiss. Xia Sisi's phone screen was dark. The power had long been out, making it impossible to play anything for the crowd. Xia Sisi was deliberately provoking them, aiming to force them into admitting the existence of the video and the affair. Laughter erupted around them, and the whispers intensified, targeting Hao Rou and Lin Yi. Hao Rou bit her lip, resorting to her usual manipulative tactics. "Sisi, we are best friends." Before she could finish, the door that had been blocking her suddenly swung open. She did not react in time. Lifting her head, she perceived a flash of white light pass before her. Then, she felt a chill at her neck. Lin Yi shouted loudly, collapsing onto the ground. The crowd erupted into screams. Those who had just been hurling insults now recoiling a few steps back. Particularly, the woman who had been the most vociferous now sat on the ground, her pants dampened with fear. Xia Sisi held a fruit knife, and a cascade of her long, dark hair floated past, slowly descending to the ground. Only then did the shorn Hao Rou react, screaming in terror, clutching her head. My hair, my hair." Xia Sisi coldly chuckled, thinking about how cowardly she was. In her past life, things had been somewhat better. At least later, when she had been starving, she had dared to flaunt a chicken leg before Xia Sisi, even kicking her and saying, "Sisi, as a friend, if you bark like a dog and lick my feet, I might just reward you with a bite to eat."
Now.
Xia Sisi advanced a step, cornering Hao Ro against the wall. The fruit knife glinted as it hovered near Hao Ro's neck. Hao Ro, for the sake of our friendship, I shall spare you this time. Next time, it will be your head that is severed. Murder! Call the police. The woman, still in shock, scrambled to her feet, pointing at Xia Sisi and shouting. Xia Sisi shot her a fierce glare, her eyes betraying the ferocity of someone who had fought monstrous foes in her previous life. If you have the guts, swim over to the police station and report me. I shall wait right here. This statement silenced the crowd, who suddenly remembered that the power and internet were down, and they were effectively trapped. How could they call for help? Just then, Xia Sisi heard an unpleasant sound, followed by a foul odor wafting through the air. Following the sound and smell, she discovered that Hao Ro had soiled herself in fear. Realizing her humiliation, Hao Ro squeezed her legs tightly together, covering her backside, but the stench had already spread. Serves her right. Xia Sisi spat contemptuously at Hao Ro, then turned her gaze to the onlookers, casting them a disdainful glare. Their eyes darted away, no longer daring to utter a single disparaging word against her. Xia Sisi, dismissing the crowd, retreated to her apartment, locked the door, sealing the cacophony of voices outside. She paid no heed to the venomous and resentful glare from Hao Ro. She could have easily ended Hao Ro's life in that moment, but that would have been too merciful. Instead, she intended to let Hao Ro suffer slowly in this apocalypse, making her and her unworthy partner realize that they could not overpower her, ultimately leading them to fear her and eventually perish in their dread. After all, how else could she avenge the humiliations she endured in her past life? Amusingly, upon returning to her apartment, she discovered that the water supply had been cut off. She relished the thought of how Hao Ro would manage to wash herself and her clothes. Just as Xia Sisi was chuckling at the situation, a knock sounded at her door. Lin Yuan's voice came from outside. Miss Xia, may we have a word? Chapter 42. Shall we share a drink? Xia Sisi had anticipated Lin Yuan's visit, but did not expect it to be so soon. She opened the door to find Lin Yuan holding a platter of exquisite pastries and a plate of cheese-coated fried chicken. The rich aroma of dairy and sweet confections wafted into Xia Sisi's nostrils. It was evident that Lin Yuan had chosen these delicacies, favored by most girls, for his visit. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, the presence of such treats was akin to a luxury. His sincerity was palpable. Yet, Xia Sisi found herself inexplicably drawn to these offerings despite her earlier confrontation. However, she was not one easily swayed by culinary temptations. So she furrowed her brow and smiled at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, I believe we are not that familiar with each other yet. Moreover, I truly did not expect the connection between you and Lin Yi. Xia Sisi's sentence trailed off, for the implication was too melodramatic. How could she have reincarnated? Meticulously selecting a refuge for the apocalypse, only to encounter members of the Lin family? This realization left her somewhat speechless. In truth, her instinctive aversion to the Lin family had diminished her previously favorable impression of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled, a hint of resignation in his expression. It was the first genuine smile she had seen from him in the past few days. I cannot choose my lineage, nor have I ever blamed my mother. However, Lin Yi and the Lin family have no bearing on me, Lin Yuan. The Lin in my name bears no relation to the Lin in Lin Yi's. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his declaration. Was Lin Yuan attempting to sever ties with the Lin family completely? You are correct. My return to the country was indeed to cut all ties with the Lin family, including the blood and legal connections I do not wish to acknowledge. I simply did not anticipate the acid rain and the onset of the apocalypse. Xia Sisi found herself genuinely interested. From Lin Yi, she had already heard whispers regarding Lin Yuan, especially in light of the relationship between the Xia and Lin families. She was surprised to learn that Lin Yuan intended to sever ties with the Lin family. After all, legally speaking, as a natural child, Lin Yuan would still be entitled to a considerable inheritance. It was rumored that upon the elder Lin's passing, he had left a substantial amount to Lin Yuan, enough for him to live a life of comfort. However, unbeknownst to Xia Sisi, the Lin family's wealth had long since dissipated. They had become a mere shell of their former selves. The family Lin Yuan belonged to was far more formidable than the Lin family, and he had never cared for the Lin family's assets. As Lin Yuan stated, he shares no connection with the Lin family. He merely cannot choose his origins. Miss Xia, I was unaware of your relationship with Lin Yi. Otherwise, I would have certainly refrained from visiting the 66th floor. Lin Yuan gazed earnestly at Xia Sisi. his dark eyes shimmering with sincerity. Over the past few days, we have come to understand each other to some extent. Therefore, I hope we can cast aside the complexities associated with the Lin family, for the apocalypse is the pressing issue at hand. To be honest, Xia Sisi was somewhat moved by Lin Yuan's words. Taking a deep breath, she intended to steady her mind, only to find herself engulfed by the delectable aroma of the delicacies in Lin Yuan's hands. A quiet chuckle escaped her lips as she realized Lin Yuan had a knack for choosing foods that girls adore. One should not strike a smiling face, she thought, acknowledging Lin Yuan's reasoning as sound. She nodded and replied, "Very well, let us converse, for we must unite against external threats. After all, it is just the two of us on this floor." Xia Sisi beckoned to Dahe, who had just returned from fetching water, now standing guard beside her. "However, I have a few stipulations for dining at your residence. First, I do not consume alcohol. Second, I must bring Dahe. Third, you must eat first, and I will decide which portion of the plate you may have." Lin Yuan nodded gently, acknowledging her requests as entirely reasonable. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a deep admiration for Xia Sisi. He had not anticipated her sharp intellect and alertness. Only such individuals could confront the challenges of an apocalypse with composure and strategic foresight, he mused. Thus, Xia Sisi led Lin Yuan into his home for the first time. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xia Sisi, Lin Yi and Hao Rou, having climbed from the 5th floor to the 66th, found themselves in a most vexing predicament. They now had to descend from the top floor, which only added to their frustration. To compound matters, Hao Rou had just soiled herself. Her face flushed with embarrassment as each step reminded her of the unpleasant sensation. Though she loathed to admit it, she was acutely aware that it was her own excrement, the odor gradually pervading the air, fueling her disdain for Xia Sisi. Lin Yi wore a grim expression, devoid of his usual attentiveness, trudging ahead without a glance back at Hao Rou. Suddenly, Hao Rou exclaimed, prompting Lin Yi to turn, impatience etched on his face. "What is it?" "Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you," a stranger's voice echoed from around the stairwell. Hao Rou had been startled by the unexpected appearance of Huang Chen, who approached with a grin, seemingly unfazed by her current state. "You have a grudge against that girl on the 66th floor, don't you? Then we can be partners," he proposed. Hao Rou's eyes brightened at Huang Chen's words. "How do we collaborate? I am certain that wretched girl has plenty of supplies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have installed a door at her own corridor. Moreover, she has a penchant for hoarding. Her residence resembles a small warehouse. We can split the resources evenly, but that foul girl must be handed over to me." Huang Chen licked his lips, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He had noticed Xia Sisi's beauty earlier, feeling a stirring within him, even contemplating whether he might seek to reconcile with her. After all, he had not anticipated that, in just a few days apart, Xia Sisi's complexion had transformed, her features appeared more refined, and her entire demeanor exuded an ethereal charm that made one yearn to embrace her.
"Yige,"
Hao Rou protested, but quickly composed herself, conjuring tears in her eyes. "Can't you see that Xia Sisi is no longer the same? She is allied with the illegitimate child of your uncle, a disgrace to your family. She must be seeking revenge." This last remark struck Lin Yi profoundly. Huang Chen chuckled softly. "Rest assured, if you join me, you will receive rewards beyond your wildest imagination." Returning to Xia Sisi, she and Dahe entered the adjacent room, finding it meticulously organized. The layout was expansive, mirroring her own room. In the living area, she observed the fitness equipment previously placed outside, along with some simple tables and chairs. Yet no sign of Lin Yuan's collected supplies was visible. Xia Sisi refrained from inquiring further, aware that resources were to be kept secret in these times. To avoid appearing greedy, she had brought a chicken with her. To her surprise, in addition to the 2 plates of delicacies, Lin Yuan served up lamb rolls, beef rolls, fried tofu skin, vegetables, and hot pot base ingredients. They were set to enjoy a lavish hot pot. Xia Sisi was astonished by Lin Yuan's generosity, which exuded genuine sincerity. "Miss Xia, with hot pot, everything is cooked in the same pot, so there's no risk of poisoning." Lin Yuan indicated the pot. Without further ado, Xia Sisi handed over the chicken to Lin Yuan, who nodded and took it to the kitchen, presumably placing it in the refrigerator. This revelation astonished her, as she had not expected Lin Yuan's home to be equipped with a generator and a refrigerator. Once the fire was lit, Lin Yuan prepared 2 dipping sauces, one fiery red, clearly laden with chili, and another with sesame paste, topped with fermented tofu and chives. He placed the milder sauce before Xiaoxici, then brought over 2 bowls containing scallions, cilantro, and chili oil. You may add the other ingredients according to your taste. In that moment, Xiaoxici was truly taken aback. Was this still an apocalypse? Did Lin Yuan possess a space of his own? Initially, their meal was somewhat awkward, with little conversation. Eventually, Xiaoxici broke the silence. Did you not grow up abroad? Why did you return to serve as a conscript in the domestic military? Lin Yuan glanced at her, surprised that she would pose such a question. He then briefly recounted his background. The narrative revealed that the tales of the illegitimate child and mistress sent abroad were mere facades. In truth, Lin Yuan's mother was a refined woman who had made a momentary lapse in judgment with Lin's grandfather, despite their significant age difference. Eventually, she returned to her family and gave birth to Lin Yuan. He enlisted in the military as a teenager and spent several years abroad for various reasons. Lin Yuan refrained from elaborating on the details, and Xiaoxici did not press further, as she had little interest in gossip. She simply understood that Lin Yuan's relationship with the Lin family was tenuous at best, even tinged with disdain, which sufficed for her. As for Lin Yuan's surname, it was derived from his mother, not from Lin's grandfather. After hearing his story, Xiaoxici nodded. As for my situation, you already know the essentials. I no longer have any ties with Lin Yi. I hope we can trust each other moving forward. Lin Yuan extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxici shook it. Their meal proceeded pleasantly, both being individuals of few words, and after a day of physical labor, they indulged heartily. They polished off 4 boxes of lamb, 2 boxes of beef, a bowl of vegetables, and an entire container of luncheon meat. To Xiaoxici's delight, the pastries and fried chicken Lin Yuan had previously brought were extraordinarily delicious. Even before the apocalypse, she had rarely tasted such exquisite cuisine. She wondered where Lin Yuan had sourced such delectable fare. Lin Yuan devoured the spicy hot pot with remarkable speed, leaving Xiaoxici utterly astonished, as it was her first encounter with someone so adept at consuming spicy food. Meanwhile, her clear broth pot had also accommodated a generous amount of meat for the large black dog. Upon leaving Lin Yuan's residence, Xiaoxici felt a slight fullness. Reflecting on the value of the chicken she had consumed, believing she had certainly made the most of the meal. This dining experience, in turn, fostered a degree of fondness for Lin Yuan within her. However, the apocalyptic experiences of her past rendered her incapable of placing genuine trust in anyone. She remained cautious around Lin Yuan, yet the fragile alliance between them seemed sustainable for the time being. Upon returning home, the large black dog lay beside her, appearing a bit drowsy, while the parrot, Gray, clung to her, vocally expressing its displeasure. You wretch, you finally decided to come back. After playfully engaging with the little parrot, she eagerly entered her space. After a busy day, she had yet to inspect the farmland and the waste processor from the previous day. Chapter 43. Mutated animals. Upon entering her space, Xiaoxici hurried to the first farmland. To her delight, she discovered that the seeds she had sown the day before had sprouted. However, this also left her perplexed. Wasn't he the first farmland supposed to yield all sorts of peculiar materials? She had never witnessed it sprouting before. Yet, she knew better than to rush. As long as there was a reaction, it was promising. Moreover, the plants sprouting in the first farmland were evidently unique, their vibrant colors resembling something toxic rather than ordinary green shoots. Unable to decipher the enigmatic farmland, she decided to wait a few more days. Next, she turned her attention to the second farmland, where the seeds had also begun to sprout. Unlike the first, the shoots here appeared perfectly normal, small and vibrant, indicating healthy growth. After observing for a while, she cheerfully made her way to the waste processor behind the house. As expected, the lid of the waste processor was once again open. Peering inside, she was surprised to find a down jacket, thick and waterproof, capable of withstanding temperatures well below freezing. Although she already possessed several down jackets and fur coats, this particular item held little utility for her. After a moment's contemplation, she extracted the down jacket and returned it to the entrance, curious to see if the space could process it as waste for a second time. The waste processor ingested the jacket once more, and Xiaoxici raised an eyebrow, anticipating what it might yield the following day. Her understanding of the space was still rather limited, and, according to the manual, it remained at a rather rudimentary level. She needed to think of ways to upgrade it. Reflecting on this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but roll her eyes at the seemingly bottomless pit that the space represented, constantly requiring energy to sustain it. Nevertheless, the benefits it provided were undeniably substantial. She then checked on the small animals in the breeding area, finding them thriving. The bunnies were lively and adorable. The black-faced goats and llamas had become fast friends, bleating cheerfully at her, while the guinea pigs joyfully hopped around in circles. With that, she felt reassured enough to exit the space. Once outside, Gray rushed towards her, seeking affection, while the large black dog merely raised an eyelid, observing Gray's antics without much reaction. However, from the large dog's demeanor, it was clear it disdained Gray's clingy tactics to win her favor. After all, the large black dog prided itself on its strength. This led Xia Sisi to ponder whether Gray could undergo a mutation or upgrade. The spring water from her space had significantly enhanced the large black dog's physical abilities and intelligence after it had been bathed in it. Additionally, the acid rain had a profound effect on the enhancement of animals. Gray had remained indoors and missed the opportunity to benefit from the collective upgrade provided by the acid rain. Feeling the lingering fullness in her stomach, Xia Sisi decided to exercise upstairs, allowing Gray to soak in the acid rain. Previously, she had placed several buckets on the upper floor to collect the acid rain. However, the buckets were too large to fit comfortably, whereas the rooftop had a spacious platform that could gather the rain effectively. She could ascend, utilizing the power of her space to quickly collect the acid rain pooling on the rooftop into the buckets, ensuring a cleaner and safer process than fetching it from downstairs. Big Black,
Xia Sisi called out.
the large black dog rose, seated itself beside her, tilting its head as if to inquire, "What is it, human? If there's nothing urgent, don't disturb my slumber. After all, a dog's sleep should exceed 10 hours a day." Xia Sisi affectionately patted its head. "I'm taking Gray up to the rooftop. You guard the house well. If anyone causes trouble, even that man next door, don't hesitate to bite him." Upon hearing this, the large black dog's ears drooped, casting a jealous glance at the parrot perched on Xia Sisi's shoulder. Xia Sisi quickly realized that the large black dog was feeling envious, thinking she was taking Gray up to the rooftop while leaving him behind. "I'm bringing him to soak in the acid rain and then wash him with the spring water," she hastily explained. Upon hearing this, the large black dog seemed to reconsider, its expression softening as it glanced at Gray without any lingering resentment. By now, it was already past 11 at night. In a world devoid of water and electricity, people tended to retire early. Most had already fallen asleep, including Lin Yuan next door. Xia Sisi wasted no time. To ensure her actions remained discreet, she placed the somewhat noisy Gray into her space, donned soft-soled shoes, put on a hat, and cautiously made her way past Lin Yuan's home to the rooftop. This time, her purpose extended beyond merely giving Gray a bath in the acid rain. She calculated the timing. The acid rain had reached its highest concentration, marking the ideal moment for both bathing and collecting it. The following days would see the rain continue at this intensity, causing most people's homes to leak. Previously, when Xia Sisi had hired workers to paint her walls, she had also taken the opportunity to have some neighboring units painted, particularly the rooftop, where she had ensured the application of a protective coating using the finest materials. This precaution stemmed from her concern that damage to neighboring units might also affect her own. Thus, the building had inadvertently benefited from Xia Sisi's foresight. Notably, her unit had a double-layered protective coating, safeguarding against the potential increase in acid rain concentration in this lifetime. From her floor-to-ceiling window, she observed that many neighboring buildings showed signs of decay. Xia Sisi aimed to fill the prepared buckets with acid rain to provide a second chance for those who had not yet been exposed or had insufficient exposure to undergo mutation. With this in mind, she ascended to the rooftop and found that the 2 buckets she had previously placed were already full. She retrieved them and set down 2 empty buckets. Simultaneously, she discovered that the entire rooftop was submerged in water, approximately a meter deep, just enough for swimming. Observing the desolate surroundings, she plunged into the acid rain and swam to a secluded area. Then, she summoned the little bird with her thoughts. Upon its emergence, the bird appeared somewhat bewildered. It flapped its wings, circling around Xia Sisi twice, uttering home, home. Xia Sisi gently patted her shoulder, encouraging the bird to perch there first. Although the bird hesitated, it obediently settled on her shoulder. Xia Sisi then disregarded the bird, focusing her mental energy on filling the water buckets with acid rain. This task consumed more than half an hour. The bird grew increasingly impatient, but Xia Sisi appeased it with treats. One by one, she fed it pine nuts, eventually silencing its chatter. As Xia Sisi finished her task and sighed in relief, she suddenly spotted two red glowing points in the distance, nestled in the far corner of the rooftop. These glowing points, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, were fixated on her location. Instantly, Xia Sisi became alert. The power had long been cut off, and looking in that direction revealed nothing but water. How could there be two bulb-like glimmers? Meanwhile, the bird on her shoulder grew restless, flapping its wings anxiously. Bad thing, bad thing. Moreover, the entity seemed to be moving closer. As it approached, Xia Sisi's pupils constricted. It was a snake, a gigantic golden python. This creature was extraordinarily large, nearly as thick as a tree trunk. A mutated animal. Xia Sisi felt a pang of fear. She couldn't fathom how it had ascended to the rooftop. In her previous life, she had encountered various mutated creatures, some even possessing extraordinary abilities in later stages. The ability to reach the rooftop indicated that this mutated creature was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 44. A need for drastic measures in her past life. Xia Sisi had witnessed numerous mutated animals, ants the size of forearms, with mandibles as large as palms, capable of severing a person's calf with a single bite. Cockroaches the size of palms that blotted out the sky when they swarmed. Dogs as large as foals, and butterflies with wings as hard as metal. However, the emergence of mutated animals was not expected until several months later. The moment she laid eyes on the mutated golden python, every hair on Xia Sisi's body stood on end. Could it be that the apocalypse had accelerated the insect plague? Were mutated creatures arriving sooner than anticipated? Yet Dahe, although showing signs of mutation, was not undergoing the process swiftly. Xia Sisi's eyelids twitched as she noticed the golden python slithering even closer. The little bird beside her was increasingly anxious, repeatedly exclaiming bad thing. With a focused thought, Xia Sisi first placed the bird into her spatial realm. The golden python was drawn here primarily by the scent of the bird, eager to prey on the lively creature. Indeed, after the bird vanished, the golden python halted in the water, gazing intently at Xia Sisi, seemingly contemplating whether it could swallow her whole. Xia Sisi brandished a concealed knife, standing her ground against the golden python. Though she could retreat to her spatial realm, she understood that snakes are incredibly patient creatures. She could not guarantee where the golden python would go if she entered the spatial realm. It might wait nearby to ambush her. If she lost sight of it while swimming underwater, it would be easier for the python to track her. The golden python regarded the long knife in Xia Sisi's hand, its flickering red tongue visible in the dim light, as if pondering and hesitating. After a prolonged stare, the python seemed to conclude that this creature was not to be trifled with and turned to swim away. Xia Sisi watched as it swiftly descended along the building's edge, moving like a specter, quickly vanishing from sight. Only then did she exhale in relief. She hurriedly swam toward the rooftop door, swiftly entering the building and securing the door behind her. The door to the floor had several steps that rose above the rooftop's edge, thus remaining untouched by the acid rain. Once she finally set foot on solid ground in the corridor, a chilling sensation washed over her as she glanced back at the door leading to the rooftop. Who knows how many mutated creatures lurked in that water? In her previous life, Xia Sisi had not ventured outside during the early apocalypse, unaware of when animals began mutating. She only knew that a few months later, normal animals were nearly non-existent. Especially after the rain receded, the land was teeming with grotesque mutated beings, more terrifying than natural disasters. These creatures could strike unseen, often posing a greater threat than the acid rain, floods, extreme cold, or heat. Furthermore, some pets had mutated, bringing significant convenience to their owners. Xia Sisi recalled the golden python, and the intensity of their gaze in the darkness revealed that the python bore no signs of decay. Its size had increased dramatically, and its eyes emitted a fierce red glow in the darkness. This indicated that the golden python had undergone significant evolution. She realized that such a remarkable creature could only exist due to the acid rain's profound impact on animal mutations, suggesting that the process was not gradual, but rather required drastic measures. The golden python, continuously immersed in the acid rain, had adapted rapidly, mutating swiftly. Although Dahe had shown some signs of mutation recently, it was still insufficient. Xia Sisi took a deep breath, deciding to return and contemplate the matter thoroughly. She did not wish to harm Dahe's body or subject it to suffering, yet accelerating its mutation would undoubtedly become a safeguard for the impending apocalypse. As for other creatures, it was unclear why they had not emerged until months later, and Xia Sisi began to suspect whether the insect plague would arrive sooner. Upon regaining her composure, Xia Sisi changed into fresh clothing within her spatial realm, soothing the bird's anxiety before cautiously proceeding home. Upon entering, she found Dahe waiting at the door, its bright eyes fixed on Xia Sisi. Despite its restraint, the incessantly wagging tail betrayed its excitement at seeing her. Xia Sisi knelt down and embraced Dahe's neck. Dahe, I'm back. Thank you for guarding the house. Exhausted, Xia Sisi tidied up briefly before falling asleep with Dahe in her arms. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky the next day that Lin Yuan knocked on her door, rousing her from slumber. With a sigh, she lamented the fact that despite stockpiling so many supplies to lounge during the apocalypse, she still had a human alarm clock waking her daily. After a brief conversation with Lin Yuan through the door, Xia Sisi got up, washed up, and enjoyed a steaming basket of dumplings with soy milk. The bird, having experienced the fright of the previous day, appeared more invigorated. After its exposure to acid rain, Xia Sisi gave it a refreshing bath, and it now seemed much more spirited, its eyes gleaming with newfound wisdom. Especially when gazing at Dahe, its dark eyes twinkled as if pondering something profound. Xia Sisi instructed the bird to keep watch at home and allowed Dahe to guard the stairway before rejoining Lin Yuan to continue their scavenging. Lin Yuan pointed toward a nearby household. I was just thinking we should discuss whether we should pry open the other houses, aside from those we unloaded yesterday. Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan, pondering how this individual had truly become addicted to such endeavors. Certainly, especially in some households, it would be wise to inspect their refrigerators for any items that could be salvaged before they spoil. Lin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with Xia Sisi's assertion. Thus, the principal task for the day was established. They first cleared out the remaining houses from the previous day. Among the treasures discovered, Xia Sisi was particularly thrilled to find a bracelet that sent delightful shivers through her senses. The bracelet appeared to be made of rose quartz, featuring 108 translucent beads. It was not expensive. She exchanged a box of instant noodles with Lin Yuan for this delightful piece. Although Lin Yuan initially had no desire for the noodles, Xia Sisi insisted, since we have agreed to cooperate, it is only fair that we share resources equally. These supplies may not be limited to food. We might encounter blankets or clothing for warmth in the future. This bracelet is precious to me, so please do not decline. Xia Sisi articulated this to avoid future explanations when they needed items for their space. Lin Yuan, albeit reluctantly, accepted the old pickled cabbage beef noodles. After thoroughly looting the previous houses, they decided to pry open the doors of others. Xia Sisi gestured towards a door marked as XX Pet Supplies Wholesale Company and said, Mr. Lin, if it is convenient, may we start with this one? Chapter 45. The eerie rat. Xia Sisi recognized this pet supplies wholesale company. Before the apocalypse, she had seen shipments from this establishment. In truth, the premises primarily housed samples, with the actual stock stored elsewhere. Nevertheless, she had observed several shelves filled with an array of pet supplies, which piqued her interest as she now had an entire farm to manage. Lin Yuan glanced at her and nodded, saying, I do not have any pets, so feel free to take whatever you need. Xia Sisi was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yuan's generosity. She did not hesitate, already planning to repay him with equivalent supplies later. Upon prying open the door, she was greeted by rows of dog food, cat food, rabbit food, and guinea pig food, followed by an entire wall of Timothy hay and alfalfa. My goodness! Xia Sisi felt more elated than if she had discovered supplies for herself. Lin Yuan, without a word, began transporting the items to her doorstep. After a moment of excitement, Xia Sisi regained her composure and looked at the pet food before turning to Lin Yuan, asking, Do you want any of this, especially the cat food? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating he had no need for it at the moment. Xia Sisi, noticing his demeanor, playfully remarked, Dog food and cat food are akin to compressed biscuits, particularly the cat food, which is high in meat content. It is quite filling and rich in protein. In this apocalypse, such items are more precious than rice or flour. Are you certain you do not wish to keep a couple of bags? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his handsome features contorting in disbelief, as if questioning her sanity. Seeing his reaction, Xia Sisi stifled a laugh. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan approached and took half of the cat food and dog food, saying, Very well, then let us divide it equally. Xia Sisi was momentarily stunned. After all, That was for her beloved Dahe. When she caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's smirking expression, she realized she had been outwitted. Once they had cleared the items from that location, Xia Sisi noted it was lunchtime and suggested they continue in the afternoon, happily heading home to enjoy a meal with Dahe. For lunch, she savored spicy hot pot, the vibrant red oil glistening atop a thick layer of sesame sauce. Paired with a chilled cup of sour plum juice, it was simply exquisite. In the afternoon, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan emptied the remaining houses of edible supplies. To reciprocate for the dog food and cat food Lin Yuan had offered, Xia Sisi refrained from taking any other supplies that afternoon. Lin Yuan, too, did not insist. As they entered the final house, Xia Sisi was taken aback by a putrid odor emanating from within. Instinctively, she took a step back. Lin Yuan, trailing behind her, immediately sensed something was amiss. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "There's something inside," Xia Sisi replied just as a large black object charged towards them from within the house. Its swift movement caught her off guard, and she had entered the abandoned house unarmed. With no time to procure a weapon, she instinctively dodged to the side. However, the creature was unnaturally agile, making a sharp turn midair and heading directly for her face. Reacting swiftly, Xia Sisi raised her arm in defense. As it approached, she finally discerned its true nature. It was a rat, resembling a rabbit in size. Its fur was a coarse black, over 10 centimeters long, resembling spines, and its blood-red eyes gleamed ominously. It was a mutated rat. Gritting her teeth, Xia Sisi summoned a hidden knife to her other hand. Just as she prepared to strike, a swift shadow darted past her. The rat, which had been moments away from reaching her, was kicked aside by that shadow, crashing into the wall with a pitiful squeak. "Are you all right?" Lin Yuan stood protectively in front of Xia Sisi, blocking her view. She paused momentarily before responding, "I'm fine. Next time, don't just freeze. Call for me." Lin Yuan's tone was tinged with urgency. The mutated rat, undeterred, leaped back to its feet and charged once more. Lin Yuan had no time for further conversation. He lunged forward, brandishing a steel knife. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's distraction, Xia Sisi concealed her knife. Taking a deep breath, she wished to assert that she was not merely standing idly. Had Lin Yuan arrived a second later, her knife would have already struck. Nevertheless, the sight of Lin Yuan shielding her stirred emotions within her. In this decade of apocalypse, she had never dared to entrust her back to anyone. Yet today, a man had willingly shielded her. Once they had dealt with the mutated rat, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan stood silently before its lifeless body. Xia Sisi pondered how such a creature had ascended to the 66th floor. Upon inspecting the room, she noticed the windows were not securely shut. Perhaps the rat had climbed through the pipes and entered through the window. Yet it was the 66th floor. How bizarre. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan spoke. "Is your dog also mutated?" Xia Sisi paused mid-action as she was closing the window. She hesitated but ultimately decided to be truthful. "Yes. Dahe has grown significantly larger recently. Since they had decided to collaborate, and Lin Yuan had just saved her, it felt appropriate to consider him a temporary ally. I have encountered many dogs. During my time in the military, there were numerous genetically superior service dogs, yet I have never seen a Doberman grow to such a size, particularly with such disproportionate features." Xia Sisi could not help but admire Lin Yuan's keen observation. It seemed they now had more than just humans to guard against. Lin Yuan's gaze hardened. "Let us first seal all the pipe openings in this room. Previously, cement was discovered in a household. If you concur, I suggest we seal all the pipe openings with it directly." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xia Sisi nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the worry reflected in the other's eyes. Just then, Xia Sisi was startled by a series of barks. It was Dahe. Dahe was on alert, warning them that someone was approaching from upstairs. Chapter 46. Next time, call me Daddy. As Xia Sisi approached, she noticed Dahe crouched low, poised to attack. Its face contorted in a fierce snarl, emitting a series of low growls. Simultaneously, she heard another growl, also from a dog. Upon getting closer, Xia Sisi discovered a large wolf dog outside their door, growling alongside Dahe. Judging by its physique, it appeared to be a mutated canine. Xia Sisi's pupils dilated slightly as her gaze shifted to the person holding the wolf dog. To her surprise, it was a familiar face, Huang Chun. "Hello there. We didn't get to properly introduce ourselves last time. I'm Huang Chun, residing on the 15th floor, and I'm now the head of this building," he said with a grin. "The head? Who elected you?" Xia Sisi retorted, scrutinizing the man before her with disdain. Huang Qin seemed unfazed by her reaction, reaching out to stroke the wolf dog's head. Of course, we were elected by our neighbors together. He lied. He was nothing but scum. Suddenly a weak, sobbing voice echoed from downstairs. Xia Sisi leaned over the railing to look down and recognized the woman from the 65th floor who operated a private kitchen, Xiao Fei. At that moment, Xiao Fei appeared disheveled, her clothing torn, a button ripped from her skirt, blood on her arms, wielding a kitchen knife, and standing at the corner of the stairs, pointing the knife at Huang Qin. "You bastard, I'll fight you today." From Xiao Fei's appearance, Xia Sisi could surmise what she had just endured. Yet Huang Qin remained indifferent, directing the wolf dog towards Xiao Fei. "Beautiful lady, what are you doing? We elected me as the head to unite everyone against difficulties. Don't cause more trouble." The wolf dog bared its teeth at Xiao Fei, ready to pounce. Xiao Fei collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly and cursing Huang Qin. However, he showed no concern, his eyes roving over her body, as if relishing the moment. Until a girl named Ding Lei appeared, helping Xiao Fei to her feet while offering words of comfort and pulling her away. Before departing, Ding Lei spat at Huang Qin, declaring, "You'll go to hell." Huang Qin, eyeing Ding Lei's voluptuous figure with a hint of greed, smirked. "All right, if you have the ability, pull me down with you."
Haha.
At this point, it was evident that the two girls downstairs were in dire straits. Xia Sisi regarded the smug Huang Qin with a darkened expression. "What you do does not concern me, but do not provoke me, or else." It seemed He sensed the rising anger and suddenly erupted. From behind the door, it began to bark furiously at the wolf dog, its demeanor drastically transformed. Previously, Xia Sisi had commanded He to remain on guard at the door, preventing it from attacking. But now, sensing her emotional shift, He was unwilling to hold back any longer. The wolf dog, which had been ready to confront He, suddenly shrank back, ears drooping and tail between its legs, retreating along with Huang Qin. "General, sit." Huang Qin urgently tugged at the leash. Seeing the wolf dog's fear, He barked even more ferociously, even extending its claws towards the iron railing. The wolf dog, referred to as General, was so frightened that it attempted to flee downstairs, causing Huang Qin to stumble and fall. Xia Sisi couldn't help but laugh. Huang Qin released the leash, and the dog dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Xia Sisi's laughter grew louder, and after she had laughed enough, she gently patted He's head, instructing, "All right, I know you're formidable. That's sufficient. Outside are merely defeated foes, not worth wasting our energy on." Huang Qin stood up, wiping the blood from his face, and glared at the spectators downstairs.
What are you looking at?
"Watch out, or I'll set the dog on you." Xia Sisi observed him, scoffing internally at his cowardice. He was nothing but a bully. Huang Qin, now devoid of any desire to tease Xia Sisi, approached her with a cold expression, his eyes filled with malice. "Let me tell you, I am the head of this building now. What can your big dog do? You'll still have to listen to me. Otherwise, my brothers won't treat you kindly." Xia Sisi had noted, aside from the onlookers, a few tattooed men standing nearby with weapons, casting predatory glances. They were likely Huang Qin's so-called brothers, a group of dubious associates who were rumored to have previously conducted business with him and now resided here.
Xia Sisi snorted dismissively,
offering no response as she turned and retreated into her home. This emboldened Huang Qin, who assumed Xia Sisi was frightened. He shouted after her, "From now on, everyone must pay a protection fee, 2 pounds of rice or equivalent food per person per month. Of course, you lovely ladies can pay in other ways. We brothers are still willing." Before he could finish, his words were abruptly cut off as Xia Sisi emerged from her abode once more, wielding a large cleaver, the kind used for slaughtering pigs, 1/2 meter long and 5 fingers wide. The contrast between her slender figure and the massive weapon was jarring. With a cold smile on her face, she approached the door and swung it open. Huang Qin was momentarily stunned by her imposing presence, taking a step back.
"What?
What are you going to do?" he stammered, beckoning the other men to come closer. Without uttering a word, Xia Sisi kicked him squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger backward. He found it hard to fathom how such a petite girl could possess such explosive strength. But that was not the end. Xia Sisi then raised the cleaver and swung it down towards Huang Qin's shoulder without a flicker of hesitation. The blade bit into flesh, splattering blood across Xia Sisi's face. Several men attempted to rush in, only to be thwarted by He and Lin Yuan, who emerged from inside.
Ah!
You filthy bitch. Huang Chen screamed like a slaughtered pig. Xia Sisi stepped forward, placing her foot on Huang Chen's injured shoulder, silencing his curses with pain. In that moment, Xia Sisi resembled a vengeful deity emerging from hell. You are Huang Chen, correct? I am Xia Sisi. I hope that next time you see me, you will call me daddy. Perhaps then I might spare your life. In the future, do not provoke me. Do not let me see you. Or else I shall take your life without hesitation. Scum.
Pa.
Do you think that just because I've been quiet, I'm an easy target? Chapter 47. Midnight Hell. Thus, Huang Chen and his lackeys were frightened off by Xia Sisi. As they retreated, Huang Chen's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Yet his face twisted in hatred. Xia Sisi paid him no mind, shaking the blood from her cleaver, causing Huang Chen's companions to flinch in fear. From this moment onward, Xia Sisi's notoriety began to spread. The entire building is aware of the madwoman on the 66th floor, who, with the slightest provocation, wields a knife to harm others. Though her appearance is strikingly beautiful, when enraged, she resembles a vengeful demon from the depths of hell. Xia Sisi remains unfazed by these rumors, even reveling in them. After all, the more notorious her reputation becomes, the less likely anyone is to provoke her. Observing this from behind Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan gazes at her somewhat slender figure. Silent, but filled with admiration and contemplation. Huang Chen, witnessing the scene, surmises that he is unlikely to cause any trouble for the time being. The reason Xia Sisi spares his life is merely because the apocalypse has only just begun, and she is not inclined to kill so soon. In a few days, the acid rain will cease, and the authorities will come to rescue them. Taking a life might create unnecessary complications. Yet, when people believe the rain has ended and everything returns to normal, a heavy snowfall will sweep across the land. At that point, the officials will find themselves truly powerless, and the anticipated rescue will turn into a mere fantasy. It is then that individuals like Huang Chen will be her first targets. After clearing out all the rooms, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan sealed all the pipes on their floor with cement, ensuring no mutated creatures could ascend through them, thus guaranteeing the safety of their entire level. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, Xia Sisi has come to recognize Lin Yuan as a trustworthy companion, methodical in his actions. Consequently, she feels quite satisfied with this neighbor, though she knows further observation is necessary. After a busy day, Xia Sisi decided to dedicate the night and the following day to leisure, ignoring all responsibilities and tasks. In 2 days, she plans to stay home to unpack the packages and several safes she had previously collected from the building across. As for today's spatial inventory, Xia Sisi discovered that the string of pink crystal beads did not upgrade her space, likely due to insufficient energy. It could only provide a modest energy supplement. However, she remains unperturbed. Unexpectedly, the waste processor produced a bulletproof vest today, leaving Xia Sisi utterly astonished. She surmised that the pink beads placed in the space had enhanced the processor, leading to this delightful surprise. Excited, she stowed away the vest and discarded an unnecessary broom into the processor, planning to check the results tomorrow. She also visited the farm and breeding grounds. Observing that the seedlings had grown considerably, a large mound had formed in the field of farm number 1, likely a result of the pink beads. However, upon examining it, she found that it was not yet ripe and would require a few more days. The animals in the breeding grounds thrived, with ample food. Remarkably, one of the farm's brown rabbits was pregnant. Xia Sisi could not help but marvel at the wonder of it all. Upon exiting the space, she collapsed onto the sofa, indulging in a feast of dishes she had prepared in advance, portioned into small servings. The offerings included chicken stew with mushrooms, crystal shrimp dumplings, stir-fried 3 delicacies, hairy crabs, and spicy clams, a veritable feast. She also presented a fragrant bowl of rice, made from the finest Northeast rice she had selected and cooked in her imported rice cooker. Each grain distinct, sweet, and delicious. She sprinkled a small handful of black sesame seeds on top for added nutrition and flavor. Thus, reclining on the sofa with her tablet, she savored her meal while watching a rather frivolous palace drama, utterly engrossed. Dahe, uninterested in such shows, gnawed on a small toy Xia Sisi had given him, soon dozing off. Conversely, Huiji was captivated by the palace drama on Xia Sisi's tablet, perching on her shoulder, eyes glued to the screen. Occasionally, when witnessing the villainous mistreating the protagonist, it would flap its wings and squawk indignantly, as if it truly comprehended the unfolding drama. Xia Sisi noticed that after Huiji had been exposed to the acid rain and spirit spring water, its bathroom habits had become remarkably controlled. Throughout the day, its waste receptacle remained clean. When Xia Sisi removed it, Huiji hurried to its cage to relieve itself. Delighted, Xia Sisi took off the receptacle, placed a layer of pee pads in the cage, and firmly instructed Huiji to use them for its bathroom needs. She praised Huiji, gently stroking its little head. Huiji, you're amazing. You must be the only bird capable of learning to use the toilet. Such a good baby. Huiji flapped its wings joyfully, casting proud glances at Dahei, as if to say, see, I will no longer relieve myself upon you. After binge-watching dramas and munching on 2 bags of chips, Xia Sisi lost track of time and fell asleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, she was jolted awake by the sounds of screams from downstairs.
Ah!
I'll kill you, you bastard! Dahei and Huiji stood anxiously at the door, peering outside. Xia Sisi furrowed her brow, reluctant to interfere, and turned to resume her slumber. However, the cacophony grew louder, accompanied by the sound of objects crashing to the ground, making it impossible to sleep. Annoyed, she donned a jacket, retrieved a dagger from her space, slipped on her thick-soled combat boots, and, with Dahei in tow, rushed outside. Upon reaching the exterior, she found Lin Yuan standing at the staircase door, peering down. Xia Sisi, feeling irritable, inquired, what is going on? Can anyone get a good night's sleep? Something is happening downstairs, Lin Yuan replied. Just then, Xia Sisi saw someone rushing up from below. It was none other than Ding Lei. Clad only in simple undergarments and covered in wounds, her hair disheveled. The most severe injury was a gash on her thigh, blood oozing from it. Yet, Ding Lei seemed unfazed, wielding a knife and moving cautiously, as though anticipating some imminent threat. Soon after, a group of people ascended from below, including Xiao Fei, who had previously been close to Ding Lei. Xiao Fei was surrounded by several of Huang Chen's lackeys, wearing a sheer-lace nightgown and sporting lipstick. Among the group were 2 disheveled men, bearing minor injuries and cursing angrily. One could easily imagine the events that had transpired moments prior. Xiao Fei, upon seeing Ding Lei in such a state, teared up, biting her lip as she pleaded, Xiao Lei, let us just give in. I know you're out of water and food. You'll die. Humph. Take your legs and spread them for those people and you'll get food? I'd rather die. Lu Xiao Fei, I'm disgusted by you. And you even betrayed me. I trusted you so much. I saved you countless times. How could you do this to me? Ding Lei cried out, her voice filled with anguish, while Xiao Fei's face paled further. Xia Sisi, observing the unfolding drama, found herself intrigued. Clearly, Ding Lei was no ordinary individual, and Lu Xiao Fei had proven to be someone she had misjudged. It seemed today had been filled with unexpected events. Chapter 48, Rescuing Someone Bitch, Don't Turn Down a Toast to Drink of Forfeit. The injured man inside glared at Ding Lei, his tone threatening. Ding Lei, knife in hand, retorted, if you dare come closer, I'll kill you. Humph, kill me? I'll take you right here and now. Let us see if you dare to keep talking big. A glint of greed flashed in the man's eyes. Indeed, Ding Lei had an enviable figure and was quite beautiful. Even in such a disheveled state, her charm was undeniable. After all, Ding Lei operates a yoga studio, and her physique is nothing short of exceptional. Xia Sisi has witnessed her in yoga attire, embodying the essence of a goddess with an alluring charm.
Xiao Lei.
I implore you, please be more sensible. I do not wish to see you perish. Lu Xiaofei suddenly knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing fragile and pitiful, eliciting a sense of sympathy. However, her words provoked a desire for others to silence her. Xia Sisi, in particular, harbored a strong disdain for such women. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous women who traded their bodies for resources in the apocalypse. Initially, these women fared well, even exhibiting arrogance like Lu Xiaofei. Yet, as the apocalypse progressed and others awakened their powers, those without abilities became as fragile as delicate glass figurines. Beauty, in the face of strength, holds no value. Moreover, Lu Xiaofei had the audacity to betray her friends. It was utterly repugnant. Humph. Truly a woman who knows not her worth. The injured man, having exhausted his patience, angrily seized a stick from a companion and stormed towards Ding Lei, exclaiming, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. I will knock you unconscious before dealing with you. Ding Lei, brandishing a dagger, wore an expression of fierce determination. Abruptly, she cast a resentful glance at Lu Xiaofei before driving the dagger towards her own neck, declaring, "Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you." The injured man, noticing Ding Lei's suicidal intent, rushed toward her, but his speed paled in comparison to hers. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a shadow swooped in, disarming Ding Lei of her dagger, though it still managed to leave a long gash across her striking visage, blood gushing forth. Lu Xiaofei, not far away, screamed loudly until a nearby man silenced her with a slap. Xia Sisi emerged from behind the door, a knife in hand, her cold gaze fixed on the injured man, whom she yanked up from the ground. The man recoiled in fear at the sight of her, stumbling back a step. He recalled the earlier incident when Huang Chun was struck. Lacking medical supplies, Huang Chun had been bedridden all night, suffering from a high fever, and no one knew if he would survive. "Leave," Xia Sisi nonchalantly uttered. One man, incensed, retorted, "Who gave you the right to meddle, you wretched woman?" Xia Sisi turned her frosty gaze upon him, causing him to fall silent. She pointed to her security door, now marred by splatters of Ding Lei's blood. "You have soiled my door. This is not meddling. Continue your prattle, and I shall show you what meddling truly entails." At that moment, Da He emerged from behind the door, emitting low growls while glaring at the injured man, its demeanor resembling that of a predator ready to pounce. The group was momentarily intimidated by Da He's presence. The injured man hastily retreated 2 steps, gritting his teeth as he regarded the disfigured Ding Lei with disdain. As they retreated to the stairwell, they dared to shout at Xia Sisi, "You little girl, do not think that your dog and fierce spirit can challenge us. If we are pushed to the brink, we will kill your dog and deal with you too." With a fierce bark, Da He lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the leg of the foremost man, who howled in agony. Da He shook its prey violently before releasing it, while the others fled down the stairs in terror. The injured man struggled down the stairway, clearly injured. Upon Da He's return, Xia Sisi affectionately patted its head, wiping the blood from its fur with her sleeve. "Good boy, Da He, you know how to protect your master." Da He wagged its tail, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining men, as if to say they were unworthy of its attention. "Thank you," Ding Lei said, her spirit deflated, the resolve she had earlier displayed crumbling. Xia Sisi had delayed her intervention until the last moment, wanting to assess Ding Lei's character. Had she capitulated earlier, it would have indicated weakness. Even if Xia Sisi had saved her then, her survival in future tribulations would be uncertain. Such individuals are unworthy of assistance. Conversely, had Ding Lei sought Xia Sisi's help, it would suggest a lack of independence, and rescuing her once might lead to repeated pleas for aid. Such individuals, if saved, would be ungrateful. However, at the moment Ding Lei attempted to take her own life, Xia Sisi perceived a glimmer of fortitude in her character. She was resolute, opinionated, and strong enough not to succumb so easily. In the post-apocalyptic world, she could become a valuable asset. Currently residing on the 66th floor, Xia Sisi, although at peace with Lin Yuan for the time being, was still unaware of his true nature. Adding another person to their dynamic could foster a balance that would benefit the stability of their situation. Thus, she decided to intervene. She even contemplated temporarily bringing Ding Lei to the 66th floor. Furthermore, Ding Lei's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, should she wish to eliminate her. Da He could easily handle it without Xia Sisi's intervention, posing no threat. If nurtured properly, Ding Lei could become a formidable ally. Regardless, since she and Lin Yuan cohabited, Xia Sisi felt it prudent to consult him. She turned to Lin Yuan, who had been silently observing from the back, and inquired about his thoughts. To her surprise, Lin Yuan expressed no objections to Ding Lei residing on the 66th floor. "You may decide. After all, there are plenty of vacant rooms," he said casually. Subsequently, Xia Sisi addressed Ding Lei, "You may temporarily reside on the 66th floor, but harbor no ulterior motives. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. Whether you can stay long-term will depend on your conduct." Ding Lei nodded vigorously, wiping the blood from her face and clenching her teeth. "I understand. From this day forth, you are my savior. I vow that my life belongs to you." Xia Sisi, observing the determination etched upon Ding Lei's face, merely smiled. She paid little heed to the vow, focusing instead on Ding Lei's actions moving forward. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Ding Lei genuinely believed her life was now Xia Sisi's. She was willing to do anything Xia Sisi asked. She felt she should have perished moments ago. And since Xia Sisi had saved her, she resolved to dedicate her life to repaying that debt. As long as I live, I will never forget your kindness.
Ding Lei silently vowed.
What Xia Sisi could not have anticipated was what transpired next. The following night, the injured man was found dead in his home, slain instantly. His eyes wide open, as though he had witnessed something horrifying. Even Lu Xiaofei, who slept beside him, was oblivious to the circumstances of his demise that night. The room bore no traces of intrusion, as if the Grim Reaper had come to collect him. However, upon receiving the news, Xia Sisi entertained the notion that Lin Yuan might have been involved. But that was a tale for another time. Returning to the present, Xia Sisi guided Ding Lei to an unoccupied room. After initially shedding tears, Ding Lei had managed to steady her emotions. Using the handkerchief Xia Sisi provided to cover her wounds, the blade traced a line from Ding Lei's right jawbone to the center of her brow, fortuitously avoiding her right eye. However, her once beautiful visage was irrevocably marred. "What are your plans for the future?" asked Xia Sisi, directing her question toward Ding Lei. After a moment of disorientation, Ding Lei's gaze shifted from confusion to resoluteness. "I intend to survive." She silently vowed to cherish this life, granted to her by the gracious intervention of her savior. Xia Sisi observed that Ding Lei did not weep or wail. Instead, she swiftly regained her composure, which pleased Xia Sisi immensely. Xia Sisi, however, did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she regarded Ding Lei with a cold smile. "Just now, I saved your life.
You owe me.
By residing on this floor, you have received our protection. So, what can you offer us in return?" Ding Lei glanced nervously at Lin Yuan beside her, as if fearing that he, like others, might be swayed by beauty. Noticing Lin Yuan's calm demeanor, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to contemplate. After a brief pause, she looked up at Xia Sisi, tears welling in her eyes. "I can venture out to gather supplies. Whatever I bring back, I will share equally with you and this brother. I was the swimming champion in middle school, and I am not afraid of the acid rain outside. Once the disaster has passed, whatever path I take to earn a living, I will give you half of my income each year. Or I will assist you in any endeavor you desire." After uttering these words, Ding Lei let out a self-deprecating laugh. "I have already faced death once. As long as I can continue to survive, what value is there in this appearance?" She tightened her grip on the hand covering her wound. Xia Sisi was quite satisfied with Ding Lei's response. She turned to Lin Yuan, as this floor was shared between the two of them. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. However, to Xia Sisi's surprise, Lin Yuan suddenly squatted in front of Ding Lei. "But you have forgotten one crucial point." Ding Lei froze for a moment, gazing at this tall and intimidating man. "Revenge. Those who have wronged you must be repaid in kind." Lin Yuan articulated each word with chilling intensity. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she saw a glint of ferocity in the man's eyes, which she admired. She turned to Ding Lei and reiterated, "Yes, you must seek revenge. Repay them doubly. Otherwise, you do not deserve to reside on the 66th floor. My efforts to save you would be in vain." After this, Xia Sisi cast an appreciative glance at Lin Yuan. His temperament resonated with her own. Chapter 49. The chaos of the building. Xia Sisi retrieved medicine for Ding Lei and bandaged her wounds with care. Ding Lei expressed her gratitude repeatedly, aware of the preciousness of medicine in their current circumstances. Xia Sisi merely raised her eyelids and replied, "Once you recover, just return the favor." She temporarily placed Ding Lei in an unoccupied room on the eastern side of the building, directly across from Lin Yuan. Feeling fatigued, Xia Sisi yawned, lamenting her hectic life. Just as she yearned for a restful night, another ordeal emerged. After a quick wash, she retired to bed. This time, no one disturbed her, and when she awoke the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Da He lay beside her, while Huiji busied himself in the living room, occasionally rustling about. Xia Sisi affectionately patted Da He's large head. "Good morning, Da He." Da He, in a rare show of affection, nudged her palm. To her surprise, she noticed that Da He's head seemed even larger than before. This revelation triggered a memory of the mutated snake she had encountered days prior. She began to ponder whether she should expedite Da He and Huiji's evolution. However, she worried about the pain they might endure. After all, the acid rain was quite agonizing. Yet, possessing the spiritual spring, she mused whether combining it with the acid rain might yield some wondrous results. Determined to rest today, without gathering supplies or attending to the pile of deliveries in her space, Xia Sisi resolved to indulge herself and later explore the potential chemical reactions between the spiritual spring water and the acid rain. After stretching languidly, she rose, washed up, and treated the clingy Huiji to a few tasty morsels. She then retrieved a bowl of tofu pudding and a portion of crab roe buns, settling in to enjoy both her meal and her favorite drama. Huiji seemed to revel in watching the show as soon as Xia Sisi opened her tablet. He perched on her shoulder, motionless. The crab roe buns, purchased in D-City, were filled to the brim with rich crab roe. A single bite of the savory juice was utterly intoxicating, and before she realized it, Xia Sisi had devoured 2 steamer baskets, leaving her stomach quite full. Dahe also enjoyed 2 buns, his mouth smeared with grease, lazily lying beside her while playfully gnawing at a toy crocodile, appearing adorably silly. After finishing her meal and completing the episode, Xia Sisi suddenly recalled a pressing issue. The blood splattered at the stairwell would surely begin to smell if left unattended for too long.
With a sigh,
She retrieved 2 packs of wet wipes from her space, determined to clean up the mess. However, to her astonishment, upon reaching the stairwell, she found Ding Lei crouched on the ground, diligently wiping the floor with makeshift rags. The blood on the floor, walls, and door had been nearly cleaned away. Ding Lei smiled at Xia Sisi upon noticing her. I thought it might start to smell in a few days, so I came to tidy up. Xia Sisi observed Ding Lei's hands, now blistered and raw, realizing that she had used rags soaked in acid rain to clean. This act deepened Xia Sisi's admiration for Ding Lei. Without saying much, she turned and returned indoors. The remainder of the day passed with Xia Sisi engaging in necessary training and playing with Dahe while mostly lounging about. She alternated between eating, sleeping, and watching dramas. It could be said she was indulging in sheer decadence. By evening, having finally had enough of lounging, she took a portion of spiritual spring water and acid rain, mixing them together in a large barrel. After allowing it to sit for a while, she was delighted to find that the barrel remained uncorroded. She waved to Dahe, beckoning him over. Upon seeing the barrel, Dahe realized a bath was imminent, and his expression fell. Every muscle in his body seemed to resist. He despised baths. Xia Sisi resorted to coaxing him with his favorite treats to lure him into the barrel. Meanwhile, Huiji flitted through the air, chattering excitedly. He, bath time. Time for that dreaded bath. As Huiji flew overhead, Dahe suddenly stood up and swatted Huiji into the barrel with a paw. Xia Sisi was momentarily stunned, thinking, oh dear, is he all right? Watching Huiji flounder like a drenched parrot in the barrel, she finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, Dahe was not to be trifled with. However, this worked out perfectly, allowing Huiji and Dahe to bathe together. Huiji attempted several times to climb out of the barrel, only to be met with another swat from Dahe each time. Even Huiji, who was typically wary of Dahe, began hurling expletives at him. You bad thing.
daí remãe não fazed.
Merely swatting Huiji back down each time he attempted an escape. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi prepared her own bucket, combining a barrel of spiritual spring water and acid rain, and settled in for her own soak. She gently patted Dahe's large head and Huiji's small one. Come, let's all enjoy a bath together. The spiritual spring water had been preheated by her, and the wooden tub retained a certain degree of warmth. This arrangement was truly both refreshing and beneficial. Xia Sisi casually retrieved her tablet and found a portion of fruit salad and nuts from her space. She, along with Dahe and Huiji, indulged in a bath while watching a drama. Once the show began, Huiji finally settled down, floating in the water, leaning against Dahe, occasionally munching on the nuts Xia Sisi offered. Thus, the trio enjoyed over 2 hours of relaxation. By the end, Xia Sisi felt quite fatigued. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly time for bed. She lifted Dahe and Huiji out, dried them off, and cleaned herself as well. It must be said that the bath was remarkably pleasant. Observing the slightly murky water in the tub, Xia Sisi was convinced that it had significantly enhanced her physical well-being. Dahe and Huiji appeared somewhat weary from their soak. Xia Sisi hurriedly dried them off and placed them on her bed. The water from the bath could certainly not be disposed of in the toilet or drain. Otherwise, everyone would lose access to water. And even if her own home had water for flushing, it would incite jealousy from other floors. After contemplating, she entered her space. This time, she stood before the waste disposal machine and discovered that it had produced a pack of compressed biscuits, which seemed quite ordinary. She then poured the used bathwater into the machine, curious to see what it would yield the next day. After completing these tasks, she returned to her slumber. Upon waking the next day, she found the entire building in chaos. A man who had been sleeping with Lu Xiaofei downstairs was dead. Huang Chen's group was assaulting Lu Xiaofei, accusing her of murder. After all, there were no signs of a struggle in the room, and the man's death was indeed suspicious. Lu Xiaofei was stripped of her clothing and brutally beaten on the 65th floor. The entire building echoed with her wretched cries and pleas for mercy. She even wailed, "Please, stop hitting me. I really don't know anything. I didn't kill anyone. You can do whatever you want with me, just please stop." The sound was utterly repulsive. Upon learning the cause of this farce, Xia Sisi felt a mix of astonishment and a sense of deserved fate. She was disinclined to intervene. Regardless of who had committed the murder, they deserved their fate. And whether Lu Xiaofei was wronged or not was irrelevant. She, too, had brought this upon herself. As she turned to return to her room, she noticed Ding Lei standing behind her. Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Hearing Xia Sisi's question, Ding Lei let out a cold laugh. "I feel great." The wounds on Ding Lei's face were quite grotesque, despite the application of medicine. They appeared difficult to heal. At that moment, one side of her face resembled a stunning beauty, while the other side was a grotesque visage. Xia Sisi said nothing and gently patted Ding Lei's shoulder. She possessed the spiritual spring water that could heal Ding Lei's wounds immediately, but she was reluctant to do so. One reason was her desire to keep her special medicine a secret, and another was her need to observe Ding Lei's character. She had witnessed enough instances of betrayal in her past life. She was not naive enough to invite trouble upon herself. However, trouble found her nonetheless. About an hour later, the commotion downstairs subsided. While Xia Sisi was gazing at the scenery from her upper floor, she saw the corpse of the man being thrown from the building. The body vanished in the rainwater. Today, the acid rain was lighter than usual. If Xia Sisi guessed correctly, the acid rain would soon cease. She heard many people rejoicing, speculating that the disaster might soon come to an end. Just as she was playing with Dahe indoors, a loud and aggressive knocking at the door interrupted her. Surprised by the raucous noise, Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, not expecting trouble after having established her authority the previous day. She retrieved her large knife and, taking Dahe with her, stepped outside. Upon exiting, she found Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also emerging, disturbed by the commotion. The three of them made their way to the stairwell, initially thinking it was Huang Chen's group returning for trouble, only to discover it was the previously encountered elderly woman. Dressed in a flowery coat, she led a small child who was kicking the door furiously. No wonder the noise had been so loud. "What are you doing?" Xia Sisi approached, her voice fierce. The little boy, clearly a mischievous child, hesitated at her question, glancing at the elderly woman beside him, who encouraged him with her gaze, prompting him to kick the door even harder. Xia Sisi couldn't help but chuckle, patting Dahe's shoulder. After last night's rejuvenating spring water and the acid rain, Dahe had grown even larger. In an instant, he dashed forward, barking ferociously through the security door's bars, startling the boy, who nearly got bitten. The boy yelped in terror, sitting on the ground and crying, "Grandma, Grandma!" The elderly woman was taken aback, clutching her chest, and lifted the boy from the ground. She then pointed at Xia Sisi, starting to berate her. You dare to bully the elderly and children. The acid rain is about to stop, and soon help will arrive. When that happens, I will report you to the police for assault, say you harmed others and occupied public space." Xia Sisi suddenly understood why the elderly woman dared to stir trouble on the 66th floor. It was clear she believed that with the rain easing, rescue was imminent, and everything was about to conclude. Amused internally, Xia Sisi maintained her composure and pulled Dahe back from the door, saying, "Oh, I must admit I'm rather frightened. After all, if the police were to apprehend me, my life might be irrevocably altered. Wouldn't you agree?" The elderly woman chuckled, cradling her grandson. "I am not unreasonable. You see, I have both old and young in my family, and we are currently out of food and water. If you could spare us some provisions to help us through these tough days, once aid arrives, I could speak a few kind words on your behalf. You must understand, there is a significant difference between self-defense and assault." So quickly had she revealed her true intentions. Xia Sisi scrutinized the woman and the child. The child appeared plump and well-fed, while the elderly woman seemed lively and far from suffering. Both appeared to be faring well amidst this apocalypse, particularly the elderly woman. Over 50, exuded vitality and spoke with a resonant voice. Dingley stepped closer to Xia Sisi and whispered in her ear, "That old hag lives just below me. She's quite troublesome. She constantly makes life difficult for her daughter-in-law, treating her as less than human. These past few days, she has starved her daughter-in-law to the point of emaciation, even contemplating selling her to Huang Chen's group for food and water." Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi looked at the smug elderly woman and felt a wave of disgust. "Quickly, give us everything, or I will have my grandma deal with you," the little boy exclaimed, his face twisted with malice, clearly influenced by the elderly woman's misguided principles. Xia Sisi exchanged glances with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, then opened the stairwell door. "Auntie, I find your proposal rather appealing. After all, I'm still young and wish to avoid trouble. Come, why not visit my home? Feel free to take whatever you desire." The elderly woman initially appeared skeptical, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure beside her. "Dahe, don't think you can outsmart me," she warned. "Dahe, go to your brother Lin Yuan's house." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in mild confusion at Xia Sisi's intentions, but nonetheless led Dahe away. Thus, the elderly woman, cradling her grandson, entered the foyer of Xia Sisi's abode. As soon as they stepped inside, the aroma of braised pork ribs wafted through the air, causing the little boy to squirm restlessly, protesting, the smell of meat. I want to eat meat." The grandmother's eyes glinted with desire. "I want meat too. Give us your meat." Xia Sisi responded with a cold smile, firmly shutting the door. "Weren't you just preaching to me? Let me enlighten you in return. You are trespassing in my home, and I could very well accuse you of robbery. I can do as I please." With that, she delivered a swift kick to the grandmother's knee. Such a shameless rogue. Attempting to reason with her, Xia Sisi was more than ready to engage in this discourse. After receiving a thorough reprimand from Xia Sisi, the elderly woman, clutching her grandson, fled in disarray. In her haste, she nearly soiled herself. The little boy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to hurl insults at Xia Sisi. Brandishing a knife, Xia Sisi warned the grandmother, "If your grandson cries out again, I'll make quick work of him." The grandmother immediately covered her grandson's mouth in desperation. Yet, the spoiled child refused to comply, biting down hard on his grandmother's hand and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Once outside the 66th floor, the elderly woman wailed in despair, declaring her desire to end her life. At that moment, a commotion arose from below. "Rescue teams. I see the rescue teams." Peering through the glass at the stairwell, Xia Sisi indeed spotted two small boats approaching, their occupants clad in uniforms. The grandmother, who had just threatened to end her life, suddenly sprang to her feet, smeared blood across her face, and glared menacingly at Xia Sisi. "You vile girl, I'll have the police arrest you. You'll soon learn the consequences of crossing me." However, unbeknownst to her, by the time she descended from the 66th floor, the rescue teams had already departed. Their mission was merely to assess how many residents had survived and to inform them that the government was establishing safe zones, urging patience as they prepared to distribute supplies, especially as the acid rain had diminished. Naturally, after such a prolonged absence of official presence, the residents were eager to converse with the arriving officials, many tugging at the arms of the young man delivering messages, pleading for food. Yet, with only 4 individuals on the boats, any supplies they may have had were long gone by the time they reached this point. Frustrated, the residents could do little but watch helplessly as the boats sailed away. In that moment, the grandmother, having run down, shouted after the departing vessels, "There's been a murder. Someone has been killed in this building. Hurry, send someone to arrest her. Do you care nothing for the lives of ordinary citizens?" But the boats had already vanished into the distance, with many residents also having witnessed the boats. Her cries were drowned out by the cacophony of voices, all clamoring for attention. The elderly woman, standing at the stairwell, was left pale-faced and furious, stamping her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. She had retreated to her own quarters, securely locking the door behind her. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, she observed the boats arrive and depart, reflecting on how similar the situation was to her previous life. The nation, indeed the world, was enmeshed in a crisis of water, power, and communication shortages, with both police and military resources stretched thin. It was evident that the authorities had prioritized the rescue of essential supplies, but many areas were still reeling from the disaster, resulting in a scarcity of resources. After her confrontation with the grandmother, Xia Sisi felt an ambiguous mix of emotions as she prepared a refreshing glass of lemon tea. When she had purchased her milk tea, she had specifically requested extra coconut jelly, and with each sip, the delightful morsels burst in her mouth, elevating her spirits. Regardless of the tumult outside, she closed the door, cradled her dog, and, after finishing her tea, resolved to begin unpacking her deliveries. This was a labor-intensive task, and she wished that Dahe and Huiji could assist her. In an empty room, she retrieved dozens of packages from her storage, gazing at the mountain of boxes with a resigned smirk. Dahe, seemingly understanding her thoughts, trotted into the room, proudly carrying one of the boxes in his mouth and presenting it to Xia Sisi with an eager wag of his tail. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, suspecting that this package held some intrigue. "What have you chosen, my clever little companion?" As she knelt to unwrap the box, her suspicion was confirmed with a delighted laugh. It was a selection of dog food cans, specifically the venison flavor that Dahe adored. In his expectant gaze, Xia Sisi opened a can and prepared a meal for him. Meanwhile, Huiji flitted around the pile of boxes, but found nothing of interest, opting instead to perch nearby and watch the palace drama that Xia Sisi had yet to finish. Spreading a small mat on the floor, she began to unpack the rest of the deliveries. The variety of items was astounding. Countless snacks and beverages were among the goods. Remnants from the apocalyptic days when many had ordered provisions online, all now accumulated at the delivery point. Xia Sisi unearthed several cases of cola, alongside an assortment of spicy duck necks and tongues, perfect for indulging during her favorite shows. Among the miscellaneous items were paints for home renovations, children's toys, and even hammocks. While seemingly useless, these could all be transformed into treasures with a bit of ingenuity. Notably, she also uncovered 3 state-of-the-art walkie-talkies from a well-known brand, perfectly suited for herself. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. Though not immediately necessary, they would prove invaluable when the time came to venture outside. After an afternoon of unpacking, Xia Sisi stumbled upon something particularly useful, a sidecar for a motorcycle. Although it lacked the engine and front frame, the rear compartment and 2 wheels were intact. With a mischievous grin, she glanced at Dahe and contemplated repurposing the sidecar into a small cart for her dog to pull. After all, they say a dog is a man's best friend, and Xia Sisi was ready to make the most of her loyal companion's service. Beside her, the large black dog was gnawing on a pet bone that Xia Sisi had extracted from a package. Suddenly, it felt a chilling gaze emanating from its owner, causing it to tense up, momentarily forgetting the bone in its mouth. By 6 in the evening, Xia Sisi was utterly exhausted from unboxing. Her body ached as if it had fallen apart, and her neck felt uncomfortable. Yet, she had only managed to unwrap a mere third of the packages. 2/3 remained, lying in the space, awaiting her attention. As she wandered through the space, she discovered that the refuse disposal unit had surprisingly spewed out a foot-soaking basin. Just as she was about to scold the space for its absurdity, she noticed a piece of paper beneath the basin. Xia Sisi retrieved the paper and read a bold line that coldly asked whether the exhaustion of survival in a post-apocalyptic world weighed heavily on her. Did the onset of extreme cold make her feel overwhelmed? "Why not soak your feet?" it suggested. One must understand that mere sustenance is not enough for survival. One also requires spiritual pursuits and comfortable indulgences. So, soak your feet. Xia Sisi felt her lips twitch at the absurdity of the message. The content seemed both profoundly reasonable and utterly nonsensical. However, she was not one to be trifled with. In retaliation for the space's mockery, she decided to toss all the cardboard boxes she had unpacked that afternoon into the waste disposal unit. Aware that she could only discard 1 item per day, she had cleverly bundled the boxes together, large boxes encasing smaller ones, with the smaller boxes enveloped in paper bags, all tied up with string. Once she completed the task, she clapped her hands and looked at the waste disposal unit with a smirk. "You wish to challenge me?" After finishing her task, Xia Sisi relished a delightful dinner. She had neglected the parrot, allowing it to entertain itself with dramas, only to discover it had become quite obsessed with the plot. "I want to eat." The parrot squawked in a hoarse voice just as Xia Sisi was heating a cup of milk, nearly causing her to spit it out. What on earth was this? Amused yet exasperated, she prepared dinner for the parrot and silently closed the palace drama she had been watching for days, deciding to switch to a variety show the next day to prevent the parrot from becoming overly fixated. Not long after dinner, she heard a knock at her door. Upon answering, she found Ding Lei standing outside, her expression enigmatic. What's the matter? Xia Sisi inquired through the door, hesitant to let her in since they were not well acquainted. The acid rain has stopped, Ding Lei replied.
CSCC nodded lichtly.
Not surprised, as she was aware it was about to cease. She had heard that rescue teams had come earlier that day but had left, promising to distribute supplies later. Xia Sisi observed Ding Lei and noticed that when she spoke of the rescue and supplies, her face lacked enthusiasm, which struck Xia Sisi as peculiar. You don't seem very happy? I've heard everyone in the building jubilant today, believing hope has arrived.
Ding Lei scoffed,
her already disfigured face appearing even more fearsome in that moment. Can I call you Sisi? You saved my life, and I genuinely wish to get to know you better. However, right now I am struggling to survive and rely on your protection, so I have refrained from speaking with you much these past few days. Xia Sisi regarded Ding Lei, choosing to remain silent, eager to hear what she would say next. I believe this is not over, Ding Lei declared, her gaze resolute. Before the internet was cut off, I managed to access foreign information and discovered that the world is suffering. This is no ordinary disaster. If rescue operations could instantly alleviate our plight, they would have acted by now, rather than delaying for days. Xia Sisi found Ding Lei's perspective commendable. They exchanged a few more words before parting ways. However, that evening, Xia Sisi intended to inquire about Huang Qun, hoping Ding Lei might know more about the organization and how many members it had, as well as which floor they resided on. When she approached Ding Lei's door to knock, no response came for quite some time. Initially thinking Ding Lei might have gone out, she was startled to see Lin Yuan emerge from the opposite door. Without hesitation, he kicked open Ding Lei's door. I didn't leave after returning home this afternoon. I feared someone might come looking for trouble and listened for any commotion at the door, Lin Yuan explained, clearly exhibiting a strong sense of vigilance. Upon entering, Xia Sisi found Ding Lei collapsed on the floor. It turned out that after reaching the 66th floor, Ding Lei had gone without food or water. She had been enduring the day by employing makeshift methods to distill water, reluctant to borrow anything from Xia Sisi or Lin Yuan. She had intended to venture out that evening to seek supplies now that the acid rain had ceased, but instead, she had fainted from hunger in her home. Xia Sisi pinched Ding Lei's acupoint to wake her. After hearing Ding Lei's remorseful words about her helplessness, Xia Sisi sighed. From Ding Lei's expression and state, it was evident that she was not feigning. She had genuinely fainted from hunger and regretted not enduring the night. Lin Yuan emerged from his room, bringing a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits to Ding Lei. Find supplies and return them to me, he instructed before departing. Watching the frail Ding Lei consume the food and drink, Xia Sisi observed her lift her head after a while, as if summoning great resolve, and finally spoke, Sisi. I would like to borrow Dahei. The large black dog, who had been standing behind Xia Sisi, perked up at the mention of its name. Xia Sisi narrowed her eyes, regarding Ding Lei. Why should I lend him to you? I have no supplies left. I lack both water and food. Today's circumstances caught me off guard. I thought my sheer willpower would suffice to endure any danger. Yet now, alone, I face a perilous situation. If I had Dahei, it would provide an extra layer of security. In return, I would share half of the supplies I brought back with you and Mr. Lin, and I would give half of my remaining portion to Dahei, Ding Lei asserted, her gaze unwavering. Xia Sisi noted the fresh scars on Ding Lei's face, still healing. Are you not worried about your scars becoming infected and ruining your face? The outside is still plagued by acid rain. Xia Sisi pressed, seeking to gauge Ding Lei's determination. I have already faced death once. What is there to concern myself with regarding my appearance? Moreover, having fainted today, I can feel my strength waning. If I do not venture out soon, I fear I may never get the chance. Everyone believes rescue is imminent and that the government will distribute supplies shortly, causing them to relax their vigilance. Ding Lei's implication was that now is the most opportune time to seek out supplies. Xia Sisi pondered for a moment. Her concern was for Dahei's safety, as the dog was her most loyal companion in this apocalyptic world. Despite Dahei's intelligence and strength, it remained merely a dog, unaware of the treachery that lurked in humanity during such times. I will accompany you, taking Dahei with us. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Sisi resolved firmly. She had intended to venture out that evening, just as Ding Lei suggested. Now that the acid rain had ceased, and with the government's arrival, many would likely lower their guard, thus reducing risk. Bringing Ding Lei along would also serve to test her character. After all, actions speak louder than words.
Ding Lei trembled,
her lips quivering as she gazed at Xia Sisi in silence for a long moment before finally bowing deeply. Do not think I am doing this for you. I merely recall a nearby sporting goods store that sells inflatable boats and rubber rafts. I intend to procure a speedboat and return promptly. I hope you do not disappoint me. We shall meet at midnight. After uttering these words, Xia Sisi shut the door decisively, disregarding Ding Lei's heart-wrenching cries outside. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Ding Lei, yet she admired her ruthlessness and clarity even more. Moreover, she could not afford to lower herself to Ding Lei's level. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. The entire building was enveloped in silence. It must be noted that after the rescue team's visit during the day, the building, having experienced a frenzied commotion, was now exhausted. Accompanied by Dahei, Xia Sisi descended alongside Ding Lei, and not a single sound emerged from the surrounding apartments. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was taken aback to find Lin Yuan, clad in a black diving suit, also present. It appeared he too was preparing to venture out in search of supplies. Quite the coincidence. Lin Yuan hesitated momentarily and inquired if they should proceed together. Ding Lei offered no reply, instead glancing at Xia Sisi, her intention clear. She would follow Sisi's lead. After a brief contemplation, Xia Sisi, recalling Lin Yuan's enigmatic identity and skills, as well as his conduct over the past few days, nodded in agreement. This was an opportune moment to assess the capabilities and character of both individuals. The three of them venturing out together would foster a better balance. Xia Sisi mused that it is only when faced with resources and interests that one's true nature is revealed. She patted Dahei beside her and gestured to Ding Lei, and they all plunged into the water. The water had already risen to the 4th floor. Although the 5th floor, where Lin Yi resided, remained dry, it would not escape unscathed when the extreme cold arrived and a blizzard struck. Overnight, it would be the first to be engulfed. The mere thought of this brought a smirk to Xia Sisi's lips. As expected, Ding Lei was indeed an excellent swimmer. While Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan donned basic diving gear, Ding Lei wore only a swimsuit. Nevertheless, her speed in the water was remarkable. As she swiftly reached the ventilation opening in the 4th floor corridor, opened the window, and signaled for the others to follow.
Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan.
And Dahei closely trailed her. Once outside the building, Lin Yuan magically produced an inflatable boat, inflating it with an electric pump.
The 4 of them,
along with the dog, boarded the boat and began to glide away. Xia Sisi was momentarily taken aback when Lin Yuan revealed the boat. She had not anticipated he possessed such an item. Following Xia Sisi's directives, they soon arrived near a shopping center that housed an outdoor sports equipment store. The mall, too, was submerged, but due to its high ceilings, the water had only reached the 2nd floor. The sports store was located on the 3rd floor, thereby avoiding the flood. The group hastily entered the shop, and upon spotting 3 speedboats on display, both Ding Lei and Lin Yuan's faces lit up with delight. Only Xia Sisi reacted with euphoric excitement upon noticing a significant ornament resting on the cash register. This item could potentially be upgraded. While Ding Lei and Lin Yuan hurriedly retrieved the speedboats, Xia Sisi feigned interest in rummaging through the cabinets beneath the register. In truth, she stealthily stowed the ornament into her space while they were distracted. Simultaneously, she felt a tremor from the gem in her chest, followed by its disappearance. In that instant, Xia Sisi's heart raced. Could it be that the space was playing tricks on her again? Was there an issue with the ornament she had just acquired? Had the space consumed it only to vanish? However, once she steadied herself and checked her inner space with her mind, she sighed in relief upon discovering it was still present. This space was undeniably mischievous, transforming into a hidden chamber without a word of warning. The sudden shake had startled her, making her fear that the space was up to some trickery or that the ornament had some flaw, only to be swallowed and lost. Yet this alteration also conveyed a message. Her space had leveled up. Xia Sisi felt an immense joy, but there was no time to explore the extent of this upgrade. She collected various supplies from the register and cabinets, including a bag of rice, a bag of millet, and a bag of mung beans that the shop owner had previously stored. She wisely avoided the rotten tomatoes and vegetables. At this juncture, Ding Lei and Lin Yuan had successfully brought down the speedboats. After a brief discussion, they decided Lin Yuan would stow the inflatable boat they had arrived with, and each would return in a speedboat. The shop contained additional sporting goods, including ice skates, sports gloves, golf clubs, and windbreakers. Ding Lei picked up a golf club, declaring it a means of self-defense. She eyed the ice skates and selected a pair. Observing Xia Sisi choose ice skates, Ding Lei's eyes gleamed. Sisi, you are so clever. If one can skate well, it's faster and more agile than running, and essential for escape. With that, she also grabbed a suitably sized pair of skates. Lin Yuan approached as well, selecting a pair for himself. Xia Sisi smiled inwardly. With the impending extreme cold, these items would prove quite useful. It seemed these two had a discerning eye. As they prepared to leave the store, Xia Sisi discreetly stashed the golf clubs, windbreakers, and ice skates they deemed unnecessary into another small purple space, while the others were preoccupied. Currently, her primary space was undergoing an upgrade and was therefore unusable. But she had anticipated such a scenario and had donned another space beforehand. The mall was expansive, yet the supermarket had already been ransacked, likely by previous scavengers seeking supplies. Particularly in the sections where beverages and food were displayed, little remained. However, to their delight, while the shelves were bare, the stockroom had yet to be disturbed. After searching for a while, they finally discovered a small door in the corner of the supermarket. Kicking it open revealed a treasure trove of goods.
Dingley.
Overwhelmed with excitement, blurted out incoherently. She rushed in, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and chugged it down greedily. It was evident she was parched. Yet, considering that throughout their journey together, Dingley had never once asked Xia Sisi or Lin Yuan for food or drink over the past few days. Xia Sisi's impression of her improved somewhat. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had reached the stockroom, filling a bag with essential supplies. Xia Sisi busied herself as well, utilizing a large shopping bag to select items while also stowing them in her space. After more than half an hour, they had filled over 20 bags with goods. Xia Sisi's space contained even more, as she had thoroughly cleared her path. However, everyone was so absorbed in their tasks that no one noticed how significantly emptier Xia Sisi's shelves appeared in comparison to the others. Dingley was particularly thrilled. After we return, I absolutely must come back for another haul. She hesitated to suggest that others accompany her. Knowing Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan likely had ample supplies at home. To her surprise, Lin Yuan spoke up first. I shall return as well. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin Yuan's eagerness to return. Yet, upon observing his gaze fixated on a shelf brimming with vacuum-sealed rabbit heads, spicy shredded beef, and various meat snacks, she understood his intent. Lin Yuan's choices were not unreasonable. This trip had primarily yielded grains to stave off hunger, while the spicier options could wait for another occasion. Then I shall accompany you on the next trip as well, Xia Sisi agreed, resigned to join him. Watching Dahe, who seemed somewhat bored while on guard, Xia Sisi retrieved a sausage, peeled it, and offered it to him. Dahe wagged its tail, relishing its meal. However, having consumed only half of the sausage, Dahe suddenly halted. It set the sausage down and crouched low, directing its gaze towards the entrance of the supermarket not far away. Xia Sisi noticed this and realized someone was approaching. Lowering her voice, she acknowledged Dahe's intelligence. Rather than barking, it merely crouched as a warning. They did not hear the sound of footsteps, indicating that the newcomers were still at a distance. She pondered for a moment and asked Dahe how many. Initially, it was merely a speculative question, but to her surprise, Dahe paused thoughtfully, sniffed the air vigorously, and then raised its right paw to tap lightly on the ground 4 times. Seeing this, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. There were 3 of them. Dingley lacked combat ability, but she could handle 2 on her own. As for Lin Yuan, his combat prowess was uncertain, yet she believed he could easily take on 3. Dahe, on the other hand, could single-handedly confront 4 or 5 adversaries. The trio exchanged glances. Apart from Dingley, who appeared somewhat anxious, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan nonchalantly began loading their supplies onto the inflatable boat and placed several cardboard boxes beneath it, preparing to use them for support as they set off. Naturally, the supermarket storage area was quite concealed, and they wished to avoid detection by others. Once they had packed their belongings, they collaborated to obstruct the entrance with a shelf. After finishing their tasks, they could hear voices outside the supermarket. Undaunted, Xia Sisi took the lead and stepped outside. As she reached the entrance, she unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. To her astonishment, these were none other than Huang Chun and his gang. Upon seeing Xia Sisi, Huang Chun instinctively recoiled in fear. His shoulder bore a deep wound inflicted by Xia Sisi, which had caused him to run a high fever that only subsided that morning, thanks in part to their gang's recent theft of fever-reducing medicine from an elderly person's home. They were utterly indifferent to the old man's cries for help. To persuade the elderly man to open the door, they had exploited his compassion, and once inside, they pillaged every medicine and item in the house. It was rumored that the elderly man had committed suicide that morning. For Huang Chun and his crew, This was of no concern. They had managed to break into nearly every accessible door and were not truly lacking in supplies. Moreover, they had encountered rescue personnel earlier that day, which gave them a glimmer of hope that the dire situation might soon improve. However, they pondered whether, once the floodwaters receded and life returned to normal, they could continue to benefit from their unscrupulous actions. This uncertainty had prompted Huang Chen's gang to venture into nearby stores that night, seeking to pilfer whatever they could, particularly gold and jewelry. They had begun to dream of striking it rich once the chaos subsided. Passing by the supermarket was merely a secondary objective. Yet, unexpectedly, Huang Chen encountered Xia Cici's group there. Initially frightened, Huang Chen's fear quickly morphed into anger as he recalled the humiliation of being subdued by her. He gazed at her again, noticing that she had grown even more beautiful, especially in her form-fitting black diving suit, with her damp hair tied back, stray strands clinging to her fair cheeks and neck. An inexplicable surge of desire ignited within him. What a twist of fate, old neighbor. Huang Chen squinted at Xia Cici. He contemplated the reality that a woman as stunning as her would have been unattainable in normal circumstances, yet amidst this chaos, he might seize the opportunity. He realized that if rescue were imminent and social order restored, he would never have the chance to approach her again. This was his last opportunity. Huang Chen stepped back, prompting a pair of muscular twin brothers in his group to advance with baseball bats in hand. "You are the ones who injured my brother, Huang. We just reunited with him today, and to think he suffered such a loss. You will pay for this." The twins towered at nearly 2 meters tall. Having lived in the neighboring building until recently, where they met while scavenging for supplies, they decided to join forces for a lucrative venture. Aware of Huang Chen's small gang, they sought to align themselves with him. This was their moment to shine. Huang Chen smirked, confident that his brothers were well-trained.
CSCC.
"Today you will regret crossing paths with us." Chapter 54. Ruthlessness and Fear. Xia Cici drew her short knife from her side pocket. Dahe, sensing its master was threatened, positioned itself protectively beside her. The dog's presence instilled a degree of caution in the twins, who exchanged glances before brandishing their baseball bats.
Lin Yuan,
who had been standing back, stepped forward, shielding Xia Cici. "Allow me," he said casually, his expression unchanged. He had intended to intervene earlier, but Xia Cici had beaten him to it. Observing her, he found it intriguing how this slender girl wielded her knife with such precision, showing no sign of fear in front of the hulking men. At that moment, he felt somewhat inadequate within their trio. Since the appearance of the assailants, Xia Cici had not spared him a glance, resembling a lone wolf. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, questioning if he appeared so unreliable. With no other option, he stepped up to assert himself. "I was going to deal with that woman before handling you and your ugly companion, but I see you've come to me." One of the twins, noticing Lin Yuan's slightly shorter, yet significantly leaner frame, swung his baseball bat and charged forward. Xia Cici, keeping Dahe close to her, felt Ding Lei inching closer, trembling silently with a golf club in hand, freshly acquired from a sporting goods store. As Xia Cici marveled at Ding Lei's swift adaptation to the apocalypse, a wail erupted from directly in front of her. Lin Yuan darted forward, unarmed, moving with the swiftness of a beast emerging from the jungle. He bent slightly and delivered rapid punches to the ribs of the two twins, who barely had time to react. In quick succession, Lin Yuan swept them to the ground. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" A fleeting smirk of disdain crossed Lin Yuan's face as he effortlessly caught the baseball bat swung by the burly man with one hand, while the other seized the wrist of another brute. Ignoring the anguished cries of the man, Lin Yuan raised the bat and delivered a powerful blow to the brute's head. With just a single strike, the man collapsed unconscious. Witnessing his comrade's fall, another muscular man, filled with rage, lunged at Lin Yuan from behind, attempting to seize him by the waist. However, Lin Yuan swiftly adopted a horse stance, propelled himself off the ground, and with a deft maneuver, overturned the assailant. He then snatched the bat, delivering another crushing blow to the man's head. The entire confrontation transpired in mere seconds, leaving Xia Cici bewildered by Lin Yuan's swiftness. She scarcely grasped the intricacies of his movements before it was all over. In that moment, her gaze darkened with trepidation as she regarded Lin Yuan, who surpassed her expectations of strength, even exceeding those she had encountered during the apocalypse. Had they been adversaries in her previous life, Xia Cici believed she would not have survived even a decade in that harsh reality. Even years later, as many awakened their abilities, She had seen formidable individuals. Yet Lin Yuan's current display suggested that, even without powers, he could easily overpower most of them. He was undeniably formidable. Huang Chun, and one of his lackeys, upon witnessing this, began to retreat in fear. "Don't come any closer." Huang Chun lamented his earlier underestimation of the tall man and his repeated provocation of Xia Cici. "We can give you everything we've collected. Just take it." He dropped the heavy bag he was carrying, causing a loud metallic clang as the zipper burst open, revealing it to be filled with gold. "I never meant to provoke you. Just let me go, and I promise I won't trouble you again." The shorter man following Huang, pale with fright, stammered as he too discarded his backpack, gently unzipping it to reveal a trove of gold and jade trinkets. "Take it all. Just let me go." Lin Yuan remained silent, turning to raise an eyebrow at Xia Cici as if awaiting her decision, intrigued by his gaze. She twirled the dagger in her hand, contemplating one for each. Lin Yuan did not respond, but his body was already in motion. The shorter man attempted to flee, only to be grounded by a swift kick from Lin Yuan. He unsheathed his dagger and swiftly slashed the man's throat, delivering a clean, fatal blow. Huang Chun fled, not daring to utter a word. Xia Cici, though a moment behind, remained unfazed. She threw her dagger, which embedded itself into Huang Chun's leg. He stumbled and fell, desperately trying to rise. Yet Xia Cici was upon him, pressing a new dagger against his throat. "What do you intend to do? The rescue teams are already here. Perhaps the police are patrolling nearby. Everything will soon return to normal. If you kill, it will be a crime." Huang Chen's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he trembled. Xia Cici scoffed. "I'm afraid the apocalypse has only just begun. Your police and rescue are nowhere to be found." With a firm grip, she drove the dagger into Huang Chen's throat, blood gushing forth. She quickly stepped back to avoid the spray. In that moment, upon seeing Huang Chen again, she recalled a haunting memory from her previous life, triggered by the sight of the twin brutes. In her past, Xia Cici had not resided in this very apartment but lived nearby. Following the harsh winter, societal order had crumbled, resulting in staggering loss of life and resources ravaged by acid rain and frost. Numerous factions emerged during this chaos. Some comprised individuals who had once led respectable lives but succumbed to the law of the jungle, forsaking morality and humanity. Others, who had been unscrupulous before the apocalypse, revealed their true natures, indulging in depravity and violence. One such group, small in number, consisted of about a dozen members, with the most formidable being a pair of twin brutes. Their leader, a man with a somewhat lecherous appearance and squinty eyes, was none other than Huang Chen. In her previous life, Xia Cici had encountered this group only once. They had cornered two young women who, under normal circumstances, would have been innocent students. Instead, the brutes laughed as they violated the girls, ignoring their desperate pleas. Xia Cici had hidden nearby, terrified, fearing she would be discovered and dragged into their cruelty. Particularly chilling was when she witnessed them contemplating keeping the girls as food reserves for future needs. She nearly wept in horror. At that time, the apocalypse had just begun, and humanity had not yet descended into cannibalism. Yet these individuals had already devolved into beasts, driven by primal instincts. Thus, when Xia Cici spotted the twins, she could not allow them to escape them all. It was a matter of vengeance for those two girls from her past, for her own fear, and for all potential victims they might threaten in the future. These men had to die. With that resolve, she flung the dagger that had just claimed Huang Chen's life and approached the unconscious twins, swiftly delivering a merciful end to their suffering. "Consider yourselves fortunate," she muttered, delivering a kick to each brother, thinking that such scum deserved to perish at the dawn of the apocalypse. Lin Yuan approached, observing the woman who had just executed 3 men without a flicker of emotion. "Miss Xia, might you elucidate why you deemed it necessary to kill them all?" Although framed as a question, his expression bore an air of admiration. "Because they deserve to die," Xia Cici replied, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. She then provocatively countered, "Mr. Lin, I noticed you did not hesitate to direct your blade towards ordinary citizens. Care to explain?" She emphasized the term ordinary citizens, hinting at her growing skepticism regarding Lin Yuan's military background. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes, his pupils narrowing slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed. "I witnessed them tormenting women. Initially, I believed a slight reprimand would suffice, but upon hearing them boast about having driven an elderly man to his demise the previous night, I realized that sparing such scum would be an affront to my military service. Xia Sisi was taken aback by Lin Yuan's candid explanation. Furthermore, Lin Yuan effortlessly recounted her venture downstairs in search of supplies the previous night, and the glimmer of trust in her eyes reflected her acceptance of him. His words were akin to an olive branch, signifying that he considered her one of his own. Simultaneously, a thought crossed Xia Sisi's mind as she seized upon the subtle hint of reprimand embedded in Lin Yuan's statement. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lin Yuan preemptively responded, affirmatively admitting, "Indeed, it was I who killed that scoundrel downstairs." Before Xia Sisi could react, Lin Yuan continued speaking. She nodded gently. Previously, she had pondered who could stealthily infiltrate a bedroom, assassinating a slumbering individual without alerting Lu Xiaofei, who lay nearby. She had entertained the possibility of Lin Yuan being the perpetrator, but her limited acquaintance with him had prevented her from drawing any conclusions. "Mr. Lin, I commend your actions," Xia Sisi said, extending her hand towards him. Lin Yuan readily accepted her handshake. Ding Lei, who had been observing, was initially taken aback by their exchange, but quickly regained her composure, particularly upon learning that Lin Yuan had avenged her by eliminating the man who had tormented her, while also punishing Lu Xiaofei. A surge of satisfaction welled up within her. She clenched her fists, striking her trembling thigh twice, silently vowing to grow stronger and not be a burden to the duo, urging herself to adapt swiftly to their current reality. Subsequently, the group transported the supplies back to their home. Following their earlier agreement, Ding Lei took only a small portion of the provisions, distributing the majority to Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, even relinquishing Dahei's share. Ultimately, Ding Lei was left with merely a few bags of flour, rice, some canned goods, vacuum-sealed meats, several boxes of water and beverages, along with miscellaneous items, and an inflatable boat. The boat was divided equally, as Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan suggested, and Ding Lei accepted it without any grievances, feeling rather pleased. Xia Sisi, although not in need of supplies and quite content with Ding Lei, refrained from offering the provisions to her, as they had agreed that a promise was a promise. After moving the items, each person took an inflatable boat and set out for another trip to the mall. This time, they sought food and water once again. However, as they passed a shop selling mink coats, Xia Sisi's eyes lit up, and she pointed out, "Let us acquire a few. Soon we shall have no heating or air conditioning, and these will keep us warm." Her words resonated with the reality of their situation. The weather had turned chilly. Although it had not yet reached freezing temperatures, the northern climate would soon become biting cold without the luxury of heating. Such mink coats, whether suitable for the apocalypse or not, would prove invaluable. The others found her reasoning sound, and each selected 2 long mink coats that reached their ankles, once worth a fortune, now disregarded in the deserted mall. During their visit, Xia Sisi also spotted a group led by Huang Qin, who had just gathered several bags of gems and gold. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had shown no interest in such items previously, and she had refrained from expressing any enthusiasm. As they prepared to leave, concluding their evening's scavenging, Xia Sisi seized the opportunity to discreetly store the treasures in her spatial realm while the others were momentarily distracted. After all, it would be foolish not to take advantage of such riches, especially gold, which would undoubtedly serve as a universal currency when order was restored and the nation began establishing bases worldwide. To her astonishment, the moment the bags entered her space, she felt a significant tremor within it. However, there was no time to investigate further, and she hurried to catch up with her companions as they returned to the apartment. This time, Xia Sisi did not request more from Ding Lei. Both she and Lin Yuan agreed that the provisions Ding Lei had previously provided were sufficient. From this point onward, they would function as a cohesive team, fairly distributing all resources. Ding Lei was overwhelmed with gratitude, her words tumbling out in a flurry, tears streaming down her face unbidden. Xia Sisi offered no further words, merely giving Ding Lei's shoulder a gentle pat. It was worth noting that Ding Lei had earned their respect through her character and diligence, even winning the affection of Dahei, who had recently assisted her by picking up items she had dropped. After dividing up the supplies, the group resolved to rest, planning to set out together the following night. Seizing the opportunity while most were still lost in dreams of rescue, they aimed to clear the nearby supermarket and several restaurants, subsequently seeking out some diesel, essential for the operation of the inflatable boat. Once they bid farewell to one another for the night, Xia Sisi entered her room. Exhilarated as she felt the familiar stirring of energy in her chest, her space had indeed completed its upgrade and was manifesting again. At last, she had the time to explore the depths of her realm. She sensed that her space had undergone significant transformation. Chapter 56. The revelation of the dog's space. Xia Cixi swiftly stepped into her space. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a remarkable difference. Previously, the experience of entering her realm felt no different from the outside world, but now, it enveloped her in a profound sense of comfort. As if merely standing within it nourished her spirit. The first sight to greet her was the ethereal stream, now shimmering in a pale blue hue, no longer transparent. Approaching it, she observed numerous azure glimmers floating atop the surface, indicating a substantial increase in the energy contained within. Tentatively, she scooped a handful of the stream's water, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its fragrant aroma, infused with a subtle sweetness. Unable to resist, she took a sip. The moment the water touched her lips, her previous fatigue vanished, revitalizing her entirely. As she approached the villa, she noted that it appeared even sturdier than before, though its structure remained largely unchanged. In front of the villa, the familiar display screen still floated in the air. Xia Cixi stepped forward to activate it. The screen displayed in vibrant colors. Spiritual Space Level 50. The upgrade was indeed confirmed. Below the main text, a new line read, "Notice, the method of space upgrading has changed from hard mode to easy mode." It was akin to transitioning from infancy, where one could only consume milk and soft foods, to a more mature diet of grains and cereals. Was she supposed to be delighted? Yet, Xia Cixi felt no joy whatsoever. From the very beginning, she had not been informed about the nature of that milk and those soft foods. It had been she who had discovered that they contained special energy. Now, with the space upgraded, she was still left in the dark about this new grain. What a frustrating predicament. The dog space. Following the upgrades, the farm, breeding area, and waste processing unit had all seen enhancements. Additionally, a new option for a movable base had been introduced. Xia Cixi raised an eyebrow and hastily selected the movable base option. Movable base level 1 function, an apocalyptic mobile shelter that can be relocated outside the space to provide refuge for the space owner and their companions. Limitations: the duration for which it can be moved outside varies with level. Note: at this level, the base cannot be moved or relocated outside the space.
Surprise, surprise.
Xia Cixi's emotions were a whirlwind. Initially, she was awestruck by the capabilities of this feature, only to later feel exasperated by the limitations imposed on her space. A sudden impulse to strike the screen surged within her, yet she restrained herself. After all, despite its flaws, this space was her cherished sanctuary. Glancing around, she ultimately concluded that this villa must serve as her mobile base. The thought filled Xia Cixi with uncontainable joy. Surely this resource would prove invaluable in the future. She understood that once the apocalypse arrived, no one could remain in one place for long. People would be forced to move from one location to another. Thus, this mobile base could become her refuge. Moreover, being a product of the space, it could be continually upgraded, which was simply delightful. After its enhancement, the waste disposal machine could now process 2 items daily. Remarkably, the cardboard boxes she had deposited the previous day, under the influence of the space's upgrade, yielded a handgun. The weighty, black object quickened her heartbeat, for it was an excellent tool for both intimidation and self-defense in the apocalypse. Many had acquired firearms through unofficial channels during those times, and Xia Cixi had even used a makeshift gun in her past life, albeit with limited power. However, the firearm in her possession now was genuine. Upon inspection, she discovered it contained 3 rounds, though not many. It was sufficient for emergencies. Meanwhile, in the first farm, the previously swollen area had finally produced something, an entire box of firewood. While it appeared ordinary, Xia Cixi sensed its uniqueness. With the imminent arrival of extreme cold, she anticipated testing its utility. The seeds planted in the second farm had sprouted as well. Spinach stood half a meter tall, cabbages reached a person's height, and the peppers measured a foot long, while the trees bore apples as large as bowls. Xia Cixi could hardly believe her eyes as she gathered the fruits and vegetables. Subsequently, she resumed planting in the farm. Yet, the most delightful surprise was the upgrade of the breeding ground. It could now automatically produce food. When the rabbits fattened, she could simply click to obtain canned rabbit meat. When the alpaca's wool grew long, she could click to shear it. Currently, each animal had only one option. But Xia Cixi felt immensely satisfied. At least she no longer needed to manually shear the wool or slaughter the rabbits. Such convenience was truly remarkable. She suddenly felt that while this space had its flaws, it was still utterly reliable. Upon exiting the space, Xia, invigorated by the spiritual spring water, felt no fatigue. She prepared a new batch of spiritual spring water mixed with acid rain, intending to give herself and her two little companions a bath. Gray, having not seen Xia all night, was eager to stick to her, but upon seeing her mixing the bath water, he quickly vanished. However, once the bath water was ready, Dahe managed to catch Gray from who knows where and tossed him into the water, promptly jumping in himself. Xia patted Dahe's head, remarking on his cleverness. Had he already discovered the benefits of this water? Although Dahe maintained a droopy demeanor, his wagging tail indicated his satisfaction with her praise. Gray splashed in the water like a drenched chicken, yet unlike before, he no longer struggled. The trio, one person and two pets, soaked in the bath, playfully frolicking together. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. That day, Xia enjoyed a delightful nap, and by evening, she, along with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, made several trips to the shopping mall to gather supplies. They emptied the small storage rooms within the mall and cleared out several restaurants. Most of the supplies found their way into Xia's space, but others also benefited significantly. Lin Yuan infiltrated the underground garage, utilizing tubes, sealed bags, and other equipment to procure considerable amounts of gasoline and diesel.
Xia, Ding Lei,
and Dahe assisted nearby and reaped their share of the bounty. At least they had sufficient fuel for the upcoming speedboat. Throughout these days, Xia found Ding Lei and Lin Yuan to be trustworthy individuals. There were no signs of betrayal or hoarding supplies. They adhered to the rules and conducted themselves with decorum. After gathering ample supplies, they decided to cease their outings for the time being. After all, the repeated transportation of goods could easily attract the attention of the tenants below. Although they operated during the late hours and moved with utmost stealth, scouting ahead to avoid detection, the residents of the building had come to believe that the government was coming to their rescue, resulting in few individuals venturing out for supplies. In fact, most remained huddled indoors at night. However, frequent forays could lead to trouble, and with their current stock sufficient, they opted for caution. That night, Xia slept soundly, only to be awakened by a commotion outside as the sun rose. The noise was deafening, even through several layers of doors. Just then, a knock echoed at her door. Hastily donning her clothes, she accompanied Dahe to answer it. At the door stood Lin Yuan, his expression grave. The government had distributed supplies on the rooftop, and now people were gathering at the staircase, demanding entry to collect them.
Indeed.
Xia could hear shouts emanating from the staircase. Those on the 66th floor are trying to hoard the government rations. Arrest them, police. They are endangering lives. The accusations hurled at them were outrageous. Xia observed the neighbors, their faces contorted with fury, as if they would storm in and harm them. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked to herself, "What a morning spectacle we have here."
Xia chucked coldly.
As she and Dahe approached the staircase, she spotted the woman who had previously threatened her with her grandson, now bellowing at the entrance. Her voice and demeanor exuded a sense of authority, reminiscent of a dog relying on its master's might. Now, emboldened by the crowd, she was far more intimidating than when she had come alone to confront Xia. From others, Xia learned that this woman, surnamed Jean, was commonly referred to as Aunt Jean. Not out of respect, but because no one dared to provoke her. Before the apocalypse, anyone who crossed her path would find themselves subjected to her tirades outside their homes for days, complete with spitting. Reports to the police had been futile, as she would throw tantrums and play the victim, leaving the officers at a loss. After the world had fallen apart, Aunt Jean, leveraging her age and her grandson, began to harass others for food as if they owed her something. If denied, she would accuse them of starving her grandchildren and abusing the elderly. Particularly after the recent rescue efforts, Aunt Jean had grown increasingly brazen. She would storm into others' homes, demanding food and drink, threatening to report them to the police for neglect if they refused. In a building filled with young people, her antics had gone unchecked, as she managed to intimidate the younger residents without encountering anyone formidable. Now, standing before Xia with a group of supporters, she bellowed the loudest. "You realize this is illegal, right? When the rescue comes, I'll be the first to report you and have you imprisoned." Xia found her theatrics amusing. Little did Aunt Jean know that the prospect of Xia ending up in prison was utterly implausible. After all, it was likely that no one was even overseeing the prisons anymore. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also emerged. Ding Lei's injuries had scabbed over, rendering her appearance somewhat fearsome. A few individuals who were previously acquainted with her were whispering among themselves, their glances occasionally drifting towards Ding Lei. However, Ding Lei stood there, indifferent, her face cold and expressionless. Who said we are blocking your way to collect supplies? Xia Sisi stepped forward, addressing the crowd at the entrance. It seemed that, at some point, this trio had formed a small group with Xia Sisi as the leader. With Xia Sisi taking the lead, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei positioned themselves beside her. Let us take what we need. Then what does it mean to keep the door locked? Aunt Jean raised her hand, pointing accusatorily at Xia Sisi. Originally, the top floor belongs to all of us, and by locking it, you are occupying a communal space. A few others chimed in agreement. Xia Sisi took a step forward, causing Aunt Jean to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Upon hearing that the government was distributing supplies, people from the lower levels surged forward, filling the stairwell to capacity. As Aunt Jean stepped back, she accidentally trod on someone's foot, prompting a chain reaction of complaints. Impatience grew among the crowd, with someone shouting, "What are we waiting for? So many people are waiting." With such a large crowd, it was clear that not everyone could go up at once. Why don't we select a few individuals to go up and bring the supplies down for distribution? This suggestion found favor with the majority. The entrance to the rooftop was located directly opposite the staircase, featuring only a small door that could accommodate single-file passage. Allowing such a multitude to enter would likely damage the small door. Xia Sisi scoffed, pointing at Aunt Jean. "Auntie, since you are so vocal, why don't you volunteer as one of the representatives to go up and collect the supplies?" As she spoke, Xia Sisi mimicked the motion of opening the door. Aunt Jean, upon seeing Xia Sisi's expression, became visibly pale and retreated again, inciting further complaints from the crowd. "What is going on up front? If you're going to step back, at least say something. You're stepping on people." "Exactly. If you don't want to step aside, so many of us, want to go up front to collect supplies first." Aunt Jean was genuinely frightened of Xia Sisi, especially under the latter's seemingly mocking gaze, which made her feel that Xia Sisi was deliberately opening the door to let her in only to punish her. "I must go in, but I can't go in alone. Besides, how could I, Aunt Jean, possibly carry anything? Such tasks are meant for others. And the supplies must be delivered right to my doorstep." Ultimately, Aunt Jean, along with 3 robust young men and a young woman known to most, entered through the door. Among them was Lin Yi, who appeared even more haggard at that moment, as if he were slightly dehydrated. His height had made him a candidate for transporting supplies when Xia Sisi had noticed Hao Rou pushing him forward. Otherwise, given his pale complexion, Xia Sisi would never have chosen him. Once the door opened, Xia Sisi signaled to Dahe, who promptly stationed himself at the entrance of the few individuals' homes to prevent anyone from attempting to sneak in and steal. Lin Yuan lightly nodded at Xia Sisi, standing at the door to block others from entering, as too many people would lead to chaos on their floor.
Ding Lei soto bezid daí.
Guarding the entrance to the homes of the selected few. Their defensive demeanor elicited some complaints, but the sight of Dahe, who was nearly as large as a pony, silenced most dissent. However, with so many people gathered, suspicions inevitably arose. Some voiced concerns that Xia Sisi and her group might secretly hoard the supplies. Xia Sisi shot a cold glare at them, saying, "You proposed selecting some individuals to carry the supplies, and you chose those who would go.
Now,
You express concern about theft? It seems you are merely looking for trouble." This effectively silenced the murmurs. As Xia Sisi ascended the stairs with the group, the crowd formed an orderly line to enter through the small door. At that moment, Lin Yi stood directly behind Xia Sisi, and she caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from him. She recalled that Hao Rou had previously soiled herself, likely using most of their drinking water for cleanup. In recent days, with limited water available, hygiene had become a luxury. Lin Yi reeked worse than most in the crowd. Xia Sisi felt the stench of decay closing in as Lin Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Sisi, for the sake of our past together, could you let Hao Rou and me move up here?" Xia Sisi struggled to suppress her nausea. The man's foul smell was matched only by his insidious intentions. How naive he must be to think she would help. "Are you suggesting I find you a suitable and safe room on the 66th floor, as well as the most comfortable bed for you and Hao Rou?" Xia Sisi replied with a gentle smile, looking directly at him. Lin Yi froze for a moment, his eyes brightening as he hastily clarified, No, anywhere is fine. The lower floors have been flooded by acid rain, and our walls are beginning to rot. They are uninhabitable. Uninhabitable?
CSCC scoffed.
If that is the case, you can easily find another floor. Why come to the 66th? Are you hoping I'll share some water or food with you? Her smile grew even warmer. Hearing mentions of water and food, Linny licked his parched lips, pleading. Cece, you wouldn't abandon us in our time of need, would you? How Ro and I are completely out of water and food. Just yesterday, she considered drinking the acid rain outside. We've made a makeshift distillation device, but it only produces a tiny amount of drinking water each day. We're on the brink of death. Cece gazed at this pathetic man, overwhelmed by the stench he exuded, and thought to herself how foolish she had been in a past life. She held her breath as she approached Linny, noticing his face flush.
Indeed.
Her beauty had only intensified since she had access to the spiritual spring water, and being so close to a man was bound to elicit such a reaction. At that moment, Linny regretted his past relationship with Haoro, wishing he could slap himself twice. He even contemplated whether begging Cece for reconciliation would earn her forgiveness. Now, faced with the stunning Cece and recalling the pitiful Haoro, who only knew how to cry and had made him clean up after her, he felt a deep sense of regret. Cece, Linny said nervously, using his softest tone and slightly tilting his head, remembering that Cece favored his profile. You really know how to dream. Please return to your 5th floor. Cece coldly dismissed him, turning to ascend to the top floor, leaving Linny standing there in shock. Unexpectedly, 2 men on the top floor began to fight. The woman selected to mediate was kicked aside. Meanwhile, Aunt Jean sat silently on the ground, stuffing food into her mouth with vigor. It was at this moment that Cece realized that the 2 men chosen to carry supplies were indeed the 2 brothers from the 23rd floor who had been in business together. She recalled their late-night conversation while emptying the 12th floor, where they had discussed facing challenges together. Who could have anticipated that their second encounter would result in a brawl? Most infuriatingly, Aunt Jean, disregarding that the supplies belonged to everyone, had already made a mess of packaging materials around her. Cece observed that the actual amount of supplies was quite limited, barely enough to allocate 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of compressed biscuits to each person. Unexpectedly, Aunt Jean, in a brief moment, consumed 3 bottles of mineral water and kept stuffing her mouth with compressed biscuits. Cece remained silent and directly pushed her out.
Ignoring Linny.
She approached the door and opened the stairwell. All of you, go up and take a look. Be careful not to step on anyone. After speaking, Cece stepped back a bit and exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan, both standing at a distance. The anxious crowd waiting outside craned their necks. At this moment, seeing Cece enter and then emerge again, they knew something must have gone awry. The remaining 30 or so survivors in the building surged upward, jostling each other. Soon, sounds of fighting and curses echoed from above. Cece glanced at Lin Yuan. Did you anticipate this scene? Lin Yuan scoffed. I've seen far worse. Cece raised an eyebrow, surprised by his response. Amidst the cacophony, Cece and Lin Yuan stood side by side, appearing as 2 detached onlookers in the bustling crowd. Though they lived as neighbors, their interactions had been limited, each respecting the other's boundaries. Overall, Cece held a favorable impression of Lin Yuan, finding him strong, rational, and reliable, unlike the rest of his family. However, like her, he harbored secrets, which made her hesitant to draw too close too quickly. Yet, occasionally teaming up to scavenge for supplies and fend off external threats seemed fitting for a partner. At this moment, Lin Yuan was quietly observing Cece. He too held a positive view of her, admiring her independence and resilience in the face of adversity, noting her methodical approach to challenges. Despite her heightened wariness, he sensed that she did not fully trust him yet. Nonetheless, he was patient. After all, time reveals one's true character. Mr. Lin, are you truly a soldier? Cece inquired, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward. Lin Yuan smiled, a rare sight that lit up his face, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Yet, there was a hint of scrutiny in his light brown gaze as he regarded Cece. You see, some soldiers cannot disclose their true identities. Certain missions are confidential, and even the reasons for some veterans' retirements remain a mystery. Cece raised an eyebrow, refraining from probing further. A prolonged silence ensued, during which the commotion above grew louder. Among the cacophony, Aunt Jin's wailing stood out, her voice rising in panic. Murder! Murder! Punctuated by a stream of profanities. The upper floor, though chaotic, was not entirely disordered. The two brothers embroiled in the fight had been separated, but seeing what Aunt Jean had consumed, the crowd began to protest. Several young individuals, already riled by Aunt Jean, rushed at her, resulting in her hair being pulled and her clothes torn, unaware of the kicks she was receiving. The food she had just devoured was now expelled violently. There was also a woman who had come along, named Mo Yun, the property manager. Previously, she had been well-liked among the residents, always willing to assist them. She and her husband shared a loving relationship. At this moment, her husband, witnessing her being kicked to the ground, covered his stomach upon realizing the two fighting had mistakenly injured her, trembled with rage, and rushed to confront the brothers. Yet, some rational voices among the crowd urged them to calm down and wait to distribute the government-supplied resources. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi was listening to the escalating noise from above when she suddenly saw Hao Rou gracefully descending. She appeared much cleaner and in better condition than Lin Yi. Xia Sisi's lips curled into a cold smile, curious about what trick Hao Rou would pull this time. To her surprise, Hao Rou did not approach Xia Sisi, but instead walked toward Lin Yuan. Kneeling before him, she sobbed, "Uncle, I'm pregnant with Lin Yi's child. Please help us." For the sake of the Lin family's descendants. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, she had no recollection of Hao Rou being pregnant in her previous life. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, fixed a cold gaze on Hao Rou, momentarily silent. Under his scrutinizing stare, she trembled, aware that Lin Yi's uncle was no ordinary man. Having been close to Lin Yi, she had heard many rumors about him, secrets unknown to outsiders. She knew Lin Yuan's mother was a genuine heiress, who, at 19, had been deceived by Lin Yuan's father, the family patriarch. The scandal had been substantial, leading many to believe Lin Old Madam had decisively dealt with the mistress. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Lin Yuan's maternal family had suffered greatly, suppressing the Lin family for years. Time had passed, and the Lin family had languished, suffering from the covert machinations of Lin Yuan's maternal lineage. Lin Yuan, being exceptionally capable, had little regard for Lin Yi's family wealth and had recently renounced all claims to inheritance, severing ties with them entirely. It seemed Lin Yuan's maternal family was preparing to strike decisively against Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi and Hao Rou had moved here to draw closer to Lin Yuan while monitoring his activities, but this incident had taken them by surprise. There were rumors that Lin Yuan was a soldier, having spent time abroad on covert missions rather than studying overseas. Hao Rou, unable to sleep one night, had seen Lin Yuan leave the building, later returning with a considerable amount of supplies. She decided to gamble on the hope that Lin Yuan, being a retired soldier, might feel compassion for her plight, appealing to their familial ties. However, she knelt there for quite some time without a word from Lin Yuan, while Xia Sisi stood nearby, arms crossed, smirking. This left Hao Rou feeling increasingly uncomfortable. She inched forward on her knees, attempting to grasp Lin Yuan's pant leg. "Uncle, please." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan stepped back in disgust. Meanwhile, De He, recalling the earlier orders to keep everyone away from their door, bared his teeth and lunged at Hao Rou. Startled, she stumbled back, landing on the ground. De He, undeterred, continued to approach, forcing Hao Rou to awkwardly retreat. Soon, a foul odor filled the air. Once again,
Hao Rou had wet herself.
Xia Sisi burst into laughter. "Hao Rou, you really ought to spare yourself the humiliation and go downstairs to rest. After all, I've never seen a pregnant woman scale 60 floors with such ease." Hao Rou's face turned pale at this remark. However, she remained undeterred, gazing at Lin Yuan with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Uncle, do you really not care about our lives? Even if you have a way, could you at least help us reach the Lin family? I beg you, please do not turn a blind eye to our plight. Observe the prowess of this duplicitous woman." Initially, Lin Yuan had no connection to her, yet now she had sullied his name, accusing him of ignoring their suffering. Lin Yuan merely raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "What is it to me?" Xia Sisi could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Hao Rou's face alternated between pale and flushed. From the moment she encountered Xia Sisi, jealousy had twisted her features. Xia Sisi exuded such composure and beauty. In this apocalypse, she remained impeccably dressed, her hair neatly arranged, and a subtle scent of soap enveloped her, her skin flawlessly maintained, with delicate features that drove Hao Rou to the brink of madness. Especially when Xia Sisi stood beside Lin Yuan, They resembled a pair of exquisite gems, igniting a desire within Hao Ro to tear Xia Sisi to shreds.
Yet,
She could not. She could only humiliate herself, clenching her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, and vowing silently to outshine her one day. Hao Ro's animosity did not escape Xia Sisi's notice, who smirked inwardly, sensing that her demise was imminent. She recalled that the authorities were poised to make significant moves in the coming days. After that, chaos and ruin would ensue, leaving no escape for these scoundrels. "Everyone, please come up here." Suddenly, the skylight door swung open, and Mo Yun emerged, beckoning people to ascend. Once everyone had reached the upper floor, they discovered that the supplies on the rooftop had been distributed, with each person in possession of a portion. However, the 3 individuals from the 66th floor were left empty-handed. Mo Yun awkwardly approached Xia Sisi and her companions, holding 3 packets of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water. Well, due to certain circumstances. At this point, Mo Yun noticed the disheveled and battered Granny Jean standing nearby. Due to certain circumstances, our already limited supplies have diminished. I see you 3 are the most well-fed in our entire building, and I know you all possess capabilities. So, Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, coldly regarding the woman before her. This woman spoke as if everything made sense, wearing a smile. Yet she was essentially attempting to make Xia Sisi and her companions suffer an injustice. Because Granny Jean had squandered a considerable amount of supplies earlier, the residents of the 66th floor had to receive less. Was she expected to absorb the consequences of another's mistakes? Who could have anticipated that at that moment, Granny Jean, who had just been reprimanded by a crowd, would suddenly speak up sarcastically. "Oh, what's this? You don't want it? Is it that our 66th floor looks down on such trifles? After all, you can afford to keep such a large dog. Surely you have plenty of food and drink at home. If you don't want it, I can offer it to others who are in dire need." Xia Sisi raised her head, a laugh of indignation escaping her lips. "If you had kept silent, I might have delayed settling the score with you. But since you've spoken, I shall deal with you first." With that thought, Xia Sisi strode toward Granny Jean, snatched the bag of supplies from her hands, and hurled it off the rooftop without a second thought. Ignoring Granny Jin's attempt to confront her, Xia Sisi swiftly retreated and delivered a kick to Granny Jin's knee, sending her sprawling. "Whoever stirs up trouble must bear the consequences. I, Xia Sisi, will not indulge you. You wish for us on the 66th floor to suffer? You had better be prepared to accept the repercussions." As she spoke, Xia Sisi turned her gaze to Mo Yun, who had just addressed her. "Whose idea was it to shortchange our 66th floor on supplies, An eerie silence fell over the crowd, with no one daring to utter a word. Chapter 60. Granny Jean is dead. It was evident that Mo Yun had been thrust into a leadership role by the crowd. Xia Sisi glanced toward Mo Yun's husband, noting that the bag he carried was noticeably larger than the others, albeit by a small margin, likely containing 2 bottles of water. It seemed Mo Yun had employed some means to gain the crowd's approval. Yet, she was not one to suffer losses, undoubtedly having negotiated for some advantages in exchange for managing this mess. The thought amused Xia Sisi, having received benefits. She was now attempting to placate the residents of the 66th floor? What did she think they were? "Oh no, murder. You little wench. Are you trying to get my entire family killed? You dared to throw away our supplies. I will make you pay," Granny Jean exclaimed, rising despite her injured leg, intent on grabbing Xia Sisi by the hair. It was worth noting that Granny Jean had charged up alone for supplies, leaving her precious son, daughter-in-law, and grandson behind. At that moment, she had thought that if she secured enough supplies, she could eat her fill first and then distribute the remainder to her family, perhaps even secretly saving some for her beloved grandson. Who could have predicted her miscalculation? If she had known better, she would have brought her son along to assist her, thus avoiding such humiliation before Xia Sisi. As Granny Jean lunged at her, Xia Sisi, swift and agile, seized the old woman's arm and twisted it with force. She was thoroughly exasperated by Granny Jin's persistent harassment. As she contemplated drawing her knife, unexpectedly, she pushed Granny Jean aside, causing her to collide with another person nearby. Granny Jean then spotted a pair of hands clutching supplies before her. She did not care whose hands they were. All she saw was that bag of supplies. Instantly, she lunged to snatch it away. "Give it to me. I have children and the elderly at home. If you don't give it to me, you are not respecting the elderly or caring for the young. Old hag, what nonsense are you spouting? You're asking for a beating." The individual whose supplies were being seized did not back down. You're going to starve me, you old hag." You're all heartless scoundrels. Granny Jean clung desperately to the bag, wailing loudly. Everyone around merely watched, none daring to intervene, clutching their own supplies tightly. Some, wishing to avoid trouble, quietly slipped away through the door, while no one was looking. A cacophony of anguished wails erupted. The man whose supplies Granny Jean had attempted to pilfer could no longer restrain himself, his eyes burning with rage. He began to strike Granny Jean. Unlike the earlier young men who had only tugged at her, this man delivered solid punches, landing several blows to her head. As he continued to strike, he seemed to become addicted to the violence, cursing under his breath, his strikes lacking any restraint. Xia Sisi furrowed her brow, observing this man. Finally discerning his identity, he was the domestic abuser who had moved from the first floor to the 58th. Granny Jean had indeed provoked the wrong individual.
Dingley.
Trembling with fear, edged closer to Xia Sisi, who gently grasped her hand and whispered in her ear, "Pay close attention. Such events are bound to occur frequently. You must learn to adapt." Ding Lei, momentarily taken aback, replied with a quiver in her voice, "Rest assured, I will not be a burden." More individuals quietly slipped away from the rooftop, while Mo Yun seized her husband's arm. With a final wail from Granny Jean, she collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, never to move again. As the man who had struck her witnessed the fatal outcome, he staggered back in shock, glancing around at the dwindling crowd. Panic evident in his voice. "I didn't mean to. She was stealing my things. I didn't mean to." He then hurriedly fled the scene. At last, only Xia Sisi and a few others remained, along with the couple Mo Yun and her husband. Xia Sisi turned to the Mo Yun couple and inquired, "Did you foresee all of this?" Mo Yun trembled under Xia Sisi's gaze, stammering, What do you mean?" Xia Sisi let out a cold snort and abruptly seized Mo Yun by the collar. Mo Yun stumbled forward, her cries falling on deaf ears. Her husband attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. Xia Sisi dragged Mo Yun to the lifeless body of Aunt Jean, disregarding her desperate wails, and forcefully pressed Mo Yun's face against that of the deceased. "See? When you provoke me, it leads to death. Remember this. In the future, refrain from bothering us." "I won't dare anymore," Mo Yun cried out, her voice turning into sobs. Only then did Xia Sisi release her grip. Earlier, when she had asked who proposed the idea of reducing their supplies on the 66th floor, no one spoke up. However, Xia Sisi noticed the accusatory glances directed at the Mo Yun couple, making it abundantly clear that the suggestion originated with Mo Yun. This property manager, whom Xia Sisi had encountered before, was a quintessential two-faced individual, appearing amiable while harboring sinister motives. With Huang Chen now deceased, it was Mo Yun who posed the greatest threat within the building. Today, Xia Sisi was determined to establish her authority, ensuring that the entire building would think twice before crossing them. "Dispose of the body, and you may leave," Xia Sisi commanded, casting a glance at Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, who promptly released Mo Yun's husband, Li Mingchao. Subsequently, Xia Sisi and her companions watched as the couple tossed Aunt Jin's corpse from the rooftop before slinking away. They descended the building, casually dividing the scant supplies among themselves. After the commotion, it was already noon, and Xia Sisi felt ravenous, but not particularly fatigued, likely due to the spiritual spring water she had consumed the night before. Upon returning home, she prepared a bowl of beef noodles and accompanied it with a chilled orange juice, relishing the delightful meal. Her companion, Huiji, was agitated, incessantly chattering in her ear, expressing dissatisfaction at being left behind. Over the past few days, Huiji had undergone significant changes. Firstly, it could now manage its own bathroom needs, much to Xia Sisi's relief. Additionally, it had grown considerably, now resembling a hawk in size, perched heavily upon Xia Sisi's shoulder. Its claws and beak had sharpened, and when Xia Sisi reached out to touch them, she felt they had become formidable weapons. Huiji's speech had also improved. It no longer stuttered and could articulate a broader vocabulary, its voice resonating more robustly. Xia Sisi mused that if one were to only listen to Huiji, they might mistake it for a burly man. "All right, later today, I shall introduce you to some friends," Xia Sisi declared, offering Huiji a nut, noting that it relished them above all else. Huiji flapped its wings in delight. "However, I must first impart some rules. If you cannot adhere to them, I cannot take you out." Xia Sisi gazed earnestly into Huiji's bright eyes, seeking to discern whether it comprehended her words. After all, it could traverse dimensions. privy to Xia Cici's most closely guarded secrets, and had a penchant for incessant chatter. If it were to be released, it could become a liability. Suddenly, Huiji tilted its head and unexpectedly exclaimed, "Brother Dahu told me to listen to commands and not to speak out of turn, especially regarding our secret base." Huiji's eyes sparkled as it circled around Xia Cici. Xia Cici raised an eyebrow. "Well done, Dahu. It seems I have trained you well." However, she quickly grasped a crucial point. Huiji had mentioned that Brother Dahu had spoken to it. "You can communicate with Dahu?" Excitedly, she yanked Huiji down from the air, gazing intently at its round eyes. "Indeed," Huiji confirmed, fueling Xia Cici's enthusiasm. Ever since Dahu had come home with her, she had struggled to understand the dog's thoughts. Although they had grown quite close, Xia Cici often felt that Dahu was aloof, possibly disliking her, merely tolerating her presence as its caretaker. "What else did Brother Dahu say?" Xia Cici inquired, stroking Huiji's head with a grin, adding, "Today, you shall enjoy an all-you-can-eat nut buffet. For the sake of food." Huiji hesitated only a moment before divulging. Brother Dahu mentioned he likes canned venison and rabbit meat. Xia Cici was already aware of this. Brother Dahu also said he would bite anyone who dares bully the caretaker. The corners of Xia Cici's mouth curled upwards. Her efforts had not been in vain. Before Huiji could finish, a dark figure dashed in from the side, biting down on Huiji's wing and dragging it away. "Caretaker, help!" Dahu said he would bite me to death. Huiji cried in a panic, being whisked away by Dahu. Xia Cici basked in the happiness of knowing that Dahu had declared his fondness for her. After some playful antics and satisfying their appetites, Xia Cici retrieved a cup of fresh cow's milk and sheep's milk from her spatial realm. In her farm, each animal produced a unique byproduct, with the cows and sheep providing fresh milk daily. She reserved the cow's milk for herself and shared the sheep's milk with Dahu and Huiji. To her surprise, Huiji drank the sheep's milk eagerly. Unfamiliar with parrots, she wondered whether Huiji's affinity for it was a result of its mutation or if all parrots naturally enjoyed such beverages. Today, the waste disposal machine had produced 2 pairs of goose-down pants. Noting their sizes, one for a male and one for a female, she set them aside for later. She then placed 2 useless items back into the machine, preparing for tomorrow's retrieval. Xia Cici felt as though her space possessed an uncanny ability to foresee the impending challenges of the apocalypse. Based on her experiences, she anticipated an extreme cold approaching, and the recent outputs from her space seemed perfectly suited to counteract such harsh conditions. By afternoon, the skies had cleared entirely, and those who had received government supplies began to dream of a swift return to normalcy. However, some individuals were dissatisfied with mere government assistance. A group of young people on the upper floors resolved to venture out in search of supplies. Among them were Lin Yi and Hao Rou, led by Wan Wei, who had previously sought to connect with Hao Rou after seeing her photos in the property management group. Wan Wei resided directly above Lin Yi and Hao Rou, and over the past few days, he and Hao Rou had shared several private encounters. Each time, Wan Wei brought her food and drinks, ensuring she did not suffer the same frailty as Lin Yi during the apocalypse. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Wan Wei, while simple-minded, had ulterior motives. When Hao Rou asked Lin Yi if he wanted to join them in the supply hunt, he felt touched. Wan Wei appeared athletic, reportedly a sports student with excellent physical fitness and fighting skills. Accompanying such a person would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. Yet, Wan Wei hesitated, glancing at Hao Rou and Lin Yi. "Do you have a basin or something similar?" "I only have a large bathing tub, which can only accommodate me and Rou." Lin Yi's expression soured upon hearing this. After all, no matter the circumstances, Hao Rou was still his girlfriend. How could she possibly be with someone else? However, Hao Rou gazed at Lin Yi with affectionate eyes, saying, "Brother Yi, Wan Wei only suggested that I sit with him because of my petite figure. Do not think too much of it. Nonetheless, our home lacks any substantial objects capable of bearing weight. Perhaps you should refrain from going?"
Lin Yi,
having faced considerable setbacks these past few days, could not bring himself to withdraw. Ultimately, he exerted all his strength to remove a door panel from the neighboring room. "I can use this to follow you," he declared. But soon, he became the subject of ridicule, as his slight frame proved ineffectual. He lost his balance the moment he stepped outside and fell into the water. Lin Yi's face turned pale as he clenched his fists, having never endured such humiliation before. At that moment, Hao Rou's eyes sparkled mischievously as she whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Your uncle has a boat. I saw him go downstairs for supplies." Why not ask him to lend it to us? Lin Yi's eyes brightened. After all, he was indeed asking his own uncle. He resolved to plead for the boat, envisioning a day when those who had mocked him would no longer find it amusing. He could dictate who would board the vessel. With that thought, Lin Yi puffed out his chest, declaring his intent to borrow the boat, oblivious to the exchanged glances between Hao Rou and Wan Wei. All of this was merely a ruse to fool Lin Yi into requesting the boat. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, chaos was brewing as Jean Dama's son,
Jin Lei, approached.
At 35 years old, Jean Lei was devoid of any remarkable traits, save for his excessive devotion to his mother, Jean Dama, to the point of folly. He bestowed upon her all that was good, adhering to her every whim. Earlier that morning, when Jean Dama decreed that no one else was to accompany her upstairs for supplies, Jean Lei complied without protest, even silencing his wife's objections with a slap. However, when everyone returned joyously with their provisions, Jean Dama did not return. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that she had been murdered. Yet, when asked who was responsible, no one could provide an answer. It was rumored that her body had been discarded, and even the supplies they were entitled to had been thrown down by the elusive Xia Sisi from the 66th floor. As a result, not only did the government-issued supplies evade them, but they also lost their mother. Jean Lei wept inconsolably and, disregarding his wife's warnings, brandished a kitchen knife and stormed toward the 66th floor. Faced with the closed door, he struck it with fury, shouting, "Xia Sisi, come out. I demand your life today." The door rattled violently, awakening those inside. Chapter 62. The government comes to collect people. When Ding Lei emerged and witnessed someone hacking at the door with a knife. Without hesitation, she kicked it with force, exclaiming, "Are you looking for trouble?" Jean Lei, unaware of who Xia Sisi was, merely saw a woman before him. Mistaking Ding Lei's fierce visage for that of Xia Sisi, he intensified his assault on the door. In his rage, he actually managed to break the lock. Armed with a knife, Ding Lei took a defensive stance. However, Jean Lei, like a wild stallion, barreled into her, knocking her to the ground. "You wretched woman! I will kill you!" he bellowed, raising the knife to strike. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi arrived on the scene. Lin Yuan swiftly delivered a kick,
Sending Jin Lei sprawling.
Xia Sisi, with a frosty demeanor, assisted Ding Lei to her feet. Jean Lei, having crashed against the wall, quickly regained his footing and lunged forward with a knife. Lin Yuan, not allowing him a moment's respite, seized his wrist. The knife fell from Jean Lei's grasp, clattering to the ground. His anguished cries echoed through the corridor. With an expression of cold resolve, Lin Yuan tossed Jean Lei aside, who began to wail uncontrollably. "What happened?" Xia Sisi inquired of Ding Lei. "That is Jean Dama's son," Ding Lei replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi immediately grasped the situation. So, he was here for revenge? Intrigued, she released Ding Lei and approached the pitiful man lying on the ground, delivering a harsh kick. "Do you know how your mother died?"
Jin Lei, disoriented,
shook his head weakly. "Do you know the reason for her death?" He shook his head again. Xia Sisi nearly laughed at the absurdity. This man was oblivious, yet had come to trouble her. Before she could continue, Jean Lei surged up again, shouting hoarsely, "Regardless of how my mother died, they all claim it is your fault. You are responsible." Xia Sisi seized upon the key word in his accusation. "They?"
Who are they? Jin Lei responded.
"Those who went to collect supplies claim you are involved. If you don't provide an explanation today, I will not let this rest. Especially you, Xia Sisi. I demand you pay for my mother's life."
Xia Sisi regarded Jin Lei as a fool. Yet,
she found it astonishing that those who had collected supplies had the audacity to cast blame upon the 66th floor, truly believing they could intimidate them. "Very well. Since these people show no mercy, do not blame me for being ruthless," she retorted. "Your mother, Jean Dama, consumed the supplies meant for others, thereby severing their means of survival. How dare she scavenge like a starving ghost? Why not save some food for your mother instead?" Xia Sisi delivered her words coldly. "Nonsense. If my mother took other supplies, why did they not speak up? They claim you killed her. Besides, if you cannot safeguard your own supplies and others consume them, that is their skill." Jean Lei, clearly reflecting the shameful traits of his mother, attempted to rise but was swiftly kicked down once more by Xia Sisi. The physical exertion of traversing the stairs had strengthened her legs considerably. "You truly are foolish. If they say we from the 66th floor are the killers, you come here? Aren't you supposed to be the dutiful son? Where were you when they mercilessly assaulted Jean Dama?" Oh, right. Where were you when your mother was stabbed? Blood flowed freely. Yet no one dared to speak up for her. We did not kill her. If you are capable, seek out the actual assailants. Do not howl here. Xia Cici's gaze bore into Jean Lei, her fierce eyes causing him to shrink back in fear. Repair the door. Bring 3 bottles of water as an apology to Ding Lei, or I will ransack your home tonight. Xia Cici declared coldly, unwilling to entertain further conversation with Jean Lei. Upon hearing this, Jean Lei resisted, continuing to shout, if it wasn't you who killed her, then who? Who? Yet, Xia Cici pressed him firmly against the wall, retorting, did you not heed your mother's words? She has always controlled you. I am not your mother. Why should I tell you who the murderer is? If you have the ability, investigate it yourself. With a sharp dagger poised at Jean Lei's throat, she commanded, obey or die. What do you choose? I know you have a troublesome younger sibling who has previously crossed me. I spared him last time, but should I eliminate him as well? At this moment, fear gripped Jean Lei. He realized he should not provoke the 66th floor. His initial rage over his mother's death transformed into dread. Yet he did not wish to concede entirely, so he begrudgingly complied with Xia Cici's demands, realigning the broken door and delivering the last 3 bottles of water from his home to Ding Lei before retreating in shame. All of this transpired just as Lin Yi arrived, witnessing Xia Cici's fierce expression and tone, causing him to tremble with unease. He felt that the Summer Cici he once knew had vanished. Yet, seeing Lin Yuan beside him, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward, calling out, Uncle, Uncle. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, glancing at Lin Yi outside the door. Don't call me uncle anymore. I am not a member of the Lin family. In a bid to secure a way out, Lin Yi grew bolder. Uncle, I know you have a boat. Could you lend it to me?
I am truly starving.
Just consider it a favor, due to our shared bloodline. Having just dealt with Jean Lei, encountering Lin Yi again amidst the chaotic events of the day left Summer Cici feeling utterly vexed. With her arms crossed and a forced smile, she looked at Lin Yuan. You two can sort out your affairs on your own. After all, while this time it may be about blood ties, the next time could be the same. Perhaps you should simply tether Lin Yi to his belt. Up on the 66th floor, they were not lacking in speedboats or rubber dinghies. Giving something to Lin Yi might seem trivial now, but what about next time? Would Lin Yi always rely on this tenuous family connection to seek favors? Summer Cici had long contemplated eliminating Lin Yi and Hao Rou. But with the harsh winter approaching and the 5th floor being ravaged by acid rain, their existence was already akin to a living nightmare. She wished to let them survive a few more days, yet Lin Yi and Hao Rou kept pestering her, testing her patience. After expressing her thoughts, Summer Cici turned on her heel and returned indoors, choosing to disengage. Lin Yuan merely tossed over a remark, I have no boat, and proceeded to ignore him as he retreated into the house. For a moment, only Lin Yi remained outside, lamenting his fate, but no one paid him any mind. It was easy to predict that once Lin Yi descended, he would be met with ridicule from the crowd. Summer Cici paid little heed to this. Upon returning home, she embraced Dahe and fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already 9 in the evening, and she was greeted by a cacophony outside. Stepping out, she discovered that Lin Yuan had installed a large iron gate at the original stairway entrance, effectively obscuring the happenings of their 66th floor from the outside world. Draping a coat over her shoulders, she approached Lin Yuan, who was busily engaged in his task, and inquired, What are you doing? It's bothersome with people constantly coming. Out of sight, out of mind. Observing Lin Yuan, sleeves rolled up and brow furrowed, she could sense his agitation. A light chuckle escaped her lips as she prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan called her back. Tomorrow, Ding Lei will join me for training in combat skills. Would you care to join us for a discussion? Summer Cici hesitated. She understood that Lin Yuan's intentions were good. Training with more individuals could enhance their physical reflexes. However, she declined, believing that her physical condition had improved after using the spirit spring water. With ample practical experience from her past life, she also had her own training regimen. There was no necessity for this particular training session. Furthermore, she had Dahe. While Lin Yuan was undoubtedly formidable, Dahe was no slouch either. Her daily sparring with Dahe was already sufficient. It was not merely overconfidence. She inherently trusted animals like Dahe more than other people. Although she had formed a partnership with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, their relationship had yet to evolve into true camaraderie. Ding Lei's willingness to train alongside Lin Yuan indicated her genuine desire for growth. Once an athlete and now a yoga instructor, she appeared delicate but possessed a solid foundation. After a few days of practice, she was able to execute some difficult maneuvers and exhibited good evasion skills, though her strength still lagged. Nevertheless, she was exceptional compared to the average person, especially since she never shied away from hardship and demonstrated remarkable perseverance. Summer Cece observed that Ding Lei was often knocked to the ground by Lin Yuan but never uttered a word of complaint, quickly rising back to her feet. In Ding Lei's eyes, there was a glimmer, a reflection of her aspiration for strength and a brighter future. Summer Cece perceived this as a poignant representation of an ordinary girl thriving in the apocalypse. Moreover, Ding Lei had self-taught military boxing and combat techniques, making rapid progress in just a few days. Summer Cece also shared some techniques with her, based on her past experiences, though they lacked formal structure. Yet, they proved to be quite effective in practice. One day, Ding Lei excitedly approached Summer Cece, exclaiming that she had finally managed to land a hit on Lin Yuan using the feint Summer Cece had taught her. What Summer Cece did not anticipate was that this feint would prompt Lin Yuan to seek her out, insisting on sparring with her. Reluctantly, she consented to the practice match, only to find herself somewhat addicted to it. Lin Yuan was quite adept at combat and exhibited knowledge of various martial arts. Their exchanges were exhilarating. Though Summer Cece sensed that Lin Yuan was not exerting his full strength, she had yet to gauge the full extent of his capabilities. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan was equally astonished by Summer Cece's recent performance. He had not expected that despite her slender frame, she possessed explosive power. Her fighting style, though unorthodox, was uniquely her own, and her judgment in attacking was remarkably precise. Strangely, Lin Yuan felt a sense of kinship with Summer Cece. However, he understood that both of them were merely testing each other, holding back their true potential. After multiple sparring sessions with Lin Yuan, Summer Cece still felt that she had not fully assessed his strength. One day, she suggested including De He in their sparring match. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan managed to handle the situation well, and she and De He only grazed the surface of his capabilities. Lin Yuan smiled at her and gave a thumbs up. But with a hint of challenge, he said, "Miss Summer, I know we both haven't exerted ourselves fully. Shall we engage in a serious match?" Raising an eyebrow, Summer Cece accepted the challenge. After several exchanges, she grew impatient. Lin Yuan, quicker on his feet, sent De He flying and landed a punch directly on Summer Cece's abdomen. Not too hard, but it certainly made an impression. At that moment, she realized he had concealed his true prowess. It appeared she had underestimated him. Rising from the ground, she looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of reluctance. Again. However, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. "Miss Summer, I can see that you lost your patience just now. Our sparring session has been lengthy, but since we agreed to train earnestly, our contest should not only involve immediate strength, but also enduring stamina. Holding back the enemy is also a strategy." Summer Cece wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yuan's perspective and expressed her gratitude. She had indeed been careless earlier, yet that kick he delivered had truly hurt. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. "Mr. Lin, I actually have a trick up my sleeve as well. Shall we have another round?" Intrigued, Lin Yuan agreed to the challenge. They resumed their stances, and at the outset, the match was evenly contested. This time, Summer Cece was serious. Lin Yuan did not hold back either. After several exchanges, Summer Cece feigned a move, using the wall's rebound to step on it, then leaped onto Lin Yuan's shoulders. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and attempted to throw her off, but to no avail. Thus, he forcefully slammed her against the adjacent wall. Summer Cece seemed to have anticipated this maneuver. At the moment Lin Yuan hurled her towards the wall, she grasped the nearby security door and, using the momentum, leaped off him, delivering a kick to Lin Yuan. Unexpectedly, she miscalculated the force, landing a kick just below Lin Yuan's abdomen. Lin Yuan, with his nimble physique, managed to dodge, albeit narrowly, and his brow furrowed momentarily. The vulnerabilities of men are universally understood. Thus, the sparring session concluded that day. As Lin Yuan took his leave, he offered little more than a casual wave. Xia Cece could perceive the pain he was experiencing. She touched her forehead, pondering this cruel twist of fate. She truly harbored no intention of incapacitating Lin Yuan. Early that day, the entire building erupted in cheers. Not only those within its walls, but even the neighboring structures joined in the jubilant uproar. It turned out that officials had announced the completion of a shelter, inviting those who wished to seek refuge to prepare their belongings. As government personnel would arrive the next day to escort them. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Xia Sisi stirred her coffee, watching the government vessels recede into the distance. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Lin Yi and Hao Rou absolutely could not be allowed to reach the shelter. She was eager to witness their suffering once the harsh winter set in. That evening, while Hao Rou and Lin Yi were entwined in intimacy, they were unexpectedly knocked unconscious from behind. Initially, they had little interest in the shelter, but the prospect of reconnecting with the Lin family ignited their enthusiasm for a brighter future. The couple's delight was palpable. As Hao Rou's thoughts drifted to the Lin family's power, she sought to further ingratiate herself with Lin Yi. However, they never anticipated that their unconsciousness would result in missing the government's vessel the following day. Even more shocking was the arrival of the bitter cold that very night. Chapter 63. Reduced to ruins, the government's vessel managed to evacuate only a fraction of the residents, leaving many who wished to accompany them stranded. Officials assured that they would return in a few days to collect more individuals. Yet, amidst the dwindling population of the building, only a handful remained. Among those left were 3 from the 66th floor, including Hao Rou and Lin Yi, Wan Wei, the domestic abuser from the 58th floor, and his wife, the MO couple. A tall and slender youth from the 43rd floor, 2 young lovers in their 20s, and the daughter-in-law of old Lady Jean. Households with elderly and children were prioritized for evacuation, resulting in a significant exodus. Notably, Lu Xiaofei, after the demise and injuries inflicted upon Huang Chen's group, had leveraged her youthful beauty to charm a man in his 50s. This elderly gentleman, though short and unattractive, possessed a penchant for hoarding supplies and had substantial food reserves. He was also a locksmith, adept at prying open doors, which allowed him access to several apartments that were otherwise difficult to breach. In the days spent with the old man, Lu Xiaofei had gained a bit of weight. When the government arrived to evacuate residents, the old man, overwhelmed with excitement, suffered a hypertension episode, leading to his removal by officials. Lu Xiaofei, as a dependent, accompanied him. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at the building, particularly towards the 66th floor, reveling in a sense of vindication. She recalled Ding Lei's disdainful gaze and admonitions about her lack of self-respect and dignity. Yet, what had resistance yielded for Ding Lei? Not only had her appearance been marred, but she was now left to endure hardships with those who remained. Reflecting on the individuals from the 66th floor, Lu Xiaofei found amusement in their self-importance, believing themselves impervious to government indifference. With a sense of superiority, she boarded the rescue vessel without realizing the grim reality awaiting her. Cramped quarters shared with dozens, a filthy and chaotic environment, and an escalation of conflict and violence far beyond what she had previously known. The government's hastily established shelter, merely a cluster of villas atop a mountain, was utterly inadequate for the multitude of evacuees. Many among them had experiences that Lu Xiaofei could scarcely fathom. Countless hands were stained with blood. For someone like her, who had recently enjoyed a semblance of comfort, the future promised nothing but degradation. The elderly man, with his unpredictable hypertension, could hardly serve as her protector. In truth, once she chose to associate with Huang Chen's group, there was no turning back. As for old Lady Jin's son and grandson, they did not board the government vessel. They had perished. Upon learning that the domestic abuser from the 58th floor had killed his mother, Jean Lei ascended with a knife in hand. Even Jean Lei's grandson insisted on joining the fray. Despite the daughter-in-law's attempts to intervene, she was thwarted and kicked aside by Jean Lei. Jean Lei stormed to the 58th floor, intent on confronting the abuser. Initially, the abuser pleaded for mercy upon recognizing Jean Lei's family, but when pressed further, Jean Lei refused to relent. Even Jean Lei's son, a mere child, struck the abuser's head repeatedly, screaming, "You took my grandmother. You will pay for this. And we will strip your home bare." This was, in fact, a premeditated plan between Jean Lei and his son. Over the past days, Jean Lei had realized that the building had witnessed more than one death. He did not expect swift justice from the law but sought to threaten the abuser into bearing some consequence. Yet they underestimated the domestic abuser. Unable to endure any longer, he seized the knife from Jean Lei's grip and, in a swift motion, plunged it into him repeatedly. Both Jean Lei and his son met their demise. "Do you think I'm easy to bully? I offered apologies out of fear of government scrutiny, but you chose to defy me, with no witnesses. One death is as good as 3. Thus, Jean Lei and his son were cast from the building, their lives extinguished. Later, when the daughter-in-law descended to seek her husband and son, she was met with the sight of blood before even reaching the abuser's door. However, she was wise enough not to confront him. Instead, she covered her mouth and sobbed quietly as she returned to the building. In that moment, the remaining residents of the building each harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, on the 66th floor, Xia Sisi inquired if Ding Lei intended to leave with the others. Ding Lei smiled weakly. I have no family or friends left. You and Lin Go are the only ones who have saved my life. There's no need to join the chaos. I have sufficient supplies for now, and if they dwindle, I still have a speedboat to continue gathering. Xia Sisi chose not to press further. As for Lin Yuan, she posed a similar question, but he merely shook his head, indicating his disinterest. Later that evening, Xia Sisi sensed a sudden chill in the air. Calculating the time, she noted that it had been several days since the acid rain had ceased. In her previous life, the onset of extreme cold followed shortly after the acid rain stopped. A frown creased her brow as she glanced at Dahei. Do you feel it getting colder? Upon touching him, she discovered that Dahei's fur had grown considerably thicker. Animals are acutely sensitive to changes in weather. And having spent the past days with Dahei and Huiji soaking in the spirit spring and acid rain, their mutation rate had accelerated rapidly. A premonition of the impending harsh winter stirred within her. At that moment, a deafening tremor reverberated outside. The very floors beneath her quaked violently. In an instant, the terror of having experienced an earthquake in her previous life caused her heart to momentarily halt. Yet, she quickly regained composure. Something felt amiss. An earthquake should not occur at this time. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of dust swirling outside. Stumbling to the floor-to-ceiling window, she was met with a shocking spectacle, countless buildings crumbling before her eyes. Initially, it was merely a modest residential building of several stories, yet after its collapse, it inadvertently brought down the adjacent structure. Following this, like a cascade of dominoes, one building fell after another. Ultimately, a towering edifice of over a dozen stories crashed into a neighboring 30-story tower. The latter resounded with a thunderous roar, but remarkably held its structure intact, thus concluding this catastrophe. Nonetheless, in that fleeting moment, as far as the eye could see, remnants of numerous buildings lay in ruins before Xia Sisi, transformed into debris under the acidic rain. It was uncertain how many lives were lost in this tragic demise. The structures, aged and poorly maintained, succumbed to the ravages of the acid rain, having reached their limits. The collapsed buildings were not particularly tall. They were merely old constructions from yesteryears. Yet, this was just the beginning. More floors were destined to fall. Chapter 64. The arrival of extreme cold. The collapse of the buildings felt akin to a time bomb ticking in the hearts of all. The residents of the upper floors began to fret over the possibility of their own homes meeting a similar fate. Witnessing the adjacent floors succumb, some contemplated leaping to their demise, yet time was not on their side as falling debris silenced them forever. Xia Sisi and her companions convened, and to their astonishment, Lin Yuan produced 3 sets of equipment resembling parachutes, a precautionary measure for the unforeseen. Xia Sisi's eyes glimmered as she noted the absence of labels on the sturdy gear, which appeared to be crafted with meticulous detail. She surmised that Lin Yuan may have acquired them through extraordinary means prior to the cataclysm. This led her to ponder the secrets still concealed within him. Accepting the gear without hesitation, she was aware that the building they occupied would remain unscathed. Her past experiences indicated that the structures which collapsed were invariably those long neglected. Even if they had evaded the corrosive effects of the acid rain, they could not withstand the subsequent extreme temperatures. However, the building she resided in had stood firm in the city center, devoid of any issues. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, she had fortified the exterior with anti-corrosive materials, rendering it even more resilient than in her previous life. Her greater concern lay with the imminent threat of extreme cold. As their discussion concluded and they prepared to disperse, Xia Sisi casually remarked on the sudden chill in the air, noting that Dahu's fur seemed denser than before. Lin Yuan, intrigued, reached out to feel Dahu's coat, his expression turning grave. Animals are generally more attuned to environmental changes than we humans. Dahu's mutation likely heralds a winter harsher than usual. With no electricity and heating available, I advise everyone to wear extra layers at night and to keep blankets and furs by the windows for warmth. Pleased with Lin Yuan's response, Xia Sisi retreated to her quarters to indulge in some river snail rice noodles. With the number of residents dwindling, She no longer needed to conceal her culinary endeavors to prevent the aroma from wafting through the building. After savoring her meal and collecting the day's output from the waste processor, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Coincidentally, the supplies she received were also related to the impending cold, a pair of heavy woolen socks. The first farm had yielded 2 large bags, leaving her curious about what peculiar items would emerge next. That night, she placed her mink coat nearby, stocked the stove with firewood, and readied herself for the impending cold. Little did she expect to be awakened by Dahu's anxious licking that very night. Upon opening her eyes, she found Dahu's worried gaze upon her. While her own body felt icy, her hands and feet numb. Checking the thermometer, she discovered the room temperature had plummeted to -13 degrees. Hastily, she donned her mink coat and rushed to ignite the stove. In her frantic preparations, she noticed that Huiji was missing. "Where is Huiji?" she asked Dahu, who gently shifted to reveal Huiji nestled beneath his belly, weakly calling out. Realizing Huiji had succumbed to the cold, Xia Sisi rushed over and noticed the little creature shivering uncontrollably. The sudden drop in temperature had caught Huiji off guard, as he had mutated later and was not yet fully acclimated. Dahu, having sensed the drop in temperature first, had carried Huiji beneath his belly to provide warmth and had urgently roused Xia Sisi from sleep. Initially, Xia Sisi intended to transport Huiji to her space, but she observed the emergence of fine fur on him, a change that had not been present before she slept. He was rapidly mutating to adapt to the frigid conditions. Hastily, she retrieved a variety of treats, placing them before Huiji. Eat quickly, transform swiftly. Once your mutation is complete, you shall be a splendid creature once more. She instructed Dahu to remain still and care for Huiji until the transformation was finished. As the stove crackled with warmth, Xia Sisi bundled herself tightly and dashed outside, vigorously knocking on Lin Yuan and Ding Lei's door. In her previous life, she had witnessed how a sudden drop in temperature had claimed many lives in their sleep. Hypothermia could induce coma. Without immediate warmth and a heat source, one might never awaken again. Lin Yuan answered promptly, wrapped in his mink coat. Visibly relieved upon seeing Xia Sisi, "The temperature has dropped suddenly. I was just about to come looking for you." Xia Sisi nodded without elaborating and began knocking vigorously on Ding Lei's door. After several minutes of no response, Lin Yuan squeezed past her, kicking down Ding Lei's door. They entered to find Ding Lei unconscious in bed. Xia Sisi quickly retrieved a compact thermos from her pocket and cradled Ding Lei, feeding her warm water sip by sip. Ding Lei soon regained consciousness, albeit still in a daze. Xia Sisi wrapped her in the mink coat beside her. Lin Yuan then hurriedly brought a gas canister and stove from the kitchen, swiftly lighting the burner. After a while, Ding Lei finally regained her senses, realizing she had narrowly escaped death. Gratefully, she looked at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. "Thank you. I never anticipated the temperature would drop so rapidly." Xia Sisi remained reticent. Ding Lei's condition had improved over the past few days, yet she was still quite frail. Additionally, she had engaged in strenuous training with Lin Yuan during the day. And as they parted ways that evening, Xia Sisi had noticed Ding Lei appeared somewhat exhausted. She had reminded her to eat well to replenish her strength. All 3 of them had somehow managed to survive. Xia Sisi managed a rare smile. The extreme cold was challenging, yet the first night proved to be the most arduous. Such unexpected frigidness could easily lead to fatalities. That night, countless individuals who believed they would be rescued by the government and that the worst was over perished in their homes. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The following day, Xia Sisi was taken aback to find Hao Ro rushing to the 66th floor, banging on the stairwell door. "Sisi, uncle, save Linny. He is dying. Please, I beg you." Xia Sisi scoffed, thinking that the moment had finally arrived. She opened the door to find Hao Ro's face filled with panic. Upon seeing the mink coat draped over Xia Sisi's shoulders, a flicker of envy and greed flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Lin Yi is on the verge of death. His hands and feet are frozen and immovable, turning blue and purple. Please, I implore you, save him." Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. Ignoring Hao Ro's shouts, she turned and returned home. Hao Ro assumed that Xia Sisi was indifferent to Lin Yi's plight, and she began to curse vehemently. "Xia Sisi, you heartless wretch. How could you have once been with Lin Yi and now stand by while he suffers? You vile creature. The Lin family will not let you off the hook." But she soon realized that Xia Sisi had returned, and her heart sank. Was Xia Sisi truly considering rescuing them? Hastily, she covered her mouth, fearful that Xia Sisi might overhear her words and abandon them again. As Xia Sisi approached, Hao Rou noticed a bag in her hand. A flicker of hope ignited within her, thinking it might contain food. However, the bag was too small to hold warm items. Particularly, she coveted the luxurious mink coat draped over Xia Sisi's shoulders. When she eagerly opened the bag, her face turned pale. Inside lay a large cleaver, along with bandages and medicinal supplies. What do you mean, Xia Sisi? Xia Sisi regarded the woman before her. Her mind flooded with memories of her past life, how she had been deceived by Lin Yi and bled out, while this woman sat nearby, cautiously unwrapping a piece of candy to consume. Hao Rou, you are aware of the Lin family's power. Your association with Lin Yi stems from your belief that the Lin family would recognize you as a worthy daughter-in-law for sharing in his hardships.
Now,
If you save Lin Yi, your chance to ascend the social ladder has arrived. Lin Yi's hands and feet are frostbitten beyond recognition. If we do not amputate them, he risks losing his entire arm and leg. In that case, the precious scion of the Lin family will be doomed. Here are the tools. You must decide whether to save him. Upon hearing Xia Sisi's words, Hao Rou was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 65. Lin Yi's fate. Hao Rou recalled that the night before the government rescue, she and Lin Yi had been knocked unconscious. She had long suspected Xia Sisi's involvement, yet she possessed no evidence. Furthermore, having known Xia Sisi for so long, she had never taken her seriously. She presumed Xia Sisi might act cruelly on occasion, but fundamentally, she remained the useless orphan of the Xia family. However, at this moment, Hao Rou realized she had been gravely mistaken.
Xia Sisi?
Do you wish to see Lin Yi perish? Do you have any idea of the Lin family's influence? Even if they have not yet come for us, the Lin family is still a formidable force in our district. Once the government arrives to rescue us, I will inform the Lin family of your actions. Just wait and see how old Madame Lin will deal with you. Xia Sisi could hardly suppress a laugh. She stepped forward, causing Hao Rou to retreat in fear. With a mocking glint in her eyes, Xia Sisi said, "The Lin family knows Lin Yi is with you. If he dies, who do you think they will blame? Instead of threatening me, perhaps you should contemplate how to save your beloved ego. I have shown you the way. Whether you act or not is entirely your decision." With that, Xia Sisi turned away, closing the door to the staircase behind her. Hao Rou shouted for 10 minutes, but when she realized that no one was listening, she descended the stairs with a tumultuous heart. She and Lin Yi were currently residing on the 45th floor. Wan Wei had also moved in next door. This morning, she was awakened by the sound of Wan Wei's knocking. It was then that she noticed the indoor temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. She hurriedly donned every warm piece of clothing she could find. She was managing, but Lin Yi remained unconscious. In the end, Wan Wei had to slap Lin Yi awake, only for them to discover that the skin on his hands and feet had turned a sickly blue and lacked any sensation. "It's all your fault for stealing the blanket. You wicked woman. You want me dead," Lin Yi yelled, glancing at his frostbitten limbs. After several unsuccessful attempts to move, he began to curse Hao Rou. Frustrated yet fearful, Hao Rou remained silent. The government had already rescued some individuals. It would not be long before they, too, were saved. She was certain there would be a way to contact the Lin family. At that point, her life would improve significantly. She could not afford for anything to go wrong at this juncture. Hao Rou busied herself with starting a fire in the room to keep Lin Yi warm. Yet, his limbs remained unresponsive, appearing as if the muscle was dying. Lin Yi continued to wail and curse, vowing that once he managed to reach the Lin family, he would make Hao Rou pay for this. It then struck her that perhaps Xia Sisi, who had once cherished Lin Yi, might have a solution. And Lin Yuan. He could also be of assistance. Even if there was no way out, at least she could leverage the situation for her own benefit.
Now,
Clutching the items Xia Sisi had provided, she made her way down the stairs. Upon reaching the 45th floor, she found Wan Wei rubbing his hands together as he stepped out. "How's it going?" Hao Rou, seeing Wan Wei's sniffle, lamented that Xia Sisi was utterly unconcerned for them. Branding her a harlot, Wan Wei fell silent upon hearing this. "We can't let that Lin Yi guy live. Ever since you left, he has been cursing and wailing inside, driving me mad." "Absolutely not." Suddenly, Hao Rou recalled Xia Sisi's words. She had a secret of her own. It was she who had instigated Lin Yi to come to this apartment to test Lin Yuan. Moreover, old Madame Lin was aware of this. At that time, she was consumed with the thought that Lin Yi was easily manipulable, and the Lin family's wealth could not fall into the hands of others, completely oblivious to the calamities that awaited them. If Lin Yi were to die like this. How Ro clenched her fists, aware of old Madame Lin's ruthless methods. Yet, as she gazed at the knife and bandages in her hands, doubt began to creep in. What was she contemplating? Wan Wei, noticing the items in Hao Ro's possession, inquired curiously. After she explained Xia Cici's suggestion, Wan Wei fell silent for a moment before entering the room with the items in hand. Wan Ge, what are you planning to do? Hao Ro asked. Wan Wei scoffed. You said he can't die, right? Then cutting him should be fine. After all, I'm aware of his condition. If we do nothing, his entire arm will perish. And he will truly be lost. Our actions are in fact saving him. Hao Ro recognized the truth in Wan Wei's words and reluctantly resolved to follow through. She would feign ignorance, hoping that when old Madame Lin inquired later, it would appear as though she had no part in the matter. Soon, she could hear Lin Yi's pained cries echoing through the walls. After approximately 2 hours, Wan Wei emerged, bloodied knife in hand, and approached Hao Ro. All done. I've bandaged him up. With the anti-inflammatory medication, he won't die, but his hands and feet are gone. He'll be a cripple from now on. Hao Ro felt a tumult of emotions swirl within her. However, noticing Wan Wei's unwavering gaze, she shyly lowered her head. Wan Ge, thank you. You must testify for me later. When the Lin family comes for answers, you have to affirm that everything we did was to save Lin Yi. Of course. In this wretched weather, our survival is our achievement. Otherwise, that pretty boy would have been dead long ago. Hao Ro nodded vigorously, her determination solidifying. She planned to brainwash Lin Yi, ensuring he felt grateful towards her. After all, he was not particularly clever. You see, how will a delicate girl like you survive? With Wan Ge protecting you, right? Wan Wei suddenly leaned closer to Hao Ro. She feigned shyness, nodding slightly. Sensing her demeanor, he felt a stir of desire and pulled her into an embrace. Shortly after Hao Ro descended, Xia Cici followed suit. She listened to their scheming, heard Lin Yi's agonized cries, and observed as Wan Wei carried Hao Ro into the bedroom. At that moment, she quietly entered Lin Yi's home, though a fire burned within. The temperature remained frigid. Lin Yi lay on the bed, akin to a heap of discarded flesh, with his right hand and foot missing, crudely bandaged. However, blood continued to seep out. The surroundings of the bed were drenched in a gruesome spray of blood, presenting a truly tragic sight. Xia Cici noticed that Wan Wei had forgotten to give Lin Yi his anti-inflammatory medication. With a smile, she stepped forward, retrieved a bottle of water from her space, and placed the medication into Lin Yi's mouth, washing it down with water. You mustn't succumb to inflammation so easily, she admonished. Otherwise, the ensuing events would lose their meaning. After completing these tasks, Xia Cici gently patted Lin Yi's unconscious face and turned to ascend the stairs amidst the unbearable voices of Hao Ro and Wan Wei. The medicine and bandages Xia Cici provided for Hao Ro were not merely for one hand and one foot, but sufficient for both hands and both feet. Indeed, a few days later, due to inadequate care, Lin Yi suffered frostbite on his other hand and foot as well. Having already performed the procedure once, Wan Wei showed no fear this time, swiftly wielding his knife to amputate Lin Yi's other hand and foot. Hao Ro feigned sorrow as she clung to Lin Yi, weeping and claiming it was Xia Cici's idea, stating they had no choice. She further professed her unwavering love for Lin Yi, regardless of his condition.
Lin Yi,
looking utterly haggard, merely cast a cold glance at Hao Ro. As Hao Ro and Wan Wei resumed their trysts within the confines of the room, Lin Yi summoned all his strength, crawling to the window and leaping down. When Hao Ro returned to the room, she was met with the sight of the open window and Lin Yi's absence, her face turning pale. Before his demise, Lin Yi had slashed open his bandaged wounds, leaving behind a bloody inscription. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. The Lin family will not forget you. What Hao Ro could not have anticipated was that the Lin family would soon come looking. Xia Cici, while guarding the stove and sipping tea by the window, chanced upon the sight of Lin Yi's lifeless body after his fatal plunge. The acidic rain had frozen, and he fell, a mere heap of flesh. Xia Cici recognized him by his clothing, a smirk gracing her lips as she mused that Hao Ro must be losing sleep over this turn of events. Yet, The most intriguing developments lay ahead, for she recalled that in her previous life, the Lin family had once wielded considerable influence, seemingly due to their association with a powerful figure. During that time, she had been on the brink of freezing to death, only to be rescued by the Lin family, who were ostensibly interested in her family's heirlooms and other items from her space. However, she distinctly remembered Lin E leading a relatively untroubled existence then, quickly reuniting with the Lin family after visiting a shelter. In this lifetime, Lin E did not go to the shelter. Thus, would the once mighty Lin family soon come seeking her? She pondered how they would react upon discovering their grandson's frozen corpse lying in such a pitiful state below. Moreover, she held a significant gift for the Lin family, pertaining to Hao Rou. Chapter 66. The evolution of 2 week after the onset of the extreme cold. The few individuals on the 66th floor had not ventured downstairs, scarcely even stepping outside. Mo Yun had come to seek out Xia Cici once, as the government had failed to send anyone to retrieve them the following day. Panic ensued among the remaining occupants. With a furrowed brow, Mo Yun stated to Xia Cici, "We have decided to pry open all the doors in this building to see if there are any warm materials or food left." As she spoke, her body shivered from the cold, her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Xia Cici regarded the woman and the two young companions trailing behind her with a cool demeanor, replying, "Do as you wish. It has nothing to do with us on the 66th floor." Just as she was about to close the door, Mo Yun called out from outside, "Did you know that people froze to death last night? The sudden drop in temperature makes it easy for one to freeze while asleep. Even with warm clothing, it is difficult to wake up in a daze to search for warmth or a fire source. The terror of the apocalypses still lies here." Xia Cici raised an eyebrow. "And how is that my concern?" Frustrated by the unyielding Xia Cici, Mo Yun gritted her teeth and eventually turned to leave with her companions. Xia Cici held no interest in the woman. The supplies on the 66th floor were sufficient, and she had no desire to wade through the murky waters of their plight. As long as they were not disturbed, they intended to hunker down for a month or two amid the extreme cold. Of course, they were not idle. They had agreed to engage in mutual sparring and practice to enhance their abilities and physical fitness in preparation for the impending crises. Each morning, Xia Cici would rise, brew herself a cup of hot coffee, don heavy clothing, and commence her morning exercises. This routine was self-imposed to maintain her endurance. Following her workout, she would have breakfast and play with her dog and bird. Ever since the last mutation, Gray had undergone a significant transformation, now measuring half a meter in length. It was no longer able to perch on Xia Cici's shoulder, but could only stand on Dehei. The sight of the bird and dog together was quite amusing. Gray's claws were extraordinarily sharp, and its beak was both curved and elongated. Its feathers, previously gray, had taken on subtle hints of blue, exuding an air of majesty. A blue-violet feather appeared atop its head, quivering amusingly whenever it spoke. Moreover, its plumage had thickened considerably. Inserting a finger into the outer layer revealed a plush undercoat. After this new layer of fluff emerged, Gray no longer feared the cold. However, it remained as noisy as ever, incessantly chattering in Xia Cici's ear, often reporting on Dehei's antics. "Big brother, Hei bullied me. Save me, caretaker. Big brother, Hei wants to roast me. Save me, caretaker. Big brother Hei intends to toss me into the furnace. Save me." The relentless chatter left Xia Cici with a throbbing head. She had initially intended to introduce Gray to Ding Lei and Lin Yuan promptly, but reconsidered, deeming the creature's unstable temperament and excessive chatter a potential liability. What if it were to be manipulated by someone with ulterior motives? This dilemma occupied her thoughts over the past few days. Ultimately, she resolved that the optimal solution would be to ensure that Gray remained silent in public. Yet, could Gray be obedient? Xia Cici felt a headache coming on. Thus, she needed to devise an excellent plan to prevent Gray from speaking, enabling her to take it out to meet Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. Dehei had also evolved. It now stood as tall as Xia Cici, measuring over 2 meters in length, its dense black fur glistening. Its ears, head, and nose were noticeably larger than before, and its wide paws bore retractable claws, allowing the massive creature to move silently. Dehei seemed quite pleased with its evolution, often playfully intruding while Xia Cici was in the restroom, gazing at her with a comically serious expression. This had become a favored game for Dehei, much to Gray's amusement, as it cawed with laughter at Xia Cici's startled reactions. Infuriated, she contemplated plucking their fur. Xia Cici also took out some firewood from her space. only to discover its extraordinary properties. Not only did it ignite easily, but a single small piece could burn for an entire day, producing no smoke. With just one small log, she could warm her entire room, making it a veritable essential for survival amid the extreme cold. Over the past few days, Xia had collected 2 boxes of firewood and a small box of bullets, perfectly pairing them with the pistol she had salvaged from the waste disposal unit. Thus, her weaponry received an upgrade. Additionally, she had finished unpacking the remaining deliveries in her space. Within this narrative, a variety of provisions, clothing, pet food, toys, and daily necessities were obtained. Most intriguingly, Xia discovered several boxes of small raincoats. A few boxes were empty, yet the documents inside indicated that they were originally meant to contain jewelry and raw gemstones. This included several safes that Xia managed to pry open, which her elder brother had taken from his office. The contents of the first safe were rather straightforward: cash, gold, and checks. The gold consisted of bars and ingots, substantial in weight and devoid of any ostentation. The second safe had 2 compartments, one housed for property deeds, while the other was empty. Intriguingly, the deeds were accompanied by keys, beneath which lay a note inscribed with colors such as red, orange, yellow, and green. Reflecting on her brother's penchant for naming and categorizing, Xia found herself perplexed by the meaning behind these colors. Upon glancing at the addresses on the deeds, she realized they were not nearby, but rather situated in the suburban villas and low-rise buildings. There was no immediate opportunity to investigate further, but her intuition suggested that these properties held a certain significance, warranting a future visit. The second compartment of the safe was vacant, yet signs indicated it had previously contained items. Xia harbored suspicions that these objects had been consumed by the space. Following its upgrade, the space had altered its method of enhancement. It no longer relied solely on natural gemstones but could now utilize jade, raw stones, and crystals for its advancement. This realization brought Xia great joy, as it made the process considerably more manageable. Upon opening the third safe, she found various enigmatic feng shui artifacts, alongside a cryptic diagram suggesting that these items, when combined, could create a magnetic field, presumably to attract wealth for merchants. Unexpectedly, Xia also discovered several talismans within the safe, revealing her brother's fascination with mystical entities. While she was not particularly interested in this realm, she decided to set these items aside for the time being. In another amusing turn of events, Xia encountered a smooth, white substance submerged in a water tank in her brother's resting area. Upon poking it, she found it delightfully springy, yet she could not discern its nature and hesitated to taste it. As she examined it further, a sudden realization struck her. It could very well be the legendary Tai Sui, also known as meat spirit fungus. The Compendium of Materia Medica by Li Shizhen describes it as resembling flesh, adhering to large stones, and possessing distinct colors. Folklore suggests that finding Tai Sui can extend life and even reverse aging. Xia, recognizing its potential, commended her brother for being a true health enthusiast, though she refrained from consuming it herself. Instead, she divided the substance in half and placed it in her first farm, eager to see what might grow from it. To her astonishment, after a period, she harvested a thermal garment and a pair of thermal pants from the farm. Overwhelmed, she lamented that she already possessed such items, wishing she had retained the 2 pieces of Tai Sui instead, which might have offered beauty-enhancing and health-boosting properties. However, upon donning the thermal outfit, she quickly appreciated the superior quality of the space-produced garments. After days of wearing a heavy mink coat, she found the coat cumbersome and sought more suitable thermal clothing from the space. Upon wearing the new attire, she discovered it fit snugly against her skin, allowing for ease of movement and remarkable elasticity. More significantly, it provided exceptional warmth, surprisingly more comfortable than the mink coat, despite its ordinary thickness. Xia noticed that wearing this outfit also reduced her thirst during exercise, reminiscent of the sci-fi film Dune, wherein special attire maintains body temperature and minimizes moisture loss in extreme heat. Thus, she aptly named this garment the constant temperature garment. Unlike other thermal clothing marketed under the same premise, this one truly delivered on its promise. As the snow continued to fall heavily, Xia grew concerned about the rooftop of their building. The rooftop was enclosed by a high parapet and railing, a precaution put in place following several incidents of suicides and falls in the city. With the snow accumulating, she realized it posed a risk of excess weight on the roof. Consequently, she suggested to her fellow residents on the 66th floor, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, that they clear the snow from the rooftop. They readily agreed, yet the task proved more challenging than anticipated. Upon opening the rooftop door, they were met with a wall of snow that had buried the entrance. With no alternative, they resorted to shoveling the snow into a small camping cart, which they then transported to the corridor to dispose of through the window. Conversation was minimal, particularly from Lin Yuan, who focused intently on the task. Xia Sisi even enlisted the help of her dog, Dehe, tying the cart to him for assistance. Dehe, with a droopy demeanor, silently pulled the cart, showcasing the advantage of 4 legs over 2 for such labor. After a long afternoon of work, they had only managed to clear a small fraction of the snow on the rooftop. Exhausted, Xia Sisi had hoped to rest in the following days. But the door to their floor was soon knocked upon again, this time by a group of panicked individuals. Their cries echoed through the corridor, pleading for assistance as they shouted about a massive infestation of mutated rats below. Mo Yun had come seeking help. Xia Sisi furrowed her brows as she was disturbed by the noise outside, stepping out to find Lin Yuan and Ding Lei already in the corridor. They had previously encountered mutated rats and were well aware of the terror they posed. It seemed that upon hearing the door open, the cries outside grew even louder, especially from Mo Yun, who was both shouting and weeping, her voice a tragic blend of moral condemnation and righteous indignation. Xia Sisi, you cannot stand by and do nothing. You have the ability to deal with those rats. You can't just watch us all get bitten to death. You must consult your conscience. Mo Yun's words were immediately met with agreement from the others, and in an instant, Xia Sisi and her companions found themselves elevated to a moral high ground, subjected to verbal onslaught. According to their rhetoric, if Xia Sisi and her group chose not to assist, they would be deemed scum, unworthy of existence. There were even threats. If they ignored the plight of these individuals, the authorities would be informed of their cold-bloodedness, depicting them as demonic entities. This made Xia Sisi chuckle. In this apocalyptic world, if being cold-blooded, non-idealistic, and avoiding trouble made one a demon, then she believed that all demons would have perished countless times over. Survival of the fittest. Xia Sisi coldly shouted 4 words in response. Upon hearing her words, some began to curse her and her companions, particularly targeting Xia Sisi, degrading her to a level beneath that of swine or dogs, even insulting her parents. Enraged by their taunts, Xia Sisi stormed out with a knife in hand. As she approached, the raucous crowd fell silent. She scanned the group and noticed 2 unfamiliar tall men among them. Unbeknownst to her, these men were friends of Mo Yun, who had originally lived in the adjacent building and had come over the previous night to discuss plans for seeking refuge together. They were unaware of Xia Sisi and her companions' capabilities, which emboldened them to speak so brazenly. Judging by the voices that had insulted her parents, it was undoubtedly these 2 men. At that moment, Mo Yun bit her lip, adopting a pleading expression as she looked at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi, please, save us. Just then, a mutated rat charged forward. The group screamed in panic, and the 2 men began cursing as they retreated, even shoving women forward to shield themselves. When one of the men shouted in terror to get inside, Xia Sisi suddenly dashed forward, opening the door and subduing him. She tightened her grip around his neck, a cold smile on her face. You were the one who insulted me, weren't you? The man instantly panicked, struggling desperately, attempting to grab hold of Xia Sisi. However, her movements were astute, leaving him no chance to resist. She kicked his knee, forcing him to kneel. At that moment, the mutated rat lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his face. Ah! The man screamed, thrashing about, but Xia Sisi held firm, tightening her grip on his writhing body. If you insult me, you must pay the price. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted to the other man who had just insulted her. That man, terrified, attempted to flee. Xia Sisi released one hand and hurled the hidden knife from her waist. The man let out a cry before collapsing to the ground, the knife embedded in the back of his head. Meanwhile, the man Xia Sisi had been restraining was already dead from the rat's attack. The mutated rat attempted to assault Xia Sisi, but she kicked it away. Amidst the stunned crowd, Xia Sisi approached the man who had been killed, retrieving her knife, and turned to the others with a smile. What do you think is more terrifying, the mutated rats or me? The crowd dispersed in shock, a chill running down their spines. Xia Sisi coldly disposed of the 2 troublemakers from the upper floor.
Ding Lei approached,
stating she would clean up the blood at the entrance. Xia Sisi, not one to be overly sentimental, entrusted the task to her. In the following days, they busied themselves with clearing the accumulated snow, eventually making significant progress. With the current rate of snowfall, it seemed they wouldn't need to continue for a while. During this time, no one complained, as they all understood the importance of being prepared for any eventuality. Once the work was completed, Lin Yuan suggested they go to his home for a meal. Having spent several days together, they had grown more familiar with each other. Seeing such a substantial task accomplished lifted everyone's spirits, and they all agreed. Naturally, Xia Sisi and Ding Lei brought along some food they could spare. They shared stories and enjoyed their meal together. Even Da He indulged in several pieces of meat, smacking his lips beside the table. Xia Sisi couldn't help but notice Lin Yuan's prodigious appetite. He was truly a glutton, rivaling Da He. During these days, Ding Lei gradually opened up, sharing some of her own experiences. They engaged in lively conversation, and just as they were enjoying themselves, the sound of an engine roared from outside the building. After several days of silence, with neither government vehicles nor boats having appeared, the sudden noise left everyone astonished. Xia Sisi and the others hurried to the window, peering through binoculars to see 3 massive SUVs approaching. From their vantage point, they couldn't discern the details of the vehicles. In fact, these were modified vehicles with reinforced tires and a sturdier frame, equipped with anti-slip chains, allowing them to traverse the slick, icy roads with ease. Xia Sisi raised an eyebrow, uncertain if her suspicions were correct. Meanwhile, the surviving residents nearby were in an uproar, believing that help had finally arrived. Some rushed down from the upper floors, sprinting towards the SUVs, shouting, "Quick, take me to the shelter. I want to go to the shelter."
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, reverberating through the air. In an instant, the restless crowd froze in shock. Most of them were ordinary citizens who had only seen firearms in movies or on the internet. They had never witnessed a gunshot in real life. Just then, snow began to fall, thick and fluffy, drifting down from the sky.
Stay still.
Remain where you are. Anyone who moves, I'll shoot. A burly man clad in a fur coat jumped down from the jeep, a long scar running down his face. Though he was fierce towards the surrounding residents, he approached the back seat with utmost respect. Carefully, he opened the rear door, smiling as he addressed the occupant inside. "Madam Lin, please be careful." Indeed, it was a vehicle from the Lin family, and seated in the back was none other than old Madam Lin. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had been deeply concerned for her grandson Lin Yi, as he was the only heir of the Lin family, their hope and future. However, due to the acid rain, old Madam Lin and the entire Lin family had been preoccupied with a significant opportunity that could elevate their status, leaving them no time to search for Lin Yi. They believed he was in the commercial center, where food would not be scarce, so they hadn't worried too much. Later, when the government established a shelter, she had specifically arranged for someone to ensure Lin Yi's safety. But the reports from the shelter indicated that Lin Yi had not been seen at all. Thus, Mrs. Lin deliberately came to this building in search of Lin Yi. However, to her utter shock, as she descended from the vehicle and approached the edifice, she stumbled upon the lifeless body of Lin Yi on the ground. His face was upturned, eyes wide open. Beside him lay a pool of blood. His hands and feet were missing, reduced to mere spherical remnants. Now he had melded with the ice beneath him, resembling a chilling ice sculpture.
Yi, my grandson.
Mrs. Lin suddenly collapsed to her knees, wailing in profound grief, her voice echoing desolately across the barren landscape.
Who has done this to him?
Trembling, she rose from the ground, her gaze fixed on a nearby burly man. "You must find the murderer. You must find him." The man nodded solemnly, and with a wave of his hand, 5 or 6 more armed men descended from the vehicle. Each was heavily equipped, wielding firearms. Towering at least 6 feet tall, their bodies muscular and imposing. The sight of them suggested they could easily raise the entire building. Chapter 68. Tell me everything you know, Mrs. Lin. Please wait in the car for a moment as we retrieve the young master from here to take him home. The leading man said gently, assisting Mrs. Lin. She had regained some composure, closing her eyes to take a few deep breaths as tears streamed down her face. After a moment, she steadied herself and implored, "Be careful. Do not harm him." Following her request, she turned and returned to the car. The leader signaled, "Let us use the tools to bring the young master out." "Yes, Captain Wu." The others responded in unison. On the rooftop, Xia Sisi stood with Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, observing the unfolding events below. Even the heart-wrenching cries of Mrs. Lin had reached them. amplified by the eerie silence surrounding them. The Lin family has arrived, Xia Sisi remarked, glancing at Lin Yuan, who remained expressionless.
What does it matter to me?
He retorted. Xia Sisi looked at him. I'm afraid it does have a bit of relevance today. Lin Yuan paused, turning to her. Xia Sisi flashed a broad smile. Could you lend me a hand? Consider it a favor owed. Despite an unsettling feeling, Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, it took the burly men about half an hour to extract the frozen Lin Yi from the ice. His body was already rigid, yet the frigid temperature had preserved it from decay. However, a fall from such heights rarely left a body unscathed, and he was now unrecognizable. Mrs. Lin, undeterred by his condition, cradled Lin Yi in her arms, weeping bitterly for a long time before allowing his body to be wrapped in a large bag for transport. After these arrangements, she squinted at the towering building before her, striding forward with a fierce determination. At that moment, all eyes in the building were upon her. Emoyun urged her husband to secure the door tightly, instructing him not to open it under any circumstances. However, to her dismay, moments later, the door was forcefully kicked open by the group. Captain Wu unceremoniously hurled a young man into Emoyun's home, a familiar face, one of the few remaining residents of the building. He appeared rather dim-witted, thin, and lacking in intellect. Clearly, he had intended to snoop on the happenings upstairs but was caught by Captain Wu. Captain Wu, aiming his gun at Emoyun's head, inquired, I hear you manage affairs in this building? Emoyun felt a surge of indignation. She had only handled a few matters, hardly qualifying as a manager. Yet, under the pressure of the situation, she reluctantly nodded. Do you know Lin Yi? Captain Wu pressed. I know he lived on the 5th floor before moving to the 48th with his girlfriend. They lived together, Emoyun stammered. That despicable wretch caused Lin Yi's demise. Did he not? Mrs. Lin queried coldly. I don't know if Lin Yi committed suicide or was pushed from above. I swear I know nothing. Emoyun's voice trembled under the threat of the gun, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet Mrs. Lin was unmoved. What else do you know? Tell me everything. What else is there in this building?
Speak.
After being kicked, Emoyun hurried back to her husband. Seeing his wife in distress, her husband embraced her tightly. Summoning unexpected courage, he shouted at Mrs. Lin with a fierce gaze, wrongs must be righted. If you seek vengeance for Lin Yi, you should go to the 66th floor. As far as I know, Lin Yi had enmity with someone named Xia Sisi on that floor. Moreover, I overheard Lin Yi refer to a man on the 66th floor as uncle. His death is certainly linked to them. Upon hearing Xia Sisi's name, Mrs. Lin felt her mind racing. Xia Sisi was also in this building? She recalled the last time she saw Xia Sisi. The once meek girl now resembled a vengeful wolf. And Lin Yi's uncle? That was Lin Yuan. How could she have forgotten him? In an instant, numerous connections flashed through her mind, all pointing to the undeniable fact that Lin Yi's death was intertwined with both Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. Emoyun, observing Mrs. Lin's expression, sensed the gravity of the situation. She mustered her courage. I witnessed their argument. I saw Lin Yi and his girlfriend plead with them, but they were both turned away. Hearing this, Mrs. Lin clenched her fists in anger, striking the air in frustration. Regret consumed her for not arriving sooner to save her grandson, resulting in the loss of the Lin family's most vital heir. The gruesome manner of Lin Yi's death clearly indicated he had suffered before his demise. Which floor are Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan on? I shall ascend and tear them to shreds. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi feigned a return to her room, emerging with a handgun. She re-entered Lin Yuan's apartment, revealing the weapon. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the sight, silently inquiring where it had come from. Xia Sisi did not respond, merely smiling. Soon, Mrs. Lin will undoubtedly come looking for us. I would like to enlist you as my temporary bodyguard. She then turned to Ding Lei. Stay hidden at home for now, they are armed. Ding Lei nodded in understanding, aware of the urgency of the situation. No need, Lin Yuan unexpectedly replied. Just as Xia Sisi was taken aback, he turned and retreated into the bedroom. Upon re-emerging, he brandished a submachine gun, far more impressive than Xia Sisi's handgun. I have my own firearm. You can keep yours. Xia Sisi regarded the man before her, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Who exactly was Lin Yuan, possessing such weaponry? She glanced back at the bedroom he had just exited, noting how he had casually locked the door behind him. A sense of anticipation stirred within her. Surely, there were more surprises within that room. Unbeknownst to Xia Sisi, at that moment, Hao was in a state of panic, gripping Wan Wei's hand tightly. Wan Ge, should we escape? I observe that there is currently no one below. It seems we are unnoticed. My right eyelid has been twitching incessantly, filling me with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 69. The dog and the woman deserve 1,000 cuts. Since the arrival of Madame Lin and her entourage at the apartment, Xia Cixi has been on high alert. Aware that they are armed, she retreated to her room to don a bulletproof vest crafted from her spatial resources. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at Xia Cixi's unexpected preparedness, remarking, "Miss Xia, you are even more enigmatic than I had anticipated." Xia Cixi chose to ignore him, wishing instead to return his sentiment. With a smile, Lin Yuan procured 2 bulletproof vests from within the house, wearing one himself and offering the other to Ding Lei. At that moment, Xia Cixi finally understood why Lin Yuan had placed the fitness equipment outside upon moving in. The treasures within his home were far too abundant to be overshadowed by mere workout gear. Xia Cixi intended to enlist Lin Yuan and Ding Lei's assistance to intimidate the incoming visitors with their firearms. Simultaneously, an idea struck her. She cheerfully carried a bucket of water to the stairwell and poured it downwards. In the frigid temperature, hovering near -30 degrees, the water instantly froze. "Madame Lin, I hope you appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you," Xia Cixi sneered, observing the completely frozen staircase. However, Madame Lin's arrival was slower than Xia Cixi had anticipated. The group lingered indoors, continuing to enjoy their hot pot meal. After the meal, Xia Cixi feigned a trip to retrieve items from her room, secretly gathering 2 bags of snacks, which she presented as dessert. As the storm brewed, the group remained relatively relaxed, reassured by the presence of Dahe, who, having evolved, could now hear sounds from a considerable distance. Xia Cixi pondered Madame Lin's age, likely in her 70s, and the arduous climb up 66 flights of stairs, contemplating how long it must have taken her to ascend. After waiting for about an hour, Dahe suddenly stood alert, fixating on the door. Concurrently, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside, accompanied by loud curses. Someone must have slipped on the ice. Xia Cixi exchanged glances with Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, signaling, "They're here." As they approached the door, frantic knocking echoed from the stairwell.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Then came Madame Lin's furious voice, "Xia Cixi, you little wretch. Open the door. Did you murder my grandson?" Xia Cixi glanced at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan held a handgun, and Ding Lei possessed one as well, albeit without ammunition, as untrained use of firearms could lead to unintended harm. Nevertheless, their stances were intimidating enough. Madame Lin, suffering from rheumatism, had to be carried up the stairs. Captain Wu had been assisting her, but just as they neared the top, he slipped and fell, nearly crushing her beneath his muscular frame. Even now, she felt a lingering pain in her chest. Upon seeing the large puddle of water on the stairs, Madame Lin realized it was clearly a trap set for them. "Xia Cixi, you vile harlot. Do you intend to kill me? The Lin family will not let you off lightly." Xia Cixi, wielding her spatially crafted handgun, peered through the peephole to locate Madame Lin. Swiftly, she opened the door, aiming the gun directly at Madame Lin's forehead. The elderly woman, who had been coughing violently, fell silent and stood frozen in shock. "Madame Lin, it has been a while. You seem quite spry, even capable of hurling insults with vigor. You?" At that moment, several guns were pointed at Xia Cixi. Unfazed, she addressed the imposing men, particularly Captain Wu. "Gentlemen, do refrain from using your firearms to intimidate me. Should my hand tremble, your master could meet his demise." Captain Wu glared at her, astonished that this woman could remain so defiant in such a perilous situation. "Xia Cixi, I am here to demand an explanation. How did my grandson Lin die?" Madame Lin's tone shifted from fury to one seeking answers. "As for the explanation you seek, I possess it. However, why should I divulge such information? Lin betrayed me. His death brings me joy. Besides, what connection do I have to your family? Why would I share with you the details you so desperately wish to know? What benefit would I gain from assisting you in avenging your grandson?" Madame Lin then turned her gaze to Lin Yuan, Xia Cixi. "I never expected the daughter of the Xia family to fall so low as to consort with our illegitimate son." Upon hearing the term illegitimate son, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, though he remained composed. Xia Cixi glared at Madame Lin. "I believed you to be intelligent. Do you really think provoking us now serves your interests? In this building, only I am privy to the circumstances surrounding Lin Yi's demise, and I possess evidence. Moreover, if you delay, you might find it too late to exact revenge, as the other party is preparing to leave. Madame Lin glared at Xia Cixi. Provide me with one of your modified vehicles, including all its contents, and I will tell you how Lin Yi met his end. I assure you, the evidence will satisfy you. Xia Cixi regarded Madame Lin with a sinister smile. After a moment of hesitation, Madame Lin nodded. Very well. Meanwhile, Hao Rou had become aware of Madame Lin's arrival and noted their ascent to the 66th floor. She, alongside Wan Wei, was busy packing, preparing to escape.
Von Yi.
Let us hurry while they are upstairs. They are armed. Hao Rou clutched Wan Wei's arm. They had previously discussed that although Madame Lin was searching for Xia Cixi, the absence of gunfire indicated that she had not immediately killed Xia Cixi. Thus, Xia Cixi might reveal their deeds. Having packed several items, the two hurriedly exited. But as they descended 2 flights, they heard footsteps above, along with Madame Lin's furious shout, Hao Rou, you wretch!
Yi adored you.
I will kill you and tear you apart. Hao Rou's face paled. Wan Wei urged her to flee, but Captain Wu and his group arrived at their floor, and upon bursting through the door, quickly discovered that the occupants had fled. Additionally, upon seeing the blood spattered across the bedroom, Madame Lin, already fatigued, nearly collapsed. Capture them. Bring those 2 scoundrels back. Madame Lin pounded the ground in rage, shouting. Captain Wu swiftly led the pursuit downward. In Madame Lin's grasp was a recording device, a gift from Xia Cixi. Gripping it tightly, tears streamed down her face, for it contained the evidence of Hao Rou's role in Lin Yi's death, which Xia Cixi had deliberately recorded during her earlier visit. Wan Ge, what are you planning to do? Humph. Weren't you the one who said this person must not die? Then a little dismemberment should pose no issue. After all, I know his current condition. If we do nothing, his entire arm will wither away, and he may ultimately perish. Our actions are to save him. Wan Ge, thank you. You must testify that everything we did was to ensure Lin Yi's survival when the Lin family comes after us. You ask, dear delicate girl, what will you rely on in the future? Will Brother Wan protect you?
Subsequently,
the sounds of Hao Rou and Wan Wei's intimate exchanges filled the air. The more old lady Lin listened, the more her fury escalated, wishing to subject the couple to 1,000 tortures. Chapter 70. The fate of Hao Rou and Wan Wei fled downward. But the biting cold made their layered clothing cumbersome. In recent days, Wan Wei had displayed a certain lightness in his steps, perhaps due to some indulgence. Initially, he held Hao Rou's hand tightly, but upon realizing that pursuers were closing in, he callously flung her aside as she stumbled.
Von Yi.
Hao Rou scrambled to her feet, grasping his arm desperately. Wan Wei, in a panic, found that his initial attraction to her beauty and form had been overshadowed by an instinct for survival. You brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with me. With a clenched jaw, he shook off her grip and ran. Hao Rou, pushed away by Wan Wei, collided painfully with the stair railing. The sweat on her brow, from the exertion of running, froze instantly against the icy metal, binding her face to it, reminiscent of those who, in winter, find their tongues stuck to frigid iron bars. She needed warm water to dissolve the ice. But as the footsteps of Captain Wu and his men drew nearer, she had no means to obtain it. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to wrench her face free. A gasp escaped her lips as she clutched her face, turning to glance at the railing, only to discover a patch of skin had been torn away, the raw flesh sticking to the metal. Time for sorrow was a luxury she could not afford. She hurriedly rose to flee but was seized by Captain Wu. As he surveyed the disfigured woman before him, his brow furrowed slightly. The young master of the Lin family has poor taste.
Moments latte.
Wan Wei was captured and brought before old lady Lin. The two were thrown at her feet, facing the ominous muzzle of a gun. Wan Wei spilled everything, blaming Hao Rou for the orders to harm, claiming she had seduced him even before Lin Yi's demise, and that her negligence had led to Lin Yi's frostbite and eventual suicide. Hao Rou, equally defiant, accused Wan Wei of seducing her and severing Lin Yi's limbs. In this moment, they devolved into a mutual attack. Old Lady Lin, trembling, rose to her feet, gripping a recording pen tightly, her expression as grave as a tempest. Approaching Captain Wu, she took his pistol. Before either Hao Rou or Wan Wei could react, a gunshot rang out, and Wan Wei's head exploded. A spray of white matter and red blood splattering Hao Rou's face. Her curses died in her throat. Kneeling before the formidable figure of old Lady Lin, she implored, Grandma Lin, you must listen. I loved Lin dearly. How could I harm him? It was all one way and Xia Sisi who caused EGE's demise. Old Lady Lin let out a disdainful huff, her gaze fixed on the trembling Hao Ro. Captain Wu approached her side, nodding respectfully. My grandson has suffered. She must repay in kind. Give her 3 days here. Once completed, take photographs. Old Lady Lin paid no heed to Hao Ro's wails as she departed with a group of burly men. Captain Wu cracked his knuckles, the sound sending shivers down Hao Ro's spine. The other 2 men with him advanced on her menacingly. In fear, Hao Ro retreated but, steeling herself, stripped off her clothing. Pleading, brothers, please do whatever you wish, just spare my life. She feigned fragility, positioning her legs alluringly. Yet this only elicited laughter from Captain Wu and his men. How dare this ugly creature attempt to seduce us?
Ha!
She ought to take a good look in the mirror. Hao Ro, once proud of her beauty, now realized the extent of her disfigurement. Gazing through the glass, she saw her ghastly visage, flesh torn and splattered with Wan Wei's blood and brains. She had become a vision of horror. Rest assured, brothers will take good care of you. Captain Wu brandished a knife before her. Soon, the building echoed with her anguished cries. 3 days later, on a blood-soaked bed, a woman, barely recognizable, lay mutilated, her hands and feet severed, a living relic of ancient tortures. Beside her were several syringes containing the substances that had sustained her for those 3 days. Without them, she would not have survived the first day of torment. This woman was none other than Hao Ro. Captain Wu, adhering to old Lady Lin's instructions, had remained in the building for 3 full days, torturing Hao Ro throughout. Finally, he captured the grotesque and bloody evidence on film. The timeline shifted back to the day old Lady Lin departed. After instructing Captain Wu to treat Hao Ro well, she was carried down the stairs. Having vented her fury, she regained her composure, her mind filled with images of Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi together, armed and dangerous. That illegitimate child of Lin's is indeed formidable. Old Lady Lin seethed, recalling Hao Ro and Wan Wei's accusations that Xia Sisi had ordered them to sever Lin Yi's limbs. Clenching her fists, she cursed Xia Sisi silently, though she understood that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan now occupied the 66th floor, the apex of power in the building. Although old Lady Lin had been blinded by rage, she was not foolish enough to act recklessly. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was asked whether a vehicle should be left for Xia Sisi. Old Lady Lin glanced at the top of the apartment building. Of course, leave it. Do they think the Lin family cannot afford a vehicle? They left behind a modified SUV, ensuring that nothing inside was disturbed, as per her agreement with Xia Sisi. Before departing, old Lady Lin cast one last look at the building. Noticing its height and the minimal damage from acid rain, an idea sparked in her mind. Does the government seek new shelters? This building seems quite suitable. She instructed a nearby burly man to report to Commander Wang that they had found an excellent refuge. As they entered their final SUV and drove away, she muttered curses at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. On the rooftop of the 66th floor, Xia Sisi watched old Lady Lin leave with a cold smile. Just as she prepared to turn away, she spotted Lin Yuan emerging below. He climbed into the SUV left behind by old Lady Lin, pursuing her and the others. Xia Sisi furrowed her brow, questioning Lin Yuan's intentions. Chapter 71. Compensation for the vehicle. On another day after the departure of the elderly Lin, Xia Sisi returned to her room. The day's events had exhausted her, and the sky was now shrouded in darkness. She first gathered the solar panels that had been fully charged, then proceeded to inspect the operational status of her home generator. Snow had fallen today, and it was expected to intensify, diminishing the hours of sunlight. At this juncture, the hundreds of charging panels she had stockpiled would prove invaluable. In fact, she had begun charging all the panels several days prior, ensuring they were now fully energized. This would allow her to sustain the power of her tablets, phones, and other small devices through the bitter cold. As for larger appliances like the refrigerator, they were powered by the generator. After tending to the big black dog and the gray machine, Xia Sisi decided to explore her space. She first made her way to the first farm. Following a previous harvest of firewood, she had indulged in some mischief as part of an experiment for the farm. This time, she buried the corpse of a mutated creature within the farm. She had discovered this mutated magpie on the rooftop, which had evidently succumbed to the cold for many days. It was roughly the size of a wild chicken, its feathers exhibiting striking, mutated colors. Previously, she had buried plants, bread, and man-made objects in the first farm. But never organic matter. The farm yielded a variety of products, much like the rabbit adorned with blueberry hues. Xia Sisi had visited the rabbit yesterday. It had grown significantly, now resembling a small dog. Moreover, its offspring were a delightful blend of the mother and father rabbit, displaying an amusing array of colors. Standing before the first farm, she gazed at the spot where she had buried the mutated magpie's body, only to find that the area which should have bulged was completely flat. She crouched down and dug in that location with a spade, but discovered nothing. Had the farm consumed the remains of the mutated animal? Xia Sisi voiced her astonishment at this conclusion. She resolved to seek out more mutated animal corpses in the future to investigate further. Since nothing had emerged, Xia Sisi decided to place a large cabbage she had cultivated in the second farm directly into the first farm, thus conducting another experiment to observe the effects of recharging the space's vegetables. The animals in the ranch were exceptionally lively. Over the past few days, Xia Sisi had made it a point to inspect the ranch daily, producing various byproducts. She noted that the animals on the farm grew much faster than those outside. For instance, she had shorn the alpaca just the day before, and today it was ready for another shearing. She stored the wool for the time being, as the space had yet to upgrade to a function that directly converted wool into clothing or blankets, though she remained hopeful that such a capability would one day be realized. Finally, Xia Sisi approached the garbage processor. It had been quite effective in recent days, yielding satisfactory results. With a cheerful demeanor, she opened the processor to examine the day's findings. To her surprise, it revealed a single glove. On the other side lay a lone sock. Yes, just one glove and one sock. In that moment, Xia Sisi felt an urge to throw something. Who would only provide one item? Was this not a deliberate affront? Once again, she sensed the malevolence emanating from the space. If the space could take human form and stand before her, she would undoubtedly confront it without hesitation. After tidying up the space, Xia Sisi resolved to embark on a significant undertaking. After dismantling several safes in her brother's office, she had left 2 behind in his secret chamber, which she had not yet opened due to their high security level. Today, she decided to exert some effort to cut open these final 2 high-grade safes. Armed with a chainsaw and various tools, she retrieved the 2 half-human-sized safes from the space. Outside, the gray machine lounged atop the big black dog. Both had grown accustomed to Xia Sisi's sudden appearances and disappearances, barely lifting their eyelids. Xia Sisi entered an empty room and closed the door to prevent the loud noise of the chainsaw from disturbing her sensitive companions. The space had a peculiar property. Any electrical device brought inside could not be used. Thus, she was unable to cut the safes within the space. With her hair tied back, she began her task. After an hour of effort, she managed to create a small opening in one of the safes. What could possibly be so significant as to require such a sturdy safe? Wiping the sweat from her brow, she reduced the intensity of the fire in the room. Peering through the small opening, she was left speechless to discover that it contained a stack of documents. However, having already committed to the task, she could not allow her effort to go to waste. After some additional labor, she finally created an opening large enough to reach inside. But when she pulled out a document, her heart nearly stopped. It was a series of product contract documents. These documents clearly indicated the locations and types of goods stored, many of which were situated in high places and basements. Xia Sisi contemplated these locations, certain that several remained untouched by acid rain. Moreover, there were 2 underground warehouses remarkably close, within a kilometer. The contents within were bound to be thrilling. Filled with excitement, Xia Sisi retrieved the contracts and located a map to mark these positions. As for the 2 warehouses within a kilometer, she pondered whether to venture out before the impending heavy snowfall. Currently, only light flurries were falling. Upon opening the door, she saw the big black dog playing outside, and an idea struck her. In such weather, wouldn't it be ideal for the dog to pull a sled? The big black dog, noticing Xia Sisi's gaze, froze, clutching a toy in its mouth, bewildered by the implication of her look. At that moment, she heard a knock at her door. Raising her eyebrows, Xia Sisi went to answer, only to find Lin Yuan standing outside. He placed a bloodied car key in her hand and said, "I'm sorry, I damaged your vehicle. Can I compensate you with another one in the future?" Chapter 72. Mo Yun. The grass-eater. Xia Sisi glanced at the now somewhat crushed and blood-stained car key, her brow furrowing as she hesitated to accept it. Instead, she raised her gaze to Lin Yuan, who, sensing her reluctance, withdrew the key and reiterated, I will replace your car.
Not just a car, right?
What about the belongings inside? The elderly Lin had promised they were all mine. Xia Sisi narrowed her eyes at Lin Yuan. His body stiffened as he prepared to turn away. I'll also replace your firearm. What about the bullets?
Xia Sisi Praset.
Her gaze unwavering. 12 rounds, Lin Yuan replied, his brow slightly furrowing. Is that all? She continued to interrogate him. 2 grenades. Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat dismissive. Is that everything? Xia Sisi crossed her arms, scrutinizing him. Some destroyed supplies, but I didn't examine them closely, Lin Yuan sighed. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi nodded in agreement. All right. As Lin Yuan turned to leave, it was evident that even this affluent landlord felt a pang of regret. Thus, when he placed a firearm, 12 bullets, 2 hand grenades, and a box of supplies at Xia Sisi's doorstep, he did not utter a word to her. He merely knocked on the door, set the items down, and departed. Upon opening the door and bringing these items inside, Xia Sisi reflected on her dealings with old Madame Lin, realizing how profitable that transaction had been. She had sensed the presence of authentic weaponry in old Madame Lin's vehicle back then. Although she currently lacked for supplies, the sight of those firearms brought her immense delight. However, as she contemplated the situation, she fell silent, pondering what Lin Yuan had been up to, as he had evidently expended such a large quantity of bullets and grenades, and rendered an entire vehicle unusable. The blood on the car keys suddenly brought old Madame Lin's visage to her mind. She scoffed, choosing to keep her thoughts to herself instead of rushing next door to inquire about Lin Yuan. After all, this was, in essence, a matter concerning him. That night,
Xia Sisi slept soundly.
With how Ro and Lin Yi both deceased, she felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled from her previous life. The thought brought her such joy that she could hardly contain her smiles, even in her dreams. The following morning, she noticed a further drop in temperature. While exercising outdoors, Ding Lei rubbed her arms and exclaimed, Why is it so cold? Xia Sisi retrieved a thermometer, leaving it outside for a moment, only to discover that the temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees Celsius. Over the next few days, let us search this building, including the adjacent building B, for any furniture we can burn and store it at home, Lin Yuan proposed. In truth, they had already collected all the burnable furniture from the nearby floors over the past few days. Yet with the temperature continuing to drop, their supply of firewood would dwindle rapidly. Although Xia Sisi had an ample supply of firewood, she did not wish to reveal the existence of her space to Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. Just a few days prior, Ding Lei had fetched Lu Xiaofei's generator from downstairs, ensuring that each household on the 66th floor had at least one generator. They had also gathered all the small heaters and electric blankets they could find from the surrounding floors. But these electrical appliances were of little use compared to a proper stove. After some deliberation, they each went to their rooms to gather supplies, ready to commence their collection for the day, while Dahei stood sentry at the stairwell. Following another drop in temperature, Dahei's fur had thickened even more than before, now comparable in size to a horse. Dahei's coat was so dense that one could hardly touch its skin beneath the plush fur. Naturally, his appetite had increased significantly. Xia Sisi estimated that his consumption was equivalent to that of 60 chickens and 10 of her own. The mere thought of this left her feeling a bit anxious. Though her space was well-stocked and her farm could yield grain, she worried about sustaining such a voracious eater. After ensuring Dahei was guarding the house, the group descended the stairs together. The nearby floors had been stripped bare, completely emptied by Xia Sisi and her companions. They could only continue downward. However, upon reaching the 40th floor, they discovered that all the doors had been pried open, and any usable items were nowhere to be found. It's the 48th floor. Ding Lei spoke up. As they passed the 48th floor, they noticed that it, too, had installed a door at the stairwell. Xia Sisi and her companions paid little mind to this precaution. After all, they understood that survival in the apocalypse necessitated certain measures. To their astonishment, every burnable and usable item in the entire building had been removed. Xia Sisi recalled the security door installed at the 48th floor stairwell. No wonder they had chosen to secure the stairwell. It was likely that too many items had been left in the corridor. A sardonic smile crept across Xia Sisi's face as she acknowledged the cunning of the Mo Yun couple on the 48th floor. While she too engaged in the extensive gathering of survival resources, even clearing out the opposite 12th floor. She believed in the adage that rabbits do not consume the grass at their doorstep. It was prudent not to hastily deplete resources so close at hand. lest it incite resentment from the neighbors. She had noticed that aside from the 48th floor, other residents still occupied the building. Individuals such as the previously abusive husband and his wife, as well as Jean Dama's daughter-in-law, had clearly taken precautions at their doorways, indicating occupancy. Some even peered cautiously through their doors as Xia Cixi and her group passed by. However, she was taken aback when Mo Yun's actions soon stirred widespread outrage. It turned out that some residents had noticed the firewood from the upper floors had been taken, initially assuming it was the work of the 66th floor. And they had refrained from retaliating, well aware of the fierce reputation of the 66th floor's inhabitants and their formidable mutated black dog. They knew that even united,
They would not stand a chance against them.
Yet today, when the residents of the 66th floor descended in search of firewood, returning empty-handed while discussing the security door installed by the Mo Yun family on the 48th floor, their observations did not go unnoticed by the more astute residents. They began to connect the dots regarding the sudden appearance of the security door at the 48th floor stairwell. Who the hell took all the furniture and firewood? Preventing others from surviving? Damn Mo Yun, I thought you were a good person, bellowed the abusive husband from the 58th floor. One by one, the others who had been peering out began to emerge from their homes. In an instant, all the surviving residents of the building, except for the Mo Yun family, congregated on the stairwell. They gathered, cursing and exchanging grievances. Meanwhile, Xia Cixi and her companions chose not to involve themselves in the commotion. They had no desire to partake in this upheaval. They believed it was not yet the time to raid the homes of those still living. Instead, they resolved to explore Building B. With its greater emphasis on office space and fewer residents, it promised a more fruitful expedition than their current location. The decision to investigate Building B had been on their agenda, but Mo Yun's actions hastened their plans. Chapter 73. Building B is no simple matter. Mo Yun had always been a person of considerable charm. Prior to the apocalypse, she garnered recognition from her superiors at work and maintained amicable relationships with nearby property owners. Every year, she was celebrated as an outstanding employee. In her personal life, she enjoyed the affection of a husband who indulged her every whim and shielded her from harm. One could say she had achieved remarkable success in her life, thanks to her cleverness and eloquence. After the onset of the apocalypse, she leveraged her silver tongue to gain the trust of those who had previously held her in high regard, ultimately being chosen as the building leader by the residents. Although her role lacked any real authority due to the existence of the 66th floor, she relished the elevated status it afforded her. She even made arrangements with the residents to band together when they reached a shelter, ensuring that she would remain their leader. However, she never anticipated that the government's rescue ships would cease to arrive and an extreme cold would descend upon them. With the arrival of the bitter cold, her understanding shifted dramatically. The titles of building leader and leader became meaningless in the face of survival. Fear gripped her as she recognized the wisdom of the 66th floor's actions. At that moment, living became paramount. Subsequently, she conferred with her husband and decided to seal off their entire floor, emulating the measures taken by the 66th floor. Under the cover of night, she gathered all the furniture and firewood she could find nearby, filling her home, the 48th floor, and the corridors to the brim. The fates of others were of no concern to her. She was no longer a leader. Why should she care? However, unexpectedly, Mo Yun, who was peacefully slumbering in her warm home, was abruptly awakened by the commotion at the stairway. Her husband, Li Mingqiao, a real estate agent, rushed out, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and an axe he had found in another room in the other. "What's all this noise outside my door?" The domestic abuser, Donggo, brandishing a massive cleaver, pounded on the door, yelling, "Open up, you wretched scoundrels! Did you take all the firewood from the entire building? Are you trying to freeze us to death?" Li Mingqiao, with a cunning glint in his eye, transformed his demeanor into one of feigned friendliness. "Oh, is that you?
Dongye.
No need to get worked up. We've always been friends, neighbors. How could we possibly do something like that? It must have been those rascals from the 66th floor." This was a premeditated strategy between Li Mingqiao and Mo Yun. They had agreed to shift the blame onto the 66th floor. The supplies in their possession were not limited to firewood. They had much more. If the others found out, their lives would be in jeopardy. Those from the 66th floor went downstairs looking for firewood and found nothing. Dongge cursed loudly, disregarding Li Mingqiao's words, continuing to kick the door. However, having eaten little in recent days, he lacked strength. After several futile kicks, he found himself exhausted. Others outside echoed his frustrations, particularly a young man who appeared gaunt and small in stature. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the door, trembling from either rage or cold. "You took our life-saving firewood. Open the door, or we will break in." Realizing the situation was dire, Li Mingqiao knew there would be no easy resolution today. With a grin, he retorted, "Then come on in. You might as well starve before you get through." After that, he ignored the ruckus outside and returned to their home. At that moment, he felt a sense of triumph regarding their earlier decision to seal the stairway, now secured by two heavy iron doors. Those emaciated individuals outside, no matter how they screamed, could never breach the entrance. Mo Yun, hiding inside, felt relieved when Li Mingqiao returned and asked, "Are you all right?" He gently stroked her face, reassuringly replying, "All is well. Let them make their noise. Can they really do anything?" Mo Yun laughed, leaning against him. "You're truly amazing, my husband." Outside, after a futile outburst, the group grew frustrated. "If you're brave, don't come out. If you do, I'll make you pay." Dong Go, in a fit of rage, kicked the door one last time before turning to leave, unaware that a pair of eyes were watching him from a distance, those of Jean Dinyang's daughter-in-law.
Meanwhile,
Xia Sisi and her companions attempted to traverse the corridor connecting Building A and Building B, only to discover that it had been damaged. This corridor, situated on the 40th floor, was semi-open with a modest shelter above, allowing for ventilation on both sides. Due to prolonged acid rain and the recent bitter cold, the corridor had broken in the middle, leaving a gap of over 3 meters. The group stood silently on the A side, contemplating the situation. "No wonder no one from A has gone to B," Lin Yuan finally spoke up. Xia Sisi turned to him, unperturbed. "I have rope," she said, retrieving a thick hemp rope from her backpack. She had anticipated potential issues with the corridor, having witnessed too many structures destroyed by acid rain in her previous life. To her surprise, her foresight proved useful. Lin Yuan took the rope but stepped back. Just as Xia Sisi was about to inquire about his intentions, he sprinted back several meters and leapt across the gap like a nimble leopard, landing effortlessly on the other side. "Wait here. I'll see if there's anything to connect both sides," he said, and soon returned with a large tabletop, placing it across the break, successfully bridging the two sides. The group moved smoothly into Building B. As they had suspected, few people resided on that side, but the resources were abundant. Ding Lei and Lin Yuan had enough to eat, their fur coats keeping them warm, yet firewood was scarce. Therefore, they decided to prioritize their search for firewood, especially durable hardwood. However, within the offices on this floor, they stumbled upon charcoal. It appeared to have been intended for a company team-building camping trip, which never occurred due to the apocalypse. They found 5 or 6 boxes of charcoal, and even a camping vehicle to load it into. Yet, just as they were about to leave, a group approached from the end of the floor. "Drop the goods. Leave the woman. I might spare your life." The leading man brandished a gun, pointing it at them. Just as Xia Sisi prepared to draw her own gun from her pocket, she heard Lin Yuan snicker coldly. Before she could react, he charged forward. "Don't come any closer or I'll shoot," the leader shouted, while the others took defensive stances. However, Lin Yuan moved like a feral beast among prey, swiftly taking down the assailants. The leader never even had a chance to fire a shot. Lin Yuan approached and kicked the gun from the man's hand, shattering it underfoot. It was only then that Xia Sisi and Ding Lei realized the weapon was fake. "Please spare me. Just let me live this time," the leader, now kneeling, began to plead. The others trembled, kneeling behind him. Xia Sisi walked over, eyeing the shattered imitation gun, and asked Lin Yuan, "How did you know it was a fake?" "Just a glance," he replied without elaboration. Xia Sisi squinted at him, but chose not to press further. These men represented the entirety of the population in Building B, merely a collection of ill-fated souls. Most of the offices in Building B were for commercial use, and prior to the acid rain, many companies had closed for the day. Yet, their cursed company, a 996 firm, not only remained open but demanded overtime. This overtime left them trapped in Building B. Initially, they had taken it lightly, with several men enjoying company perks during the blackout, thinking of it as a paid vacation. But when the water supply ceased and acid rain flooded the lower floors, panic ensued. They found themselves unable to escape. When rescue arrived, they had learned of the situation too late. By the time they shouted for help, the boats were full, and they were told to return the next day. That very night, 2 of their group succumbed to the cold. "We were all huddled together for warmth."
how did those 2 die?
The leader's voice trembled as he recounted the tale. observing the relaxed skin of this individual. It is evident that he must have been quite rotund before the apocalypse. It remains a mystery how he has survived through these days of desolation. Yet it is clear that he has shed a significant amount of weight. After comprehending the situation, Xia Cixi and her companions were reluctant to engage further with this group. "We need to gather some firewood," Xia Cixi stated. "No way. Everything in this entire building belongs to us. We have nothing left. If you take it, we will starve and freeze to death here." "Absolutely not," the leader of the group shouted. Lin Yuan shot a penetrating glance at him, causing him to quiet down. Ultimately, these local ruffians had no choice but to yield to Xia Cixi and her formidable companions. Once they had carried away the charcoal, they also emptied the entire conference room of its tables and chairs, temporarily stacking them in Building A before transporting them up to the 66th floor. With these supplies, they could comfortably sustain themselves for at least 2 to 3 months without the need to gather firewood again. Building B housed a plethora of tables and chairs. Yet Xia Cixi and her group scoured 2 floors without stumbling upon any food, likely already hidden away by that gang. However, it mattered little, as their primary intent was not to seek provisions. The conspicuous placement of their charcoal suggested they possessed even more effective heating supplies. After completing their task, Ding Lei remarked to Xia Cixi, to which Lin Yuan and Xia Cixi both wholeheartedly agreed. Xia Cixi also noted that the leading man had been lamenting the loss of the firewood and charcoal, yet his demeanor lacked any genuine sorrow. It appeared he was merely using this as a facade. As they were about to finish transporting their belongings upstairs, they observed that group suddenly appearing at the edge of the corridor connecting buildings A and B. Instantly, Xia Cixi and her companions became vigilant, forming a defensive line. However, that group showed no intention of advancing. Instead, they pushed a heavy cabinet towards the collapse. 2 men, tied with ropes around their waists, stood atop the cabinet and began to jump vigorously. Xia Cixi, curious about their intentions, watched as the already eroded ground beneath them suddenly gave way with a thunderous crack. The heavy cabinet plummeted instantly, while the men were pulled back to Building B by their companions. This sequence was repeated 3 times, severing the bridge between buildings A and B, leaving a gap of more than 10 meters. The leader of the group stood at Building B, gazing across at Xia Cixi and her companions in Building A. "If you have the capability, come fly over," he bellowed. Xia Cixi found the situation quite amusing. "What is your name?" she inquired of the leader. "I am Dyson, the one who makes hair dryers," the man proclaimed loudly. Xia Cixi and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of amusement. It was unexpected to encounter such a lively character even in these dire times. When Dyson severed the connection between buildings A and B, Xia Cixi and her group had the opportunity to intervene, yet they chose not to. They recognized that they had ample supplies at hand and discerned that this group was not to be underestimated, skillfully concealing their true strength. Beyond Dyson, Xia Cixi sensed there were other eyes observing them from within that building. It was likely that Dyson was not the true leader. Moreover, devising such a strategy to sever the connection between the 2 buildings and executing it successfully indicated that these individuals were far from ordinary. The mere act of leaping with only a rope for safety at such heights was indeed remarkable. "Hey, you possess capabilities. Let us keep to our own affairs," Dyson shouted across to Xia Cixi and her group. Xia Cixi, glancing at the small team of approximately 5 or 6 individuals, waved her hand in agreement with Dyson's suggestion. "Beautiful lady, of course, if any of you take a liking to one of us and wish to pursue a relationship, we would be more than welcoming." With that, they disregarded the group in Building B and returned to gathering their last belongings. Along the way, Xia Cixi remarked to Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, "Those are not your typical 996 employees." Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "They likely arrived here only after the acid rain." "How did you deduce that?" Xia Cixi asked. "During the scuffle, I tore some of their clothing and observed extensive corrosion on their skin. Such damage only occurs from prolonged exposure to acid rain." Upon hearing this, Xia Cixi glanced at Lin Yuan's neck, which bore similar scars, and nodded in understanding. "Look back,"
Ding Lei suddenly interjected.
They had just reached the 62nd floor, adjacent to the staircase window. Through the window, Xia Cixi spotted a woman standing in Building B, peering towards Building A. Though too far away to see clearly, Xia Cixi felt a palpable pressure during their exchange of glances. This individual was formidable. Chapter 75. Can it be returned? Xia Sisi was nearly certain that this woman was the true leader of the group in Building B, rather than the earlier mentioned Dyson. It was even possible that Dyson was not his real name. However, for the time being, there was no need to probe further into their affairs. The group swiftly returned to the 66th floor, sorting through the items they had accumulated in the hallway. Xia Sisi selected some charcoal, opting not to take any wood. Lin Yuan took a small amount of charcoal along with a few pieces of furniture, as they had already scavenged extensively for wood earlier. The remaining supplies were designated for Ding Lei, who expressed immense gratitude and finally managed to suggest, "How about coming over for a meal sometime?" After a long day of toil, they were too weary to plan anything further, agreeing to arrange something for another day before retreating to their respective rooms. Upon entering her room, Xia Sisi noticed Dahei, looking rather glum. Puzzled, she wondered what could have caused Dahei to be in such a mood. He had never been so sensitive before. She approached the gray cat, which had flown over to rub against her cheek affectionately, and asked, "Gray cat, what's the matter with Dahei? Why does he look so downcast?" Gray cat tilted his head, its round eyes darting towards Dahei. "Dahei is in pain." Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi sprang to her feet and rushed to Dahei's side, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Where does it hurt?" she inquired anxiously, fearing that someone had caused Dahei trouble on the 66th floor. "It has been hurting for several days." But Dahei said it was nothing and told me not to tell you, Gray Cat replied nonchalantly. Yet Xia Sisi was utterly shocked. How could he have been in pain for days without her knowledge? Xia Sisi was aware that animals like cats and dogs possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain, often enduring discomfort far beyond what humans could. In her childhood, she had owned a large, plump cat that was endearingly lazy. Initially, the family thought it was simply a sluggish nature, but when it began to eat less, they discovered it was ill. After a trip to the vet, they learned it had developed large stones in its stomach. However, upon inspecting Dahei, Xia Sisi found no visible wounds or signs of illness. Worried, she coaxed him into drinking a large bowl of healing water. Who could have imagined that later that night, as Xia Sisi was sleeping, she was stirred awake by Dahei's gentle whimpering beside her? The gray machine has already flown in, circling around the big black creature in a frantic manner. Unable to articulate its distress, merely repeating words like Big Brother Black hurts and Big Brother Black is dying. Xia Sisi urged the gray machine to communicate with Big Black, inquiring about the source of its pain. However, despite their evolution, Big Black and the gray machine lacked the cognitive maturity for coherent dialogue akin to that of ordinary humans. After much questioning, the conclusion drawn was that Big Black was in pain all over, feeling as though it were ablaze from within. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to below 30 degrees, while Xia Sisi struggled to keep the room warm with a charcoal fire, managing only to reach a chilly 0 degrees inside. Even so, she found herself sweating in her anxiety, afraid to administer any medication to Big Black and hesitant to let it drink the spirit spring water. She could only hold it tightly. After numerous examinations of Big Black's body, she had a foreboding that it might undergo further mutations. Soon, Big Black's body began to radiate heat. Xia Sisi measured its temperature and found it had soared to 60 degrees. Big Black had completely lost consciousness. The gray machine ceased its commotion, quietly standing by, its eyes fixed intently on Big Black. This fainting spell lasted 3 days. Throughout this time, Xia Sisi periodically checked Big Black's temperature and offered it water, but it refused to eat any food. On the 4th night, while she was asleep, Xia Sisi suddenly felt a damp sensation on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a massive canine head and a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. However, in the darkness, these eyes emitted a blue glow, speckled with twinkling points of light, reminiscent of the glimmers she had seen in the spirit spring and the black earth. Suddenly, Xia Sisi recalled something. Big Black had once consumed a blue light point in the space. Could it be that this light point triggered Big Black's current evolution? All remnants of sleep vanished from her mind as she sat up, noticing another change in Big Black. It had shrunk. Previously, Big Black was as large as a pony, making it cumbersome to navigate the room, akin to having a mobile wall. But now, it had reverted to its size before the mutation, aside from its striking blue eyes. It appeared unchanged. Xia Sisi gazed at it in astonishment, gently stroking its head, murmuring, "What kind of mutation have you undergone?" However, as soon as she spoke, Big Black was unable to respond. The gray machine began flapping its wings and exclaiming loudly, "Hungry. Big Brother Black is starving." In that moment, Xia Sisi realized why. In the dead of night, Big Black had roused her, It was desperately calling out, "Caretaker, it's time for food." Subsequently, Xia Sisi witnessed what could only be described as a bottomless pit. 2 kilograms of dog food vanished in mere bites. Afterward, Big Black sat patiently, staring at her, its enchanting blue eyes evoking a sense of being gazed upon by all that is beautiful. The gray machine chimed in more to eat. Xia Sisi then retrieved several cans of dog food from her space. In just a few bites, they were consumed. Thinking that perhaps the ordinary cans were insufficient, she produced rabbit meat cans made in her space. Again, they disappeared in mere moments. This time, Xia Sisi was resolute. She pulled out a large basin meant for laundry, filling it with a full 20 kilograms of dog food, complemented by a sizable bag of freeze-dried treats. This time it wasn't just a few bites. Big Black devoured it for 10 minutes, leaving nothing behind. Then it resumed its sitting position, expectantly gazing at her. Witnessing this scene sent chills down Xia Sisi's spine. Could it be? At this rate, I won't be able to afford to feed you. In that moment, Xia Sisi felt tears welling up. Yet, as the caretaker of this dog, she had to ensure it was well fed, even through tears. She then presented an additional 10 kilograms of dog food along with a large pot of cooked chicken breast, combining them. This time, Big Black noticeably ate slower. And towards the end, it seemed to reach its limit. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Big Black managed to consume the entire basin. Afterward, it lay down beside her and fell asleep. Xia Sisi was left in a state of disarray, pondering how to manage this situation. The child could eat far too much for her to sustain. What kind of troublesome evolution direction was this? Is it possible to return it?
Chapter 76, Xia Sisi.
I beg you for a favor in the following days, Xia Sisi cautiously observed Big Black, her heart filled with anxiety. If Big Black continued to eat like this daily, even if she stockpiled a mountain of food, it would be consumed in no time. Fortunately, aside from the immense meal it had upon awakening, consisting of dozens of kilograms of dog food, numerous cans, and substantial amounts of meat, its subsequent eating habits returned to normal. Moreover, after several days of observation, Xia Sisi discerned the direction of Big Black's mutation. It had gained the ability to change size at will. Its intelligence had also improved to a certain extent, particularly in its interactions with Xia Sisi. Previously, it would merely turn on the air conditioning or scare her while she was in the bathroom. Now, Big Black could transform in size. Occasionally, upon opening a door, she would be greeted by a wall of fluffiness that would refuse to budge, even when pushed. If she withheld tasty treats, it would remain obstinately in place, embodying a sense of this mountain is mine to open, this tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass through, leave your toll. Xia Sisi was nearly driven to exasperation by this rebellious creature. Furthermore, the gray machine had conspired with Big Black, relying on its warnings to alert when Xia Sisi was about to leave. Realizing this, Xia Sisi could no longer tolerate their antics and decided to give both of them a thorough talking to. From then on, anyone who misbehaved would find themselves without treats. Big Black would lose its snacks, and all nuts would be withheld from the gray machine.
They would have to figure it out for themselves.
Thus, the 2 little ones became somewhat more obedient. However, Xia Sisi could tell that this was simply due to Big Black's newfound abilities, which had captured its curiosity, leading it to experiment with them. After a few days of delay, communication with Lin Yuan and the others had been minimal. The wind and snow outside had intensified somewhat, but it had not yet reached the point of inundating an entire floor overnight. Xia Sisi calculated the time, recalling that based on her previous life, heavy snowfall would commence approximately 10 days after the onset of the storm. Before that, she decided to venture out. Originally, she intended to keep the vehicle left by Granny Lin for this purpose, but Lin Yuan had unfortunately damaged it. The other vehicles in her space were not equipped for the harsh winter weather, so she glanced at Big Black, who was dozing with its head drooping, and decided it would have to do. On that day, after Xia Sisi donned her clothing and prepared to modify the motorcycle parts she had previously unboxed into a dog sled, she noticed Big Black, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly stand up. Seeing its gaze directed toward the door, she understood that someone was arriving at the staircase. Sure enough, shortly after, a knock echoed from the door. Xia Sisi finished dressing and stepped outside with Big Black. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also emerged, each wielding a knife. Ever since their visit to Building B, they had become even more vigilant. Though the downstairs had been chaotic in recent days, none of the remaining individuals dared to approach them. They were disinterested in how others lived, Who could have anticipated that someone would arrive at their door now? The three exchanged glances, and finally, Lin Yuan nodded toward the others and approached the door. Upon opening the inner door, they were met with the sight of a bloodied woman standing outside. The woman was disheveled, clad in multiple layers, and in that moment, Xia Sisi could hardly recognize her. After a brief moment, she discerned the truth, furrowing her brow and inquiring, "Are you the daughter-in-law of Aunt Jean?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law. Following Aunt Jin's demise, her husband and son had also passed away. The daughter-in-law, named Wang Nana, was not a figure deserving of sympathy. She epitomized the adage that the pitiable often possess their own share of contemptibility. Before her marriage, Wang Nana hailed from an ordinary family where she was cherished and, arguably, indulged by her parents, leading her to remain excessively naive and kind-hearted. Subsequently, she met Jean Lei, Aunt Jin's son, and their romance blossomed swiftly. Jean Lei was a quintessential mama's boy, characterized by a lack of self-identity. He revolved around his mother in her presence, and in her absence, he centered himself around others. Initially, he treated Wang Nana with utmost kindness, seemingly yielding to her every whim. Convinced she had found true love, she resolved to marry Jean Lei despite her parents' objections. Wang Nana's parents, possessing discernment, were unwilling to witness their daughter suffer within such a household. Thus, a protracted 2-year struggle ensued between Wang Nana and her parents. During this period, her once loving parents, out of desperation, nearly severed ties with her. Her father implored, "Nana, I merely wish to spare you from pain." Abandoning this relationship now means relinquishing just over 2 years of affection, but marrying him will subject you to suffering for over 20 years. Trust your father. I only seek your well-being. Yet, Wang Nana remained oblivious to the reality, misguidedly believing Aunt Jean, who had seemingly welcomed her as a daughter-in-law, was a good person. Ultimately, under her parents' vehement opposition, Wang Nana and Jean Lei nearly parted ways. At this juncture, Aunt Jean devised a scheme that led to Wang Nana becoming pregnant. Surprisingly, she consented and did indeed become with child. Thus, Aunt Jin's family secured their hold on Wang Nana, who, having not received a bride price, was subjected to numerous difficulties after moving in. She was derided as shameless, worthless, and lacking in virtue. In her fervor to marry Jean Lei, Wang Nana refused her parents' suggestion to terminate the pregnancy, further alienating herself from them, ultimately placing herself in a position where she was bullied by the Jean family without parental support. In a world stripped of basic necessities, she faced relentless torment from Aunt Jean, who even nearly resorted to selling her for food. When Aunt Jean passed away, Wang Nana felt a surge of joy, believing that the man who had once treated her well would now devote himself solely to her. However, her hopes were dashed overnight as she lost both her husband and her son. The man who had once cared for her, only to later conspire with his cruel mother against her, was gone, and her precious child, a gem born from her womb, had also perished. She was consumed by hatred. Cut off from communication, she lacked even her parents' contact information. In this world, it seemed she was utterly alone, devoid of any purpose. Now, her singular desire was for vengeance. She knew that the disheveled man who had abused her had taken her child's life. Thus, she spent the days plotting her retribution. And now, she had finally succeeded. With a singular thought in her mind, she ascended to the 66th floor, watching as a door opened across from her. Covered in blood, she gazed at the onlookers and offered a smile. "Who is Xia Sisi? I have heard you are the fiercest in this building. May I request one thing? Please, kill me." Chapter 77. Raising dogs for 1,000 days. Using them for a moment, Xia Sisi regarded this woman, whose demeanor suggested a fragile mental state, and her expression turned serious. In her previous life, amidst the apocalypse, she had encountered numerous individuals wishing to end their lives, some having lost all their loved ones, others bearing disabilities, and some unable to withstand the harsh realities of the new world. She had even personally ended the life of one who had sought her assistance. That was after the insect plague had begun. She and a team had ventured into a warehouse seeking supplies when they encountered a man whose body had been ravaged by insects. His legs were little more than skeletal remains, his insides exposed, and his face marred beyond recognition. The man had pleaded for them to end his suffering.
Xia Sisi,
being closest, took it upon herself. With a swift strike aimed at his heart, he was gone in less than a second. She remembered his face as he passed, adorned with a smile of relief. Yet, the current woman before her was different. Xia Sisi scrutinized her before coldly stating, "If you wish to die, you may do so by your own hand. Alternatively, feel free to seek me out for trouble. If you lack the courage to do even this, how will you withstand the blade I wield?" Not wishing to engage further, especially in this world of despair, Xia Sisi shut the door resolutely. "Please kill me. Anyone. Just kill me." Wang Nana pounded on the door, her voice rising in desperation. At that moment, she found herself bewildered, questioning why even death seemed so unattainable. She had contemplated leaping from the building to end her suffering, yet found herself lacking the courage to do so. Consequently, she resolved to seek out the 66th floor, home to those feared individuals. To her dismay, they appeared indifferent to her plight. In her quest for vengeance, she had approached the despicable man, seducing him. And only in his slumber did she strike him down. She had undertaken so much, all to depart this world devoid of desires. Yet now, it felt as though death eluded her. Upon returning home, she contemplated self-harm but could not bring herself to do it. She considered shedding her clothes to freeze to death, but could barely endure the cold for a moment. Ultimately, she realized that her will to survive was too strong. Despite her despair, she still yearned to live. "What a pitiful life," Wang Nana muttered. Thus, after yet another day of reflection, she gathered her belongings and descended the stairs. Battling through the snowstorm, she headed towards Building B. Aunt Jean had previously intended for her to sell herself there, perhaps believing that its distance from the familiarity of Building A would afford her some dignity. At that time, the corridor connecting Buildings A and B had not yet been severed, and Aunt Jean had coerced her into going to Building B. There, she had encountered a formidable woman. That day, Aunt Jean had been humbled, barely escaping with her life. The woman had looked down upon Wang Nana with disdain, declaring, "You, devoid of intellect, are unworthy of existence. But should you ever find your wits, feel free to seek me out. After all, those who have undergone profound enlightenment are far more amenable to training and can be forged into sharper blades." Now, braving the storm, Wang Nana finally stood before Building B. She raised her gaze to find the formidable woman observing her from a window above, a faint yet cruel smile gracing her lips. Behind her stood several men, aligned as if in reverence to her. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi, after closing the door, returned to finalize the modifications on the sidecar motorcycle, which had previously been missing an engine. She equipped the wheels with anti-slip chains and affixed a soft top made from a luxurious material salvaged from a convertible sports car, reflecting its high value. As Xia Sisi adjusted the soft top, she marveled at its quality, undoubtedly from a multi-million-dollar vehicle. She welded it to the sidecar, creating a shelter from the elements. At the front of the soft top, she cut an opening and affixed a transparent plastic sheet, allowing her to observe the outside world. At the very bottom, there were 2 holes allowing her to extend her arms and grasp the rope attached to the cart. Once she completed these tasks, Xia Sisi inspected everything with great satisfaction and then secured the specially crafted hemp rope from her spatial inventory to the cart. Dahei, blissfully unaware, pranced around in circles, seemingly fascinated by this peculiar contraption, completely oblivious to the fact that Xia Sisi intended to take him racing across the snowy expanse come nightfall. After all was said and done, Xia Sisi took a brief rest. When midnight arrived, she summoned Dahei and the cart into her spatial realm and quietly descended the stairs. She noticed that Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had not followed, which brought her a sense of relief. Although they were now considered teammates, there were certain secrets Xia Sisi preferred to keep from them. The heavy snowfall had persisted for a week, blanketing the 8-story building entirely. This saved Xia Sisi a bit of time in descending. The recent accumulation had transformed the surroundings into a vast expanse of white. At this moment, the snow had ceased falling, and a massive, luminous moon cast its silvery glow upon the world. The moonlight reflected off the snow, creating a shimmering spectacle. Xia Sisi donned her prepared sunglasses to prevent snow blindness from prolonged exposure to the dazzling white. Taking advantage of the stillness of the night, she donned her heavy snow boots and ventured out several meters to find a secluded spot before releasing the cart and Dahei. It had been a while since Dahei had been outside, and this was his first experience treading upon snow. He lifted his paws hesitantly, carefully placing them back down, then lifted them again, only to freeze in place. A look of confusion marked his large canine face, his brow furrowed, and his ears drooped. Xia Sisi couldn't help but chuckle at his bewildered expression. Seizing the moment, she quickly secured the pre-tied ropes onto him. Dahe regarded the ropes with curiosity, oblivious to the intentions of his owner. Once Dahe was properly secured, Xia Sisi tugged on the rope and was pleased to discover that the hemp rope from her spatial inventory was indeed far superior to ordinary hemp, exhibiting a remarkable degree of flexibility. "Run, Dahe," Xia Sisi encouraged him. After a moment's hesitation, Dahe gazed longingly at the transformed outdoor world he had missed for so long, and then, with a burst of energy, he dashed forward. Xia Sisi felt a surge of exhilaration as she was propelled forward. "Left, Dahe," she called, tugging on the left rope. "Right, Dahe," she commanded, pulling on the right. In this manner, after several coordinated efforts, they began to develop a harmonious understanding. The distance they needed to cover, less than a kilometer, was quickly traversed. Once they arrived, Xia Sisi dismounted the cart and released Dahe from his restraints. She took a moment to survey her surroundings and discovered a small building approximately 8 or 9 stories high. However, the troubling aspect was that the structure was mostly buried beneath the snow. Xia Sisi's destination was the storage room located at the base of this building. After searching thoroughly, she finally located a window that she could enter. With a swift kick, she shattered the glass and slipped inside. To her astonishment, she discovered that this building, nearly engulfed by snow, was inhabited by original residents, more than one, in fact. Chapter 78. The green eyes upon entering the building, Xia Sisi donned her headlamp. As she surveyed the area, she realized that this floor was a factory, or rather, a food canning production line. However, the factory had long since ceased operations, and the ingredients here had spoiled, emitting a pungent odor. As she took a few steps forward, her foot struck something. The sound of metal rolling echoed, causing Xia Sisi to leap back in alarm. Dahe mirrored her actions, retreating and baring his teeth at the unseen threat. When nothing further occurred, Xia Sisi realized she had merely kicked a can. Crouching down, she carefully picked it up and discovered it was an intact, unopened can of sardines. Illuminating her surroundings with a headlamp, she was astonished to find countless cans of sardines scattered across the floor, all unopened. Further along, she encountered cans of yellow croaker, salmon, braised hairtail, black bean mackerel, and tuna, among others. She collected them as she progressed until she reached the staircase, at which point she hesitated to descend. Dahe exhibited signs of unease, fixating his gaze on the staircase below, as if sensing something lurking there. Xia Sisi quickly switched off her headlamp to observe the stairway, but saw nothing amiss. Straining her ears, she detected no sounds. Nevertheless, she trusted Dahe's acute hearing and sense of smell. There was undoubtedly something down there. Moreover, she felt an unsettling aura in this place. Despite the government's rescue efforts after the acid rain subsided, many people had continued to scour the vicinity for supplies. These canned goods, easy to store and comprising favored meats, showed no signs of having been rifled through. As Xia Sisi explored the entire floor, she noted that the ingredients left on the production line had naturally decayed without any signs of theft. The cans on the floor were sparse, while most were neatly arranged. The entire floor appeared unnaturally tidy for a post-apocalyptic environment. She found it hard to believe that this entire building had remained untouched, or that no one had ventured onto this floor. After all, the acid rain had submerged at least 4 floors, and this building had at least 8 stories. The snow obscured her view, leaving her uncertain of the exact number of floors. Yet, the nearby residents must have known that a food processing factory was located here. Xia Sisi could not fathom how it had remained untouched for so long. What could have deterred people from approaching? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She released Huiji from her spatial inventory. The little creature circled overhead, appearing somewhat anxious. Although Huiji had grown considerably and often played with Dahe at home, he remained somewhat fragile and cowardly. Xia Sisi had carefully considered bringing him along. Despite her repeated instructions to remain silent while outside, the potential for risk lingered. After a brief flight, Huiji finally settled atop Dahe's head, his eyes wide and alert, scanning the surroundings with trepidation. Fortunately, Huiji managed to restrain himself, adhering to Xia Sisi's command not to speak. "Huiji, you are quick and agile. Descend and investigate what lies below," Xia Sisi instructed. She believed that Huiji's aerial abilities would facilitate reconnaissance, as he could navigate swiftly and silently in the night, making him an ideal scout. It was a case of having nurtured a bird for 1,000 days only to use it for a moment of need. Hesitating for a moment, Huiji seemed fearful of the staircase. Yet, he ultimately spread his wings and took flight. Xia Sisi and Da Hei waited quietly in the darkness for Huiji's return. 1 minute passed, then 2. In the stillness, Xia Sisi thought she heard a faint sound from below, a delicate thud, followed by a soft meow. Xia Sisi jolted in surprise.
A cat?
She murmured, noticing that Da Hei had arched his back, eyes fixed intently ahead, assuming an aggressive stance. Soon, Xia Sisi noticed a black cat, almost camouflaged in the darkness, slowly ascending from beneath the staircase. At that moment, a shadow darted up from the stairs. Xia Sisi initially jolted in fright, only to realize it was Grey Machine. She had never seen Grey Machine fly with such urgency. It anxiously circled above her head, opening its mouth several times to speak, yet remained silent. Adhering to the rules Xia Sisi had set forth about not speaking when outside. "You may report the situation," she quickly said, yet her gaze remained fixed on the cat. The black cat tilted its head slightly, adopting a curious demeanor. Cautiously, it hesitated to ascend further, one paw raised in a gesture of intrigue. Overall, it appeared like an innocuous little kitten, reminiscent of those small creatures basking in the sun on green belts, always poised to flip onto their backs. Except for its size. This black cat was nearly the size of a leopard, measuring over a meter in length, with its tail elegantly arched and slightly curled. Its large paws, the size of a human hand, suggested the sharpness and enormity of the claws concealed within its pads. Large felines have always stood at the pinnacle of the food chain on this planet, akin to the forest monarchs like tigers and the savanna rulers like lions. Even leopards, cheetahs, and snow leopards are formidable figures. Thus, it has been said that the reason kittens can comfortably reside in the embrace of bipedal creatures is simply due to their comparatively diminutive size. The creature before Xia Sisi, however, could not be associated with tenderness or cuteness, instilling a chilling sensation within her. What Xia Sisi did not anticipate was that an even more unsettling revelation lay ahead. Upon hearing her words, Grey Machine immediately exclaimed, "Cats! So many cats! Countless cats!" Its voice trembled, clearly shaken. After speaking, it flew onto the back of the large black cat, quivering in trepidation as it gazed forward. In an instant, the large black cat dashed in front of Xia Sisi, shielding her completely. At this moment, Xia Sisi also noticed movement from below the staircase. The sound was light and almost inaudible. However, as the footsteps multiplied, they formed a peculiar rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. Then, right before her eyes, behind the black cat, a multitude of green, glimmering eyes appeared. Meow, meow, meow. The chorus of feline cries melded into a spine-chilling symphony in the darkness of the night. Xia Sisi glanced around and estimated there were at least 20 cats. All of them massive, mutated felines. Chapter 79. The Method of Resolution. Xia Sisi's mind raced. In her previous life, following the arrival of the insect plague, numerous mutated creatures emerged. She had encountered dire situations before, but those times were primarily spent in groups. When confronting these mutated beings, the key was to exploit their animal instincts. Regardless of how mutated they became, they were still fundamentally the same animals. Just like the large black cat, even though its intelligence had increased, and it had gained the ability to alter its size and improved physical attributes, it remained, at its core, a dog. It still enjoyed toys and treats. As for these cats, Xia Sisi pondered while retrieving the catnip balls she had previously gathered from the pet paradise. The moment she produced them, she noticed the cats began to stir with agitation. Seizing the opportunity before they charged at her, she tossed the catnip ball down the gap of the staircase railing, right at the corner that led directly to the first floor. The large cats, which had been focused on Xia Sisi, suddenly meowed and rushed down, quickly disappearing from sight. Xia Sisi hurriedly retreated with the large black cat and Grey Machine to the top floor, securely locking the staircase door behind them. It was then she realized her heart was racing in her chest, and her breathing had quickened significantly. That had truly been a close call, a false alarm. The reason Xia Sisi returned to this level was that she suddenly recalled that most items here were remarkably intact and had not been ravaged by the large cats, indicating that something on this level must have instilled fear in them, preventing their entry. She needed to uncover that something. Indeed, she had not entirely abandoned the idea of searching below for supplies. Having collected an entire floor's worth of canned goods, Xia Sisi knew there must be a significant amount of meat within this building. After all, it was meat. Although she currently had enough for herself, the large black cat could certainly eat. Its appetite had grown considerably, and who knows how much it would require in the future. Moreover, the items on this level consisted of fish and meat cans, which were exceptionally easy to preserve, destined to become valuable commodities for trade later on. Additionally, she had plenty of catnip left, along with cat food cans, cat toys, and treats. These were all collected from the previous pet paradise. Even if she couldn't find that which made the large cats wary, she could use these items to lure them away again. At the very least, she still had her space to retreat into. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Sisi began to move about the room. What could possibly deter those large cats from venturing onto this floor? Once the door was closed and the large cats had departed, Xia Sisi noticed that the large black cat was no longer as agitated, indicating that this level was perceived as safe in its eyes. This at least suggested that the source of the large cat's fear was not some creature capable of posing a danger. At that moment, Xia Sisi observed that the large black cat had ceased its movement. Not only the large black cat, but even Gray Machine, which had been circling above her, now refrained from following. Xia Sisi turned her head to find the large black cat, a mere meter away, wearing an expression of disgust, while Gray Machine bore a countenance of profound unease. Xia Sisi scrutinized her surroundings and listened carefully, yet detected nothing unusual. However, she soon caught a whiff of a strange odor. It was not the stench of rotten fish or decayed shrimp, but rather a more pungent scent intermingled in the air. Generally, this area was relatively tidy, but due to the dim lighting and the complex arrangement of machinery, Xia Sisi found it difficult to discern every corner clearly. She first retrieved a mask from her space and donned it, then grabbed a high-powered flashlight to illuminate her path. With the flashlight's beam, she finally spotted a massive corpse beneath the machinery. It was another cat, a rather plump, large white cat. It measured approximately 2 meters in length, with long fur. Lying rigidly beneath the machinery, its limbs outstretched, eyes tightly shut, and its face contorted in a grimace, as though it had endured immense suffering before its demise. Taking precautions, Xia Sisi found a bamboo stick from her space and cautiously prodded the large white cat from a distance. The white cat remained unresponsive, its flesh having frozen solid. In that moment, Xia Sisi comprehended why the other cats dared not ascend. Animals generally harbor a fear of the corpses of their kind. Moreover, this large white cat was larger than the others, suggesting it was stronger as well. It was possible that this white cat was the leader of the group, issuing commands before ascending, only to meet its end here. Casting a glance at the imposing figures of Da He and Hui Ji behind her, it seemed they too were disinclined to approach the corpse of the large white cat, remaining a meter away. Xia Sisi squatted down and pulled the lifeless body of the white cat out. Upon extraction, she observed that the feline's body was covered in spiny protrusions, with some patches of skin appearing as if scorched. After a thorough examination, Xia Sisi concluded that this creature had perished during its evolutionary process. No wonder the other cats were fearful of the white cat's remains. It was also understandable why Da He and Hui Ji were averse to the body, likely due to its higher evolutionary status emanating a menacing aura. Contemplating this, Xia Sisi retrieved a large cleaver from her spatial storage and severed the tail of the white cat. She attempted to carry the tail towards Da He and Hui Ji. Taking 2 cautious steps forward, she noticed Hui Ji immediately took flight, circling at a distance, its small eyes darting as if eager to speak. Yet adhering to Xia Sisi's silent command, Da He seemed hesitant to retreat, though it remained stationary for the time being. Clearly, the tail of the white cat also had a similar effect. Xia Sisi stored the remaining body of the white cat in her spatial realm, contemplating whether she could bury it in farm number 1 upon her return. With the tail in hand, she cautiously opened the door at the staircase and began her descent. After several flights of stairs, she noticed a large 9 inscribed on the wall, indicating that the building originally had 9 floors. Upon reaching the entrance to the 8th floor, she found 3 pairs of glowing green eyes intently watching her from within the 3rd floor. They belonged to 3 mutated cats. Xia Sisi also noted that this level was still a production workshop, churning out beef and chicken canned goods. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she recognized that these were all favorites of Da He. Xia Sisi affixed the cat's tail to her belt and stepped inside. The mutated cats immediately took notice of her arrival. As Xia Sisi entered with the corpse of the mutated cat, the others let out terrified cries and fled the level. Witnessing this, she finally felt a sense of relief. Without further hesitation, she began to frantically collect the canned goods. However, unlike the pristine ninth floor, this level's supplies had been largely ravaged by the mutated cats. Xia Cici could only salvage the intact cans and store them in her spatial realm. After finishing with the 8th floor, she proceeded to the 7th, 6th, and 5th floors. Similarly, the mutated cats would wail and flee upon her entrance. Although she encountered one particularly defiant large black cat, after a few threatening hisses directed at Xia Cici, it ultimately retreated as well. During her exploration of these 3 floors, she managed to acquire additional canned meats. Most notably, she was thrilled to discover that the 5th floor produced pet food. It was no wonder that nearby cats congregated in this area. Regrettably, most of the pet cans had been bitten open and consumed by the mutated cats, but she still managed to collect several hundred. As she prepared to leave, her eyes flickered over the entire assembly line for pet can production, and she decided to store it in her spatial realm as well. Who knows when she might be able to produce cans for Dahé? After this thought, she ventured upstairs and also collected 2 ordinary canning lines into her space. Completing these tasks, Xia Cici gazed at the entrance to the 4th floor, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. According to the documents she had reviewed, the warehouse was located just below the lower floors. The upper levels of the building housed the production lines, while the lower levels contained the warehouse. A total of 4 floors, plus 2 subterranean levels, were filled with various meats. These 6 levels constituted a grand refrigeration unit, a cold storage facility constructed with stainless steel and powered by generators. The contract included a floor plan of the cold storage, indicating that the lower levels connected through a solitary large door with internal stairs. Typically, workers on the assembly line accessed the facility via an external staircase at the back, only entering through the 4th floor staircase when needing to access the cold storage. Upon reviewing the contract's description, Xia Cici determined that such a cold storage facility should be well sealed, impervious to acid rain, which was why she dared to venture into this area. However, it appeared that this location was slightly lower than the area Xia Cici occupied, resulting in the acid rain flooding not just the 4 floors as it had in her building, but rather submerging the mid-levels of the 4th and 5th floors. At the corner of the staircase, a window had been opened, allowing the acid rain to seep in.
Now,
A thick layer of ice approximately half a meter deep had formed. With her current abilities, Xia Cici knew she could not possibly break through this icy barrier. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a hole, about half a meter in radius, adjacent to the ice. A surge of anxiety washed over her. This was undoubtedly a burrow made by some mutated creature. Yet, amidst her apprehension, a wave of elation followed. This animal had burrowed through the ice after enduring extreme cold, and the tunnel extended downward, suggesting that there was a viable living space for mutated creatures below. This further indicated that the area below was well sealed and had not succumbed to acid rain. Moreover, this hole might just be large enough for Dahé, who could now alter his size.
Dahé,
Xia Cici called out, gesturing towards the nearby hole.
can you fit in there?
Dahé glanced at the opening before lowering its head, its eyes rolling slightly as if to question her faith in its capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Cici retrieved the violet spatial pendant she had acquired at the Jade Market. She pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it, and mentally communicated with the space to initiate the unbinding process. Soon, she felt the connection sever, confirming the successful unlinking. After this, her canine space began to tremble against her chest, as if eagerly exclaiming its desire for sustenance, craving the delectable offerings within. Ignoring the agitation of her canine space, Xia Cici produced a needle and pricked Dahé's paw, allowing its blood to drip into the spatial realm. Dahé observed her actions with a hint of confusion. However, as its blood fully integrated into the space, its pupils constricted sharply. Xia Cici recognized this as a sign of their newly established connection. From her spatial storage, Xia Cici retrieved a can and demonstrated to Dahé how to place it inside the space. Dahé watched intently, tilting its large head in bewilderment. After numerous demonstrations and verbal explanations, Dahé finally reached out with its paw to gently touch the can before it vanished from sight. To ensure everything was in order, Xia Cici presented several more items for Dahé to practice with, all of which it successfully managed.
Dahé,
The responsibility of gathering resources from the lower levels now falls to you. Xia Cici gently patted Dahé's head. Dahé furrowed its brows, revealing its lower eyelids as it regarded Xia Cici with a reluctant expression. Xia Cici understood that this task might be a bit daunting for Dahé, who had only just recently evolved, but she found herself without alternative solutions. Upon reaching the door, find a way to open it. You can do this. Dahe had long since mastered opening doors at home and could handle ordinary ones with ease. As for the cold storage door, it was a matter of trial and error. If danger arose or it proved unmanageable, it was perfectly acceptable to return swiftly. Xia Sisi repeatedly reiterated this sentiment into Dahe's ear. Once she was confident that Dahe comprehended her intentions, she released it to proceed. Thus, Dahe shrank its form, taking the spatial pendant with it as it dove into the hole. Xia Sisi held Huiji close, waiting anxiously in place. Huiji's eyes were fixated on the upper area, alert and tense. Xia Sisi was aware that the mutated cats, though fearful, were still lurking nearby. Watching her group with keen interest, she waited for 2 hours without any signs of movement, as if Dahe had vanished into thin air. During this time, concern for Dahe crossed her mind, but recalling his usual cunning and intelligence, coupled with his extraordinary ability to change size and his robust physique, she reassured herself that he would be fine. When the clock struck 4, and she glimpsed the morning star beginning to shine through the window, she finally heard a noise. She quickly leaned toward the cave entrance. To her astonishment, what emerged was a dark, clawed paw. It was clearly not Dahe's. The moment that shadowy claw appeared, the mutated cats, which had been watching her intently, began to stir restlessly behind her. It was evident that these mutated cats regarded this dark-clawed creature as a formidable adversary. But where had Dahe gone? Chapter 81. The strong overcomes the weak. Xia Sisi retrieved her concealed dagger from her space, keeping a watchful eye on the cave entrance. To avoid provoking the mutated cats, she had previously dimmed the overhead light to a muted yellow. Now, faced with this unknown creature, she gently pressed the button on her headlamp, transforming the light from a dull yellow to a pale white. In an instant, she discerned that the dark claw was not merely shadowy. It was smeared with dark red blood. Her heart raced. Had something happened to Dahe? At that moment, the small creature finally wriggled out of the cave. With a triangular head, tiny scarlet eyes, and dark yellow fur, it was a weasel. An enormous weasel, roughly half a meter wide, with a glint of ferocity in its eyes. The mutated cats behind her began to roar upon the weasel's appearance, their sounds a mixture of threat and fear. They paced anxiously behind Xia Sisi, showing a surprising boldness toward the corpse of the mutated white cat at her feet, as if ready to confront the weasel. The weasel, undeterred, stood at the cave entrance, baring its teeth in a menacing display toward the group of mutated cats and Xia Sisi alike. Essentially carnivorous, weasels feast on chickens, lizards, frogs, and fish, but they occasionally nibble on roots and sweet potatoes. A typical weasel would prey on kittens barely able to open their eyes. Yet this particular weasel was astonishingly larger, measuring about 2 meters in length, several times the size of its ordinary counterparts. Compared to the cats behind Xia Sisi, this weasel had clearly undergone a far more impressive evolution. Moreover, in its eyes, the cats were nothing more than potential meals. Not only that, but when the weasel noticed Xia Sisi, its gaze was devoid of fear, tinged with a hint of provocation. Particularly upon spotting the bird hovering above, the weasel's eyes sparkled with hunger. It was well known that weasels have a penchant for poultry, as evidenced by the countless households with chickens and ducks that have fallen prey to them. The bird, frightened, circled anxiously in the air. The cats behind Xia Sisi grew increasingly agitated. She observed that a black cat appeared to be leading the group, its gaze toward the weasel filled with loathing. It had attempted several times to charge at the weasel, but was held back by the scent of the mutated white cat's corpse. Xia Sisi clutched her dagger tightly, torn between concern for Dahe and the escalating situation. She could retreat into her space at any moment, but with Dahe still unaccounted for, she feared he might lose track of her if she left. When the weasel finally turned its attention toward her, she realized it was primarily fixated on capturing the bird. Determined to secure the bird's safety, she reached out toward the circling creature. However, at that very moment, the weasel lunged. It leapt from the cave with astonishing speed, nearly too swift for Xia Sisi to follow. Its target was the bird hovering above. In a split second, she saw another figure emerge from the cave, closely trailing the weasel. The ice at the corner of the 4th-floor staircase suddenly fractured, as if something from below had thrust upward. A massive mouth clamped onto the weasel, which had surged out a meter and more. The thunderous crack of the ice, the roars of the cats, and the weasel's shrieks filled the air, accompanied by heavy panting. When everything settled, Xia Sisi discovered that the mutated cats had all fled in terror. Before her stood a colossal dog head, belonging to Dahe, now swollen to over 3 meters, filling the entire stairwell. He gripped the mutated weasel tightly in his jaws, his enormous eyes fixed on Xia Sisi, brimming with the fervor of exertion. The weasel, still alive, emitted a series of distressing squeaks, twisting its body in a futile attempt to escape Dahe's grip. A flicker of impatience crossed Dahe's eyes as he clamped down harder, resulting in a resounding crack of bones breaking. The weasel fell limp, blood streaming from its body and soaking into Dahe's fur. In the frigid air, the warmth of the blood quickly froze into clumps of ice. The bird, elated, leaped onto Dahe's head, bouncing with excitement. Xia Sisi did not allow it to speak. Instead, it pecked at Dahe's head, much to his annoyance as he shook it vigorously. The scene was quite comical. In that moment, Xia Sisi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Dahe, I'm so glad you're safe, she breathed out. Glancing at the shattered ice, she pondered what Dahe had endured below. Peering through the broken surface, she noticed a sizable hollow area beneath, likely excavated by the mutated weasel, which had made a nest there. The remains of several animals' bones were visible, resembling those of cats. Among them lay the half-eaten corpse of a mutated cat, its pure black fur suggesting a resemblance to the larger, mutated Dahe. The weasel's claws were stained a dark red, undoubtedly from its recent meal. No wonder the cats loathed the sight of the weasel. Xia Sisi stroked Dahe's fur, reflecting on how the ordeal had turned out to be a mere false alarm. Yet it had reaffirmed Dahe's strength. After offering some comforting words to both Dahe and the bird, they began their ascent. As they climbed, the dawn broke, the sky displaying a soft gray hue, signaling the time for sunrise. Xia Sisi knew she needed to return quickly. Any further delay could risk their discovery by others. With this thought in mind, she and her companions hastened to the top floor. To her surprise, as they ascended, the mutated cats seemed to cower in their presence, retreating into the shadows to observe from afar. Countless eerie green eyes peered at them from various corners of each floor, silently watching. Xia Sisi surveyed her surroundings and noted the abundance of decomposing flesh, remnants that no human would dare to touch. Yet, for these mutated cats, such carrion represented a vital source of sustenance. If Xia Sisi's intuition served her correctly, these aberrant felines would linger here for a while longer, until every morsel was consumed. As for her, she likely would not return, even if Dahe had not completed his task. Lost in thought, Xia Sisi ascended to the top floor and, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Dahe, "Did you manage to collect anything from below?" Dahe tilted his head, seemingly baffled by her question. Despite her repeated inquiries, he remained unresponsive. "You just learned how to gather items. Show me what you've retrieved." Yet, Dahe continued to exhibit no reaction. Xia Sisi began to wonder what had transpired. Had he lost his cleverness during their brief separation? However, there was no time for contemplation. Hastily, she climbed out the window, which had nearly been obscured by the wind and snow during the night. If she delayed any longer, she might have to dig her way out. Retrieving her cart and storing the aircraft within her space, Xia Sisi secured a rope around Dahe and set off toward their apartment. Upon nearing the building, she sought a concealed spot to stow Dahe back in her space. She then changed into a different outfit to avoid attracting unwanted attention, stealthily making her way along the wall to the apartment. Once inside, she tread cautiously, striving to remain silent as she returned to the 66th floor and entered her home. The moment she crossed the threshold, Xia Sisi inhaled deeply, exhaling with relief. It had been a perilous adventure, but she had returned unscathed. There remained many tasks to attend to, but foremost among them was giving Dahe a bath. Rushing into her space, she was immediately surrounded by the aircraft, which chirped incessantly. "Master, I thought I was finished. Did I perform well today? May I have some treats?"
Dahe sells terribly.
"My feathers are tainted with his filthy blood." Xia Sisi felt overwhelmed, as the aircraft seemed determined to voice every thought it had withheld. After addressing the superficial matters, it delved into the details, referring to itself as Master. Xia Sisi recalled a recent fantasy drama featuring a scheming green tea character who incessantly referred to herself in such a manner. Frustrated, she retrieved a large tub, filled it with spiritual spring water and acidic rain, and without further ado, tossed both Dahe and the aircraft into the mixture. Upon entering the water, The aircraft finally paused its chatter, splashing around as Xia Sisi seized the opportunity to clean Dahe. With eyes half closed, Dahe emitted soft hums of enjoyment whenever she scrubbed his chin, appearing to be in high spirits. Xia Sisi could not tell if it was the thrill of their recent escapade that had him so exuberant, but seeing both creatures so content eased her heart. Dahe was quite filthy. After exhausting one tub of water, Xia Sisi filled another. The aircraft floundered in the water like a duck, so she tossed in a small rubber duck for its amusement. Eventually, she lathered Dahe with soap, leaving him smelling fresh and clean. Following this, she prepared a tub for herself and submerged into the water, gradually drifting off to sleep. Time passed, and Xia Sisi was roused by the sound of Dahe shaking off water. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 2 in the afternoon, and her stomach growled with hunger. Quickly, she sprang up to dry off Dahe and the aircraft, feeling rejuvenated herself. Once again, she asked Dahe if he had procured any supplies. Dahe, panting with his tongue lolling, gazed at her quizzically, as if he had not understood. Worry crept into her mind. Was it possible that he appeared uninjured but was, in fact, harboring internal wounds? Otherwise, why would he seem so dazed? After a thorough inspection revealed no visible injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Dahe was just a dog. Perhaps he had merely been frightened by their adventure. She would inquire further later. Now, her priority was to bury the remains of the large white cat, the weasel, and the small black cat that had been partially devoured. However, to her astonishment, no matter how she concentrated, the 3 corpses failed to materialize. She hurriedly searched her space, hoping to locate them, but after a lengthy search, they remained elusive, seemingly vanished into thin air. Reflecting on her previous encounter when she had brought a mutated bird's remains into the space, where she had entered alongside the corpse and directly buried it in Farm 1, she concluded that this time, the 3 bodies had been consumed by the space itself. How frustrating! The space did not even inform her when it devoured items, leaving her to search in vain for so long. Irritated, Xia Sisi gestured toward the empty air of her space. Naturally, the space offered no response. She had contemplated skinning the weasel, given that its fur belonged to a mutated creature, which would surely provide excellent insulation against the dropping temperatures. Although she possessed thermal clothing and a mink coat, nothing compared to the warmth of mutated animal pelts. Now, alas, she had nothing. What could Xia Sisi say? With such a space system, she had no choice but to endure. Fortunately, she still possessed one item, the tail of the mutated white cat. Having kept it attached to herself, it had not been consumed by the space. Approaching the waste processor, she placed the tail inside, curious to see what it might yield. Soon, the processor ingested the tail, and Xia Sisi contemplated what new item might emerge by the next day. After completing these tasks, she inspected the output from the waste processor, pleasantly surprised to find a pair of snow boots. Overcome with emotion, she nearly shed tears. Previously, the processor had produced a single glove and a sock, and she had yet to receive a matching second item. In the days prior, it had also generated another sock, though the first was red and the latter green. Together, they appeared to mock her. As for Farm 1 and Farm 2, Xia Sisi had begun extensive planting. However, Farm 1 was rather unpredictable. When she sowed a batch of seeds, the results were random. On fortunate days, an entire patch of bullets would sprout, and when it came time to harvest, she could hardly contain her joy, filling an entire box with her bounty. Yet on less fortunate days, after laboring to plant a vast array of seeds, she would receive only a cup of steaming vegetable juice in return. Xia Sisi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Then came the second farm. She had transplanted the tree from the first farm to the second, but alas, it transformed into a mere ordinary tree. If left untouched at the first farm, it would wither after bearing fruit about 3 times. Overall, the entire space filled Xia Sisi with incessant surprises and complaints, leaving her utterly exhausted. Chapter 83. The purpose of Dahe. Upon visiting the breeding farm again, Xia Sisi discovered that the rabbit population had significantly increased. The blueberry-flavored rabbit, previously produced from her space, seemed to be exceptionally prolific. To her astonishment, it had found a black rabbit as a mate, having already dismissed the previous white male rabbit. The two appeared to be in a blissful relationship, while the white male rabbit, forlorn, nibbled on grass not far away. This time, the blueberry rabbit gave birth to a litter of 4 kits. Among them were 2 with a mix of yellow and black fur, resembling road signs. and another with a blue base and black spots, reminiscent of a ladybug. The most striking was one entirely yellow, with only its eyes, limbs, ears, and tail being black, resembling an oddly harmonious panda. Xia Sisi struggled to comprehend the nature of these rabbits' love and the genetics involved in their pairing. After petting a few miniature horses, she exited the space. Once outside, she resolved to have a serious conversation with Dahe. After all, it was an entire 4 layers of meat, Dahe's primary sustenance for the future. If Dahe truly acquired it, she mused about increasing its daily rations. She even contemplated teaching Dahe how to unlock the small purple pendant space, allowing her to enter it herself. However, Dahe, who had previously learned swiftly, now seemed utterly oblivious, staring at Xia Sisi with wide eyes. Exhausted, she tapped Dahe's head, insisting, "Just think about breaking the contract with this space. Merely contemplate these words in your heart. It will suffice. Do you understand, Dahe?" In response, Dahe simply lay down, refusing to open its eyes, disregarding Xia Sisi entirely. Frustrated, she turned to the nearby Huiji, inquiring, "Huiji, did Dahe say anything just now?" Huiji hopped about, its small eyes darting, but remained silent. Xia Sisi sensed something was amiss. What was going on? Why was Huiji also silent? Fetching Huiji's favorite pine cones from the space, she shot a glare at Dahe before luring Huiji aside, tantalizing it with the pine cones. "Tell me, did Dahe say anything? All these pine cones are yours." After a moment's hesitation, Huiji looked at Xia Sisi, a glint of mischief in its eyes. "Dahe said the caretaker is truly foolish." Xia Sisi erupted in anger. She finally understood that Dahe was neither incapable of comprehension nor sluggish due to an internal injury. It was all deliberate. Dahe had taken to treating the pendant as a toy, playing with it joyfully, putting its toy ball in and out of the space, even performing tricks by launching it into the air and using its mind to retrieve it, creating an interactive experience. Xia Sisi approached Dahe to express her displeasure, crossing her arms and deciding to ignore it. Unexpectedly, Dahe turned the tables, attempting to placate her by resting its large head on her lap, wagging its tail vigorously, as if to say, "Oh, dear caretaker, don't hold it against me." Then, with a flirtatious blink, Dahe produced several 100 pounds of meat from the space, pushing it toward her as if to say, "Here, take it, don't be angry. Let me play with this pendant a bit longer." At the sight of the meat, Xia Sisi felt a mix of relief and frustration. It was indeed true that there was meat in the space, and Dahe's adventure had not been in vain. The pendant was not entirely lost on her. The quantity of meat was considerable, at least 4 full layers. Yet, she was incensed that Dahe had become addicted to treating the pendant as a mere toy. Soon, Xia Sisi realized the key point. Dahe had evolved and continued to do so. Its intelligence had significantly increased, leading to a newfound curiosity about everything around it. It was akin to the onset of adolescence, where both intellect and height increased, accompanied by a hint of rebellion. Dahe was in this very phase. Thinking this through, Xia Sisi gently patted Dahe's head, saying, "Take your time, but remember to return it to me once you've had your fun." Dahe wagged its tail vigorously, its eyes sparkling with delight, promising to return it once it had played enough. In the following 2 days, Dahe frequently produced large chunks of meat, presenting them to Xia Sisi, urging her to cook them for him. It was as if to convey, "This is my meat. I can eat as much as I desire, so prepare it for me." Xia Sisi was both amused and exasperated. To make matters worse, Huiji began to incessantly whine, expressing its desire for personal snacks and additional meals. Ultimately, Xia Sisi had no choice but to tug on Dahe's ears, urging it to exercise restraint and not consume so much. To her astonishment, Dahe not only refused to moderate its appetite, but instead appeared perpetually famished. She calculated that its food intake had escalated from bowls to pots. Observing Dahe's voraciousness, Huiji seemed to join in the competition, eating continuously, and within days, it had grown noticeably larger, not due to mutation, but simply weight gain. Xia Sisi felt like crying. Surely, no landlord could sustain such gluttony. After 5 days of this, Dahe's appetite finally normalized. Xia Sisi concluded that Dahe's recent excursion had depleted its energy reserves, necessitating several days to replenish its strength. It seemed Dahe was formidable, yet allowing it to expend too much energy was unsustainable. After several days of such tranquility, one night, Xia Sisi was abruptly awakened by the cold. She hastily got up and filled each stove with firewood from the space. glancing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She was met with a vast expanse of white. Dawn had arrived, the sun barely rising, casting a bright glow on the falling snowflakes. They cascaded downward rapidly, merging with the wind to form a white curtain. A blizzard was upon them. At that moment, Xia Sisi heard a loud knocking on the stairwell door. She quickly dressed, taking Dahe with her, and rushed outside. Ding Lei and Lin Yuan appeared as well, both bundled up tightly. Upon reaching the stairway, Xia Sisi heard Mo Yun wailing outside, pleading, "Please, please, grant us some firewood. Those beasts broke into our home and took all our firewood. My husband is on the brink of freezing to death. Please, I beg you." Chapter 84. Ding Lei's desire for retribution. Xia Sisi gazed at Mo Yun, who was clad in heavy layers, even binding the household blankets around her with ropes for warmth. This was the plight of ordinary people in the apocalypse. Forced to rely on makeshift means to stave off the cold in the absence of warm clothing like fur coats. What does this have to do with us? Xia Sisi ignored the distressed Mo Yun before her and firmly shut the door. Outside, Mo Yun lamented and pounded on the door with fervor. Yet, the door remained resolutely closed. No one acknowledged her plight, nor extended a helping hand. Lin Yuan, silent, retreated into his room, appearing half awake, as if he had been roused from a midday slumber. Meanwhile, Ding Lei approached Xia Sisi and remarked, "Mo Yun used to be part of our property management. Back then, everyone quite liked her. She always greeted people with a smile and was efficient in her duties. However, little did we expect that in this apocalypse." Ding Lei's voice trailed off, laden with unspoken sorrow. Xia Sisi understood that Ding Lei had resided here long enough to be privy to more details, and her sigh reflected the weight of their shared experiences. Yet to Xia Sisi, Mo Yun was merely another stranger, just as unfamiliar and potentially perilous as the rest in this harsh world. Once Xia Sisi and the others returned to their respective rooms, Mo Yun continued her lamentations outside, her initial pleas devolving into curses. She denounced Xia Sisi and her companions as heartless, accusing them of indifference and inaction in the face of suffering, even asserting that if her husband were to perish, it would be their fault. Inside, the pet bird, with its keen hearing, became agitated by Mo Yun's invectives, flapping its wings and pecking at the wooden perch designated for it, expressing its indignation with loud thuds. "You scoundrel, I'll peck you to death. Just wait. I'll show you," it seemed to declare, its fury palpable. Finally, Xia Sisi could endure it no longer and pressed the bird's head down. "Enough. Stop your frantic flapping and your incessant outbursts. You've picked up quite the vocabulary from that melodramatic show I let you watch this afternoon." The bird, still fuming, attempted to peck at the fur of the large black dog, but was swiftly deterred by a single, intimidating glance from the canine. Amidst this chaos, Mo Yun grew bolder in her vitriol, targeting Xia Sisi and Ding Lei by name, unleashing a torrent of vile curses upon their ancestors. With a furrowed brow, Xia Sisi let out a cold scoff, brandishing a knife as she stepped outside. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the blade towards Mo Yun. "Ah! Murder! Murder!" Mo Yun's face drained of color as she recoiled in fear. Xia Sisi's strike severed a portion of Mo Yun's clothing but, to her surprise, failed to pierce her skin. The woman was clad in layers too thick for that. At that moment, Ding Lei burst forth, her face pale, clad in a luxurious fur coat, wielding a golf club with trembling hands that betrayed her fury. Xia Sisi was aware of Ding Lei's background, knowing her parents had been deeply affectionate towards her and had treated her well. Before the calamity, Ding Lei had attempted to contact them, but communication had ceased thereafter. The weight of her parents' fate had troubled Ding Lei, and after acquiring a motorboat, she had rushed to their residence only to find chaos, blood, and signs of struggle. With no trace of her parents, the drag marks on the windowsill led her to suspect the worst, that her parents had perished and their bodies disposed of carelessly. Thus, hearing Mo Yun's slanders against her family was intolerable. Just then, as Xia Sisi contemplated pursuing Mo Yun, Ding Lei resolutely obstructed her path. "We cannot let this go," she declared with determination. Xia Sisi nodded, realizing it was time for Ding Lei, who had long been in the shadows, to take action.
Montakyun,
In a state of panic, fled down the stairs, with Ding Lei in hot pursuit. Xia Sisi turned back to her room, while Mo Yun regretted her actions intensely. She and her husband had shared a loving bond, supporting each other through the tribulations of the apocalypse. Despite the hardships, they had managed to secure their floor, amassing enough supplies for warmth. Yet, who could have anticipated that a group would conspire to dismantle their defenses and invade their sanctuary? Among them was a young man named Gao Yu, who had once been timid and respectful, but now regarded her with animosity. He had even injured her husband, Li Mingqiao. "You vile woman. Both of you deserve to perish." Gao Yu had sneered, discarding Li Mingqiao without a second thought, stripping them of all their firewood and belongings. By nightfall, their last reserves had been depleted, and Li Mingqiao had fallen ill with a fever. Mo Yun had done everything in her power to care for him, using precious gas to boil water and administering fever-reducing medicine, but his condition worsened, and his cries of cold tormented her. Desperate and filled with rage, she had sought help from Gao Yu and the others on the upper floors, but they had turned her away, some even spitting at her. With nowhere else to turn, she had taken a desperate gamble, approaching the residents of the 66th floor, knowing they had firewood, food, and medicine. She had promised to do anything for their assistance.
Yet,
upon their refusal, her frustrations boiled over into wrathful curses, fueled by jealousy at their apparent well-being in such dire circumstances. The scent of meat wafted from above, and the warmth radiating from their staircase was undeniable. They had electricity. Now, in her moment of regret, she was pursued by Ding Lei, who had transformed from the once aloof and courteous girl into a relentless avenger, wielding a weapon with lethal intent.
Moon Tak-yoon fled in terror,
fearing that a moment's hesitation would lead to her demise. Chapter 85. Eliminate everyone on this floor. Ding Lei felt a surge of anxiety, and when Mo Yun stumbled and tumbled down the stairs, she hesitated for a heartbeat. But quickly, she tightened her grip on the golf club and shouted to rally her courage before charging after Mo Yun. She understood that if Mo Yun survived today, retribution would surely follow. The hatred she had seen in Mo Yun's eyes foretold a potential for violence in this apocalyptic world. With fierce determination, she lunged, swinging the golf club at Mo Yun. Mo Yun's cries of despair echoed as she attempted to rise and confront Ding Lei. However, in recent days, Mo Yun herself had been struggling with hunger and cold. She had been tending to her husband late into the night until now, leaving her energy depleted. After falling to the ground, she found herself at a disadvantage and could not rise for a while, enduring several blows from Ding Lei, which left her head buzzing. As if that were not enough, upon seeing Mo Yun seemingly unconscious, Ding Lei produced a fruit knife from her pocket and plunged it into Mo Yun's body.
Ah!
The fear and sorrow of recent days, along with the anguish of potential disfigurement, erupted at that moment. Mo Yun fought back fiercely against this woman who incessantly cursed her parents and had provoked her multiple times. She stabbed Ding Lei several times, until she was utterly exhausted. Breathing heavily, she observed Mo Yun lying on the ground. She extended her hand, trembling, and placed it near Mo Yun's nose, feeling for breath. Upon realizing that Mo Yun had stopped breathing, she finally exhaled in relief. Staring at the motionless Mo Yun, Ding Lei glanced at her own bloodied hands, incredulous that she had taken a life. Just months ago, she had been an ordinary yoga instructor, practicing breathing exercises daily and maintaining a peaceful demeanor. Who could have imagined that, in such a brief span, she would become this way? Trembling, she tucked the bloodied knife away and ascended the stairs with a golf club in hand. Clenching her fists tightly, she mentally encouraged herself to become stronger, so as not to hinder Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the deceased Mo Yun stirred slightly. Clutching her injured abdomen, she rose from the ground, glaring hatefully at the direction Ding Lei had departed, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with seething resentment. Before coming here, she had feared being beaten or that Xia Sisi would kill her at the slightest provocation. Thus, she had padded her chest and abdomen for protection. Only the side of her waist remained vulnerable, as she had not covered it in her hasty descent. Ding Lei's knife had only grazed a small area on her side. Elsewhere, she had suffered not a scratch. Ding Lei, already nervous, had been unaware of whether she had truly stabbed Mo Yun in her frenzy. Moreover, given Mo Yun's layered clothing, she could not discern the difference in sensation between the knife piercing flesh and merely striking fabric. Seeing blood on the blade, she mistakenly believed she had struck true. Mo Yun feigned unconsciousness, holding her breath, successfully deceiving Ding Lei. Damn Ding Lei, damn Xia Sisi, those wretched beings on the 66th floor. You shall await my vengeance. I will have your lives in fragments. Mo Yun grasped her injured side and staggered downwards. Little did she anticipate that upon returning home, tears brimming, seeking solace from her husband, she would discover him frozen to death in such a short time. Li Mingchao's eyes were wide open, mouth agape. As if in his final moments he had been searching for Mo Yun, calling out her name. Yet Mo Yun was not by his side. Thus, his eyes reflected a lingering sense of unwillingness and attachment in death. Mingchao, Mingchao. My Mingchao, my beloved. Mo Yun knelt beside Li Mingchao, cradling his head, pressing it against her bosom, yearning to provide him with warmth one last time, as if such an act could revive him. But alas, it was all in vain. After weeping for a while until her body was hoarse and the pain in her side intensified, she finally rose to tend to her wound. After treating her injury, she felt increasingly cold from blood loss. However, apart from the bed, there was nothing left in the house to provide warmth. I must survive. I must survive. Mo Yun shivered, pacing the room repeatedly, even venturing outside to search the entire floor. Yet, she found nothing. Everything had long been taken away by Gao Yu and the others in the building. When they left, they nearly dismantled the wooden door of Mo Yun's home as an act of revenge for her having previously removed all the wooden items from the upper floors. Cursed Gao Yu, cursed Xia Sisi, cursed Ding Lei, cursed all of them, Mo Yun muttered, feeling her body grow increasingly frail from blood loss and cold. Even her consciousness began to blur. No, I must endure. I must live. Gritting her teeth, Mo Yun dragged Li Mingchao's corpse to the ground and began to burn her bed. As the wood ignited, she finally felt a semblance of warmth. She brought Li Mingchao's south body close, leaning against him, speaking as if her words could bolster her strength. Perhaps if she spoke enough, Li Mingchao would respond. Thus, Mo Yun lingered by that bed for 3 days. During this time, Li Mingchao's body became completely rigid, his eyes closed, transformed into a mere ice figure. After consuming some food and tending to her wound, she felt significantly better. However, having burned the bed, there was nothing left to fuel the fire. She numbly surveyed her surroundings, realizing her home was utterly barren. Attempting to place a small iron object into the diminishing flames yielded no warmth. Instead, the fire dwindled further. She felt tears welling up. Finally, she turned her gaze to Li Mingchao beside her. Husband, please don't blame me. Mingchao, don't hold it against me. I must live to avenge you. Mo Yun trembled as she stripped the clothes from Li Mingchao's body, piece by piece, casting them into the flames. Yet, how long could mere clothing sustain the fire? In just 2 hours, all of Li Mingchao's garments had been consumed. Mo Yun collapsed beside the fire, clutching her legs. She did not wish to die. She truly did not wish to perish. The thought of those whom she loathed made her unwilling to give in to death. At last, trembling, she reached for the last item in the house that could serve as fuel, Li Mingchao's corpse. Corpses can burn, and they can sustain flames for a considerable time. To ensure the body ignited, she even poured the last of the peanut oil in the house over Li Mingchao.
Xia Sisi, Ding Lei, Gao Yu.
All the inhabitants of this building, I shall ensure that you accompany my Mingchao in death. Mo Yun murmured as she worked, consumed by a torrent of hatred. Her final hope and desire to survive lay in extinguishing all those in the building. Chapter 86. The Collection of the Refuge. Meanwhile, Xia Sisi remained oblivious to these events. Ding Lei returned about half an hour later. Hearing the sound of Ding Lei's door, Xia Sisi chose not to inquire. After all, some trials must be faced alone, such as murder. Xia Sisi could still recall her first experience with taking a life in her previous life, a moment filled with terror. It had occurred during the onset of extreme cold, involving an elderly man. By then, she had reached the refuge, surviving on meager rations of compressed biscuits and limited water, just like everyone else. However, the elderly man, relying on his age and the fact that he had children, always sought to leech off those nearby. At first, Xia Sisi had been kind, sharing a piece with him each time. But eventually, she overheard him telling others that Xia Sisi was a fool, appearing easy to bully. In a normal society, she would have been the type to be toyed with by men. Xia Sisi experienced profound sadness for an extended period, subsequently ceasing to provide sustenance to the elderly man. However, to her astonishment, the old man began to spit at her and spread malicious rumors, claiming that Xia Sisi's establishment catered to the desires of men. This led Xia Sisi to feel compelled to mar her own beauty to escape the relentless harassment from men. The elderly man seemed to relish tormenting Xia Sisi as if she were a soft fruit to be squeezed. Upon witnessing the disfigurement of Xia Sisi, he commenced to mock her appearance and deride her in public. Eventually, a circumstance arose where both Xia Sisi and the elderly man were assigned to a group tasked with procuring supplies alongside government vehicles. Throughout the journey, the elderly man exploited his age to bully Xia Sisi, insisting she undertake excessive labor. Upon their return, the elderly man was discovered hoarding stolen items by government officials. In a theatrical display, he accused Xia Sisi of thievery, reiterating his earlier slanders before the authorities. The onlookers, having previously heard his vile gossip about Xia Sisi, joined in the accusation. In that moment, Xia Sisi comprehended the harsh reality that the world no longer had a place for kindness and patience. Drawing a knife, she swiftly dealt with the elderly man, retrieving the stolen goods from him as proof of her innocence. She had anticipated punishment for her actions, yet surprisingly, the government merely assigned her a few days of arduous labor before releasing her. Upon her return, the very individuals who once bullied her began to avoid her. Those who had previously dared to mock and insult her no longer approached her with hostility. It was from that moment onward that she underwent a profound transformation.
Now,
Ding Lei desired nothing less than this metamorphosis. After a flurry of activity, Xia Sisi resolved to rest at home for a few days, indulging in films and literature. Following a heavy snowfall, an entire floor was blanketed overnight. Xia Sisi situated a large beanbag chair before the floor-to-ceiling window, adorning it with cushions, and comfortably reclined to read. Nearby, Gray and the hen perched on the beanbag, contentedly watching a show on the tablet on the small table.
they,
On the other hand, displayed no particular interest in entertainment, occasionally gnawing on his ball as if lost in thought. Xia Sisi sensed something was amiss with the dog, though she could not discern what it was. Thanks to the warmth provided by the spatially produced firewood, the room maintained a temperature of around 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. A rather comfortable state in such an extreme cold world. Xia Sisi retrieved some snacks from her space, feeding Dahe and Gray while enjoying some herself, leisurely passing the time until 10 o'clock in the evening. Throughout the afternoon and evening, she had not consumed a proper meal, instead indulging in a variety of snacks, potato chips, scallion crackers, cream cakes, and spicy strips. Although she felt a twinge of guilt, the enjoyment and stress relief were undeniable. Before retiring for the night, Xia Sisi played with Dahe, engaging in a bit of combat training, and discovered that since his evolution, Dahe had not only grown larger, but also gained considerable agility. Xia Sisi couldn't help but smirk, thinking to herself that he was merely benefiting from inherited talent. Nevertheless, he would always be her dog. After affectionately ruffling his large head, she yawned and went to bed. The following morning, upon awakening, Xia Sisi noticed a thick layer of moisture on the window. The high indoor temperature juxtaposed the frigid outdoor conditions. Wiping the mist aside, she glanced at the thermometer outside, shocked to find it reading -40 degrees Celsius. Typically, coastal regions of Antarctica experience temperatures ranging from 0 to -20 degrees, while the interior can plunge to -40 or 50 degrees. At that moment, the temperature in her ordinary inland city was comparable to that of Antarctica's interior. Xia Sisi could hardly fathom the conditions in cities further north, or even on the current polar continents. However, she was acutely aware that this was only the beginning. Temperatures were destined to drop even further, as had been the case in her previous life. Pouring herself a cup of hot tea, she also fed her 2 pets before deciding to check on her spatial treasures. The peculiar cat tail she had placed in the processor from the day before weighed heavily on her mind. Approaching the waste processor, she discovered that the supplies had been replenished. Excitedly, she lifted the lid, only to find it completely empty. Xia Sisi blinked in disbelief. Her heart racing. Had her space consumed the items again? However, she distinctly remembered the cat tail entering the recycling system when she had placed it inside. Not willing to accept this, she peered inside once more and even reached in to search. To her astonishment, she felt something hard. Startled, she recalled that the processor's interior was typically as smooth as iron and devoid of anything. Gazing deeper, she spotted a black insect, roughly the size of a coin. Xia Sisi's disbelief turned to recognition as she realized it was a soil bug, the kind she had seen in her rural childhood, round with a hard shell. Rumor had it that these insects held medicinal value and were not inexpensive in the market. Yet, she felt a wave of emotion from such a large cat tail. Only this small bug emerged, leaving her feeling somewhat cheated in terms of size. To balance her feelings, she discovered another soil bug upon further inspection. Holding these two wriggling insects, she sighed, acknowledging that while she had lost out in size, at least she had gained in quantity. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaoxici tossed the two little creatures into the livestock pen. To her surprise, the pen accepted them, even establishing a box-like breeding area within it. Moreover, akin to other animals, these soil bugs began producing a medicinal product for injuries. Xiaoxici was elated. Her space had not exploded in anger this time, and she felt she had finally made a breakthrough. The injury remedy produced by her space was undoubtedly of exceptional quality, far more marketable than the colorless and tasteless spiritual spring water, which often raised suspicions. However, before she could delve deeper into her findings, she heard Da Hei barking furiously. Rushing out of her space, she discovered someone knocking at the door. Upon opening it, she found Lin Yuan, who wore a furrowed brow, an expression Xiaoxici had never seen on him before. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "The government has sent representatives to requisition our building as a new shelter," Lin Yuan replied coldly. "They say it was chosen by the Lin family." Upon hearing this, Xiaocici's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 87. We all agree. Xiaoxici, accompanied by her companions and Ahei, descended the stairs. Before leaving, they meticulously locked the front door, ensuring that, within such a short time, no one could breach the defensive line of the 66 floors. Upon reaching the ground level, they quickly spotted two modified jeeps in the snowy expanse outside. To her surprise, Xiaoxici recognized one of the individuals disembarking from the vehicle. It was the former Second Lieutenant Ren, who should now be addressed as First Lieutenant Ren. After the advent of the apocalypse, the military maintained strict management, preventing any disorder within the ranks. However, during rescue operations and the management of shelters, they encountered numerous wrongdoers, resulting in the sacrifice of several soldiers. Lieutenant Ren repeatedly distinguished himself, showcasing his capabilities and swiftly rising through the ranks.
Miss Xia?
What a coincidence, Lieutenant Ren observed Dahei, Xiaocici's large dog, noting with surprise that it had not changed significantly in size, appearing much as it had before the apocalypse, albeit with somewhat thicker fur. All the dogs in our unit have mutated, growing as large as ponies. How is it that Dahei remains unchanged? Xiaoxici, noticing the now normal-sized Dahei, gently patted its head. Dahei has grown a little, but not excessively. If it were much larger, I could no longer afford to care for it. Her reasoning was twofold. She wished to keep Dahei's extraordinary abilities concealed, not wanting to risk Lieutenant Ren seeking to recruit the dog back into service, given its previous role as a military canine. Lieutenant Ren smiled, nodding slightly, his interest in Dahei evidently diminished. He was also assessing the individuals before him. Earlier, he had instructed a young soldier to use a loudspeaker to announce that the building had been designated as a shelter, hoping the residents would come down to discuss matters. However, after calling for a considerable time, no one had emerged, leaving them perplexed. The residents they had previously encountered had reacted with excitement upon learning of the government's arrival, but the silence from this building was puzzling. At that moment, a member of the Lin family in another vehicle seized the loudspeaker from the young soldier, arrogantly announcing that this shelter had been selected by the government as a suitable location, urging everyone to show their gratitude. To his astonishment, the first person to emerge was none other than Xiaoxici. Lieutenant Ren was taken aback by her appearance. She looked impeccably clean, clad in a heavy, warm mink coat, her gaze wary and skeptical, an unmistakable contrast to the innocent girl he had previously encountered. He then glanced at the other two individuals beside her. The woman, whose features were marred, appeared rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive charm, yet she seemed to be faring well. The man standing next to her exuded an aura of danger that Lieutenant Ren could not quite articulate, akin to a sharp blade concealed within its sheath. Is it true that our building has been designated as a shelter? And by the Lin family? Lieutenant Ren detected a hint of sarcasm in Xiaocici's voice. And who might you be, speaking to us in such a manner? Do you harbor discontent towards the Lin family? Before Lieutenant Ren could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice from another jeep. The group turned to see a man clad in a fur coat over a tactical jacket, resembling a bear, with only his eyes visible. Xiaocici's brows furrowed as she scrutinized the man, narrowing her eyes slightly. With a nonchalant demeanor, the man exited the vehicle and directed his gaze towards Xiaoxici and Lin Yuan. Upon recognizing them, he let out a derisive snort. "Oh, isn't this my lovely sister-in-law?" The man who had just disembarked was Lin Yi's cousin, Lin Heng, whom Xia Sisi had encountered before. During her relationship with Lin Yi, Lin Heng often regarded her with a smirk. She recalled a time in her previous life when she nearly broke up with Lin Yi, largely due to Lin Heng's interference. After attending a Lin family banquet and having indulged in drink, she had laid in the back of Lin Yi's car. Not asleep, but overhearing a conversation between Lin Yi and Lin Heng, wherein Lin Heng dismissed her as an orphan unworthy of the Lin family. Lin Yi had countered, suggesting that a girl like her was easier to control. Eventually, Xia Sisi had proposed a breakup, only for Lin Yi to persuade her otherwise, showering her with gifts and sweet words. Reflecting on her past decisions now, she felt quite foolish. Lin Heng was, in Xia Sisi's view, more cunning and arrogant than Lin Yi, with a keen intellect. In her previous life, she had learned that Lin Heng was aware of her presence in the backseat and had deliberately tried to stir discord between her and Lin Yi, finding amusement in the chaos he created, showcasing his malicious nature. Thus, in this life, upon hearing Lin Heng's taunts, her expression hardened, and her hand instinctively reached for the knife in her pocket. As Lin Heng lowered his head to light a cigarette, Xia Sisi charged towards him.
Hey!
Lin Heng yelped, startled, retreating. Lieutenant Ren attempted to intervene but was halted by Lin Yuan. Several young soldiers emerged, with Ding Lei and Dahe standing resolutely in front to block any further advance. Just as Xia Sisi reached Lin Yuan, the jeep suddenly opened, and several burly men stepped out, shielding Lin Heng from her assault. Xia Sisi's knife was deflected, and she recognized the men as those who had accompanied old Lady Lin during her recent visit, including Captain Wu. Perplexed, Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan, who seemed unfazed by the presence of these men, as if their affairs were of no concern to him. Sister-in-law, let's talk this out amicably, Lin Heng said, peering from behind Captain Wu with a grin. Lin Heng, I have no affiliation with Lin Yi anymore. Before the apocalypse, I severed our engagement with your family, Xia Sisi retorted, crossing her arms and eyeing him disdainfully. All right, my unfortunate cousin has passed, so I shall refer to you as Miss Xia from now on, Lin Heng conceded readily. Xia Sisi nodded slightly at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, who approached to stand beside her. Lieutenant Ren, maintaining a stern expression, sighed as he stepped forward. Miss Xia, I did not anticipate our reunion would unfold in such a manner. Xia Sisi's smile was devoid of warmth as she replied, Lieutenant Ren, if you intend to requisition this place as a shelter, should you not first consult the opinions of us, the indigenous residents? At that moment, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to see the remaining survivors of the building emerging, she was surprised to find that a boy named Gao Yu had taken the lead. They had delayed their descent to strategize, having participated in the raid on the Mo family, which had inadvertently led to the death of Mo Yun's husband. Fearful upon hearing of the government's arrival, they had convened to discuss their next steps. Now, witnessing the interactions below, they realized that, in this post-apocalyptic world where so many had perished, there was little reason for fear. After much deliberation, they had decided to step forward. Gao Yu emerged from the crowd, addressing Lieutenant Ren. Are you in charge? If you intend to requisition our building as a shelter, what benefits can you offer us? If so, we shall agree.